In the realm of Harry Potter, one would typically forge friendships with the earnest and valiant Harry. However, Wen Xu finds himself ensnared in an encounter with a darkened, reborn Harry, who has experienced countless reincarnations. Thus, Wen Xu must don layer upon layer of guises to safeguard his existence. Where did you learn all of this? I am quite curious. Harry pressed Wen Xu against the bed. If I do not speak now, you shall be compelled to converse through the night after all. It is still early, Wen Xu retorted. A pure-hearted academic, then? So, your prior rejection was merely due to the unsuitable location? Perhaps we shall try the Transfiguration classroom next time, since that is your favorite subject, is it not? Harry chuckled as he tossed the love letter Wen Xu had just received onto the floor. I warned you, if you continue to accept what I cannot tolerate, I shall make you endure what you cannot accept. In a struggle between a transcendent figure and a reincarnated one, will the first to develop feelings ultimately be the loser? Chapter 1. The Reverse Aging Potion. England. With fewer than 30 days remaining until Wen Xu's 17th birthday, the threads of magic entwined around the wands of underage wizards resemble an invisible spider's web, enveloping the entirety of Britain. Any ripple of magical energy beyond the school grounds could potentially alert the Ministry of Magic. For Wen Xu, this poses an imminent catastrophe. Should the ministry set its sights upon him, they would swiftly uncover the truth about this 11-year-old boy who has never attended a magical school. The magic flowing through Wen Xu's veins does not stem from formal magical education, rather. It originates from the ancient arcane practices of China. What is he, mysterious boy wielding an immense reservoir of magic? The ministry's stringent scrutiny is but a secondary concern. If the consciousness of this world were to take notice, Wen Xu's fate would be sealed. His past is steeped in unspeakable secrets, impervious to even the slightest probing. He has come for Harry Potter to stand alongside the savior at the starting line. He has meticulously crafted an identity that aligns with the appropriate age, presenting himself as an innocuous youth. To achieve this, he has invested immense effort into developing a stable and nearly imperceptible reverse aging potion. This moment, he must place the leaves of the black hedron into the small, silver-glimmering cauldron by his bedside, stirring it precisely 2 circles in a clockwise direction. Every day for the next 17 days. This vital disguise of age must be flawlessly executed. Since confirming his descent into the world of Harry Potter, Wen Xu has been holding his breath, awaiting the predetermined plot gears to begin their rotation. Only when the wheel of fate for the protagonist is set in motion can he better integrate into this realm and seize the primordial power of the world's consciousness. In this universe, one can only exchange recognition from significant characters for a precious passport from the world's consciousness. This punitive world has coldly severed his connection to the system, sealing away much of his power. The unwillingness to accept this fate has crystallized into a subtle glimmer of coldness deep within his eyes, the culmination of millennia of scheming and waiting for this precise moment to lay down a pivotal piece on the chessboard. He yearned to seize the essence of this world, to master its intricate pathways, to break free from the constraints of destiny, and to attain ultimate freedom. However, the foundation of this grand vision lay in his ability to seamlessly integrate into this realm. The first step in his masquerade required an impeccable wand. To firmly establish himself at Hogwarts, the instrument of his identity must perfectly align with the persona he meticulously crafted. Any discordant note could plunge him into an irretrievable abyss. The wand, fashioned from acacia wood, was both stable and potent, cloaked in an appearance of docility. Its core, a bone from a leg of a nocturnal steed, bore a chill more profound than its tail feathers, resonating with the essence of death measuring 10 inches in length. This wand embodied a paradox. It harbored a tumultuous and untamable magic, its subtle, shadowy aura capable of stirring the deepest inquiries from even the most discerning observer. Wen Xu could not abide the imperfections of a second-hand wand. He required a brand-new wand, one that could flawlessly encapsulate the narrative he had woven. He excelled at traversing the tightrope between truth and deception, relishing the delicate, fragile faud he donned, orchestrating intricate traps in the shadows to ensnare hearts and perceptions within his calculated web. Disguise was both his sharpest weapon and his sturdiest armor. Who, if not an extraordinary individual, could maintain clarity within the endless cycle of the punishment world? His previous wand was a half-finished product he had crafted himself. The acacia would ultimately fail to fully soothe the haunting depths of a nocturnal steed's core. While it could be wielded, it never truly felt at home. Even so, the creation of that wand consumed nearly a year of his life. Yet it was this very wand that had facilitated his journey from China to England, allowing him to establish the prestigious name of the Wen family. From an obscure heir of ancient Eastern magical traditions to a rising star within the pure blood circles, he had spent 4 years in this transformation. The trials and tribulations he endured during this period need not be elaborated upon. He simultaneously wielded thunderous methods to suppress those who dared to reach for him, while artfully hinting at the existence of a frail younger brother, 6 years his junior, who was favored Excessivelia's strategy to pave the way for his new identity as a potential savior. Point one was a promising young patriarch, while the other was an inexperienced young noble. It was evident which was more accessible. Moreover, the younger brother was a new student at Hogwarts, soon to embark on his studies in England, making him significantly easier to approach than his peripatetic elder sibling. As an outsider, Wen Xu had to evade detection by the world's consciousness, necessitating that he refrain from prolonged stays within England. His early arrival, a month in advance, was a gamble. The longer he lingered, the greater the risk. Typically, his affairs within England were managed by his butler, and he anticipated that once the narrative unfolded, his influence would further expand. Time passed, and when Sue's elongated eyelashes cast a small shadow beneath his eyes, his fingertips instinctively curling slightly. With no further opportunities to test the rejuvenation potion, the notion of remaking the wand was a fantastical dream. He stood at the precipice of a stage poised for performance. Behind the curtain lay the unknown judgment, Harry Potter. The name rolled silently across his tongue, imbued with a sense of desperate finality. Oh, not let me down. At the very least, do not allow this game to commence devoid of suspense. You are my most vital guide to the ultimate conclusion. Next, shall we venture to the most renowned sanctuary of wands in England, Ollivander's? The corners of Wen Xu's pale lips subtly curved upward, forming an elusive arc, strikingly beautiful yet almost fragile, while his eyes mirrored a serene, icy lake. Let our initial encounter with the reborn savior unfold at this fateful crossroads. He sank back into the hotel's bed, as soft as a cloud, his body enveloped in the pure white fabric. Harry Potter, I eagerly anticipate what lies ahead. Chapter 2. The uncontrolled anti-aging elixir. Before Ollivander's shop, Wen Xu tugged at his snow-white hair, feeling a twinge of hesitation. Ever since he consumed the potion, his demeanor had increasingly mirrored that of a child. Yesterday, the excitement from brewing a new magical replenishment elixir had kept him awake through the night. Upon rising, he could not resist the temptation to drink from the vial once more, nearly causing a magical eruption, and his body underwent an unusual transformation. The timeline for recovery still unknown. Wen Xu's hair cascaded past his waist, appearing silky and shimmering subtly in the sunlight. His golden eyes, tinged with a hint of melancholy, radiated an aura of purity and fragility. Unaccustomed to his youthful appearance, he donned a dark green cloak to shield himself, gradually approaching Ollivander's wand shop. Welcome, just a moment, Mr. Ollivander remarked, exhilarated by Harry's discerning nature as he sought the perfect wand for him. Harry idly glanced towards the entrance, where a snow-white figure caught his eye. Captivated by the sight, he felt a flicker of curiosity. It was unusual for anyone to interrupt at this hour. Indeed, Harry remained the same. Yet now he possessed the memories of his past lives. Long ago, his recollections ceased to be reset. With each cycle of the world, he retained his memories. Upon awakening, he had attempted to communicate with others, striving to break free from the cycle, but to no avail. No matter how hard he tried, events unfolded as they always had, with everyone treading the same path without deviation. After countless attempts and an equal number of despairing moments, Harry finally resigned himself to his fate. Yet, he refused to be subdued by destiny's grasp, remaining true to himself. Though the overall trajectory still veered towards its original course, he had changed. No longer did he seek to save. Instead, he began to disregard the once cherished remnants of the past. He viewed the repetitive and illusory figures around him as mere transients, even becoming a subtle manipulator of fate from behind the scenes. As long as nothing strayed from its path, it would not be forcibly altered. He instinctively grew wary, harboring an innate malice towards the uncontrollable. However, the appearance of this person did not belong to their scripted narrative. Wen Xu lowered his hood and smiled gently at Harry. Hello, my name is Wen Xu. May I know yours? His soft, timid gaze lingered on Harry, patiently awaiting a response. Harry felt no trust towards him, merely furrowing his brow at the sight of his hair. This fellow, does he not know how to manage his hair? The long, pristine silver locks flowed freely, carelessly tucked behind him, devoid of any signs of grooming. It appeared smooth, perhaps merely due to the hair's inherent nature. Nevertheless, he retained a modicum of patience for someone who might offer him amusement. Harry Potter, he finally replied. Wen Xu continued to smile warmly, softly stating, Harry. He approached Harry, taking his hand, his tone remaining gentle. Holly, with a phoenix feather core, I believe it would be the perfect fit for you. Harry observed as the wand was deftly placed into his hand by Wen Xu. The wand, once a seamless extension of himself, now felt somewhat foreign. After all, he was no longer the person he once was. Yet, he had grown accustomed to wielding it and could effortlessly control its magic. Compared to other wands, this old companion remained his preferred choice. Nevertheless, a sense of dissatisfaction and weariness lingered within him, an eternal cycle of monotony. What about you? Since you can find a wand for me, it wouldn't be too much to find one for yourself as well. Wen Xu, sensing the tightening grip of Harry's hand, trembled slightly and withdrew his hand. Chapter 3. Disguise. The act of finding a wand for another was distinctly different from seeking one for oneself. Even Ollivander's wand had been chosen with the assistance of others. The predicament was palpably evident. Yet, Wen Xu maintained a gentle demeanor, devoid of any irritation, though his damp golden eyes betrayed that his composure was not as steadfast as it appeared. "I'm sorry, I cannot," he murmured, stepping back with his head bowed. His voice tinged with a soft, tearful note. Harry recalled the unintentional brush of his palm and discerned the vulnerability of the other. His body was remarkably sensitive and undeniably beautiful. Gazing into those clear golden eyes, Harry couldn't help but wonder, what if he pushed a little further? Would the gentle facade be torn away? The other's reaction reminded him of a clam, tightly shut to protect itself, revealing its tender flesh only when at ease, only to shrink and tremble at the slightest provocation, weak and easily intimidated. Yet, the individual before him was different. He appeared fragile and timid, lacking even a shell. Entirely at the mercy of proximity. Harry found himself drawn to such creatures. Rather than the thrill he once sought, he now preferred complete mastery over something. For instance, the Ministry of Magic in his past life or Hogwarts in the life before that. The wand, crafted from thorny wood with a core of unicorn tears, had delighted Mr. Ollivander, who felt fortunate to have found a suitable wand for Wen Xu. Clearly, he was oblivious to the significance of his actions. Mr. Ollivander handed the wand to Wen Xu, who gave it a gentle flick, and delicate snowflakes danced around him. Thorny wood always seeks powerful wizards, indicating your exceptional magical talent. The unicorn tears are a rare core, not inferior in any way. Mr. Ollivander cast a fleeting glance at Harry's wand, hesitating to continue. Its master is always as pure and gentle as the wand itself, he mused. Wen Xu appeared slightly intimidated by Ollivander's fervent gaze. He bit his lip, placed 7 golden galleons on the table, and awkwardly donned his hood. After a moment of hesitation, he turned to Harry and softly murmured, "Goodbye." Harry watched his retreating figure, a light chuckle escaping his lips. Goodbye, he thought, indeed a prospect filled with anticipation. Platform 9 3/4. Harry was preparing to await the arrival of Ron's family. But he spotted something far more intriguing. A lost lamb. Wen Xu. Harry's emerald eyes glistened with a hint of moisture, gazing at him with an endearing shyness. The aggression and boldness that characterized their last encounter had vanished. At this moment, he softly called out Wen Xu's name, embodying the essence of a genuine youth, sincere and passionate. In previous lives, he had successfully employed this approach to handle a particularly obstinate professor, and he adeptly wielded this guise in his current form. Wen Xu regarded Harry with gentle eyes, his demeanor remaining warm and accommodating. "Harry," he murmured, his voice slightly muffled, enhancing their intimacy. Harry felt a stir within him as he observed Wen Xu today, clad in a flowing white robe reminiscent of a feminine gown, with silvery hair cascading over his shoulders. A red ribbon was tied around his delicate wrist, seemingly to secure his hair. "Are you searching for the entrance to platform 9 3/4 as well?" Harry inquired innocently. "Yes," Wen Xu replied, his eyelashes fluttering with unease. In truth, as he consumed more potions, the duration of the age reversal potion diminished, and its side effects intensified unpredictably. He had almost forgotten that without the presence of significant characters from the original text, he might be detected by the world's consciousness, which led him to hesitate at the entrance despite knowing its location. Having arrived early today, he hoped to encounter the ever-helpful Mrs. Weasley. However, it appeared that fortune smiled upon him more favorably than anticipated. "It's right here, but I dare not enter. It hardly resembles an entrance," Wen Xu confessed despondently, a faint blush of embarrassment gracing his cheeks. Just as he braced himself for mockery regarding his timidity, Harry's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "That is wonderful. You know where it is. I've been searching for it. If you're afraid, shall we try together?" Wen Xu stared at Harry, momentarily taken aback, seemingly oblivious to the peculiar undertone behind Harry's smile. Without granting him the chance to refuse, Harry grasped his hand and dashed forward. The wind rushed past their ears, and upon opening his eyes again, the ancient and solemn station materialized before them. What a nostalgic station, Wen Xu thought, his eyes widening as reality enveloped him, as if he were dust swept along by the wind, finally feeling his feet touch solid ground. Yet, it seemed he had forgotten something. What could it be? Wen Xu's memories were rapidly muddled under the dual effects of the age reversal potion's side effects and the punitive world consciousness's control. His expression increasingly resembled that of an 11-year-old boy, yet he remained oblivious to this transformation. Once the train departed, it would carry them to Hogwarts, where Wen Xu would no longer need to live in fear. As the birthplace of the protagonist's growth, the atmosphere of Hogwarts was so rich that even if he refrained from approaching anyone, he would not be easily extinguished. However, this alone would not suffice. The wind tousled Wen Xu's hair, obscuring the ambition gleaming in his eyes. His heart is not as pure as his exterior suggests. He instinctively dons a fade to gain the trust and affection of others. He strives to present himself as harmless yet valuable, cloaked in this disguise. Some may perceive merely the surface, while those who dare to draw closer will encounter a more intricate mask. Yet, neither is the true essence of who he is. He deliberately leaves gaps in his first layer of disguise to capture the attention of others, thereby fostering greater belief in his second layer. Just like now, Wen Xu. Harry addressed the suddenly motionless Wen Xu. The throbbing in Wen Xu's head felt as if it would burst. Harry's call momentarily brought him clarity, awakening him to his own disquiet. The punitive world's influence upon him had grown increasingly profound, and he realized he must hasten his pace. Chapter 4. To unmask or not. What's wrong? Harry's green eyes were filled with concern and worry. Wen Xu shook his head, but did not miss the fleeting shadow that passed through those verdant depths. He waved his wand, causing both his and Harry's luggage to levitate as they boarded the train. With an air of nobility, Wen Xu gestured for Harry to enter first, following behind, much like an old-fashioned English gentleman would with an unfamiliar lady, courteous yet distant. Harry felt an inexplicable annoyance, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort, and thus contemplated the other's recent actions. The stranger appeared unfamiliar, yet bore an undeniable air of privilege, a demeanor of haughty reserve that is seldom cultivated in ordinary households. The lack of aggression in his character indicated he was neither the heir of a family nor in need of excessive competition. His mastery over magic suggested extensive and proficient practice. His voice was gentle, with a subtly elongated cadence reminiscent of many pure-blood wizarding families. It was highly probable that he had not been raised in the Muggle world, or at the very least, the individuals he conversed with were not predominantly Muggles. The cadence and classical English pronunciation of pure-blood families have been passed down since the 15th and 16th centuries. While only a scant few Muggles would speak in such a manner, although the difference was slight, Harry perceptively noted this distinction. Further exploration was needed. Although he had already begun to regard this individual as a new source of intrigue, caution was warranted regarding this variable. Harry's green eyes sparkled with excitement. Impressive, Wen Xu. You've already mastered such formidable magic. Wen Xu carefully considered his response, striving to feign ignorance of the other's peculiarities. Thank you, he replied, appearing somewhat bashful in light of the straightforward compliment. Yet internally, he silently criticized the oddities of the individual before him. In certain aspects, the Harry of the original narrative possessed a hint of insecurity. However, this Harry exuded an effortless confidence, and his sporadic displays of shyness and awkwardness fell short before Wen Xu, who was well-versed in the art of performance. The acting was jarringly unrefined, almost clumsy, perhaps a reflection of him embodying the memories of another self. Yet, a person changed is irrevocably changed. How could one ever return to what they once were? Suppressing the peculiar emotions within, Wen Xu took hold of the other's hand and sought out an empty train compartment, perhaps due to their early arrival. Only 2 or 3 compartments remained available for selection. After a moment's contemplation, Wen Xu entered the compartment that Harry was meant to occupy. Closing his ears to the world, Wen Xu softly cast a spell that temporarily robbed Harry of his hearing. He grasped Harry's hand and inscribed a few words upon his palm. May I rest in your embrace for a moment? I feel a bit weary. Naturally kind-hearted Harry could not refuse his request. He gazed at Wen Xu in mild confusion, seemingly unsure why he should hold him while sleeping, yet ultimately acquiesced with a gentle nod. In the tranquil compartment, both harbored ulterior motives, yet they managed to share a harmonious moment together. Despite appearing to be in slumber, both remained alert, vigilant against one another. Because they were asleep, Weasley did not join them, and Hermione's inquiries went unheard by Harry. Shortly after Hermione departed, Wen Xu feigned waking and rose from Harry's embrace, simultaneously lifting the spell. Harry, awaken. We must change into our school robes. Let us prepare promptly. Wen Xu spoke with tender warmth in his eyes. He patted Harry's shoulder, the gesture akin to a petulant kitten flicking its tail against its owner's face. Harry, playing along, pretended to wake, wrapping his arms around Wen Xu's waist, mumbling, "All right, I'll get up right away." Yet his actions belied his words. Instead, he sluggishly nuzzled his fluffy head against Wen Xu's side. Wen Xu blushed, a hint of pity in his voice as he softly called the other's name. Harry intended merely to shield his clear gaze with this movement, hoping not to reveal anything amiss. However, the other's reaction delighted him immensely. With narrowed eyes, Harry gazed up at Wen Xu. The waist beneath his hands trembled at the contact, while its owner looked back shyly and helplessly. This display satisfied Harry's desire for control, and he contentedly pressed his cheek against Wen Xu's soft, warm abdomen, savoring the gentle rise and fall. Yet he did not allow Wen Xu to remain flustered for too long. After a brief touch, he stood up and stretched languidly. Once freed, Wen Xu stepped back a few paces, soon reaching the compartment door. Harry approached him, a languorous expression gracing his features, and, to Wen Xu's astonishment. He playfully pinched his warm earlobe. So warm, Harry's voice was slightly hoarse, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Xu, reminiscent of a large feline eyeing its prey. He wrapped his arms around Wen Xu's waist with a gentle yet inescapable force, drawing him closer. As Wen Xu felt Harry's warm breath brush against his ear, he suddenly realized that Harry was not as slight as he had previously imagined. On the contrary, he resembled a youth of 14 or 15, just beginning to grow into his strength, youthful yet undeniably powerful. The sensation of being held like a lioness prey made Wen Xu uneasy, and he instinctively struggled slightly against Harry's grip. However, this faint resistance was swiftly quelled, and Harry rested his face upon his shoulder. Their proximity allowed them to feel each other's heartbeat. Wen Xu felt a twinge of panic. At that moment, he realized what he had overlooked. Throughout, Harry had not concealed his peculiarities before him. He was constantly probing him. His demeanor fluctuated between warmth and coldness, sudden intimacy, overt changes in expression, and clumsy disguises, all of which were attempts to unravel the veil between them, leaving no room for calculation or concealment. Wen Xu's mind raced, and in a few moments of contemplation, a multitude of thoughts surged within him. A revelation emerged. Chapter 5. Nothing occurred. Both were acutely aware of each other's complexities. If Wen Xu wished to maintain a facade of calm, he had to interrupt Harry. It was still premature to speak candidly. He needed to postpone this revelation until he encountered other significant figures. He could not overtly abandon Harry, no matter how challenging the other might be. The protagonist undeniably holds the greatest influence over the world's consciousness. He must seize this opportunity to utilize him, with the ultimate goal of gaining control over him. Harry? In Wen Xu's golden eyes shimmered a hint of awakening mist, imbued with a delicate allure of confusion. His hands, clasped behind his back, tightened around his wand. Should he lay everything bare, the worst outcome would be a further erosion of his rationality by the world's consciousness. Yet, he wagered that Harry would not do so. He gambled that Harry cared for him. An inexplicable intuition led Wen Xu to believe that Harry felt familiar, and he was certain that Harry shared this sense of familiarity towards him. Regardless of their current relationship, Wen Xu undoubtedly held a unique position in Harry's heart. Harry had already surmised that Wen Xu harbored ulterior motives, and this very intrigue drew them closer. As long as Harry wished for their continued intimacy, he would not disrupt this balance. Wen Xu could not allow Harry to act impulsively any longer. Harry paused momentarily before placing a gentle kiss on Wen Xu's forehead. "I apologize," he murmured, his previously aggressive demeanor evaporating, replaced by a gentle and focused gaze tinged with regret. He looked deeply into Wen Xu's eyes, his expression sincere yet tinged with apprehension, as if feeling guilty for his earlier actions. Yet, it was merely an appearance. Harry felt no remorse for his previous behavior. This person was irresistibly appealing to him. As twilight descended, the warmth of the carriage enveloped him, leading to a loss of control, perfectly befitting the earlier circumstances. Had he not recalled their ages and the inopportune timing, he might have acted inappropriately, perhaps allowing those beautiful eyes to reveal a disheveled and uncontrollable state, or pressing against the other's waist in a manner that would elicit tears. Nevertheless, was this not an eventuality? The relentless rewind of their encounters had nearly numbed him. Since an unexpected intrusion had entered his world, that surprise surely belonged to him, did it not? It is not yet the time. He can take his time to discern the other's true nature, allowing the individual to become familiar with his presence until he can completely claim him as his own. Who can guarantee that this unexpected turn of events will not abandon him? Who can articulate when this unforeseen circumstance might meet its demise due to the unfolding narrative? Most importantly, no one can assert whether he will still be present in the next iteration. Should he depart, he would find himself ensnared in a cyclical existence, where time does not progress, and certain individuals meet their end before him countless times in the same manner. The monotony of witnessing the same people and events repeatedly has rendered him utterly disenchanted with this world. He no longer strives to reclaim the loss of those who have passed, nor seeks to grow stronger. Each attempt that ends in futility feels like a blade slicing through his being, time and again, as he drags his skeletal form through this realm. Until one day, a person awakened emotions within him that he thought long extinguished. Thus, he resolved to keep this individual close at all costs. "Is anyone still there?" he inquired, adjusting his robe in preparation to disembark. Hermione recalled the time she had tried to find Rafe, but had been unable to open the carriage door, positioning herself in front of it based on her memory. Just then, Wen Xu opened the door, and their gazes locked. Recognizing Hermione from her raised head and curly brown hair, Wen Xu offered her an apologetic smile. "Thank you. We shall be on our way shortly. I am Wen Xu. May I know your name?" His eyes reflected sincerity, imbued with a touch of innocent vitality. Hermione, momentarily taken aback, replied, Hermione Granger." Unbeknownst to them, Harry had already stepped outside and calmly urged, "Wen Xu." Reluctantly, Wen Xu bid Hermione farewell and joined Harry's side. He felt his rationality waning rapidly with the passage of time, yet his instincts warned him not to provoke Harry. Wen Xu had never doubted his capabilities, but he now faced an individual he could not afford to eliminate. Harry still held value, suppressing the scant softness within him. He apathetically assessed the worth of Harry and Hermione. Logically, he and Harry should be closer, yet this version of Harry posed complications. He needed to devise a strategy to draw closer to Hermione. Maintaining equilibrium and mutual restraint would better facilitate his integration into this world. Chapter 6. He had a fever. First-year students had arrived. A tall figure stood by the lake, holding a dimly lit lantern. In the twilight, Harry held Wen Xu's hand as they advanced. The chill carried by the wind sharpened their awareness, and Harry observed Wen Xu from the corner of his eye, calculating how to uncover the other's hidden depths. He was not without intellect. The cycle had rendered him numb, yet heightened his vigilance, leaving him unable to disregard the risks lurking behind the other. Encountering someone extraordinary was his fortune, but it also posed potential peril. At present, he could not ascertain the forces that lay behind Wen Xu. Only by comprehending his opponent's true nature could a lion understand the extent of its efforts required to seize its prey from the jaws of another. Currently, the forces behind the prey remained enigmatic, and he must exercise caution in his actions. Observing Harry's somewhat dazed demeanor, Wen Xu discreetly tore a small needle from the folds of his robe. A short length of transparent tape adhered to a tiny black needle, barely visible in the twilight. Pretending to adjust his collar, Wen Xu deftly pierced the needle into the nape of his neck, and soon the black needle merged seamlessly into his body. Feeling a warmth radiating within his mind, Wen Xu, in a daze, grasped Harry's other hand and pressed it against his forehead. "You're so warm," he murmured softly, tilting his head slightly to meet Harry's gaze with his watery golden eyes. Harry sensed an unusual temperature from beneath his hand and turned to look at Wen Xu. The other's face was flushed, the twilight failing to conceal his rosy hue, and his once bright eyes now appeared misty. Harry bit his lip. Despite his soul having traversed countless lifetimes, he found himself momentarily taken aback by such beauty. The memories of his past lives, sealed within his mind, clamored to express their opinions, yet Harry could not release them. This body could only accommodate a single consciousness. He pressed his fingers to his brow, signaling them to be still. Harry raised his hand to gently caress Wen Xu's cheek in a gesture of comfort, attempting to alleviate his distress. However, Wen Xu continued to nuzzle against his hand, appearing quite delirious. If it were an injury, he might have had a remedy, but he truly lacked experience with fevers. He had sealed away the memories of his past selves to prevent this body from collapsing, leaving him with only a vague impression of the initial narrative and some indelible instincts. In the face of these challenges, he felt powerless. Hagrid was unreliable. Seeking his assistance would be as futile as asking any first-year student for help. After a while of Wen Xu clinging to him, Harry noticed that he only continued to stroke him with his cool hand, prompting Wen Xu to silently survey their surroundings. The protagonist was a vital conduit to siphoning the essence of this world, yet they were not the only means to do so. Wen Xu was not in a hurry to extract the power of the world's essence from Harry. He could begin with others instead. For lesser energy is often more easily acquired. He preferred not to place all his eggs in one basket. If progress stalled, it was better to set it aside for the time being. Excessive fixation was not advantageous. Now, an opportunity to find Hermione had arisen. Perhaps dissatisfied with the warmth of Harry's hand pressing against his forehead, Wen Xu moved it away and began to gaze around in a dazed manner. He soon spotted Hermione amidst the nearby crowd and tugged at her sleeve. Hearing her name called, Hermione began to search for the source of the voice, turning to see a fluffy white head. "Wen Xu?" she called hesitantly. Upon noticing the dark-haired boy standing behind him, she confirmed his identity. "What happened to you?" Hermione intended to ask what he needed, but was startled by the flush of his cheeks. "You're burning up," she stated with certainty, though her voice carried a hint of helplessness. "Good news. There is a physician in her family, which has granted her some knowledge of medical practices. The bad news, however, is that he is a dentist." Hermione, somewhat afflicted by a headache, supported a feverish individual who was deliriously disoriented. Chapter 7. Their similarities. Hesitantly, she retrieved a crumpled fever patch from her pocket, one she had forgotten to pack while organizing her belongings, but fortuitously kept in her pocket, having not lost it after changing into her school robes. This might prove useful, though he ought to see a doctor regardless. Harry took the fever patch and delicately placed it on the feverish boy's forehead, recalling the kind soul who had provided it and expressing his gratitude. Hermione cast a resigned glance at the black-haired boy's nonchalant demeanor and then at the feverish individual, who was foolishly grinning at her. Any lingering discontent dissipated entirely. Harry, alongside the feverish boy, teamed up with an unfamiliar young wizard, and for the time being, the two boys ceased their antics, allowing for a peaceful coexistence among the three. A senior witch clad in green robes guided the young wizards into the great hall, where an old hat was singing in a peculiar tune. Despite her dizziness from the fever, the boy endeavored to understand the lyrics. If only we could be sorted into a house, he murmured softly. You differ from what the books describe, yet I was quite fond of you from the moment I laid eyes on you. Harry, glancing at the earnest and sincere individual, perceived him as a little Hufflepuff. He softly inquired why it was not feasible for the boy. The latter pressed his lips together. You are destined for Gryffindor, while I am likely a Slytherin. Harry's gaze shifted slightly, as it seemed the boy possessed some foreknowledge from a certain book. A book that contained his story and echoed memories he recognized. In an instant, Harry recalled his own aimless first life, where a similar book granted him awareness but deprived him of the power to resist. Upon seeing that book, he understood it to be his future, his destiny. Even though he had undergone significant changes, when confronted with those events, he would still make the same choices. Yet, that is who he is. Harry sighed softly, recognizing that the author of that book understood him all too well. In the countless lives thereafter, he had continuously struggled against the so-called fate. Harry untied the feverish boy's headband, allowing his silvery hair to cascade freely. The two intentionally avoided the crowd, observing the sorting ceremony from a corner with detached eyes. He gently embraced the boy, closing his eyes in an attempt to quell the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. Those tumultuous memories surged once more, tightly ensnaring his consciousness. If the book they both knew was indeed the same, Harry pondered dreamily as he tenderly stroked the boy's back, hoping to alleviate his discomfort. From a distance, it appeared as though a large cat was encircling a small kitten with its tail, endeavoring to offer solace. Harry Potter. This name sparked a commotion. Harry fought against the dizziness clouding his mind, mustering a sliver of clarity as he stepped onto the stage. Throughout the process, numerous young wizards cast curious, questioning, and excited glances in his direction. Harry felt a wave of mottled colors swirling before him, inducing a sense of nausea. Gryffindor. He silently pressed his left hand against his stomach and sat down. Before the sorting hat could utter a word, Harry made his request. The boy's face was pale, yet his gaze remained resolute. Perhaps taken aback by Harry's assertiveness, the sorting hat paused momentarily before proclaiming loudly, Gryffindor. Wen Xu looked at the pale-faced Harry with concern, but Harry did not spare him a glance as he brushed past. He sensed his rationality slipping away, blinding white spots clouding his vision, rendering him oblivious to the happenings around him, thereby missing the despondent expression on Wen Xu's face. This scene, however, was fully perceived by the other three. Is this the savior? Hardly impressive. Draco scoffed, feeling foolish for having idolized such a timid individual for years. That handsome Eastern boy, what was his name? Theodore. I admire his hair. Blaise generously complimented. The boy referred to as Theodore appeared somewhat pallid. In contrast to Draco's arrogance, he bore a more somber demeanor, his deep blue eyes nearly black in the shadows. The three were aspiring Slytherins, hailing from the ancient pure-blood families of the 28 sacred clans of Britain, having known each other since childhood due to familial ties. Alongside them were other pure-blood descendants, including Daphne, Pansy, Goyle, and Crabbe. Blaise, noticing Theodore's silence, turned to see a familiar figure clad in a dark blue robe standing near Wen Xu. Chapter 8. The popular Slytherin freshman. Wen Xu's feverish state subsided as swiftly as it had begun. By the time the sorting commenced, his temperature had returned to normal, though he still perceived slight double vision. Theodore watched Wen Xu in silence, his deep blue eyes tranquil yet profound, reminiscent of the ocean's hue under the night sky. Black hair, blue eyes, Slytherin, strikingly handsome. Theodore not. Wen Xu strained to recall, a sharp pang coursing through his mind. Theodore stood a step away, seemingly wanting to reach out to support him. Wen Xu, in a daze, recoiled. Why? Why this strange sense of familiarity? This was the last coherent thought before his consciousness faded. Who? Who is calling him? Wake up. Child, you must leave. They will not abandon you. They are right, yet I hope this is your own choice. Choosing a monitoring system that is more stringent, how could it be bound? The deification plan has officially commenced. Wen Xu suddenly trembled, awakening from an endless dream. It was so bright. A pure white ceiling loomed above. His snowy eyelashes fluttered as large tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He was momentarily stunned, not anticipating that he would weep. Wen Xu blinked, sensing a slight numbness in his hand. Slowly, he sat up, feeling the warm sunlight gracing his face. He struggled to recall the essence of the dream that had stirred tears in his eyes. But only a few vague fragments remained in his mind. A youth clad in a deep blue robe and an unshakable feeling of being watched. Yet, how brilliantly the sun shone today. A dull ache began to throb in his head once more. Perhaps it was a side effect of the age reversal potion. Lately, he felt as though he was regressing in various aspects. After recovering from his illness, Wen Xu became a frequent visitor to the small kitchen. He would magically produce an exquisitely carved, multi-tiered food box from seemingly nowhere. As he lifted the lid, an enticing aroma instantly enveloped the entire kitchen. Wow! Exclaimed a few first-year students, who, like him, often frequented the small kitchen, their eyes widening in astonishment. Inside the box lay a delightful assortment of translucent shrimp dumplings. Golden and crispy spring rolls, soft and sweet red bean rice balls, uniquely shaped lotus seed pastries, and several other delectable treats whose names eluded them but appeared irresistibly appetizing. The vibrant colors and fragrant scents were captivating. "These are some snacks from my hometown. If you don't mind, please have a taste," Wen Xu spoke gently. His voice laced with anticipation, akin to a child sharing treasures. "Is it really okay?" The round-faced girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. "It smells divine." A Gryffindor student discreetly swallowed hard. "They look so exquisite." Everyone was thoroughly engaged. Wen Xu smiled as he shared the delicacies with them. As the soft, fragrant, and richly layered flavors burst upon their tongues, the small kitchen filled with exclamations of astonishment and satisfaction. "This is incredible. The texture of this shrimp dumpling is so unique. What is this sweet, sticky delight? Simply marvelous." While patiently answering their queries about the treats, Wen Xu also shared intriguing aspects of Eastern culinary culture. His eloquence was remarkable. He cited references yet conveyed ideas in an accessible manner. Whether discussing the stories behind the food or the simple pairing of ingredients, his words captivated his audience. A few Ravenclaw students, their eyes alight with interest, immediately engaged him in discussions about diverse regional cuisines. Wen Xu spoke with clarity and originality, exhibiting no signs of hesitation. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff students were completely enchanted by his gentle patience and culinary talent, surrounding him with eager questions. The Gryffindor students admired his poise, noting how effortlessly he interacted with strangers. Having recently emerged from illness, Wen Xu was not well acquainted with most of the young wizards. His 2-week coma had caused him to miss out on valuable social interactions. Nevertheless, he consistently crafted delicious Eastern snacks and modified English desserts to share with both familiar and unfamiliar classmates. His osmanthus wine rice balls and spicy magic grilled skewers quickly became the most sought-after midnight snacks in all the common rooms. He always patiently shares his culinary skills with interested classmates, never holding back, and that gentle and selfless spirit of sharing has made him immensely popular among the first-year Hufflepuffs. Simultaneously, his thirst for knowledge is genuine. He is diligent and studious, frequently accompanying Hermione as a regular patron of the library. During Transfiguration class, when he attempted to transform a matchstick into a silver needle for the first time, he achieved near perfection, earning generous praise from Professor McGonagall. His performance in charms and herbology was equally outstanding, showcasing both clarity of logic and strong practical skills, while ensuring his academic achievements. He has a wide array of interests that extend beyond textbooks, including ancient runes, magical creatures, and even Muggle technology, contributing unique insights. The Ravenclaw students quickly discovered that this handsome Slytherin had intellect that rivaled their own. They often took the initiative to invite him to Ravenclaw Tower to discuss problems and share obscure books. With his humble demeanor and substance in conversation, he swiftly garnered the respect and affection of the scholarly eagles. Over time, Harry's attitude towards him evolved from mere curiosity and a hint of fondness to something more complex. One sunny afternoon, a somewhat urgent female voice called out to him from behind. He halted, allowing the girl to catch up. Hermione, breathless and clutching the books she had just borrowed, joined him. "Why are you leaving so early today?" Her bright eyes met his clear gaze. With a slight pursing of his lips, he replied softly, "I don't like him." The boy's tone was earnest, as if he were divulging some monumental truth. Yet, his expression remained gentle, making it nearly imperceptible that there was any hint of complaint. Hermione, as usual, attempted to soothe his emotions but seemed somewhat distracted. He noticed she was still preoccupied with thoughts of Ron, though he pretended not to see, deliberately slowing his pace to give her space to reflect. After a week of unconsciousness, he finally awoke, having been visited by Harry, Hermione, and Theodore during his slumber, though he remained unaware. He had fainted during the sorting ceremony and seemed to have experienced a lengthy dream, the details of which were elusive. Save for the brilliant sunlight on the day, he regained consciousness. The first to arrive was Harry, reportedly sneaking out of Transfiguration class. Ron, thinking Harry was attempting to skip class, was also eager to join him in a daring escapade, but as they moved toward the back door, they were caught by Professor McGonagall. In a moment of quick thinking, Harry cast a silent jinx on himself to feign innocence, claiming they were headed to the hospital wing to check on him. Next was Theodore, who, upon learning of his awakening, had left potions class early to see him, though it struck Wen Xu as somewhat peculiar. After all, whether sooner or later, the visit was inconsequential. The presence of a person of such significance to the fabric of the world brought a sense of stability to his magic. The young witch thoughtfully brought him a cauldron cake during dinner. God knows how much medicine he had been fed by Madame Pomfrey in the hours since he awoke. A small wizard, inexplicably ill and in a coma for a week, startled Madame Pomfrey. Upon learning from Professor Warmth that it was a hereditary ailment beyond cure, she gazed at him with sympathy. Pure-blood aristocrats often possess peculiar abilities or afflictions. It was hardly surprising that this student had been afflicted by a disease rather than a gift. Such a misfortune was lamentable. Madame Pomfrey insisted on administering a concoction of bubbling, oddly colored potions in hopes of improving his condition. Nevertheless, he was eventually able to attend classes. And Warmth enjoyed a rare period of tranquility, diligently associating with notable figures. His house placement, unsurprisingly, was Slytherin, causing him some dismay as many of his classes were scheduled at the same time as Gryffindor's. However, he found himself thriving in Slytherin, his non-threatening appearance and demeanor, being a pureblood from afar, exuding gentility and politeness, devoid of conflicts of interest. Few would target someone like him, save for Ron. Just thinking of him made Warmth furrow his brow. That bothersome fellow. Perhaps it was due to Ron's displeasure with Harry for befriending a Slytherin. Or perhaps it stemmed from Ron placing the blame for a failed class-skipping adventure squarely on Warmth's shoulders. In any case, he simply could not abide Warmth. Ron was already disgruntled by Hermione's haughty demeanor and her tendency to meddle. Upon discovering that Hermione was also friends with Warmth, his dissatisfaction and annoyance towards the pair only intensified. While Hermione did not appreciate Ron's attitude, she still considered him a friend, whereas Warmth displayed an uncharacteristic indifference towards Ron. Chapter 9, Divergence. Warmth contemplated his plans while maintaining an outward appearance of irritation at Hermione's closeness with Ron. Hermione, regaining her composure, sighed inwardly, caught between the two. She found herself in a difficult position. Ron's expressions upon seeing Warmth were rarely friendly, and Warmth's demeanor was hardly surprising in return. She had attempted to mediate, but no matter how she tried to reconcile them, the two seemed to possess an inherent incompatibility. Each time, she brought Ron to the library to study with Warmth. Ron would launch into a series of sardonic remarks. With Ron present, Warmth would remain indifferent, seemingly engrossed in his books, ignoring Ron entirely. This attitude infuriated Ron to no end. In truth, she had been pondering the situation throughout their journey. Warmth was her closest friend at Hogwarts. They studied together, shared aspirations, and discussed their interests. More importantly, in contrast to her indecision, Warmth always prioritized her. He would unhesitatingly decline Harry's invitations if she wished to go to the library, and would confront any fellow Slytherin who dared speak ill of her. One could say he was a most devoted friend. Hermione cherished her moments with him, yet she also longed for Ron as companionship. Her subconscious constantly reminded her that Ron held significant importance in her life, and he was indeed one of her few friends. She was reluctant to forsake any of her friends. However, this inevitably led to emotional turmoil. Hermione felt a twinge of guilt and couldn't help but resent Ron. Why was he unfairly targeting Wen Xu? The latter was simply minding his own business, causing no trouble to anyone, so why had Ron latched onto him? Hermione's guilt deepened. Yet, despite considering both Ron and Wen Xu as friends, she merely expressed her grievances in passing. If a conflict arose between the two, she would undoubtedly be the first to intervene. Wen Xu observed as Hermione's expression transformed from calm to guilty and then returned to tranquility. He remained silent, quietly gazing at her. The two strolled along the Black Lake, bathed in light, creating a picturesque scene. However, to Harry, this was far from delightful. After emerging from the library with Ron, he could only watch as they departed together. This thought soured Harry's perception of Ron as well. Ron, feeling unjustly subjected to a disdainful glance from Harry, was somewhat aggrieved. He was already dealing with an annoying, preachy young witch, and now he had a Slytherin who consistently ignored him and wore a perpetual scowl. His days had been fraught with misfortune. Harry was glaring at him. And where had their brotherly bond gone? Harry remained oblivious to Ron's resentful gaze, having spent so much time clinging to Wen Xu. The once notorious troublemaker of Hogwarts had transformed into a model student, albeit one who was preoccupied with devising ways to sneak into the Slytherin common room. Yet, precisely because he hadn't strayed too far from the so-called original plot, his fragmented personalities began to coexist harmoniously. Harry felt that even his self-control had improved significantly. Everything was satisfactory, except for Wen Xu's indifference towards him. Since Wen Xu's visit to the infirmary, Harry had been plagued by regret for not taking better care of him due to his emotions and remained perpetually concerned. Wen Xu had seldom rejected his overtures of friendship. Even if he responded only occasionally, Harry was content, believing himself to be the most significant person in Wen Xu's heart. Just a week prior, Ron had complained to him about Hermione's insistence that he complete a 9-inch potion assignment, claiming she was the most bothersome little witch. As usual, Harry had nodded in agreement while preoccupied with peeling lychees for Wen Xu. Unfortunately, Wen Xu overheard this and immediately grew cold, thereafter refusing to show any warmth towards Harry. Reflecting on this, Harry couldn't help but suggest, perhaps you should speak less in the future. Ron, taken aback by his brother's sudden utterance after a prolonged silence, widened his eyes in astonishment. His unruly curls framed his face, accentuating the comically raised eyebrows. Chapter 10, Daily Feeding Rituals. Why the furrowed brow? Has today's assignment perplexed our brilliant little witch, Hermione? Wen Xu teased lightly, extending a lunchbox to her. Oh, no, it's nothing, Hermione replied. swallowing the name of a certain Weasley that almost slipped from her lips, opting instead for a nervous laugh to deflect. When Sue's gaze darkened, he remained somewhat displeased. His feelings for them were genuine, as was his anger, or he wouldn't have turned against Weasley for a mere comment about Hermione. That incompetent Weasley, who only complains and shirks responsibility, ought to keep his distance from his clever and considerate little witch. Hermione, due to her nature, had few friends, usually. It was just him or her solitary self. Weasley's words were undoubtedly a thorn in his heart, yet his little witch continued to show him kindness. That infuriating Weasley had no idea how exceptional Hermione truly was. He was the one who was insufferable. When Sue mentally berated Weasley repeatedly as he methodically opened another lunchbox for Hermione. The poor Wen Xu had traversed so many worlds yet had never truly learned the art of cursing. His tasks revolved around overwhelming force or cunning deception. And verbal insults were far beyond his expertise. Coughing, Hermione's eyes watered, yet she managed to give Wen Xu a thumbs up, tears still glistening in her eyes. She looked up at him, glowing with delight. "This dish is delicious. What is it? It smells so good," she exclaimed, her face flushed from the spiciness. After taking a sip of the pumpkin juice Wen Xu had brought, she pressed for more information. Wen Xu glanced at the stir-fried bullfrog in the lunchbox, falling silent. He pondered whether revealing its similarity to the toads used in potions class would deter her appetite. A moment of worry crossed his mind, but he swiftly used chopsticks to serve her another piece of the dish. For the time being, the delectable food diverted Hermione's attention. She took another bite of the bullfrog, only to be met with more tears from the spiciness. Clearly, Hermione had not mastered the art of balancing bites of food with sips of drink. Her instinct being to frantically search for pumpkin juice to alleviate the heat. When Sue found it amusing but patiently reminded her that alternating bites of food with sips of drink might ease the spice. "I understand. You have so much to say today," Hermione replied, and for a fleeting moment, Wen Xu felt a pang of guilt. After all, he was acutely aware that Hermione would soon encounter Ron and overhear his disparaging remarks without any prior warning from him. A wave of remorse washed over him, shaking his typically composed demeanor. In truth, he realized there might be other opportunities to steer Hermione away from Ron. His little witch was simply delightful. He regretted not foreseeing the developments of this situation. The conflict within him was palpable. After Hermione finished her meal, he collected the lunchboxes, silently marveling at Hogwarts' remarkable house elves, who could even procure bullfrogs, truly impressive. Ever since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had lost the freedom to venture out, and thus, sourcing ingredients had always been entrusted to the house elves. Reflecting on the assistance rendered by the house elves during these recent days, Wen Xu paused momentarily. Perhaps it would be appropriate to prepare some delectable treats to reward them. It felt rather awkward to ask others for help. Rarely did Wen Xu's conscience surface. Yet amidst his mischief, he resolved to discreetly slip into the small kitchen to concoct some desserts. Navigating with ease, he approached the picture frame, scratching the pear depicted within. As the pear quivered in response to his touch, the door to the small kitchen materialized before him. Truly, the magical realm possessed a unique charm. Wen Xu couldn't help but muse on the lingering shadows of his previous experiences with such extraordinary abilities. His prior punishment world had been one of cultivation, where he played the role of the cruel senior brother to the protagonist, nearly meeting his demise at the hands of the protagonist wielding a spirit-infused axe. The mere thought of it ignited his ire. Who in their right mind would have a protagonist's primary weapon be a bloodstained axe? Upon their first encounter, he nearly mistook the protagonist for a butcher from some infinite loop dungeon. While others pursued the way of the sword, he had been forced to tread the path of the axe. Clenching his teeth, he recalled how close he had come to an intimate encounter with that very axe. Fortunately, he had grown accustomed to such deadly encounters. Although he lost a hand, he managed to cling to life. Subsequently, he disguised himself to eliminate the sect leader and cunningly led the Grand Elder to pilfer and obliterate the sect's treasured artifacts. Successfully orchestrating a scenario for the protagonist to leave the sect. Was dismantling the sect not a valid means for the protagonist to depart? His preceding punishment world had been one of a post-apocalyptic setting, where he was merely a test subject sharing a laboratory with the protagonist. The deranged scientist regarded the protagonist as the paramount specimen, sparing no expense in his experiments. As for Wen Xu, the expendable, he was subjected to relentless blood draws and invasive procedures. Ah, yes, this scientist was a mentalist, and during that period, he subjected Wen Xu to unparalleled torment. Yet, Wen Xu, resilient as ever, defiantly provoked the scientist, seizing the opportunity presented by an approaching horde of zombies to liberate himself and the other test subjects. He dutifully served as the protagonist's right-hand man for a decade, engaging in tasks that included, but were not limited to, feigning weakness to evoke sympathy from the protagonist, ultimately leading them to confront the zombie king alone, as well as shielding the protagonist from danger and managing base affairs, essential duties befitting an expendable character. In stark contrast to his harrowing past, Wen Xu considered his current state, merely a bit dulled by an anti-aging potion, as a significant improvement. With a wry smile, he cast aside the self-deprecating thoughts swirling in his mind. In the small kitchen, the diligent house elves continued their work, snapping their fingers to ensure a pristine arrangement of utensils. Wen Xu stood quietly by, refraining from interrupting their efforts. Before long, N and BB, familiar faces, approached him. "Wen Xu, you're here." In unison, they snapped their fingers, conjuring a large basket of lemons before him. He tenderly ruffled the heads of the two house elves, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you both. Without you, acquiring fresh lemons would be quite the challenge." The house elves, no longer as timid as when they first received Wen Xu's thanks, still exhibited a hint of shyness. "No need for thanks. It is our duty to serve the little wizard. Indeed, this is what we ought to do." Two dissimilar little faces raised in unison, gazing at Wen Xu with matching expressions of pride. Wen Xu paused momentarily, then drew his wand from his sleeve. Wingardium Leviosa. 20 luminous lemons floated in the air, obscuring the inexplicable expression on Wen Xu's face. He quickly composed himself, his demeanor softening as he focused intently on Annie and BB. "I understand, then, my diligent little fairies. Would you be willing to assist this humble wizard? The quantity of pudding I must prepare today is rather substantial, and I find myself a tad overwhelmed." A hint of distress flickered across Wen Xu's visage, his pale golden eyes reflecting the kitchen's light. The two little fairies stood still, suddenly feeling as though the entire kitchen had brightened considerably. Had they been born in Huaxia, they might have known how to articulate this sensation, a humble abode radiating brilliance. Chapter 11. Cedric and Lemon Pudding. Wen Xu had loosely tied his long white hair back with a red string, the garnet on the string gently clinking with his movements, producing a crisp sound. By the time Wen Xu arrived, he had already changed into a dark green robe adorned with silver patterns. With no classes in the afternoon, his only task was to await Hermione's release from her lessons around 2 or 3 o'clock. Thus, he had ample time to prepare these little puddings. As he busied himself with the pudding making, he overheard the voices of the house elves. Cedric. Wen Xu could not hear clearly, but he had his suspicions. At this hour, the only ones likely to be in the small kitchen were those from Hufflepuff. "Cedric, is that you?" His daily fishing expeditions in the small kitchen had finally yielded a catch worthy of attention. On the other side, Cedric was cheerfully greeting the house elves. The Hufflepuff dormitory was the closest to the small kitchen, and they enjoyed a particularly amicable relationship with the house elves, with Cedric being a standout among them. He called each house elf by name with familiarity, patiently exchanging pleasantries, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. After finishing his greetings, Cedric took a few steps forward and spotted Wen Xu, who was diligently preparing pudding. The dark green robe, embellished with silver designs, accentuated the slim waist of the individual before him, while the flowing silver hair bound by a red string was especially eye-catching. Suddenly, Cedric felt his heart race. Caught off guard, Wen Xu turned around, seemingly just realizing the presence of this senior, his eyes reflecting a hint of surprise. However, his expression quickly reverted to its natural state, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly greeted Cedric. "It's you." Cedric swiftly recalled the striking little wizard who had stood out during the sorting ceremony, gazing into the sunlit brilliance of Wen Xu's golden eyes. The ever-articulate Cedric found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was truly astonishing that such a radiant person would remember his name. Unbeknownst to Cedric, who remained oblivious to his own charm, a thought flickered through his mind. Is he preparing lemon pudding? What a refreshing scent. Cedric feigned nonchalance and casually remarked, "Indeed, senior, your timing is impeccable. Do assist me in gauging the sweetness." As Wen Xu spoke, he delicately scooped a spoonful of pudding and presented it to Cedric's lips. A blush crept across Cedric's cheeks as he gently parted his lips to accept the morsel from the spoon. "The sweetness is just right," he stammered, his voice quivering slightly. Cedric felt his mind thoroughly disrupted by the audacious actions of the little wizard, warmth flooding his face and enveloping him entirely. Wen Xu nodded in satisfaction and continued his task. Cedric, taking the initiative, began to assist with the ingredients beside him, their collaboration seamless. The afternoon sunlight poured through the window, casting a golden glow upon them, creating a picturesque tableau. Before they knew it, the small puddings were complete. Wen Xu carefully packaged one into a beautiful box and handed it to Cedric, expressing gratitude for his assistance. With a gentle gaze, Wen Xu looked into Cedric's eyes, a hint of shyness gracing his features. Cedric accepted the box, his heart racing, muttering a shy, "No need to thank me," as he lowered his gaze. Unable to meet Wen Xu's eyes, instinctively avoiding his gaze, Wen Xu, feigning ignorance, proceeded to pack the remaining pudding before departing the small kitchen. Cedric lingered in place for what felt like an eternity, until the sun's rays caressed his face, jolting him back to reality. Gazing at the adorably packaged lemon pudding, a tingling sensation stirred within him as he meticulously examined the hand-painted little fox drawn by the small wizard on the box. It was unlike any other packaging. Contemplating this, the warmth that had previously ebbed away surged back within him. Chapter 12. the stirring of Cedric's heart. Cedric returned to the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, where a grand still life filled with fruits lazily shifted aside, and the warm yellow and black hues of the lighting, mingled with the familiar scents of earth and hay, enveloped him, accompanied by the crackling sounds of the fireplace. A group of younger students huddled on a sofa near the fire, engaged in a game of wizard's chess, their boisterous banter echoing from a distance. Yet, he felt as if he were traversing through a void. The small box, meticulously tied with a dark green ribbon, felt heavy in his fingertips, weighing upon his heart. The watercolor-painted little fox on the box, with its naive lines yet vibrant spirit, mischievously tilted its head and squinted its eyes, as if silently mocking his current disarray. He unconsciously traced his fingertip across the smooth surface of the paper, while Wen Xu, with his head bowed, focused on capturing its profile, along with the red thread adorned with a red agate that swayed gently with his movements, stubbornly replaying in his mind. "Hey," said. A booming call abruptly yanked him from the afternoon kitchen, filled with the sweet scent of lemons, back into reality. Zachariah Smith, a fellow classmate, was descending the spiral staircase leading to the boys' dormitory when his keen eyes caught sight of the item Cedric was holding. With a quickened pace, he approached, a mischievous grin adorning his face, as if he were about to unveil a treasure. What delightful surprise did he possess? Another heartfelt confection from an admirer, perhaps? Cedric instinctively attempted to conceal the box behind him, but his movement was a fraction too slow. Zachariah, already at ease, clapped a hand on his shoulder and leaned in for a closer inspection of the exquisitely wrapped box. "Do open it. After all, sharing joy is far better than savoring it alone. Wouldn't you agree, Cedric?" He elongated his words, mimicking the adoring tones often employed by younger students when addressing Cedric. This commotion swiftly drew the attention of several nearby classmates, their curious gazes converging upon them. Cedric felt a familiar warmth creeping to his ears. He was all too accustomed to such good-natured teasing. To refuse would seem petty, yet to share. He cast a quick glance at the box adorned with a proud little fox. An inexplicable reluctance washing over him, akin to someone attempting to pilfer away his cherished secret, still imbued with warmth. "Very well," he conceded with a reluctant smile, striving to maintain an air of calm as he untied the ribbon, his hands betraying an uncharacteristic delicacy. Inside lay lemon pudding, freshly crafted from the kitchen. The instant the box was opened, an invigorating fragrance, reminiscent of sun-kissed lemons, wafted through the air, dispersing the previous atmosphere of the common room. A dozen petite, plump yellow puddings nestled within, tender as if they were solidified sunshine. The little fox on the inside lid appeared to inch closer to the puddings. "Wow, it smells absolutely divine," Zachariah exclaimed, unreservedly reaching for the accompanying silver spoon. "Wait," Cedric blurted out, his voice rising an octave. As Zachariah and the others regarded him with mild surprise, he suddenly realized his faux pas, his cheeks igniting with embarrassment. He quickly seized the small spoon, hurriedly scooping the furthest pudding away from the little fox, and placed it into Zachariah's outstretched hand. "Here," he murmured, his voice dropping to a slightly husky whisper, tinged with embarrassment. Taken aback by Cedric's swift action, Zachariah burst into hearty laughter, unfazed by his friend's behavior, and promptly popped the delicate pudding into his mouth. His eyes lit up as he nodded vigorously. "Cedric, this sweet and tangy balance is exquisite, refreshing without being cloying, perfectly sweet, and the freshness of the lemon shines through. It's 10 times better than what the kitchen usually produces. Whose skill is this? I must join the queue next time." Curiosity piqued, the surrounding classmates drew nearer, clamoring for a taste. Cedric observed as they passed the box, one after another, indulging in the puddings, the vibrant yellow swiftly disappearing, leaving only a few modest puddings nestled beside the little fox. Historically, he had seldom accepted gifts from admirers. Even when he did, he would typically share them with his friends rather than keeping them for himself. Thus, his companions had grown accustomed to handling such gifts on his behalf. This has resulted in his inability to decline the requests of others, even in the face of his friends' teasing. For he did not clarify that the gift was merely from a newly acquainted junior, rather than an admirer. The reluctance in his heart expanded like ripples on the surface of water disturbed by a stone, heavy and muffled. He quietly picked up the remaining small pudding from the box, which Wen Xu had seemingly anticipated would be shared, generously placing several inside. He carefully scooped a spoonful from the pudding closest to the small fox design on the lid. The glossy pale yellow quivered delicately at the tip of the spoon before entering his mouth. The moment his tongue touched the pudding, time appeared to be cast under a slow spell. It was an exquisitely pure sweetness, imbued with the warm essence of sunlight, reminiscent of flower petals kissed by morning dew in early summer. Following closely was a perfectly balanced, yet not overwhelming, refreshing tartness, akin to a juicy lemon bursting silently between his teeth. The two flavors intertwined harmoniously, instantly awakening all his sensory memories. The golden light spilling through the kitchen in the afternoon, the slight tremor of Wen Xu's white eyelashes as he focused on stirring, The gentle yet clear chime when the red agate at the end of the red string met, and the tender, bashful smile that could illuminate the dimmest of spaces when he glanced over. The sweet and sour taste spread across his palate, quietly seeping into his heart, bringing a delightful thrill akin to mild inebriation and an ineffable sense of satisfaction. Cedric even forgot to chew, merely holding that cool, smooth pudding, feeling it gradually melt, until the sweet and sour essence entwined with a corner of his heart, gently scratching at it. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the tumult of emotions swirling within his gaze, while his fingertips softly brushed against the inner wall of the box, feeling the delicate friction of the watercolor-painted fox lines. Chapter 13. A Fish is Hooked. The towering bookshelves in the library resembled silent giants, casting deep and quiet shadows. The air was infused with the unique scent of old parchment, dried ink, and dust mingling together. Wen Xu sat at a long table by the window, an open volume of medieval potions and elixirs nearly obscuring half of his face. The nib of his quill glided across the parchment, producing a soft, rustling sound. Footsteps approached from afar, imbued with a familiar and purposeful rhythm. Wen Xu did not look up. However, the flow of his elegant cursive momentarily faltered. A few hefty tomes, substantial enough to serve as bricks, were unceremoniously thudded onto the table across from him, causing the ink in his inkpot to tremble slightly. Only then did Wen Xu leisurely lift his gaze. Hermione Granger stood opposite him, her voluminous brown curls appearing even more buoyant from her hurried pace. She leaned slightly forward, her hands resting on the edge of the table, her bright, inquisitive brown eyes fixated on Wen Xu, akin to two precise searchlights. Xu, her voice was low yet distinctly clear, carrying an undeniable penetrating force. "We need to talk about Cedric Diggory." Wen Xu's fingertips glided gently over the smooth surface of his wand, his expression unwavering in its serene focus. Yet within the depths of his golden irises, a fleeting glimmer of understanding passed by, as swift as an illusion. He softly closed the hefty tome before him, producing a faint sound as it clicked shut, while his quill was neatly placed beside the inkpot. "Hermione?" He tilted his head slightly, a strand of silvery hair cascading down his shoulder with the motion. His voice, soft and gentle, carried an air of perfectly measured curiosity. "Cedric? What seems to be the matter?" Hermione scrutinized him intently, as if searching for cracks in his facade within the minutiae of his expression. "What is wrong with him?" she inquired, incredulity lacing her tone. "Since dinner, for an entire hour, he has been seated in that armchair by the fireplace, obsessively flipping through the pudding box you gave him. He stares vacantly, breaks into inexplicable laughter, frowns, and sighs, his ears so flushed they might as well bleed. He even engages Wood in conversation, who has been listening to him for nearly an hour with a look of utter disillusionment." Her words tumbled forth rapidly, like beans spilling from a jar, each syllable infused with the excitement of having witnessed a spectacle. Ron suspected he had been cursed. Neville nearly considered reporting to Madame Pomfrey. Wen Xu listened quietly, his long white lashes casting a delicate, fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, veiling the ripples of thought stirring beneath. His hand, resting upon his knee, curled unconsciously against the soft fabric of his wizarding robes before slowly unfurling. "I see," he murmured softly, his voice barely a whisper, tinged with a hint of surprise, as if contemplating the gossip Hermione had shared. A faint blush, subtle and scarcely perceptible, began to tint his alabaster ears. Thus, Hermione leaned slightly forward, nearly crossing the table, her gaze intense and inquisitive, characteristic of Gryffindor's relentless pursuit of truth. "What transpired between the two of you?" Her sharp eyes scanned Wen Xu's calm visage, seeking any sign of unease or concealment. "Are you two together?" she boldly hypothesized, only to dismiss the notion herself. "No, that cannot be. You promised me you wouldn't engage in early romance," she declared, vexation evident in her tone. Wen Xu's hand, hidden beneath the table, gently rested again on the end of his wand, his fingertips caressing the ancient, intricate patterns etched into its surface, as if affirming the presence of some latent power or soothing his racing heart. He slightly lifted his gaze, the golden hue of his eyes shimmering with an almost innocent clarity in the dim light of the library. "I merely..." He hesitated, as if weighing his words, his tone becoming softer and gentler, imbued with just the right amount of bashfulness and bewilderment. "I am simply grateful for Cedric's kindness in assisting me in the kitchen this afternoon. He is truly a wonderful and gentle person. The pudding is just an ordinary pudding." He pressed his pale lips together, adding, "I made a little extra, thinking to express my gratitude." He slightly furrowed his delicate brows, seemingly endeavoring to recall the circumstances of that moment, while also appearing perplexed by Cedric's intense reaction. "Is he really that popular? Could it be that the kitchen is simply too warm?" Hermione parted her lips, gazing at the innocent and bewildered countenance before her, the pure golden depths of his eyes devoid of any impurities. All her prepared inquiries and deductions felt as though they had struck the softest of cotton. She tightened her frown, scrutinizing Wen Xu for several seconds, as if re-evaluating the fool before her. Ultimately, she sagged her shoulders in resignation. Well, you best not be involved in any early romance. She crossed her arms, her tone laced with a hint of skepticism. Perhaps it is indeed just the heat of the kitchen. Clearly, she did not wholly accept this explanation, her gaze once more sweeping over Wen Xu's slender, knuckled hands resting on the book, which still appeared soft and harmless. She shifted the topic as if a sudden thought had struck her. Tomorrow afternoon, there will be a joint practice at the Quidditch pitch between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. Cedric, being a seeker, will surely attend. If you wish to express your gratitude. She emphasized the phrase with a knowing look. Perhaps you could bring some water? The pitch is far warmer than the kitchen. Upon finishing her words, she did not wait for Wen Xu's reply, but instead gathered the heavy tomes with deftness and turned to leave, her posture radiating an unspoken challenge. Wen Xu's gaze followed Hermione as she disappeared into the labyrinth of towering shelves, until her fluffy brown hair was entirely out of sight. The library's ancient silence coalesced once more, leaving only the distant rustle of turning pages. The thin veil of confusion and shyness that adorned his face, akin to a spell of invisibility, silently faded away. He reopened the hefty volume titled The Compendium of Medieval Magical Potions, his fingertips tracing the intricate and arcane script. His eyes resting on the pages, yet seemingly penetrating the yellowed parchment, casting his thoughts toward a more distant realm. The corners of his mouth curved ever so slightly upward, transforming from gentle shyness into an expression reminiscent of ripples on a lake after a stone is cast, a silent joy and sense of control following the successful execution of a subtle scheme. Chapter 14. Senior, shall we go together tomorrow? In the Hufflepuff boys' dormitory, the deep yellow drapes of a four-poster bed were drawn halfway, creating a secluded little sanctuary. On the bedside table, a petite magical orb emitted a soft and steady warm white glow, illuminating Cedric's focused profile. Outside, the night enveloped Hogwarts in its thick embrace, with only the vague outline of the forbidden forest in the distance and the occasional call of an owl breaking the silence. The delicate pudding box now lay peacefully beside his pillow, its contents long since shared, leaving only the smooth interior of the paper box and the lid adorned with a cunning little fox, forever smiling with squinted eyes. Cedric's fingers unconsciously traced the outline of a fox along the edge of the box lid, his mind replaying the afternoon scenes in the kitchen with an uncontrollable fervor, the perfectly timed surprise in Wen Xu's eyes as he turned. The almost translucent white hair glistening in the sunlight, the delicate wrist as he handed over the pudding spoon, and that softly spoken, Cedric, Senior. Each recollection sent a subtle electric current coursing through his spine, igniting a flutter in his heart. He let out a faint sigh, barely audible, and ceased his tracing. It was time to put it away. He picked up the box, intending to place it deep within the drawer of his bedside table. Just as the box flipped over, ready to be set down, he caught a glimpse of an inconspicuous corner at the bottom, where a faint ink mark, slightly differing in hue from the box itself, flashed by. Cedric's actions abruptly halted. His heart felt as though it were gripped tightly by an invisible hand, momentarily ceasing its rhythm. He swiftly brought the box back before him, leaning closer to the gentle glow of the magical light, his fingers eagerly gliding over the bottom of the box. It was indeed no illusion. Near the crease on the underside, an exquisitely tiny, flowing cursive line was cleverly concealed within the subtle texture of the paper. Had the light not struck at just the right angle, and had he not been wholly focused, it would have been nearly imperceptible. The words, as if imbued with enchantment, clearly imprinted themselves in his suddenly constricted pupils. Senior, will you come to the kitchen tomorrow? The elegant handwriting appeared so refined. Even the ink seemed to carry a barely noticeable fragrance. The identity of the writer was unmistakable. A buzz coursed through Cedric. As a scorching wave surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his eardrums filled instantly with the thunderous rush of blood. He stood frozen, maintaining the posture of holding the box close to the light, like a statue petrified by a curse. Beneath his fingertips, the small words seemed to radiate a burning warmth, causing a slight tremor in his fingers. Will you come to the kitchen tomorrow? A seemingly light inquiry, yet in that moment, it bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, rendering him dizzy and breathless. The slight tingling sensation from the afternoon transformed into a surging tide, overwhelming all his senses and reason. He pressed the box against his chest, as if that could quell the heart within, which threatened to shatter his ribs with its frantic beating. His cheeks burned with a fierce heat. Even the dim warmth of the magical orb felt scalding. Involuntarily, almost holding his breath, he cast his gaze upon those tiny words once more, again and again. Fearful of misreading, terrified it might be a mere trick of light and shadow. Yet the elegant cursive, the small question mark, remained strikingly clear under the illumination. In the quiet dormitory, only his heavy, labored breaths broke the silence, accompanied by the deafening, inescapable rhythm of his heartbeat, echoing within the deep yellow curtains, reverberating through the stillness of the night. Chapter 15. Sleepless, utterly unable to sleep. Will you come to the kitchen tomorrow? Wen Xu's voice seemed to resonate in his ears, imbued with the warmth of afternoon sunlight and a subtle hint of invitation. Cedric felt as though he were ensnared by a binding spell, utterly immobilized, with only his heart wildly thrumming within his chest. The image of the silver-haired youth with golden eyes, diligently stirring pudding in the kitchen that afternoon, flashed before him. The fleeting brush of fingertips as he passed the spoon, and that radiant smile that seemed to glow in the sunlight. All these fragments coalesced into the soft inquiry that lingered in the air. He had received love letters and invitations before. As an exceptional seeker from Hufflepuff, the courteous head boy, attention was never in short supply, yet never had a mere line, concealed at the bottom of a pudding box, disoriented him so profoundly, as if the entirety of Hogwarts were spinning around him. Wen Xu, the seemingly delicate and quiet Slytherin freshman who had fainted during the sorting ceremony, emanated an oddly compelling contradiction. The fragility he displayed upon their first encounter, the casual familiarity that occasionally surfaced during their interactions, and now this secretive, mischievous note, like a handful of fresh snow, pure yet irresistibly alluring, tempted him to reach out, fully aware that such closeness could lead to melting away. What should he do? To go? Or not to go? Cedric buried his face into the soft pillow, emitting a muffled groan. What would going signify? Was he truly prepared to confront that earnest and unguarded younger student? Yet if he chose not to go, the image of the potential disappointment reflected in Wen Xu's clear golden eyes immediately surfaced in his mind, tightening his chest more than facing 100 Quidditch balls ever could. Tomorrow there was a joint training session between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw. The training ground. Cedric felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes, training. As a seeker and one of the captains, he bore a responsibility. He must attend the training tomorrow afternoon. This rationale was undeniably sound, beyond reproach. He wasn't intentionally avoiding the kitchen. He had justifiable reasons. This thought eased some tension in his frayed nerves, though it was soon accompanied by a deeper conflict. Was he, perhaps, evading? Using training as an excuse to escape an afternoon in the kitchen that might render him even more flustered? Tomorrow afternoon, training, he repeated quietly, as if persuading himself. His gaze fell again upon the pudding box, the little fox on the inner lid still grinning slyly, cautiously, as if handling a fragile treasure. He lifted the box once more, his fingertips gently brushing over the scorching inscription at the bottom. Then, he made a decision. He gently lifted a corner of the pillow, carefully tucking the empty box, which harbored so many fluttering emotions, beneath it. The cool touch of the cardboard pressed against the pillow, as if it were drawing near to his cheek. After completing this act, he felt as if he had expended all his energy and lay back heavily, pulling the blanket tightly around himself. Training. After the training, he murmured into the dark canopy above, a voice only audible to him. Perhaps he could venture into the kitchen? This thought rippled through his mind like a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating tiny, hopeful waves that swiftly diluted the earlier confusion and desire to retreat. Yes, after training. This way, he could fulfill his obligation while not entirely dismissing Wen Xu's subtle invitation. Cedric took a long, deep breath before slowly exhaling. The almost explosive heat in his chest seemed to calm slightly. Although his heart still raced uncontrollably, it was no longer the overwhelming panic that had consumed him. He closed his eyes, attempting to clear his mind and focus on the strategies for tomorrow's practice, contemplating the agile flight path of Ravenclaw's seeker, Cho Chang. However, the vivid images of Wen Xu's silver hair bound with a red ribbon, her nearly transparent eyelashes glistening in the sunlight, her slender wrist as she passed him a pudding, and the small words hidden at the bottom of the box, clung to him like the most stubborn of boggarts, refusing to dissipate. In fact, under his deliberate suppression, they became even more vivid. He could even detect the faint, crisp scent that lingered in the air, a trace belonging to Wen Xu, intertwined with the sweetness of lemon pudding. This night was destined to be long for Cedric Diggory. The deep yellow drapes isolated him from the outside world, yet they could not shield him from the tumultuous waves of emotion surging within. He felt like a small ship tossed about in a storm, repeatedly lifted and dropped by the tide named Wen Xu. He tossed and turned, the edge of the box beneath his pillow digging into his cheek, bringing a peculiar, palpable ache that continually reminded him of that secret invitation. His consciousness struggled at the edge of clarity and confusion until the inky sky above the forbidden forest was finally pierced by the first faint rays of morning light emerging from the spire of Hogwarts Tower. Chapter 16. Longing to see him. As the morning light timidly seeped through the thick circular glass window of the Hufflepuff common room, Cedric was already dressed and seated in an armchair near the fireplace. Dark circles adorned his eyes, yet his spirit was strangely exuberant, as if invigorated by a stimulant. Before him lay an open copy of Quidditch Tactics Essentials, though the pages had remained unturned for quite some time. His long fingers unconsciously tapped against the hard cover while his gaze drifted, somewhat unfocused, upon the dancing flames of the fire. "Hey, Ced. Up so early?" Zacharias, rubbing his sleepy eyes and stifling a yawn as he descended the spiral staircase, paused visibly upon seeing Cedric. Merlin's beard. You didn't stay up all night, did you? Just to ponder how to deal with Cho Chang this afternoon? He moved closer, scrutinizing Cedric with a mix of suspicion and curiosity, or perhaps still savoring that lemon pudding. Cedric jolted back to reality, a fleeting look of embarrassment crossing his face as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. However, his good upbringing swiftly restored his gentle smile, adeptly avoiding Zacharias' probing gaze. Just thinking about practice, he replied, closing the book and rising with a deliberate crispness. It's about time. We should head to the pitch to prepare. He grasped the broomstick leaning against the chair's back, its deep green handle glinting with a stable sheen in the morning light. The tangible feel of the broom in his hand finally provided an anchor for his tumultuous thoughts from the previous night. Let's go, he called out to Zacharias and a few other early risers, leading the way toward the passage that led outside the castle. As he pushed open the painting of the still life of fruit, the cool, damp morning air rushed towards him, infused with the sense of fresh grass and earth, invigorating his spirit. On the path to the Quidditch pitch, the morning mist had yet to fully dissipate, enveloping the castle and the distant forbidden forest like a delicate veil. Cedric moved with a pace slightly more hurried than usual, the tip of his broom gently brushing against the dew-kissed grass. He endeavored to concentrate on the impending training session, pondering adjustments to formations and team coordination. Yet, an image would inopportunely flicker through his mind, a sun-drenched afternoon in a cozy kitchen, filled with the refreshing scent of lemons, and the silhouette of a figure with silver hair tied with a red ribbon. After the training concluded, that thought resurfaced uncontrollably, accompanied by a secretive thrill that he had yet to fully comprehend. Instinctively, he quickened his stride, as if hastening would somehow shorten the interminable wait and lead him to the uncertain future. The towering outline of the pitch gradually emerged from the morning fog. Cedric inhaled deeply, forcing himself to suppress all distractions. He straightened his back, his face adopting the customary, gentle yet resolute expression befitting the captain of the Hufflepuff Quidditch team. He needed to focus, for the sake of the team and the collaborative training scheduled for the afternoon. However, as he stepped onto the soft grass at the edge of the pitch, his gaze unconsciously swept over the stands, and a thought struck him like a cunningly elusive quaffle. If, just if, after training, in that place infused with the aroma of food, he could indeed behold those golden eyes shimmering in the sunlight. This notion tightened his grip on the broom handle. The morning light illuminated the tips of his slightly flushed ears, casting a subtle warmth that contrasted starkly with the serious atmosphere of the training ground. A new day had begun, and within Cedric Diggory's heart, the secret of lemon pudding and clandestine invitations was quietly fermenting with the rise of the sun. Chapter 17, A Pleasant Surprise. Captain, good morning. Roger Davies, the captain of Ravenclaw, arrived at the pitch with his teammates, greeting Cedric with a cheerful smile. Cedric immediately gathered his thoughts, burying that secret flutter deeper within, and donned a standard, impeccable captain smile in return. Good morning, Roger. The field looks splendid, ideal for training. He surveyed the expansive pitch, the lush grass unfurling in the morning light, the air crisp and invigorating. The team members began their warm-ups, the sound of broomsticks slicing through the air filling the atmosphere. Cedric clapped his hands to gather the Hufflepuff players, commencing to outline the focal points of today's training. In light of Ravenclaw's proficiency in rapid interplays and precise passes, they needed to enhance their collective defense and interception awareness. His voice resonated steadily and powerfully, his thoughts clear and organized, as his gaze swept over each player to ensure their comprehension of the tactics. Yet, only he knew that his thoughts would occasionally gallop uncontrollably like a wild night stallion, soaring towards the doorway adorned with a still life of fruits, toward the afternoon kitchen suffused with the sweet scent of lemons. Midway through his explanation, he instinctively paused, his gaze once again drifting uncontrollably towards the empty main stand, where only the morning breeze caressed the seats. Therefore, we must pay particular attention to the off-ball running routes among the chasers. He swiftly regained his voice, forcefully redirecting attention back to the tactics board, his fingertips gliding over the luminous markers representing the players. Yet, he felt as though those lights had transformed into diminutive, dark green pudding boxes, concealing a line of searing cursive. The training commenced in earnest. The team members mounted their brooms, ascending into the sky like a vibrant flock of birds. Cedric climbed onto his beloved Firebolt 2000, pushing off the ground and gracefully soaring into the air. The brisk morning breeze enveloped him instantly, dispersing the lingering warmth from his face and invigorating his spirit. He inhaled deeply, flattening the broom as he began his routine search for the snitch and acceleration drills. In his focus on flying, his mind finally attained a fleeting tranquility. As he chased the practice snitch, he felt the rush of air whizzing past his ears, his body instinctively responding to every turn and dive of the broom. This was the familiar world he could command. He darted across the pitch like a streak of deep green lightning, his keen gaze scanning every possible hiding place of the elusive snitch. Well done, said Came the cheers from below as he executed a daring dive from an exceptionally sharp angle, nearly grazing the grass as he snatched the decoy snitch attempting to escape at low altitude. Cedric clutched the still vibrating ball in his hand, a genuine smile of accomplishment gracing his face. He hovered in the air, slightly panting, sweat trickling down his brow, his heartbeat quickened by the vigorous exertion. Yet he felt an odd sense of exhilaration. Perhaps, immersing himself in Quidditch could indeed allow him to momentarily forget about the person who unsettled his thoughts. Just as this notion arose, it was interrupted by a subtle commotion at the entrance of the pitch. This disturbance did not emanate from the players or coaches, but rather from an unexpected presence in the stands that drew scattered glances. Cedric instinctively turned to follow those gazes, his awareness sharp in a manner he had not anticipated. At the highest, most remote corner of the main stand, the morning sun cast a gentle golden hue over that area, warming the cold stone steps. And at the center of that radiance sat a figure. Silver hair, even in the morning light, seemed to possess a soft glow. Loosely tied back with a familiar red cord adorned with garnet, stray wisps danced in the breeze, entwined with that vivid red. He wore a deep green Slytherin robe, the silver patterns shimmering subtly in the sunlight. With a slight tilt of his head, he appeared to be curiously surveying the entire pitch, his golden eyes illuminated by the sun, resembling molten amber. It was Victor. Cedric felt his heart seize as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, only to be released suddenly, blood rushing to his head, then freezing in the next moment. He hovered in the air, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the decoy snitch, nearly crushing the buzzing ball. The heart, recently calmed by the flight, now thumped wildly within his chest like an uncontrollable drumbeat, more frantic than facing 100 elusive quaffles. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be in the Slytherin common room, or the library, or perhaps waiting for an afternoon rendezvous in the kitchen? Cedric's mind was a chaotic whirl, all strategies and focus obliterated in an instant. He even forgot he was suspended several meters above the ground on his broom, oblivious to the teammates observing him below. Wen Xu seemed to sense that intensely heated gaze. Slowly, he turned his head, his eyes piercing through the crisp morning air, precisely locking onto Cedric, who hovered in midair, appearing somewhat dazed. Their eyes met. Time seemed to be ensnared by the most potent slowing spell. Wen Xu's expression bore no trace of surprise, only a near-pure, curious intensity. He beheld Cedric, whose golden eyes slightly crinkled, the corners of his lips curving upwards into a delicate smile, subtle yet radiant enough to illuminate the entire gray dawn. That smile was pristine and gentle, like the first thawing stream of early spring, quietly flowing through Cedric's tumultuous heart. He even raised a hand, effortlessly, as if greeting a friend, and gently waved at the figure frozen in midair. A buzzing sound filled Cedric's mind, overwhelming him. Wen Xu's smile and wave struck him like a silent thunderclap, shattering all his aids and rationality. The warmth on his cheeks erupted, cascading down to his neck, as even the palms gripping the broom began to sweat. He could distinctly hear the rush of his own blood, drowning out the wind, the hum of the broom, and the puzzled inquiries from below. "Captain," said, "are you all right?" Zachariah's voice called up, laced with confusion. Cedric jolted back to reality, as if pricked by a needle, nearly tumbling off his broom. He hastily steadied himself, fumbling to shove the fake snitch into his pocket, moving as awkwardly as a novice on a broom for the first time. He dared not glance in Wen Xu's direction, abruptly turning his broom's head and diving toward the ground in a near panic, the speed whipping up a gust of wind. Upon landing, he stumbled slightly before regaining his balance, breathless, his heartbeat racing as if it might leap from his throat. He lowered his head, wiping sweat from his brow in a futile attempt to conceal his flushed cheeks and disarray. "Said, what's wrong? What did you see?" Zachariah and the other teammates approached, curiously following his earlier gaze, only to find the highest tier of the stands empty. Wen Xu, having vanished like a wisp of morning mist into the shadows of the stone staircase, as if he had never existed. "And no, nothing." Cedric's voice was tinged with a barely perceptible rasp as he forced himself to look up, managing a strained smile that barely conveyed calmness. "I think I spotted a rather rare bird, got a bit distracted. Apologies, let us continue with the training." He endeavored to make his voice sound normal. Yet the violent rise and fall of his chest, along with the persistent flush of his ears, betrayed the tempest raging within him. Wen Xu observed him, witnessing the foolishness of his suspended state in midair, and even smiled and waved at him. That smile, that gesture, left Cedric feeling as though his mind had descended into a muddled haze, rendering him unable to recall the tactics he had just rehearsed. Mechanically, he mounted his broom and ascended once more, yet his gaze uncontrollably darted towards the vacant corner of the stands. There lingered, as if imprinted, a silvery apparition, and that faint smile, etched into his retina like an indelible mark. The fluttering excitement from the afternoon kitchen invitation had yet to subside, only to be compounded by a more intense wave of unexpected impact and lingering embarrassment. The ensuing training became a torment for Cedric. His once prized focus shattered into fragments. The faux thief slipped past him on several occasions, and he responded a beat too late. He faltered in his teammates' passing combinations, committing errors that were uncharacteristic of his skill. He struggled to concentrate, yet Wen Xu's golden eyes, sparkling with laughter in the morning light, would intrude at the most inopportune moments, disrupting his thoughts. He began to wonder if Wen Xu's presence there was intentional, perhaps to observe him. The notion sent his heart racing, accompanied by a deeper confusion and an ineffable secret thrill. Cedric. Roger Davies approached on his broom, brow furrowed, his tone imbued with concern and a hint of dissatisfaction. You seem off today. Are you feeling unwell? That last ball was something you shouldn't have missed. Cedric jolted back to reality, gazing at Roger's serious expression, a wave of guilt washing over him. He inhaled deeply, shaking his head vigorously as if to dislodge the image of the silver-haired figure from his mind. I'm sorry, Roger. It's my fault. He replied soberly, his gaze sharpening as he forced himself to refocus entirely on the training and the opponents before him. Let us do this again. This time, I want to make a mistake. He pressed down hard on his broom, launching himself forward like an arrow from a bow, faster than before. Driven by an almost cathartic force, attempting to disperse the tumultuous stirrings within him brought on by Wen Xu through the exhilaration of high-speed flight. However, that silvery figure and that gentle smile persisted like the most stubborn of phantoms, haunting the periphery of his consciousness, silently reminding him of the invitation hidden beneath the pudding box and the encounter in the stands that morning, brief, yet capable of upending his tranquility. The faster he flew, the louder the wind roared in his ears, yet the secret ripples stirred within him only widened. Chapter 18. So sweet. Wen Xu's golden eyes, gazing at him in the morning light, seared into his senses like a brand. He could almost envision the other person, possibly in the kitchen at that very moment, tying that red string, silver hair cascading down, adorned with a gentle, yet seemingly all-knowing expression, waiting, or perhaps it was merely his own wishful thinking. By the end of the training session, Cedric felt more exhausted than if he had captured 10 golden snitches in a row. Sweat drenched his forehead, clinging to his skin, and his muscles ached slightly from overexertion. Yet the deepest fatigue resided within his heart. He struggled to maintain the demeanor befitting a captain, bidding farewell to his Ravenclaw teammates. Offering a few words of advice to his own players, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible hoarseness. Cedric, shall we head to the Great Hall? Zacharias clapped him on the shoulder, buzzing with the exhilaration of training. No, Cedric almost instinctively declined, his voice coming out a tad too hurried. He avoided Zacharias's probing gaze, lowering his head to tidy the grass clippings stuck to the end of his broomstick. I need to visit the restroom. There's something I must attend to. He endeavored to sound casual, yet the faint flush creeping to his ears betrayed him. Zacharias raised an eyebrow, watching Cedric's nearly frantic retreat from the pitch, recalling the way he had been distracted all day and the rare bird he had spotted in the stands that morning. A bold, if somewhat mischievous, suspicion began to form in his mind. He whistled, linking arms with his fellow teammates as they strolled toward the castle, deciding he would interrogate their beloved captain later. However, Cedric did not head to the restroom. Clutching his Firebolt 2000, his footsteps were as if guided by invisible threads, irresistibly veering toward the secluded corridor leading to the kitchen. His heart pounded in his chest, more fervently than during the pursuit of a snitch, with each step closer to the still life of fruits. The afternoon kitchen's lemony fragrance and the cool touch of a pudding spoon brushed against his fingertips became increasingly vivid. He halted before the painting, inhaling deeply in an attempt to steady his thunderous heartbeat. To go, or not to go? The question, concealed at the bottom of his mind, hooked all of his thoughts. Was their morning encounter a mere coincidence? Had deliberately awaited him there, or was it simply a chance passing? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Ultimately, the longing for those golden eyes eclipsed all else. He extended a finger, imbued with a near-reverent tension, gently prodding the plump pair depicted in the painting. The pair laughed softly, twisting as a doorknob appeared. Cedric grasped it, his palm slightly damp, twisting it firmly. Warm, bright light poured forth, accompanied by the sweet aroma of baked goods and the faint sound of house elves bustling about. Cedric's heart leaped into his throat as his eyes eagerly scanned the entire kitchen. Then he saw it. There, near the vast fireplace, stood a familiar figure, facing away from the entrance. The silvery hair was still loosely bound with a red string adorned with garnet, a few strands cascading down the delicate curve of the neck. He was clad in the Slytherin's deep green robes, sleeves rolled to the elbows, revealing a slender, porcelain forearm. At this moment, he leaned slightly forward, intently stirring a steaming copper bowl, the air suffused with a sweetness more profound than lemon pudding, imbued with the warm aroma of caramel. Startled by the sound of the door opening, Wen Xu paused his stirring, slowly turning around. His golden eyes, illuminated by the kitchen's warm light, resembled molten honey, reflecting a touch of perfectly measured surprise as they caught sight of Cedric, who stood awkwardly at the doorway. Senior Cedric? Wen Xu's voice was clear and gentle, laced with an imperceptible hint of amusement. brushing against Cedric's eardrums like a feather. "You've come." Cedric felt his cheeks flush instantly. That simple phrase, "you've come," felt so natural, as if it were a foregone conclusion that he would respond to this clandestine invitation. It was akin to a tender wife patiently awaiting the return of her husband. He opened his mouth to explain that he had merely stopped by after training to check in or perhaps to find something to eat. Yet all his clumsy excuses faltered under the penetrating gaze of Wen Xu's seemingly all-seeing golden eyes. Training just ended," Cedric replied tersely, his voice notably deeper and more hoarse than usual. Clutching a broom, he stood there like a student who had unwittingly entered forbidden territory, somewhat at a loss. Yet his gaze lingered greedily on Wen Xu, from the red ribbon binding his hair to the slightly quivering lashes as he stirred, and finally to his flower-dusted, elegantly jointed hands. Wen Xu appeared oblivious to his discomfort, his attention naturally drawn to the light while 2000 cradled in Cedric's arms, a smile of appreciation curving his lips. "You must have had a demanding training session today. I'm preparing caramel pudding, sweeter than the lemon pudding from last time. Would you care to try?" He picked up a small bowl filled with a deep amber, bubbling viscous sauce, and with a clean silver spoon, scooped a small amount, offering it to Cedric as effortlessly as he had done that afternoon with the lemon pudding. Cedric's heart skipped a beat. Once again, this unguarded, taken-for-granted intimacy enveloped him. He gazed at the spoon, emanating an alluring sweetness and sparkling with a jewel-like sheen under the light, then met Wen Xu's expectant, crystalline golden gaze, rendering the words of refusal utterly inexpressible. He held his breath, took a small step forward, inclined his head slightly, and accepted the warm caramel sauce on his tongue. Sweet. An exquisite richness, with a hint of bitter undertones, exploded on his palate, cascading through his senses, even overshadowing the dizzying thrill that stirred within him. The sweetness was bold yet comforting, akin to sunlight piercing through his weary heart, exhausted from training yet tumultuous due to Wen Xu's presence. "How is it?" Wen Xu inquired softly, a trace of barely perceptible tension in his voice. His golden eyes fixated on Cedric as if his opinion were the most consequential matter in the world. "It's very sweet," Cedric replied, his voice slightly strained, as he licked the lingering sweetness from his lips, unable to tear his gaze away from Wen Xu's face. "It's exceptionally delicious." He felt his cheeks were so warm they could fry an egg, and that tingling sensation from the afternoon surged back, even more intense than before. The proximity of Wen Xu enveloped him in a refreshing aroma mingled with the sweet scent of caramel, like an invisible net ensnaring him tightly. Chapter 19. "Oh yes. It's a battlefield. We are saved." Just then, Wen Xu. "So you are here." A crisp and somewhat urgent female voice shattered the enchanting tranquility of the kitchen. Hermione Granger burst in, her fluffy brown curls slightly disheveled, cradling several thick tomes in her arms. Her gaze swept the kitchen, first landing on Wen Xu, then noticing Cedric standing next to him, his cheeks flushed and his posture slightly stiff. Hermione paused, a flicker of surprise passing through her bright brown eyes, quickly followed by understanding. She recalled her conversation with Wen Xu in the library yesterday. The Quidditch pitch was undoubtedly warmer than the kitchen. Perhaps it was time to bring some water? It appeared that someone had not only delivered water, but had come directly into the kitchen. Observing Cedric's demeanor, Hermione sighed inwardly. It was as she suspected. "Hermione?" Wen Xu feigned just the right amount of surprise, as though her sudden appearance had interrupted him. He naturally withdrew the spoon from his hand, wearing a gentle smile. "Are you looking for me?" Hermione immediately retracted her scrutinizing gaze from Cedric and hastened to Wen Xu, subtly positioning herself to shield Cedric. "I guessed you would be here. I have some questions about the essay Professor Flitwick assigned this afternoon, but I couldn't find you in the common room or the library." Her gaze fell upon the copper basin and the bowl of caramel sauce before her, her tone softening. "Are you making something delicious again? What is it this time?" "Caramel pudding," Wen Xu replied with a smile, as if the ambiguous moment with Cedric had never transpired. "You arrived just in time. Could you help me taste the sweetness?" he said, picking up a new spoon, scooping a small amount of caramel sauce, and offering it to Hermione, his movements fluid and natural, indistinguishable from those moments shared with Cedric earlier. Cedric watched as Wen Xu extended the same small spoon to Hermione. A secret joy that had blossomed from their private moments, now swiftly replaced by an inexplicable sense of loss. Was he truly so familiar with everyone? This afternoon, he had presented pudding to him, and now he was offering caramel sauce to Hermione. Such intimate, natural gestures were not exclusive to him alone. Hermione took a taste, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, it's so fragrant. The sweetness is just right," she exclaimed genuinely, then turned back to Wen Xu, launching into a discussion about the essay, her words tumbling out rapidly, clearly indicating her genuine confusion. Wen Xu listened patiently, nodding in response from time to time, his golden eyes intently focused on Hermione. Cedric, holding his broom, felt like an unwelcome intruder, observing the effortless familiarity between Wen Xu and Hermione, watching the gentle and somewhat indulgent smile Wen Xu displayed towards her. The warmth that had just been ignited by the caramel in his heart quietly began to cool. He parted his lips, intending to utter something, perhaps a simple farewell or his gratitude for the caramel sauce, but his throat felt constricted, rendering him voiceless. He could only stand rigidly, gazing at Wen Xu's profile, as an unfamiliar, subtle emotion swirled within him. The kitchen remained warm, the sweet aroma of caramel still enticing, and the house elves continued their bustling activities. Yet, Cedric felt as though he were isolated by an imperceptible distance. Wen Xu was right before him, yet it seemed as if he were not the sole focus of her attention. Just as this delicate, slightly awkward silence threatened to expand, the door adorned with a pear illustration was gently pushed open once more. A tall, slender figure appeared at the threshold, exuding the characteristic coolness and tranquility of the Slytherin common room. The newcomer sported meticulously groomed, deep brown hair, and his handsome features bore an aloof coldness, reminiscent of finely chiseled ice. His deep blue eyes, akin to the tranquil depths of the sea, scanned the three individuals in the kitchen, ultimately resting upon Wen Xu. It was Theodore not. His arrival was like a brisk draft, momentarily stalling the warm, sweet air of the kitchen. Theodore's gaze traversed Cedric, whose cheeks were flushed and who awkwardly clutched a broom, then moved to Hermione, who appeared slightly displeased at being interrupted from her discussion with Wen Xu, before returning to fixate on Wen Xu's face. His expression remained unchanged, still cloaked in an impenetrable indifference. Yet within those ocean-like blue depths, something exceedingly subtle seemed to settle, lingering on Wen Xu a heartbeat longer than on the others. Wen Xu, Theodore's voice was low and steady, devoid of emotion, as if merely stating a fact. Professor Snape asked me to remind you that your potions essay requires a detailed analysis of the experimental steps concerning the stability of Moonstone, to be submitted before class tomorrow. His reasoning was impeccably formal, yet his gaze remained locked on Wen Xu, imbued with an imperceptible scrutiny and a certain silent, frigid attention. Cedric's fingers unconsciously rubbed the handle of the broom. Theodore not, a fellow first year, equally accomplished and from a prominent family, yet known for his aloofness and reclusiveness in Slytherin. How curious that Professor Snape would send him to relay a message to Wen Xu. What did this imply about their relationship? Hermione also halted her discussion, regarding Theodore with a slight frown. Her impression of him was one of silence and inaccessibility, and the message he brought only intensified Wen Xu's busyness. Yet, Wen Xu's smile remained warm, seemingly oblivious to the subtle tension in the air. His golden eyes lingered on Theodore for a moment, imbued with a meaning that was difficult for others to decipher, before shifting towards Cedric, his tone tinged with just the right amount of apology and an almost imperceptible reassurance. I apologize, Cedric. It seems I must attend to my essay for the time being. He cast another glance at the bowl of caramel sauce, his smile light. Once the caramel pudding is prepared, I shall have Annie deliver it to the Hufflepuff common room. This sentence resembled a small piece of driftwood, instantly retrieving Cedric from the depths of despair. Did he still remember him? Had he truly taken the effort to bring him pudding? Cedric's heart leapt as he met the golden gaze of Wen Xu, which seemed to hold the essence of stars. And the earlier sense of melancholy miraculously dissipated. He nodded eagerly, his voice slightly strained. Yes, thank you, Wen Xu. He scarcely took a moment to bid farewell to Hermione and Theodore, clutching his broom with a hint of urgency as he turned to exit the kitchen. His steps quickened, driven by a desire to escape the delicate atmosphere, yet stirred by the tumult of emotions provoked by Wen Xu's parting words. The door to the kitchen closed softly behind him. Wen Xu's smile dimmed slightly as he turned to Hermione, his tone gentle. Hermione, shall we discuss your paper while we walk? He then regarded Theodore, his golden eyes calm and warm, as if his earlier reminder about the paper was merely a routine notification. I understand, Theodore. Thank you for your reminder. A look of gratitude graced his features, yet it carried an air of detachment compared to his natural familiarity with Hermione. Theodore's deep blue eyes bore silently into him, unyielding and voiceless. He stood like a silent iceberg, exuding an invisible pressure merely by his presence. In the kitchen, only the faint sound of caramel sauce cooling in the copper basin remained, alongside the silent undercurrents flowing between three individuals, each lost in their own thoughts. Cedric wandered down the empty corridor, still flushed, and his heartbeat not yet fully settled. The reassuring gaze from Wen Xu and the promise to deliver him to the Hufflepuff common room echoed in his mind, like pebbles thrown into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across his heart. Yet, Hermione's casual ease, Theodore's cold, scrutinizing gaze, and the implications of Professor Snape's message intertwined in his mind, casting a shadow over the burgeoning excitement within him, leaving behind an inescapable sense of confusion and subtle bitterness. Wen Xu, how many eyes were observing him in such a manner? For the first time, Cedric clearly realized that the silver-haired boy in the kitchen, quietly preparing pudding while tied with a red ribbon, was far more elusive than he had ever imagined. Chapter 20, Jealous Little Harry. In the kitchen, after sending Cedric on his way, Wen Xu felt as if the soft click of the door had activated a switch. The sweet aroma of caramel lingering in the air took on a sense of stasis. As Hermione watched when Sue turned towards her, she was about to resume the discussion about the paper that had been interrupted when Theodore's cold, tranquil voice once again pierced the air, low yet distinctly overshadowing the bustling sounds of house elves at work. Professor Snape's requirements regarding the stability of Moonstone are quite specific. Theodore stepped forward, his gaze still fixed on Wen Xu, as if Hermione were merely an inconsequential backdrop. If you need reference to the experimental records, my notes are available for your use. Hermione tightened her embrace around her books, her brow furrowing deeper. What was Theodore implying? Did he regard her as invisible? And when had his relationship with Wen Xu become so amicable? Wen Xu's golden eyes lingered on Theodore's face for a fleeting moment, and beneath his calm demeanor, a whisper of an understanding smile seemed to flicker. Just as he was about to respond to Theodore's kindness, the door to the kitchen, adorned with a pear motif, was abruptly thrust open once more. This time, the force was far greater than any previous occasion, causing the door to slam against the wall with a dull thud. A figure burst in, breathless and fraught with a palpable urgency and barely concealed agitation. His disheveled black hair appeared as though it had been tousled by a tempest, and the lightning scar on his forehead stood out starkly in the warm glow of the kitchen light. His emerald green eyes, ablaze with fury and an incredulous sense of betrayal, swept across the scene within the kitchen. Harry Potter. His gaze, sharp as a searchlight, first fell upon Wen Xu, who stood beside the counter, his silver hair tied with a crimson ribbon, sleeves slightly rolled up to reveal his alabaster arms. His golden eyes filled with a hint of surprise as they met Harry's. Next, Harry's attention was drawn to Hermione Granger, who stood beside Wen Xu, clutching a book. Harry's expression shifted to one of discontent, particularly upon realizing how close Hermione was to Wen Xu. Then, his gaze fixated on Theodore Nott. Theodore Nott, the taciturn Slytherin with eyes as still as stagnant water. What was he doing here, standing so near to Wen Xu? Finally, Harry's eyes landed on the bowl of enticing caramel sauce exuding a sweet aroma, and the spoon still held in Wen Xu's hand. Wen Xu. Harry's voice brimmed with suppressed anger and a subtle hint of grievance as he strode forward, effectively positioning himself between Hermione and Theodore, forcefully inserting himself before Wen Xu. I've been looking for you everywhere, from the Great Hall to the library, then to the entrance of the Slytherin common room. You promised to practice the levitation charm with me this afternoon. Have you forgotten? His barrage of questions flowed like a rapid-fire assault, his green eyes locked onto Wen Xu, as if he aimed to etch every nuance of the other's expression into his memory. He deliberately emphasized the words promised and with me, casting an accusing glance at Hermione and Theodore. Hermione, caught off guard by Harry's sudden interrogation and assertive demeanor, was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to irritation. Harry, what is this attitude? Wen Xu has his own matters to attend to. Moreover, we are discussing Professor Flitwick's paper. Instinctively, she defended Wen Xu while harboring dissatisfaction toward Harry's domineering stance. Theodore Nott remained silent, merely shifting slightly to the side, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen sea, coldly observing the agitated Harry with a gaze that conveyed a sense of superiority and a barely perceptible disdain, as if regarding an unruly child. Wen Xu watched Harry, who had burst in like a lion with its fur bristled, and a complex array of emotions flickered within his golden eyes. There was resignation, a soothing presence, and even a hint of an ineffable delight in controlling the situation. He gently set down the spoon in his hand, his movements still composed, as if the tempest brought by Harry was merely a gentle breeze. Harry, Wen Xu's voice was clear and gentle, imbued with a peculiar soothing power that momentarily eased Harry's tense body. I apologize, it was my oversight regarding the time. He did not directly contest Harry's inquiry, nor did he elucidate his purpose for being there. Instead, he humbly acknowledged his lapse. He slightly turned his head, evading Harry's fervent gaze, his eyes drifting over the bowl of caramel sauce, and then to Hermione and Theodore, his tone tinged with just the right amount of difficulty and a barely perceptible weariness. Hermione, shall we discuss the thesis matter later? Theodore, thank you for your kindness. May I come to collect your notes later? He adeptly addressed everyone, soothing Harry, postponing the discussion with Hermione, accepting Theodore's goodwill, yet refraining from explicitly committing to any immediate action. He moved like a spider delicately traversing a web, each motion tugging at different heartstrings. Harry's anger was doused significantly by Wen Xu's soft apology and his weary, regretful profile. Observing the slight furrow of Wen Xu's delicate brows, the restlessness born from possessiveness miraculously subsided, replaced by a complex swirl of compassion and an unwillingness to yield. He pressed his lips together, his emerald eyes stubbornly fixed on Wen Xu, silently emphasizing, "You promised me." Hermione, noticing Wen Xu's fatigued visage and casting a glance at the assertive Harry, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but recognized the futility of lingering on the matter. Clutching her book, she shot Harry an exasperated look. All right, Wen Xu, let us discuss it later. However, She pointedly glanced at Harry. Some individuals ought to learn to respect others' time. With that, she huffed and turned to leave the kitchen. Theodore Knott's deep blue gaze lingered on Wen Xu's face for a few moments before coldly sweeping over Harry, ultimately remaining silent. He seemed to have completed some form of confirmation, finding the spectacle before him rather mundane. With a slight nod to Wen Xu, he turned and departed the kitchen with quiet, indifferent steps. The kitchen door closed once more. This time, only Harry and Wen Xu remained. The rich aroma of caramel lingered in the air, still echoing with a hint of tension. Chapter 21. I long to experience what you have tasted. Harry gazed at Wen Xu, his green eyes swirling with intricate emotions, a mixture of relief at their solitude, a sense of grievance from feeling overlooked, and an overwhelming desire to firmly anchor this person within his field of vision. He stepped forward, his voice dropping to a low murmur, infused with a subtle rasp and fervor. Now, can you accompany me for practice? After all, they were the ones who had known each other first, weren't they? Why was it that he was constantly surrounded by irrelevant company? Why must the attention that was rightfully his be shared with others? First Hermione, then a multitude of unfamiliar Slytherin companions, and now, with Theodore Nott, more and more individuals occupied his thoughts, to the point where even the commitments made to him were forgotten. While Harry's mind continued to swirl with these thoughts, his gaze remained steadfastly glued to Wen Xu. Wen Xu lifted his golden gaze, quietly observing Harry. His eyes, clear yet seemingly unfathomable, concealed countless secrets that Harry found impossible to decipher. He did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently raised a hand, brushing aside a damp strand of silvery hair clinging to his cheek. This gesture carried an unconscious fragility that struck a chord deep within Harry's heart. Harry was not oblivious to the fact that he was not Wen Xu's sole focus. Yet he still yearned for closeness, for that tender and embracing gaze to linger upon him for a while longer. He was hopelessly enamored, unable to extricate himself from that infatuation. All right, Wen Xu finally replied softly, the corners of his lips curving into a subtle smile, enough to quicken Harry's heartbeat. But before we head to the empty classroom, could you help me sample the sweetness of the caramel sauce? Senior Cedric just mentioned it was delightful, yet I feel it lacks something. He picked up a pristine silver spoon and scooped a bit of the deep amber, steaming caramel sauce. This time, he did not offer it to anyone, but instead brought the spoon to his own lips. However, just as he was about to make contact, he paused, as if recalling something, and lifted his gaze to Harry, his golden eyes glinting with an innocent yet mischievous light under the warm yellow glow. Harry, would you like to give it a try? This action, this look, this question felt like a silent invitation, yet also resembled a meticulously crafted trap. It instantly tightened the nerves that Harry had just relaxed due to Hermione and Theodore's departure, reigniting the possessiveness and desire that he had momentarily suppressed, burning fiercer than the flames in the kitchen fireplace. Cedric said it was delicious? Did you feed Cedric in the same manner just now? This thought slithered through Harry's mind like a venomous snake, darkening his expression. He watched as Wen Xu held the spoon near his lips, yet refrained from tasting it. Glancing back at Wen Xu's eyes, which seemed to hold starlight, a powerful impulse seized him. He wanted more than just a taste. He wished to erase any trace left by others. Suddenly, Harry reached out not to take the spoon, but to grasp Wen Xu's wrist firmly yet gently. Asserting a quiet determination, he stepped forward, his body nearly pressing against Wen Xu's, locking his emerald gaze onto the golden eyes before him, his voice low and intimate as if whispering, "May I have a taste of what you've savored?" Harry nuzzled his plush head against Wen Xu's hand, gazing up at him with an expression of innocent pleading, as if making a perfectly reasonable request. In that moment, the air in the kitchen thickened. The crackling of the burning wood in the fireplace and the distant sounds of house elves snapping their fingers seemed to vanish, leaving only the rising temperature between the two and the silent standoff of their gazes. The smile on Wen Xu's face faded. He regarded the unmasked, predatory heat in Harry's eyes, and a fleeting, subtle chill passed through the depths of his golden gaze. He did not struggle against the grip on his wrist. Instead, he merely tilted his head slightly, a silvery strand of hair cascading down with the motion, brushing against Harry's nearly flushed cheek. Chapter 22. Taming a little puppy? But who is the true master? Harry. Wen Xu's voice remained gentle, akin to a feather's light touch, yet imbued with an unmistakable and resolute tone of refusal. He gently shook his head, the movement subtle yet laden with clear disapproval. No, you cannot. The fire in Harry's eyes flickered momentarily, as if doused by a splash of cold water. Wen Xu continued to gaze at him, his golden eyes deep and clear, the expression still tender, as though he were observing a child who, though lacking understanding, evoked one's compassion. "Good boy," he said softly, the coaxing tone reminiscent of soothing a ruffled creature. "You cannot." The phrase "good boy" combined with "you cannot" acted like an incantation, instantly dismantling all of Harry's aggression and defiance. The fervent desire in his eyes receded like a tide, replaced by a swell of indignation and hurt that threatened to overflow. The fingers that had gripped Wen Xu's wrist loosened their hold, yet did not completely withdraw. Instead, they glided down the slender wrist, tightening instead around Wen Xu's waist with a slight tremor. Harry buried his fluffy head heavily into Wen Xu's neck, resembling a large dog seeking solace after being resolutely rejected by its master. A muffled whimper, thick with nasality, emanated from Wen Xu's shoulder as Harry's body trembled slightly, his heated breath cascading against the sensitive skin of Wen Xu's neck. "How could you forget? You promised me. I've waited so long, searched for so long." His voice was muffled, steeped in the sorrow of being overlooked and forgotten. "Hermione could discuss papers with you. Even that icy-faced knot could draw so near, and Cedric. He even savored the pudding you made." Harry's tone grew increasingly pitiful, his arms tightening around Wen Xu's waist as though he sought to merge the other into his very essence. "What about me? Master, how could you forget your little puppy?" The final utterance of master and little puppy came forth almost in a whimper, mumbled and laced with self-mockery, dependency, and a morbid possessiveness. He lowered himself to the most vulnerable state, presenting his weakest side to breach Wen Xu's defenses. He understood that Wen Xu was swayed by gentleness rather than force, particularly in the face of such an overt display of fragility and complete reliance. Wen Xu's body momentarily stiffened as Harry encircled his waist and buried his head in the crook of his neck. That cry of master and little puppy struck like a fine needle, precisely piercing a hidden and twisted corner of his heart. A mixture of satisfaction from his craving for control, compassion for this distorted dependency, and a barely detectable irritation surged within him. He lowered his gaze, observing the quivering black head resting on his shoulder, feeling the warmth of Harry's tears seemingly soaking into the fabric of his shoulder. Wen Xu raised the hand that was not embraced, hesitating for a moment before gently resting it on Harry's fluffy nape, his fingertips weaving through the disheveled black hair. "I haven't forgotten you, Harry." Wen Xu's voice lowered to a soft murmur, imbued with a hypnotic charm as if soothing a frightened creature, though the timing felt slightly off. He deftly sidestepped any explanation regarding the presence of others, attributing the fault solely to the passage of time. "Lemon caramel sauce." Wen Xu paused, his hand lightly patting Harry's head as if encouraging him to look up. "It's new. Senior Cedric tasted the batch I just made. I haven't tried this one yet." He skillfully evaded Harry's treacherous request to sample what he had already tasted. Harry, nestled against Wen Xu's shoulder, shifted slightly, seemingly comforted by the explanation, yet still did not raise his head. Instead, he grumbled with a thick nasal tone, "Then you feed me." This time, Wen Xu did not immediately refuse. He remained silent for a few seconds, feeling the stubborn tremor at his waist and the warmth trickling from his nape. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, tinged with resignation and a hint of indulgence. "All right," Wen Xu acquiesced. He picked up the small silver spoon and scooped a fresh, translucent amber caramel sauce from the bowl. This time, he did not bring it to his lips, but directly and steadily offered it to Harry, who still nestled against his shoulder. "Open your mouth, Harry." His voice was so gentle it could almost be described as liquid, yet carried an undeniable command that strangely soothed all of Harry's grievances and anxieties. Harry promptly opened his mouth, obedient as a loyal pet awaiting its master's offering. The warm, richly aromatic lemon jam glided into his mouth, the perfect balance of tartness and sweetness enveloping his tongue, accompanied by a hint of refreshing lemon fragrance. Sweet, sweeter than he had imagined. Yet, this sweetness seemed to stem not solely from the jam itself. Harry still did not lift his head, merely swallowing the spoonful of syrupy sauce while tightening his embrace around Wen Xu's waist, burying his face deeper into the cool scent of Wen Xu's neck, greedily absorbing his warmth and essence. Wen Xu allowed him to cling on, his other hand gently stroking Harry's black hair with a lightness that barely registered. His golden eyes lowered, observing the dark-haired boy nestled against him like an oversized pendant, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within him. There was a sense of satisfaction in having control, a scrutinizing gaze towards this twisted dependency, and a subtle, almost unnoticeable fulfillment in being needed and possessed. In the kitchen, only the crackling of the fireplace remained, along with the unspoken tranquility flowing between them, laden with sweetness and an air of control. The aroma of caramel seemed to carry a hint of a flavor called taming. Chapter 23, Late Arrival. Ultimately, Wen Xu departed the kitchen alongside Harry, the warmth of Harry's tears and the suffocating embrace leaving an indelible mark on his senses. He soothed the agitated little lion, temporarily alleviating Harry's grievances and possessiveness with a spoonful of lemon caramel sauce and a comforting embrace. Content: Harry followed Wen Xu to an empty classroom to practice the levitation charm, his gaze almost unwaveringly fixed on Wen Xu's face, each successful incantation eliciting a sparkling, expectant look for praise. Wen Xu patiently guided him, his tone gentle, occasionally brushing his fingertips against the back of Harry's hand to correct his grip on the wand. Each touch sent a jolt through Harry, his ears flushing with warmth, prompting him to practice even more fervently. This tender teaching scene caught the eye of Cedric, who happened to pass by outside, piercing his heart like a tiny thorn. which had been fluttering with excitement from the earlier delivery to the Hufflepuff common room. A few days later, in potions class, the underground classroom was as cold and dreary as ever, suffused with the mingled scents of various peculiar ingredients. Professor Snape glided silently between the long tables like a massive bat, unleashing venomous criticisms. Wen Xu and Theodore worked together. Both were prodigies in potion-making, executing their tasks with precision, quietude, and efficiency. A pale purple potion in the cauldron emitted a steady spiral of steam, indicating a perfect brewing state. Moonstone powder, 3.5 clockwise turns, Theodore whispered, handing the finely ground powder to Wen Xu. His voice remained flat, yet his gaze lingered for a moment on the red ribbon binding Wen Xu's hair as he received it. "Thank you," Wen Xu replied softly, focusing intently as he sprinkled the powder steadily into the cauldron. A silvery strand of hair slipped forward as he bowed his head, nearly brushing against the scalding edge of the cauldron. At that instant, a hushed warning erupted from beside him. It was Neville Longbottom. Overly anxious, he trembled, applying too much force while handling a porcupine quill, which suddenly shot out with a whoosh, aimed directly at Wen Xu's wrist holding the stirring rod. The turn of events unfolded too swiftly. Wen Xu's complete attention was on the precise addition of powder and stirring speed, leaving him no time to react. Theodore's pupils dilated, reaching out to grasp the quill, but was a moment too late. Just as the sharp quill was about to pierce Wen Xu's wrist, a figure lunged forward with remarkable speed. It was Harry. Ignoring the bubbling cauldron before him, he charged like a frenzied young lion, violently knocking aside the obstructing stool and propelling himself toward Wen Xu. With a resounding thud, Harry collided with Wen Xu, both tumbling to the ground. The moonstone powder scattered around them, and the stirring rod flew from Wen Xu's hand. Harry shielded Wen Xu with his body as the quill grazed his arm, embedding itself with a thud into the stone wall behind them. "Wen Xu, are you all right?" Harry's voice was laced with fear and anxiety as he gripped Wen Xu's shoulders tightly, his emerald eyes reflecting a mixture of horror and relief, urgently scanning Wen Xu for injuries. The underground classroom fell into a profound silence, all present rendered speechless by the sudden turn of events. Professor Snape appeared beside them like a wraith, his dark robes billowing, his countenance so grim it seemed to exude shadows. "Potter." Snape's voice slithered through the air like a frigid serpent. "Reckless. Foolish. 10 points from Gryffindor for your barbaric charge." His icy gaze swept over the trembling Neville and Longbottom. A miscalculation, another 5 points deducted from Gryffindor. "Now, immediately clean up this mess. Potter, tend to your wounds." He hurled a vial of healing potion, which crashed heavily onto the ground beside Harry. Wen Xu, shielded beneath Harry, felt somewhat dazed from the fall. He could distinctly sense the rapid thumping of Harry's heart through the thin fabric of his robe, felt the fingers gripping his shoulder tremble slightly from exertion. Within those emerald eyes, mere inches away, lay an unadulterated blend of terror and relief, devoid of any pretense. "I am fine, Harry." Wen Xu's voice quivered as he gently pushed against Harry's chest. "You should get up first, you're injured." Only then did Harry seem to regain his senses. Glancing down at the gash on his arm, a wound inflicted by a porcupine quill, oozing droplets of blood, yet he remained indifferent. His focus remained steadfast on Wen Xu. Once assured of his safety, he exhaled in relief, his face breaking into a slightly foolish yet profoundly satisfied smile. "I'm just glad you're okay." That smile was pure and radiant, as if the earlier peril and Snape's point deductions were trivial matters. Theodore stood silently aside, his deep blue eyes observing Wen Xu, who appeared somewhat bewildered and tightly held in Harry's embrace. He then glanced at the injury on Harry's arm and the unmasked sentiments that nearly spilled over. Pressing his lips together, his jaw tightened, his gaze colder than the stones of the Slytherin dungeons. He bent down, wordlessly beginning to gather the scattered moonstone powder and fallen stirring rods. Cedric happened to pass by, witnessing the entire scene unfold. He saw Harry's reckless leap, the instinctual protective stance as he shielded Wen Xu, and the look of lingering shock and reliance in Wen Xu's eyes as he was helped up. Cedric felt his heart clench painfully, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Silently, he tucked away the invigorating potion he had just prepared for Wen Xu, burying it deep within his bag. The concern that had once brimmed with secret anticipation now felt entirely out of place. Chapter 24. The Hesitation and Retreat of Cedric. After class, in the corridor. "Harry, you were too impulsive." Hermione, clutching her books, caught up with Harry, her tone laced with anxiety. "What if you had hurt yourself even more by doing that?" And Professor Snape deducted so many points. She then turned her gaze to Wen Xu, concern etched in her eyes. "Wen Xu, are you all right?" Wen Xu gently shook his head, indicating he was largely unscathed. Meanwhile, Harry nonchalantly flicked his arm, which had been treated with potion and was no longer bleeding, yet his other hand stubbornly held onto Wen Xu's wrist, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. "What do points matter?" His emerald eyes sparkled brightly, fixated solely on Wen Xu, whose well-being was of utmost importance. His tone was naturally imbued with a fervor peculiar to youth, a reckless intensity. Wen Xu felt the warmth and slight perspiration emanating from Harry's palm as he held her wrist. Turning her gaze to the scar on Harry's arm, which had already begun to scab, she perceived a complex array of emotions in his golden eyes. Gently tugging at her restrained wrist, she whispered, "Harry, thank you. But next time, please refrain from such reckless endeavors." Her voice was soft, laced with genuine concern. "Reckless?" Harry halted, pivoting to face Wen Xu. His verdant eyes bored deeply into her golden orbs, radiating an undeniable seriousness and a nearly obsessive possessiveness. "Wen Xu, you know that I regard you as my most cherished person." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of both Wen Xu and the nearby Hermione. "To protect you is not a risk." He paused, his gaze drifting to the vivid red hair tie adorning Wen Xu's wrist, his tone growing somber, tinged with a subtle hint of grievance and stubbornness. "It is akin to your promise to remember me. Protecting you is also my vow." These almost confessional words caused Hermione to gasp in astonishment, her eyes widening at Harry. Meanwhile, Wen Xu's mind raced, reflecting on her recent interactions with Harry. His possessiveness, under her deliberate coaxing, had intensified, and he seemed to cling to her every day, leaving her little time to pursue her own endeavors. She could keenly sense that Harry's feelings continuously fortified her, yet lately, the strength he provided had reached a plateau. She needed to seek additional sources of strength or elicit deeper concern from Harry. After all, at this stage, his emotions resembled more of an obsessive attachment than love, which was still far from sufficient for her. However, being constantly ensnared by Harry of late left her little opportunity to recalibrate their relationship. The pursuit of greater sources of strength from the world required careful planning. She observed the unabashed, fervent emotions and possessiveness in Harry's gaze, acutely aware of the weight and danger inherent in these feelings. Instinctively, she averted her eyes from his, letting them rest on the scar on his arm, her fingertips involuntarily curling. Harry, Wen Xu's voice was somewhat parched, appearing uncertain as to how to respond to such an overwhelming and passionate pledge. Just then, footsteps echoed from around the corridor's corner. It was Cedric, seemingly returning from the library after returning some books, a few volumes still in his hands. Upon noticing Harry grasping Wen Xu's wrist, along with the complex flush on her face and the conspicuous scar on Harry's arm, Cedric's steps faltered. Recalling the scene he had witnessed moments ago, his gentle smile froze, and a flicker of clear pain and disappointment crossed his eyes. He did not approach. Instead, he maintained a distance, burying his concerns for Wen Xu deep within his heart. After a slight nod to acknowledge him, he hurriedly turned away, clutching a book, and made his way down a side path leading to the Hufflepuff common room. His retreating figure bore a hint of anxious disarray. Wen Xu watched as Cedric vanished from sight, then glanced down at Harry, who stubbornly held his hand. He recalled Theodore's cold, silent gaze after potions class. A new plan began to form. Chapter 25. The Chaos Before Halloween. On the eve of Halloween, Hogwarts was vibrantly adorned with jack-o'-lanterns and floating candles. The great hall was filled with the sweet aromas of roasted pumpkin pies and candied apples, echoing with laughter and joy. However, this festive atmosphere was abruptly shattered when Professor Quirrell stumbled in, breathlessly announcing the presence of a troll in the dungeons, suggesting that it was something they ought to be aware of. Panic erupted, tearing through the hall like a plague. The prefects shouted hoarsely, striving to maintain order, while young wizards and witches frantically rushed towards the exits. Wen Xu was swept along by the crowd, his silver hair standing out amid the chaos. He struggled to remain composed, but the side effects of the aging potion left him feeling slightly weakened and his reactions dulled. "Wen Xu," Harry's voice cut through the clamor. Laced with urgency, he fought his way through the throng, his emerald eyes fixed intently on the glimmer of silver, desperate to grasp Wen Xu's hand. Yet, another hand moved faster than his. Theodore not appeared beside Wen Xu like a specter, seizing his wrist under the cover of the chaotic crowd. The grip was light yet unyielding, imbued with a chilling firmness. His deep blue eyes glanced at Harry, carrying a hint of indifferent warning, before he deftly led Wen Xu through the gaps in the crowd, silently and swiftly steering him towards a relatively safe corner. "Theodore?" Wen Xu was taken aback, feeling the cool touch of the other's fingers around his wrist, which seemed to awaken him from his daze. "Do not move. Follow me." Theodore's voice remained steady, exuding an unusual sense of assurance. He shielded Wen Xu from the throng, resolutely heading towards the staircase that led to the upper library, where it was quieter and safer. Harry watched helplessly as Wen Xu was led away by Theodore, a blaze of anger and jealousy igniting in his green eyes. "Not. Let him go," he shouted, attempting to pursue them, but stumbled amidst the panicked crowd. "Harry, over here," Hermione called anxiously, standing beside a similarly worried Ron. "The prefects are gathering us in the Great Hall." She too had noticed Wen Xu being taken away by Theodore, but the chaos left her no time to ponder, as her priority was to ensure Harry's safety. Reluctantly, Harry cast one last glance in the direction where Wen Xu had disappeared. only to be forcibly pulled towards the assembly point in the Great Hall by Hermione and Ron. The atmosphere there was tense, with young witches and wizards huddled together. Still trembling from the shock, Professor Dumbledore endeavored to reassure them, while the other professors departed to confront the troll. Cedric, serving as the head of Hufflepuff, was diligently trying to reassure the younger students. His anxious gaze swept through the crowd in search of that familiar silvery figure. No, Wen Xu was not in the hall. His heart sank in an instant. During the chaos, he distinctly remembered seeing Wen Xu not far away. Had he been separated from the throng? Or perhaps he recalled the silent and cold Slytherin, Theodore not. A wave of intense unease seized him. I'm sorry, I must step out for a moment. Cedric hastily informed the other head students beside him, then made his way against the tide of people, quietly exiting the hall. He had to find Wen Xu. Meanwhile, Harry was restless in the hall. His mind was consumed with images of Wen Xu being taken away by Theodore, particularly that hand gripping Wen Xu's wrist. What would that cold-eyed fiend do to Wen Xu? Would he lead him to some perilous place? The more Harry pondered, the more anxious he became. Finally, unable to contain himself, in the astonished gaze of Hermione and Ron, he abruptly stood up and stealthily slipped out of the hall. Harry, where are you going? Hermione hissed. He*s off to find the troll. Ron speculated in fear. No, he*s going after Wen Xu. Hermione quickly grasped the situation, feeling both exasperated and anxious. Gritting her teeth, she pulled a reluctant Ron along in pursuit. Chapter 26. The appearance of the troll Theodore led Wen Xu in silence down a relatively secluded corridor on the second floor. This area was far from the dungeons, thus offering a greater sense of safety. Wait here, the professors will handle it, Theodore said, releasing Wen Xu's wrist, his voice low. He positioned himself half a step in front of Wen Xu, like a silent barrier, his deep blue eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Wen Xu leaned against the cold stone wall, breathing slightly heavily, his golden eyes observing Theodore's taut profile. The contrast between the icy grip from earlier and his current silent protective stance was striking. Just as he was about to speak, a voice, elongated and dripping with obvious mockery, echoed from the end of the corridor. Oh, look who it is. Our esteemed Nott, accompanied by your Draco Malfoy sauntered over, exuding his signature arrogance. His platinum blonde hair remained conspicuous in the dim corridor, while his gray-blue eyes scrutinized Theodore and the wall-leaning Wen Xu with a hint of barely concealed displeasure. Crabbe and Goyle lumbered behind him like two hulking mountains. A troll is causing chaos below, yet you seem to have the leisure to rendezvous here? Draco's gaze fixated on Wen Xu, his tone laced with a critical appraisal. The acidity almost palpable. He had long since taken note of this new arrival, the excessively beautiful Slytherin. Silver hair and golden eyes, with graceful demeanor, had sparked considerable discussion even within Slytherin. Even his father, Lucius, had subtly mentioned that the Wen family from the east seemed to harbor some mysterious background. More importantly, this fellow was seen in close proximity to Potter, the one with the lightning scar. And now, alone with the taciturn Nott? Theodore did not even lift his eyelids. As if Draco were merely a figment of the air. Wen Xu furrowed his brow slightly, feeling discomfort at Draco's tone, which dripped with evident malice. Just as he was about to speak, a voice, laden with urgency and breathlessness, shattered the tense atmosphere. It was Cedric, following a possible route. He had finally spotted the unharmed Wen Xu at the end of the corridor, along with the trio of Malfoy blocking his path. Cedric's heart raced. He quickly stepped forward, unobtrusively placing himself between Wen Xu and the others, his gaze directed at Draco, gentle yet undeniably authoritative. Mr. Malfoy, now is not the time for provocation. The troll is still within the castle. Please return to the Great Hall immediately to ensure your safety. His status as the head of Hufflepuff proved advantageous in this moment. Draco regarded the suddenly arrived Cedric Diggory, the celebrated head of Hufflepuff, who was now seemingly shielding Wen Xu. A flicker of annoyance and deeper confusion crossed his gray-blue eyes. Who exactly was this Wen Xu? Diggory, Draco elongated the syllables, feigning a smile. I am merely concerned for the safety of my fellow students. After all, he cast a pointed glance at Wen Xu. Some new students seem rather untrustworthy. Who knows what trouble they might attract? At that moment, a thunderous crash accompanied by a monstrous, discordant roar echoed from below, followed by the sound of shattering walls and piercing screams from the girls' restroom. Cedric's expression shifted dramatically. The troll was in the girls' restroom. Ron arrived, breathless and terrified, exclaiming, Hermione is inside. She just separated from me. Harry and Ron's faces turned ashen, disregarding their previous quarrel. They rushed towards the source of the screams. Without hesitation, Cedric turned to Wen Xu and said, Wen Xu, you and Nott, stay here. I will investigate. He felt compelled to fulfill his duties as a prefect while also worrying about Harry and the others' safety. I'm going to, Wen Xu declared resolutely, his golden eyes shining with determination. Perhaps it was due to the time he had spent with Harry recently, as Ron and Hermione had experienced their discord earlier, leading to their reconciliation days ago. He had assumed that the crisis with the troll that Hermione faced in the original narrative would be altered by these changes. Yet, it seemed the narrative's consciousness was persistently insistent. Indeed, it was a pivotal plot point. Though Wen Xu had been busy and hadn't spoken to Hermione for some time, his concern for her had not diminished in the slightest. He broke free from Theodore's instinctive attempt to restrain him and swiftly followed Cedric. Theodore watched as Wen Xu chased after Cedric and Harry, his deep blue eyes resembling the tumultuous sea before a storm, cold and oppressive. Silently, he took a step forward. Following them, Draco stood frozen in place, his complexion shifting between shades of ashen and pale. He watched as everyone rushed towards the perilous direction, particularly that slender figure of Wen Xu. A wave of inexplicable agitation and impulse surged within him. Blast! What a nuisance! He muttered under his breath, shouting at Crabbe and Goyle. What are you standing there for? Follow them and see what's happening. Don't let that scar-headed fool meet a dreadful end. He lifted his foot to follow, his gray-blue eyes flickering with a complex light, a blend of fear towards danger, anticipation for Potter's misfortune, and a hint of concern for that silvery-haired figure, a sentiment he himself was scarcely aware of. Chapter 27. The Troll Crisis. The girls' restroom was suffused with a pungent stench and damp vapors. The troll's massive, foul-smelling body nearly filled the space, wildly swinging a hefty wooden club as it smashed against the stalls. Hermione's terrified scream was drowned out by the troll's deafening roar and the resounding crash of wood splintering. Harry and Ron charged ahead, and upon witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Ron's legs turned to jelly, while Harry resembled a young lion thoroughly incensed, his emerald eyes ablaze with a cold fire. This was not his first encounter with a troll. Countless cycles of memory had dulled his fear, and now what consumed him was a different, more fervent emotion. Wen Xu was here. That bothersome Cedric was shielding Wen Xu. Wingardium Leviosa. Harry's voice was unnaturally calm, even tinged with a chilling precision. His levitation spell struck the troll's club with pinpoint accuracy, sending the heavy weapon spiraling away towards the ceiling. Brilliant! Harry! Ron exclaimed in delight. Hermione, get out of there! Harry shouted towards the stalls, yet his gaze remained magnetically fixed on the slender, silvery figure at the entrance. Cedric kept Wen Xu shielded behind him, anxiously monitoring the unfolding battle while remaining wary of any debris that might fly their way. Wen Xu appeared somewhat pale. The side effects of the aging potion seemed to be exacerbated by the tension and the foul odor, yet his golden eyes remained intensely focused, fixed upon the troll. His wand poised and ready. Theodore stood like a shadow just behind Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen lake's surface, devoid of emotion. Yet the grip on his wand revealed he was not indifferent. Draco, along with Crabbe and Goyle, hid further back at the entrance, his gray-blue eyes oscillating between terror and schadenfreude. He was primarily there to witness Potter's misfortune, but seeing Wen Xu protected by Diggory inexplicably irked him. Why was it that someone from Slytherin always seemed to linger with Hufflepuffs? The troll, now bereft of its club, became even more enraged. It let out a thunderous roar, clumsily turning its attention to Harry with its murky, bloodshot eyes locking onto him. It extended its gigantic hand, a fetid breeze accompanying it, lunging fiercely towards Harry. Harry, be careful. Cedric's pupils dilated as he instinctively prepared to rush in to assist. Yet, in that fleeting moment, everything faded to black. A clear yet somewhat urgent voice rang out. It was neither Harry nor Cedric, but Wen Xu. He broke free from Cedric's instinctive grasp and stepped forward, his wand's tip bursting forth with a brilliant crimson light. The spell struck precisely at the troll's thick arm as it reached for Harry. The red light exploded upon the troll's bumpy skin, eliciting a pained and furious roar, momentarily interrupting its movement. Its small, cruel eyes immediately locked onto the source of its injury, the silver-haired young wizard. The troll, thoroughly incensed, abandoned its pursuit of Harry and, with a violent momentum that threatened destruction, turned sharply towards Wen Xu, its colossal fist crashing down with overwhelming force, aimed directly at him. Cedric's heart raced, nearly ceasing to beat as he witnessed the impending doom. Being closest to Wen Xu, he acted without a moment's hesitation, exerting all his strength to pull Wen Xu behind him, while simultaneously raising his wand in a desperate attempt to cast a shield charm against the monstrous blow. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Harry watched as the troll redirected its fury towards Wen Xu, observing Cedric selflessly place himself before Wen Xu, bracing for the fatal punch. In the depths of his emerald eyes, the facade shattered momentarily. The shield charm would not withstand the troll, which had been tampered with by Quirrell. He had to act. Harry moved with a speed that defied reason, far surpassing that of a first-year student. Without uttering a spell or making unnecessary gestures, he angled his wand sharply towards the slippery, disgusting mixture of soap and refuse beneath the troll's feet. The slick surface transformed instantaneously under his silent incantation. The troll, mid-swing and leaning forward, was caught off guard as its feet slipped beneath it. With a tremendous crash akin to a mountain of flesh being toppled, the troll lost its balance and fell backward. its grotesque head striking solidly against the hard end of a massive wooden beam that had been sent soaring to the ceiling by Harry's levitation charm before crashing down. A sickening thud reverberated through the air as the troll's massive body convulsed, its murky eyes instantly losing their light, rendered utterly motionless. Silence enveloped the restroom, broken only by the sound of dripping faucets and the heavy breaths of the onlookers. Cedric remained in a protective stance before Wen Xu, his wand raised, the glow of the shield charm flickering out as the shock of survival lingered on his face. He had just moments ago feared that he might perish alongside Wen Xu. Chapter 28, Harry's Minions. Wen Xu, sheltered in Cedric's embrace, could distinctly feel the rapid beating of his heart and the slight trembling of his form. His golden eyes peered over Cedric's shoulder, gazing at Harry, who had stowed his wand and was slowly standing upright in the distance. Harry bowed his head, his disheveled black hair obscuring much of his face, rendering his expression indistinct. He raised a hand and carelessly wiped away the stains on his face. A mixture of uncertain origins, be it murky water or the blood of the giant. Gradually, he lifted his gaze. In his emerald eyes, there was no longer the usual warmth or sense of grievance. Instead, a profound calmness lingered, akin to the depths of a shadowy forest. Beneath that tranquility surged a chilling unease, a detached dominion, and a suffocating focus reminiscent of a predator locking onto its prey. His penetrating stare cut through the shaken crowd, precisely and unwaveringly fixing upon Wen Xu, cradled protectively in Cedric's arms. Cedric felt a shiver course through him under Harry's calm, yet terrifying gaze. This was not the Harry Potter he knew. That look was imbued with a cold indifference born from worldly experience and an unsettling sense of control. He sensed that the giant's bizarre fall and precise demise were no mere coincidences. Under Harry's scrutinizing gaze, Wen Xu's body stiffened ever so slightly. He clearly perceived the facade in Harry's eyes shatter, revealing the chilling core of countless reincarnators and an almost obsessive possessiveness. A shiver traveled up his spine, yet concurrently, a deeper, twisted thrill of being targeted by a formidable predator began to take root within him. He gently pushed aside Cedric's protective embrace and stood tall. Harry. Wen Xu's voice emerged, laced with a barely perceptible rasp, his golden eyes meeting Harry's unfathomable green ones. Thank you. Wen Xu, are you all right? Hermione finally burst forth from the compartment, her complexion pale. Relief washed over her as she confirmed Wen Xu's safety. But the sight of the fallen giant and the eerie atmosphere left her momentarily speechless. Ron stood agape, staring at the giant's corpse, then turning to Harry, stammering. Harry? How did you do that? Theodore's deep blue eyes darted between Harry and Wen Xu, ultimately settling on Harry's face, where a newfound clarity of scrutiny and wariness surfaced within his frozen gaze. Draco lingered at the doorway, his gray-blue eyes filled with shock and trepidation. The moment Harry had silently and precisely controlled the situation had instilled in him an inexplicable dread. This was not the Potter he had known. This individual was far more concealed than he had realized. His gaze toward Wen Xu grew increasingly complex. Finally, the professors arrived. Professor McGonagall's exclamations and Snape's icy inquiries shattering the silence. Amid the chaotic accountability, Harry downplayed his actions, attributing his success to luck and the cooperation of Ron and Hermione. As everything settled and the students were instructed to return to their respective common rooms, Cedric mustered the courage to speak to Wen Xu, perhaps to inquire about his well-being or to clarify his earlier impulsiveness. However, Harry was quicker to act. Ignoring everyone else, he strode directly to Wen Xu. The chilling cold and sense of control that once dominated his face had diminished significantly, replaced by a faint expression more fitting for his age, tinged with fatigue and concern. Yet, the depths of those emerald eyes held a mysterious and perilous essence that left Cedric feeling profoundly alienated. Wen Xu, Harry's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Wen Xu's ears, carrying an undeniable tone of authority. I shall escort you back. He extended his hand, not grasping Wen Xu's wrist as before, but instead, firmly and assertively clasping his hand. The grip was not overly forceful, yet bore the unmistakable air of possessiveness, a declaration of dominion. Wen Xu offered no resistance. His golden eyes flickered towards Cedric, conveying a glimmer of apology, a hint of resignation, and a deeper complexity that Cedric found utterly incomprehensible. Then, he allowed Harry to lead him away, turning his back in full view of the onlookers. Cedric stood rooted in place, watching the two depart. Noting how tightly Harry held Wen Xu's hand, observing how he slightly tilted his head, drawing closer to whisper protectively into Wen Xu's ear. Cedric's heart felt as though it had been utterly crushed by an invisible hand. The courage he had displayed moments earlier in shielding Wen Xu had transformed into a chilling sense of powerlessness. For the first time, he clearly recognized that in the face of Harry Potter's profound, terrifying affection for Wen Xu, one laced with an absolute desire for control, his own gentle stirrings appeared woefully insignificant. Harry leaned slightly, whispering into Wen Xu's ear in a tone only they could hear. his voice imbued with a cold warning and a hint of sinister satisfaction. "You see, my dear, the pup keeps his promises. I will protect you and remove any obstacles. Next time, do not allow irrelevant individuals to touch you." His fingertips brushed over the vibrant red hair tie on Wen Xu's wrist, seemingly casual. Wen Xu's fingers curled slightly in Harry's palm, offering no reply, merely permitting him to lead towards the shadowy entrance of the Slytherin common room. Darkness enveloped them, swallowing their figures and heralding a silent war surrounding Wen Xu, which, with Harry's complete unmasking, would inevitably plunge into a more perilous and unpredictable phase. Meanwhile, Cedric, standing beneath the bright corridor lights, experienced a profound chill and sense of loss for the first time. Chapter 29, Undermined. The coldness of the dungeon seemed to seep into the marrow, as the flickering green flames of the torches cast dancing shadows across Harry's face. He held Wen Xu's hand tightly, an unyielding grip guiding him in silence towards the entrance of the Slytherin common room. "Password?" inquired the languid Medusa statue on the stone wall. "Pure blood." Harry's voice remained devoid of emotion. He drew Wen Xu through the slowly opening stone door, disregarding the curious gazes of several younger students in the common room, and made a beeline toward the direction of Wen Xu's dormitory. Wen Xu followed quietly, his golden eyes lowered, fixated on the wrist that Harry firmly held. Had Harry not intervened moments ago, he would have layered an additional silent shield spell over Cedric's ironclad charm to guard against unforeseen mishaps. However, Harry made his move, which was a delightful surprise. He could sense an unfamiliar heat emanating from Harry's palm, a warmth that was not the innocent shyness of youth, but rather a suppressed intensity, akin to magma on the verge of eruption. The side effects of the age-reversing potion left his body somewhat feeble, yet his mind was exceptionally alert. Upon reaching the doorway of the dormitory, Harry finally halted. He turned around, his back facing the dimly lit corridor, trapping the warmth of emotions between himself and the cold stone door. His emerald eyes, under the dim light, resembled a deep pool, clearly reflecting the somewhat pale visage of Wen Xu. Moments ago, Harry's voice had been low, imbued with a slow, chilling tenderness that was perilous. His fingertips lifted, gently brushing against the red ribbon that bound Wen Xu's hair, the gesture delicate as if handling fragile treasure. Yet Wen Xu could feel the absolute power contained within that touch. "Cedric Diggory," Harry pronounced the name with a nonchalant tone that chilled the air around them, suggesting he nearly caused your demise. His gaze locked onto Wen Xu's eyes, scrutinizing every flicker of emotion. Did he use his feudal body to shield you? Such foolish self-pity. It was utterly meaningless, except to turn you both into mere pulp. Wen Xu's heartbeat quickened slightly. Harry was sowing discord, delivering the harshest reality with pinpoint precision. There was no argument. Cedric's actions at that moment were indeed fraught with risk, while Harry had resolved the crisis with minimal cost and utmost control. This efficiency, bordering on coldness, was an instinct honed through countless cycles. "Protecting you is my responsibility." Harry leaned in slightly, his warm breath grazing Wen Xu's sensitive ear, his voice a lover's whisper, yet laced with an undeniable command. "I am the only one capable of removing all obstacles for you, ensuring your safety above all else." He intentionally emphasized his words, reiterating their twisted dependency. "Thus, keep your distance from those inconsequential individuals, particularly that self-righteous Hufflepuff." Wen Xu's long lashes fluttered, evading Harry's penetrating gaze, his attention drawn to a smudge on the collar of Harry's robe. He neither confirmed nor denied Harry's words, simply uttering softly, "Harry, I am weary." His voice carried a hint of genuine fatigue and a barely perceptible vulnerability. This was his greatest weapon at that moment, revealing authentic frailty to exploit Harry's obsessive protectiveness. Sure enough, the undercurrents swirling in Harry's eyes momentarily stilled. He observed Wen Xu's somewhat pale face and drooping lashes, the overwhelming pressure lessening slightly. He released his grip on Wen Xu's wrist, instead allowing his fingertips to gently caress Wen Xu's cool cheek. "Very well." Harry's voice softened, yet the sense of control remained unyielding. "You shall rest." However, he paused, his green eyes deeply penetrating Wen Xu's golden irises. "Should I see anyone encroaching upon your space again? Or should you take risks for others?" He did not need to continue. A faint, chilling smile graced his lips, a subtle yet bone-chilling curve. The unspoken threat bore more weight than any utterance. Wen Xu had no doubt that Harry was entirely capable of such actions. He nodded gently, resembling a canary temporarily soothed, yet acutely aware of the cage's existence. Harry observed Wen Xu's acquiescence with satisfaction, finally stepping back to clear the entrance. "Good night, Wen Xu." He turned to leave, his silhouette merging with the darkness of the cellar corridor, much like a silent specter announcing an omnipresent surveillance. Wen Xu leaned against the cold stone door for a while before slowly inputting the code to enter his confined space. Once the door was shut, isolating him from the outside world, he allowed himself to slide down onto the carpet, hugging his knees and burying his face within them. Exhaustion washed over him like a tidal wave. Harry's oppressive presence, Cedric's reckless courage, and the ensuing guilt, Hermione's concern after her escape, and an ever-deepening sense of helplessness regarding his own predicament. He toyed with the human heart, relishing the control that ambiguity afforded him. Yet he feared true intimacy and responsibility more than anything. He offered a morsel of affection, akin to bait cast into a school of fish, solely to extract the nutrients he required: attention, protection, or merely the acknowledgement of his existence in this world. He responded gently to every approaching soul. Yet when they sought to advance further, he cunningly retreated into his shell. Was he wicked? Perhaps. He dared not invest his heart, terrified of being scorched, and even more so of being wholly consumed by what was deemed affection. No, he absolutely could not soften. He must persist. This was the opportunity he and Little White had endured so many trials to attain. There could be no faltering. Wen Xu pressed his lips tightly together, his knuckles turning white as he clutched his garments. He had to succeed. For himself and for his system. The image of that white little bundle flickered in his mind. A sudden, intense pain disrupted his thoughts, and the white figure grew increasingly blurred. He tasted the metallic sweetness of blood in his mouth. Wen Xu wiped the blood clean. He must not rush. Fully invading this world was not a simple endeavor. He had waited so long. There was no need to hurry now. Steadying himself against the frigid stone door, he gradually rose, his expression returning to calm. Chapter 30. The Fierce Little Dog. In the ensuing days, Hogwarts resumed its superficial tranquility. The aftershocks of the troll incident gradually subsided under the professor's suppression. Harry donned once more the facade of sunny innocence, occasionally tinged with impulsiveness. Yet that fleeting glance towards Wen Xu, imbued with a sense of absolute possession, kept Wen Xu's nerves taut. Cedric indeed fell into silence. He remained gentle and polite, fulfilling his duties as a prefect, yet when encountering Wen Xu in the corridor, he merely nodded from afar, amidst a crowd. His expression filled with complex emotions before hastily departing. In his gaze lingered disappointment, worry, and a hint of trepidation following Harry's formidable stare, along with self-doubt. He needed time to contemplate his feelings for Wen Xu. The caramel pudding, a gift from Wen Xu through Annie, he accepted quietly. Yet he never again proactively appeared in the little kitchen. Wen Xu felt a twinge of guilt, but more so, a sense of relief. Cedric's temporary withdrawal allowed his taut nerves to relax somewhat. He redirected his focus towards studying and dealing with Harry. The library became a new battlefield. Wen Xu settled into his familiar seat by the window, a hefty tome on advanced transfiguration theory spread before him. Sunlight streamed through the stained glass, dancing upon his silvery hair. He was engrossed in the intricate task of controlling the magical nodes to transform a beetle into a button when a bony hand suddenly reached over, snatching away the parchment from beneath his quill. Wen Xu looked up to meet Harry's smiling emerald gaze. That smile was radiant, as if the previous shadows of the dungeon had never existed. Here, the magical output was remarkably balanced. Harry pointed to a magical node diagram Wen Xu had drawn, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Professor McGonagall had emphasized that the hardness of the beetle's elytra required a focused breakthrough, while other areas could afford to lower the intensity, conserving magical energy more naturally. As he spoke, Harry effortlessly picked up Wen Xu's quill, fluidly amending the parchment with a dexterity that suggested he had performed this act 1,000 times before. Wen Xu observed Harry's precise corrections, a realization dawning within him. This was no insight of a first-year student. It was the accumulation of countless repetitions. He quietly watched, choosing not to expose the truth. Just as Wen Xu began to express his gratitude, Harry leaned in closer, lowering his voice with a hint of mischief. So, your earlier refusal to discuss the levitation charm with me was simply due to an unsuitable location? Harry's gaze swept meaningfully across the quiet corners of the library. Perhaps we could try the transfiguration classroom next time, considering it is your favorite subject, is it not? His words were light, yet Wen Xu detected the underlying icy warning. A reminder of the price of rejection, coupled with a proposition for a new, more exhilarating rendezvous. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, Wen Xu caught sight of a familiar figure approaching, arms laden with books. It was Hermione. Almost simultaneously, a crumpled piece of parchment slipped from Harry's hand, landing at Wen Xu's feet. Instinctively, he glanced down, recognizing it as a love letter, elegantly penned and faintly scented with perfume, signed by a Ravenclaw girl he was not well acquainted with. Wen Xu's heart sank. Harry's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, cruel scrutiny. He observed Wen Xu's frozen expression, bent down to retrieve the love letter, and just as Hermione was about to draw near, he spoke in a tone only they could hear, each word dripping with iciness. I warned you, should you accept something like this, something I cannot abide. His slender fingers clutched the letter, and before Wen Xu's eyes, he methodically tore it apart, its fragments fluttering to the ground by Wen Xu's feet. I will ensure you accept something you cannot bear. His voice was soft, yet it pierced through Wen Xu's heart like a poisoned icicle. What was torn apart was not merely a love letter, but rather the fragile semblance of freedom and dignity that Wen Xu endeavored to maintain before others. He was being warned. Every action of his was under watchful scrutiny. Any transgression would invoke a ruthless retaliation. Hermione approached, observing the scattered shreds of paper on the ground. Wen Xu's slightly pallid complexion and Harry's instant return to his usual gentle smile, and inquired with curiosity, "What's wrong? Were you arguing?" "Nothing, Hermione," Harry interjected, his smile flawless. Wen Xu accidentally dropped a piece of scrap paper. "Isn't that right, Wen Xu?" He turned to Wen Xu, his emerald eyes betraying an unmistakable threat and dominance. Wen Xu gazed at Harry, taking in the immaculate facade upon his face. Feeling the icy humiliation brought by the fragments at his feet, a tumult of emotions flickered in his golden eyes: anger, fear, and a twisted exhilaration of being pushed to the precipice. Slowly, with great difficulty, under Harry's invisible pressure, he managed to muster a similarly impeccable, gentle, and submissive smile. Nothing," Wen Xu replied softly, bending down to gather the fragrant scraps, as if reclaiming his shattered dignity. Sunlight fell upon his long, white lashes, casting a delicate shadow. Harry watched with satisfaction at Wen Xu's compliance, a contented curve gracing his lips. He reached out, effortlessly taking the fragments Wen Xu had just picked up, an unspoken cleansing rendering them utterly vanished. "All right, the waste paper has been dealt with," Harry said lightly, as if the earlier threat had never transpired. He picked up the quill once more, gesturing toward the parchment. "Shall we continue discussing this pivotal issue?" Wen Xu sat there, the sunlight still warm, the book still open. Yet the air in the library felt as frigid as a crypt. He tenderly responded to Harry's inquiries, his fingertips icy. Chapter 31, The Quiet Little Flower. The shadow of the troll incident gradually faded beneath the ancient stone walls of Hogwarts, yet certain things had quietly transformed. Cedric Diggory continued to fulfill his prefect duties with warmth, but when encountering Wen Xu in the corridors, a subtle complexity mingled with his usual sunlit smile. He would nod slightly, his verdant eyes swiftly scanning Wen Xu with a hint of restrained concern and an even greater sense of deliberate distance, before seamlessly rejoining the throng, as if merely encountering an ordinary younger student. Wen Xu's gift of cranberry cheesecake pudding, encased in a dark green box, was accepted. House elf Annie delivered a succinct thank you note, the elegant script devoid of any superfluous words. Wen Xu was not surprised. Cedric's caution and perceptiveness were ingrained in his very being. The inhuman coldness Harry displayed in the restroom was sufficient for this astute prefect to reassess the situation and adopt a safer demeanor. This, in turn, afforded Wen Xu the space he so desperately needed, a reprieve from excessive scrutiny and the suffocating embrace of overprotection. He was acutely aware of Harry's omnipresent gaze. That hound, having undergone countless cycles of rebirth, concealed its predatory posture even more deeply after shedding its deceptive facade. Harry donned a mask befitting his age, imbued with a hint of shyness and radiance, actively engaging in Quidditch practice, frolicking with Ron, and eagerly raising his hand to answer questions in class. Yet on occasion, as Wen Xu traversed the corridors alone or lingered in conversation with others, he could sense a gaze, a cold, silken thread, silently adhering to the nape of his neck. Imbued with a discerning insight and a patient scrutiny, counteracting this required a more intricate guise, one that aligned seamlessly with his constructed persona, an untraceable push and pull. The impending Quidditch season presented an exquisite opportunity. The confrontation between Gryffindor and Slytherin enveloped the castle in an exhilarating clamor, with Harry serving as the seeker. His training hours visibly increased. Wen Xu commenced his sewing. He no longer sought to orchestrate encounters. Rather, after a joint herbology class with Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, as the crowd dispersed, he found himself the last to organize his bag. Cedric, as the prefect, habitually remained to inspect the greenhouse. As Wen Xu passed by, burdened with the hefty tome Magical Herbs and Fungi, the book unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, scattering at Cedric's feet. "Apologies, Prefect Diggory." Wen Xu's voice bore a hint of chagrin as he crouched to retrieve it. Silver strands fell, partially veiling his face, revealing only his elegantly sculpted jawline and softly pursed, pale lips. His movements were neither hurried nor sluggish, his fingertips gliding over the pages with a gentle focus. Cedric instinctively knelt to assist. "It's quite all right." His voice remained gentle, yet his gaze involuntarily fell upon Wen Xu's lowered eyelashes and the hands intently gathering the scattered pages. Those hands, pale and defined, exuded an artistic fragility. He recalled the incident with the troll, when those very hands had unfalteringly raised a wand to cast a spell. A complex emotion, a mixture of admiration and an ineffable sense of regret, quietly took root within him. He handed over the few sheets of parchment he had collected, their fingertips brushing against Wen Xu's cool fingertips. Wen Xu lifted his gaze, his golden eyes clear and profound, filled with genuine gratitude and a hint of bashfulness after receiving assistance. "Thank you, Senior." He accepted the parchment, his fingers curling slightly, as if that fleeting contact carried warmth. He spoke no further, simply cradling the organized books, bowing slightly, and quietly departing the greenhouse. No pudding, no verbal probing. Only the fall of a book, a focused silhouette, a gentle touch of fingertips, and an utterly commonplace expression of thanks, like a small stone cast into the tranquil surface of a lake. The ripples were slight, yet sufficient to shatter the silence. Cedric stood rooted in place, watching Wen Xu's slender figure vanish through the greenhouse door, his fingertips seemingly lingering with that cool sensation, and the concern, previously subdued by reason, quietly stirred within him, creating a ripple of sentiment. The shadow cast by Harry lingers still, yet this quiet little flower seems to effortlessly pluck at the softest strings of his heart. Chapter 32. The Art of Winning Hearts First. Malfoy's pride is a formidable shell. Wen Xu did not endeavor to shatter it, but chose instead to search for the scarcely detectable fissures upon its surface. As Professor Snape glided solemnly along the long table after assigning the improved potion for scabies, Wen Xu deliberately slowed his pace, while incorporating the step involving hedgehog quills. His movements remained impeccably smooth, imbued with a Slytherin's characteristic, almost indifferent precision. However, his cauldron was positioned alarmingly close to Draco's group. Draco, with his customary air of superiority, was directing Crabbe and Goyle as they clumsily fumbled through the task, his steely blue eyes scanning the surroundings with a critical gaze. When Wen Xu picked up the prepared hedgehog quills, poised to add them to the cauldron, Draco's elongated, slightly acerbic voice rang out. "TSK, your handling is passable, but your sequence is all wrong one." Draco lifted his chin, his scrutinizing gray-blue eyes glinting. Professor Snape emphasized thrice that the juice of the sleeping beans must be added only after the hedgehog quills have completely dissolved and a silver spiral appears at the cauldron's edge. "Are you aiming to concoct a pot of foul sludge?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, yet the correction struck home with precision. He reveled in the pleasure of correcting others, particularly this newcomer who seemed perpetually unruffled, yet inexplicably drew unwarranted attention. Wen Xu paused momentarily. He glanced down at the hedgehog quills in his hand, and then at the bubbling potion in the cauldron, his golden eyes flashing with a perfect blend of realization and slight embarrassment at the rebuke. He pursed his lips slightly, refraining from contesting the comment, and quietly set down the quills, instead reaching for the sleeping beans. "Thank you for the reminder, Draco." His voice was soft, imbued with a sincerity that bore no trace of offense. He even inclined his head slightly, regarding Draco earnestly, his gaze as pure as one expressing gratitude to a true mentor. Draco was momentarily taken aback by this unpretentious gratitude and focused stare. The anticipated retort or discomfort did not materialize. Instead, the other accepted his guidance with such tranquility. This sensation was rather novel. He was accustomed to establishing superiority through sharpness, used to inciting anger or flinching in others. Wen Xu's calm acceptance and heartfelt appreciation felt like a punch upon cotton, leaving him somewhat disoriented. He coughed dismissively and turned away to continue berating Crabbe, yet the tips of his ears betrayed a slight warmth. Unconsciously, he began to pay more attention to the quiet yet precise operations of the nearby group. There were no rare bookmarks, no revelations of family lineage. Just a single error pointed out with precision, a serene acceptance, a sincere thank you, and a focused gaze. Wen Xu skillfully exploited Draco's fixation on correctness and his concealed need for recognition, prying open a minute crevice in the hard shell of the other's arrogant demeanor. Draco was oblivious to the fact that his attention towards Wen Xu had evolved from mere observation to a subtle, ineffable inquiry. As for Theodore Knott, any deliberate approach was unnecessary. Wen Xu cherished the twilight by the Black Lake, seated alone upon a distant rock. A substantial tome of ancient magical texts sprawled across his lap. The waning rays of the sun bathed his silver hair in warm gold, encircling him with a gentle halo of light. He read at a leisurely pace, his fingertips occasionally gliding over the archaic script, his brow adorned with a tranquil immersion, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Though he did not turn, he could distinctly sense the intense gaze emanating from the shadow of a nearby beech tree. Theodore stood there like a statue, silent and still, his deep blue eyes resembling the serene depths of the ocean, reflecting the solitary silhouette of Wen Xu against the setting sun. His guardianship was silent, cold yet stubbornly enduring. Wen Xu made no attempt to disrupt this silence. He merely tilted his body slightly, allowing the evening breeze to tease the end of his red hair tie, causing the small red agate to glimmer faintly in the twilight. He turned a page of the book, emitting a barely audible sigh, as delicate as a feather falling to the ground. Imbued with a sense of solitude in the vast ocean of knowledge, unshared and wistful, there was no need for verbal communication. The solitary silhouette, the focused posture, a soft sigh, and a red ribbon fluttering gently in the wind. These subtle signals were sufficient for an observer as astute and silent as Theodore. At Wen Xu's sigh, his deep blue eyes flickered imperceptibly, like a dark current sweeping through the depths of the sea. His protective stance remained cold, yet the focus within his gaze seemed to deepen. He served as a silent anchor, providing a cold yet reliable presence in Wen Xu's deliberately crafted solitude. Chapter 33, Undercurrents. When Harry returned to the castle, his skin still glistening with sweat and dust from Quidditch practice, his emerald eyes, weary from countless cycles, keenly detected a subtle anomaly in the air. As Cedric Diggory brushed past him at the hall entrance, his gaze no longer consciously avoided Wen Xu. Instead, it lingered for a fleeting moment upon the quiet, silver-haired figure dining alone, the previous aloofness dissipating to reveal a hint of warmth, gentle yet restrained. Draco Malfoy, seated at the Slytherin table, scrutinized Wen Xu's method of cutting steak with a blend of habitual arrogance and a touch of newfound curiosity, critiquing the softness of his wrist as a typical sign of lacking combat training. Though his words bore a hint of reproach, they lacked pure malice, resembling an unconventional form of flirtation. What a nefarious fellow, Harry mused with a hint of malice. Theodore not occupied a position slightly behind Wen Xu, dining in silence as if insulated from the surrounding clamor. However, Harry observed that when Goyle clumsily bumped into Wen Xu's chair, Theodore's hand, gripping his fork, paused for a moment. His deep blue eyes cast a chilling glance at Goyle, a silent warning that made the large oaf instinctively retract his neck. As for Wen Xu himself, he quietly consumed his food, occasionally responding to the chatter of his classmates, his lips adorned with a habitual, gentle smile. He appeared utterly harmless, deeply immersed in the mundane rhythm of a day at Hogwarts. Yet, Harry sensed that something was amiss. Beneath that calm facade, it seemed as though delicate tendrils were quietly growing, silently entwining around his meticulously controlled domain. Wen Xu offered no fierce resistance, no deliberate allure. He merely embodied his persona with a focused silhouette, a serene demeanor after being corrected, and a solitary profile against the twilight, effortlessly rekindling the flame of protection in Cedric's heart, prying open a crack in Draco's hard arrogance, and reinforcing Theodore's silent barriers. Harry lifted his pumpkin juice, his emerald eyes resting just above the rim of the cup as he quietly regarded Wen Xu at the far end of the long table. He wore a smile that still bore the traces of exhaustion, yet satisfaction from training, resembling merely a concerned friend. But only he knew that a cold thrill was spreading within him. Quite clever. Using your most adept qualities of silence and innocence to divert my attention and carve out space for yourself? Skillfully leveraging their nature rather than forcibly altering it. What a masterful move. Harry tipped his head back, sipping the mildly sweet pumpkin juice, his Adam's apple bobbing, concealing the icy, playful curve at the corner of his mouth. But remember, no matter how exquisite the strategy, it requires time. And I, above all, possess patience. The golden snitch on the Quidditch pitch, no matter how swiftly it evades, will ultimately be captured. The pieces you have set in motion, I shall consume one by one. Slowly. And you, forever will remain the most precious butterfly ensnared in my web. He set down his cup, his gaze softening once more, appearing as benign as if the cold calculations had never existed. He laughed, joining Ron's banter about training, yet the corner of his eye never strayed from that silvery figure, softly glowing beneath the flickering candlelight. The undercurrents beneath the tranquil surface surged increasingly with the approach of the Quidditch whistle. The true game was only just beginning. Chapter 34, The Ink Umbrella. The Hogwarts Quidditch pitch lay shrouded in a cool drizzle. The raindrops were not heavy, yet sufficient to saturate the air with a chill, deepening the verdant grass to a darker hue and blurring the colorful umbrellas and cloaks of the young wizards in the stands into indistinct splotches of light. Harry sat astride his beloved Nimbus 2000, the cold rain cascading down his tousled black hair, trickling onto his lightning scar, bringing a slight tingling chill. His emerald eyes pierced through the rainfall, sharply scanning the pitch in search of that faint golden glimmer. His face bore no extraneous expression, only a primal focus and calm. The experiences of a reborn individual have rendered him accustomed to competing in various inclement weather conditions. The rain merely sharpens his senses, akin to a cheetah lying in wait amidst the grass. In the stands, Wen Xu holds a simple black umbrella, seated in a modest yet advantageous position within the Slytherin section, affording him a clear view of the entire arena. The rain patters against the umbrella's surface, producing a delicate rustling sound. He wraps his dark green school robe tighter around him. Strands of silvery hair lifted by the wind graze his cool cheeks and slender neck, making his fair complexion appear all the more luminous against the somber sky, reminiscent of a silent jade sculpture in the rain. Unlike his exuberant classmates, who cheer and chant, he observes quietly, his golden eyes reflecting the figures weaving through the curtain of rain, exuding an air of serene concentration. His mere presence serves as a silent signal. Cedric sits not far away, his gaze predominantly fixated on the unfolding events on the field, analyzing Gryffindor's tactics, yet his attention is inevitably drawn to the quiet black umbrella. In the rain, Wen Xu appears almost fragile in his stillness, yet he possesses an intriguing resilience, akin to a solitary white lily of the valley amidst the tempest. Cedric recalls the image of Wen Xu, focused and collecting books in the greenhouse, and the coolness of his fingertips. A gentle instinct to protect, intertwined with pure admiration, flows quietly within him, even when Slytherin narrowly scores, prompting an eruption of cheers from the stands. He instinctively glances toward Wen Xu to ensure he remains unscathed amidst the throng. Young Master Malfoy, ensconced in an expensive waterproof cloak, occupies the prime position in the Slytherin stands, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle. He critiques Gryffindor's blunders in a tone laced with arrogance and excitement, particularly targeting the agile Harry Potter soaring through the air. However, when Wen Xu shivers slightly from a stronger gust of wind and brushes aside the hair clinging to his neck, Draco's biting commentary falters imperceptibly. His gray-blue eyes skim over the strands of silver hair dampened by the rain, clinging to Wen Xu's forehead and the delicate neck exposed beyond the collar of his robe. Igniting a vague sense of irritation within him, he furrows his brow, impatiently chiding Goyle, "Fool, steady the umbrella. The rain is splashing everywhere." It is unclear whether he is reprimanding Goyle or subconsciously disturbed by the fragile scene in the rain. Theodore Nott stands a few steps behind Wen Xu at the edge of the stands, unshielded from the rain, allowing the fine droplets to soak his deep brown hair and shoulders. He resembles a silent rock, his deep blue eyes piercing through the rain, firmly fixed upon Wen Xu's silhouette. Water drips along the chiseled line of his jaw, yet he remains oblivious. When an exuberant Slytherin student nearly collides with Wen Xu's umbrella while celebrating a score, Theodore subtly shifts forward, using his own body to shield against the potential impact. His guardianship was silent and imperceptible, cold yet steadfast, akin to the depths of the ocean encircling a solitary isle. The howling of the broom slicing through the rain curtain echoed in his ears, while the downpour blurred his vision. Harry was wholly engrossed in his pursuit of the golden snitch, executing each dive and sharp turn with precision and efficiency. He resembled a streak of crimson lightning, carving a fierce trajectory against the somber sky. Yet, even amidst the frenetic chase, his awareness unfurled like a delicate web. He sensed Wen Xu in the stands, felt the presence of that black umbrella, and the calm gaze directed at him. This awareness did not distract him. Rather, it formed an invisible thread, subtly connecting his fighting spirit with the presence in the stands. Each successful interception and every narrow escape seemed to convey a silent message. "Look, I am in control. I am claiming victory." This sense of connection ignited a twisted sense of satisfaction in his cold heart. After deftly deceiving the Slytherin chaser with a beautiful feint, he stole a fleeting glance at the specific spot in the Slytherin stands during his dive. Through the rain veil, he could not discern Wen Xu's expression, yet that tranquil presence had already become an integral part of his game. Chapter 35, Drizzle. The match reached a fever pitch. Slytherin relied on brute force tactics and the slickness of the rain to score repeatedly, leaving Gryffindor on the defensive. The atmosphere in the stands grew increasingly tense, a cacophony of rain and cheers intertwining. At that moment, one of Slytherin's chasers committed a malicious foul, sending a heavy bludger hurtling toward Harry with a menacing whoosh. "Harry!" Gasps erupted around him. In a split second, Harry yanked the broom handle, and the Nimbus 2000 shot upwards at an almost vertical angle. The bludger grazed the tail of his broom, perilously close. The immense inertia caused Harry to sway violently on the broom, nearly being thrown off. He clutched the broom handle tightly, his body forming a precarious arc amidst the rain. A hush fell over the stands, leaving only the sound of rain and the collective intake of breath. Wen Xu's fingers tightened around the umbrella's handle, knuckles paling. His golden eyes widened in alarm, clearly reflecting Harry's desperate struggle in the air. The worry in that moment felt profoundly real, even overshadowing the calm facade he meticulously maintained. He leaned slightly forward, droplets from the umbrella's edge cascading down and soaking the hem of his robes, entirely unaware. Cedric suddenly sprang to his feet, his emerald eyes filled with gravity and concern. Draco's expression of schadenfreude froze, a flicker of tension flashing through his slate-blue eyes that even he failed to notice. Theodore stepped forward, his body taut like a bowstring poised to release. With every ounce of strength, Harry finally regained his balance just before the broom spiraled out of control. He lay over the broom, gasping for breath, the icy rain mingling with his cold sweat. He lifted his head, his emerald eyes glinting with a hint of fury born from survival, casting a cold glare at the Slytherin chaser who had committed the foul. His gaze pierced through the curtain of rain, precisely capturing the silhouette on the stands that leaned slightly forward. Wen Xu tightly gripped the handle of his umbrella, his golden eyes filled with an unyielding trepidation that had yet to fade, fixed unwaveringly upon him. Their eyes met. Amidst the clamor of the rain and the chaotic field, Harry distinctly perceived the genuine fear in Wen Xu's eyes, a fear ignited by his very presence. This was no mere facade. The fear struck Harry's cold heart like a jolt of electricity, bringing with it a sharp pang and a morbid sense of satisfaction born from a profound need. A faint yet blood-tinged smile curved at the corner of Harry's lips. No longer regarding the instigator, he abruptly turned his broom, launching forth like an arrow released from its bow, once more plunging into the rain, his target the glimmer of gold that had briefly emerged amidst the chaos. His movements were swifter than before, fueled by an icy rage that had been fully ignited, accompanied by an unwavering, resolute determination. Do you see? Your fear only serves to empower me. I shall triumph in this match. I will seize the golden snitch. And then, I shall make you understand that your concerns are mine alone. Like a vengeful bolt of crimson lightning, he cleaved through the dreary rain, leaving a brilliant trail of light as he surged towards the faint golden glimmer. Wen Xu slowly returned to his seat, his fingertips still icy. He watched Harry's resolute silhouette, where deep within his golden eyes, complex undercurrents churned. The fear experienced moments ago was genuine, yet now, witnessing Harry's awakening of a more terrifying sense of control and the twisted exhilaration born from his own fear. A deeper chill and a suffocating sense of being ensnared quietly gripped him. The fine rain continued to fall silently, saturating the ancient field and each heart on the stands, tethered by invisible threads. The Quidditch whistle pierced the air, the shimmering light of the golden snitch flickering in the misty rain, while the silent psychological battle surrounding Wen Xu, catalyzed by the tempest, surged towards an increasingly unpredictable direction. Wen Xu was like a flower's stamen, attracting bees and butterflies, while Harry was the cold spider, patiently weaving an intricate web, determined to isolate all who coveted the flower and claim it entirely. The outcome remained undecided. Yet the tendrils of desire had begun to entwine more tightly within each heart. When the final whistle blew, regardless of who captured the snitch, Wen Xu's existence had become an indelible mark in their hearts, one that could not be ignored or severed, much like the fine rain, silent yet penetrating, seeping into their clothes and embedding itself within their very being. Chapter 36, Christmas. The winter at Hogwarts blanketed the castle in a thick layer of snow, with crystalline frost adorning the window panes. The corridors were filled with the mingled scents of roasted chestnuts, spiced wine, and fresh pine branches, while the fireplace blazed fiercely, dispelling the chill seeping from the stone walls. The atmosphere of Christmas grew ever more palpable. Wen Xu's dormitory, too, had taken on a touch of warmth. A small Christmas tree adorned the windowsill, decorated with a few shimmering magical ornaments, secretly gifted by Annie and Bibi. He sat at the edge of the bed, a few exquisitely wrapped gifts scattered at his feet, a substantial stack of parchment from Hermione, containing an extended reading list on the history of magic that she believed he would appreciate, an illustrated collection of rare magical plants from Cedric, adorned with his elegant signature and a brief festive greeting on the title page, and lastly, a long, unmarked box tied with a deep green ribbon, which caused him to furrow his brow slightly. Recently, Harry seemed to have become much more reserved. After the Quidditch match, where Gryffindor narrowly triumphed and Harry caught the golden snitch, he had merely nodded at Wen Xu from across the crowd, his expression calm and untroubled. No longer did he fixate on him with the same intensity as before. Instead, he appeared preoccupied with matters that Wen Xu found somewhat obscure, frequently gathering with Ron and Hermione for hushed discussions, and occasionally encountering Hagrid, spending considerable time in his little hut. Wen Xu relished the tranquility. Yet this anonymous gift felt like a small stone cast into the serene lake of his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he untied the ribbon. Upon opening the box, he found not the anticipated books or sweets, but a meticulously folded piece of fabric. Gently shaking it out, he revealed a dress, not the heavy robes commonly worn by witches, but a light, elegantly modified gown with Eastern charm. The base color was a soft moonlit white, the silky texture shimmering with a pearlescent sheen under the glow of the fireplace. The neckline and cuffs were intricately embroidered with silver thread in a flowing cloud pattern, while the hem was adorned with varying shades of blue silk thread, depicting cascading waves that seemed to ripple as one walked. The design was simple yet elegant, exuding an understated luxury and ethereal grace. Wen Xu was momentarily taken aback, his golden eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment, quickly followed by intense curiosity. Who was it? Who would gift him such a dress? He was not entirely oblivious to his own appearance. One of the side effects of the youth-rejuvenating potion was his exquisitely delicate visage, which even blurred the lines of gender. In Slytherin, although no one dared to voice their comments directly, he could certainly feel the veiled glances directed at him. This dress felt like a secret invitation, a probe into the ambiguous boundaries of his identity, or perhaps merely a gift from someone who appreciated his unique beauty. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, Wen Xu locked the door to his dormitory. The flickering firelight in the hearth cast a warm glow throughout the room. He shed his everyday school robes and donned the moonlit white gown. The silky fabric caressed his skin, carrying a slight chill that was soon warmed by his body heat. The waist was perfectly cinched, outlining the slender silhouette of the young man. The wide, flowing sleeves hung down, revealing half of his snow-white wrist. Barefoot, he stepped onto the cool carpet and approached the dressing mirror. The reflection momentarily bewildered him. His silvery hair cascaded over his shoulders, nearly blending with the gown's color. His golden eyes, illuminated by the warm yellow light of the fire, resembled molten amber. The soft sheen of silk accentuated the translucence of his skin, rendering it even more luminous. The embroidered cloud patterns and rippling waves shimmered with his subtle movements, as though he had stepped out from an ancient Eastern scroll. A celestial being untouched by the dust of the mundane world. The exquisite purity of his androgynous beauty was magnified to a breathtaking extent by the gown he wore. He gazed somewhat dazedly at his reflection in the mirror, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the cloud motifs on his sleeves. A strange sensation, both foreign and harmonious, surged within him. Just then, a rhythmic knock sounded at the door. Tap, tap, tap. His heart raced. Who could it be at this hour? In a moment of panic, he nearly tore off the gown, but the silk ties ensnared his fingers in his haste. Wen Xu, came Theodore's distinctive, deep, and steady voice from outside. Wen Xu froze instantly. It was Theodore. How could he? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Panic would only exacerbate the situation. He quickly adjusted the hem of his gown, striving to sound calm. Please come in. He unlatched the magical lock. The door swung open, and Theodore entered, bringing with him the chill of the corridor. He wore a well-tailored dark green velvet robe, his short brown hair impeccably styled, and his deep blue eyes resembled a tranquil, cold pool, exuding their customary aloofness. The moment he stepped into the room, his gaze landed squarely on Wen Xu. There was no surprise, no shock, not even the slightest flicker of emotion. Theodore's expression remained as tranquil as one appraising a long-anticipated work of art. His eyes traveled from Wen Xu's cascading silver hair, glided over the ethereal gown of moonlight, and rested upon his bare, pale feet upon the carpet, ultimately lingering on his slightly parted, softly hued lips. Chapter 37. Anonymous Gifts. The air felt as if it had solidified. The crackling of the firewood in the hearth was exceptionally distinct. Wen Xu could feel his cheeks burning while his fingertips remained icy. He awaited Theodore's inquiry, or at the very least, his curiosity. Yet, Theodore merely regarded him in silence, his deep blue eyes devoid of any judgment, offering only a nearly pure, cold scrutiny, as if assessing the perfection of an object. The silence stretched for several seconds, feeling as interminable as a century. At last, Theodore moved. Without uttering a word, he retrieved two unadorned boxes from the wide sleeves of his robe, both lacking any signature. Their packaging elegantly simple. He placed the boxes on the desk beside Wen Xu, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Then, he looked back at Wen Xu, his gaze briefly resting on the moonlit gown, and he nodded ever so slightly, as if to convey, "It suits you well." Having completed this, Theodore turned and departed Wen Xu's chamber as silently as he had entered, closing the door behind him without a word. Throughout, he had not spoken a single line. Wen Xu stood rooted in place, his heart still racing from the earlier tension, the warmth on his cheeks lingering. He gazed at the closed door, then shifted his attention to the two newly appeared boxes on the desk, his golden eyes filled with confusion and a hint of absurdity. Approaching the desk, he opened the first box, revealing an exquisite silver wig, its strands flowing like moonlight, cascading down to his waist, the ends adorned with a natural wave. The craftsmanship of the wig was extraordinarily fine, rendering any traces of artificiality nearly imperceptible. Upon opening the second box, he discovered a necklace and a delicate veil. The necklace, a slender platinum chain, bore a droplet-shaped pearl that radiated a soft, ethereal glow, pure and unblemished. The veil was an incredibly thin, almost transparent silver fabric, its edges embellished with tiny diamonds that sparkled like condensed starlight. As he beheld these treasures, he glanced down at the moon-white gown enveloping him, and an almost inconceivable thought began to form in his mind. Could it be that the gown was also a gift from Theodore? Had he prepared two gifts? One an anonymous gown, and the other, now presented, equally anonymous, a wig and jewelry? How curious that upon encountering himself in the gown, he felt neither shock nor reproach. Rather, it seemed to complete his ensemble and even conveyed a sense of approval. The enigmatic Theodore, as silent as an iceberg, truly perplexed him. He picked up the silver wig, its touch cool and smooth. After a moment's hesitation, he placed it atop his original silver hair. The wig blended seamlessly, its length and color perfectly complementing his own, enhancing his originally frigid demeanor with an added touch of dreaminess. He then took the veil, gently draping it over his face. The sheer fabric rendered his reflection in the mirror hazy, making his golden eyes appear even more mysterious behind the veil. Finally, he adorned himself with the pearl necklace. The cool pearls rested against his skin at the collarbone, their warm luster harmonizing beautifully with the moon-white gown. The figure in the mirror had transformed entirely into an ethereal dancer, a spirit from a mysterious east, shimmering like a moonlit illusion. Pure, noble, untouched by the mundane world. Breathtakingly beautiful. Just then, a knock echoed at the dormitory door once more. This time, the rhythm of the knocking bore Theodore's distinctive cadence, neither hurried nor slow. Taking a deep breath, he approached the door and opened it. Theodore stood outside, his deep blue eyes calmly observing Wen Xu, now adorned in his finery. His gaze lingered on the silver wig, the ethereal veil, and the pearls at his neck for a moment before he slightly bowed, executing an impeccable, ancient gesture of pure-blood aristocracy. His voice was low and steady, as if stating an established fact. The Christmas ball. Will you be my dance partner, Wen Xu? There was no inquiry, no explanation. As if the anonymous gift of the gown, the serendipitous encounter, and the subsequent presentation of the wig, veil, and necklace had all been a matter of course, a script preordained. He was merely awaiting the protagonist's entrance. The flickering flames of the fireplace danced, enveloping the two in a warm halo. Wen Xu gazed into Theodore's fathomless eyes, which seemed to perceive all, while feeling the exquisite costume that appeared to have been tailored just for him. A subtle sensation of being delicately ensnared in a web arose within him. His golden eyes flickered behind the veil, and at last, he gently inclined his head. Very well. The voice was soft, akin to snowflakes descending upon a lake. He accepted this silent, yet commanding invitation from the iceberg. The Christmas ball was destined to be anything but tranquil. And Wen Xu, the ethereal sprite transformed by moonlight, would step into the dance floor under Theodore's silent guardianship, becoming the most enigmatic and captivating focal point of the evening. Behind this calm acceptance lay either a new strategy or yet another instance of yielding to the circumstances. Only Wen Xu knew the truth. Chapter 38, The Arena of Demons. On the night of the Christmas ball, the enchanted ceiling of Hogwarts' Great Hall reflected a profound starry expanse, while a colossal Christmas tree adorned with twinkling ice crystals and melodious magical birds graced the room. The air was infused with a lang of honeyed wine, roasted gingerbread, and exquisite perfumes, creating an atmosphere rich with laughter and lively conversation. As Theodore Knott, with the moonlight-formed sprite upon his arm, entered the hall, a brief silence seemed to envelop the bustling gathering as if under a spell. Wen Xu, or rather, the figure adorned with silver curls and shrouded in a misty silver veil, with a necklace of moonlit pearls at his neck, became the epicenter of all gazes. His moon-white gown shimmered with a cool luminescence beneath the magical starlight, the soft silk gracefully embracing his slender form. The flowing sleeves cascaded like clouds, while the blue wave embroidery at the hem appeared to undulate, rippling with his slightest movements. The veil concealed most of his features, revealing only his mysterious golden-hued eyes glimmering through the gossamer and a small, alabaster chin. This beauty transcended gender, blending the elegance of Eastern grace with an ethereal purity. Fragile as delicate glass, yet breathtakingly stunning, rendering onlookers breathless. Theodore Knott remained clad in a perfectly tailored dark green formal robe, his deep brown hair meticulously arranged. His deep blue eyes were calm and unperturbed, as if the surrounding awe and scrutiny were mere inconsequential backgrounds. He merely inclined his body slightly, adopting an impeccable guiding posture to lead the sprite towards the center of the dance floor. His protective stance was cold and reserved, as if he silently erected an invisible barrier around a rare treasure. As the waltz began to play, its melodious strains filled the air. Theodore's steps were precise and steady, imbued with the distinct elegance of a pure-blood aristocrat. Under his guidance, Wen Xu twirled, his gown blooming like a night blooming cereus under the moonlight, so light that it seemed weightless. Their synchronization was nothing short of flawless, a silent yet strangely harmonious connection. Theodore's hand rested steadily and restrained upon Wen Xu's waist, transmitting a supportive strength through the delicate silk. Wen Xu's golden eyes lowered behind the veil, his long silver lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, obediently following the rhythm, reminiscent of a moonbeam lifted by the wind. The silent understanding shared between Theodore and his reserved protective demeanor is far more striking than any ostentatious declaration. Draco Malfoy stood within the small circle of Slytherin, his gray-blue eyes fixated on the pale figure at the center of the dance floor. He recognized that dress. He had caught a glimpse of it when Wen Xu tried it on in the dormitory one evening. A wave of neglected bitterness surged within him. Theodore Knott. What right did he have? Draco tightened his grip on the wine glass in his hand, his knuckles turning white, yet his gaze remained stubbornly anchored on that fragile, beautiful silhouette. Wen Xu tilted her head slightly to look at Theodore's profile, her complete trust in him pricking at Draco like a needle. Beside him, Pansy Parkinson regarded Wen Xu with a gaze laced with jealousy and curiosity, whispering, "Who is that? Where did not find her?" Cedric Diggory stood among the Hufflepuff crowd, his gentle smile faltering as he caught sight of that pale figure. The long gown was utterly distinctive, even through the veil. Her calm and delicate aura made him recognize Wen Xu instantly. He observed her twirling gracefully in Theodore's embrace, noting Theodore's unmistakable protective stance, which gave rise to an indescribable sense of loss and deeper concern within him. He yearned to approach, but the gentle call of his dance partner and Theodore's invisible barrier held him back. He could only watch silently, his emerald eyes reflecting the cool moonlight beneath the stars. Tinged with a barely perceptible sorrow, Harry Potter lingered at the edge of the raucous Gryffindor crowd, clad in a brand-new formal attire. His emerald gaze resembled an icy lake in midwinter, firmly locked on the center of the dance floor. He had triumphed in Quidditch, seized the golden snitch. And in Wen Xu's eyes, he had seen genuine fear. He believed it was a mark unique to him, a ripple that arose solely for him. But now, the person adorned in the dress he had anonymously gifted, meant to bloom solely for him, was now nestled obediently in another's embrace, dancing under the gaze of the multitude. Theodore not. That silent Slytherin. Harry's throat tightened, the taste of rust almost tangible. He watched Theodore securely cradle Wen Xu's waist, catching glimpses of her veil-enshrouded face. Fleeting glimmers of golden confusion. The venomous jealousy gnawed silently at his heart, far more suffocating than any physical pain. He clenched his fists, nails digging deep into his palms. The gift he had bestowed had become mere backdrop for another's display of treasure. This feeling of being robbed ignited within Harry a twisted possessiveness that surged to its peak, his frozen green eyes harboring a molten fury. Chapter 39. Theodore's desire for possession and control. As the final note of the music faded, applause erupted as though awakening from a dream. Theodore did not release Wen Xu. Instead, he led her to a relatively quiet corner of the lounge. He picked up a cup of warm honey lemon tea and offered it to Wen Xu, his movements appearing effortless. How does it feel? Theodore's deep voice resonated clearly amidst the cacophony surrounding them. Wen Xu raised her gaze through the veil, her golden eyes reflecting a trace of fatigue and bewilderment. Her voice, filtered through the delicate fabric, was particularly soft. I feel somewhat weary, Mr. Theodore. Theodore's deep blue eyes flickered slightly, yet he refrained from probing further. Instead, he lifted his glass, his gaze subtly sweeping over the myriad of looks directed towards them, each laden with diverse meanings, especially the piercing, icy green eyes of Harry from afar. A barely perceptible curve graced his lips. The desired effect had been achieved. His voice, tranquil and insightful, suggested that they were all observing. Curiosity, awe, disappointment, jealousy, these emotions would flourish on their own. His gaze returned to Wen Xu, carrying a hint of appraisal. Your beauty, in itself, serves as the finest catalyst. Merely maintaining it suffices. Wen Xu cradled her warm teacup, her fingertips absorbing its warmth, yet the chill within her heart lingered. She understood Theodore's intention. This meticulously orchestrated debut was designed to utilize her very presence to sow seeds in the hearts of all who gazed upon her, particularly Harry. Theodore had accurately gauged Harry's intent in gifting the dress and had anticipated his reaction upon witnessing this scene. He was silently nurturing the toxic weed of possession within Harry's heart. Are you using me? Wen Xu's voice lowered further, tinged with an imperceptible fragility. Theodore took a sip of his drink, his deep blue eyes resembling a cold abyss. Using? No. This is reciprocity. His gaze shifted once more towards the crowd. Intense emotions could render one blind, revealing vulnerabilities. What you seek is nothing less than transient peace, is it not? Wen Xu silently observed the steam rising from her cup. She felt akin to a porcelain piece, meticulously polished and displayed on a pedestal, while Theodore was the curator, utilizing her sheen to attract onlookers and scrutinizing their reactions. And Harry, she recalled the frightened emerald eyes that had gazed upon her in the rain, and the chilling fury that now burned within them. Theodore was right. Harry was ensnared by the very flames he had ignited. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Professor McGonagall's stern voice resonated with authority throughout the venue. Please maintain order. Silence. Instantly, all eyes were drawn towards her. Hagrid's enormous figure appeared at the doorway, his body smeared with mud and dark stains, cradling a writhing object wrapped in thick canvas with great care. His expression unusually grave and tinged with a subtle hint of fear. Following closely was Professor Dumbledore, his blue eyes, sharp as a hawk's behind crescent-shaped glasses, scanning the assembly with unprecedented seriousness. A severe anomaly has been detected at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall's voice brooked no argument. All students, return to your common rooms in an orderly fashion under the guidance of your prefects. The ball is to be concluded prematurely. The joyous atmosphere was instantly extinguished by a deluge of tension and unease. Whispers erupted like startled crows, breaking the silence. Wen Xu instinctively glanced at Theodore, her golden eyes betraying a fleeting glimmer of alarm behind the veil. The deep blue eyes of Theodore narrowed slightly as his gaze traversed the chaotic crowd, precisely locking onto Harry Potter, who was also looking back. On Harry's face, the jealousy and anger that had just surged were swiftly replaced by a deeper sentiment, a mixture of vigilance and a dawning realization that something significant was unfolding. Their eyes engaged in a brief standoff, as if an invisible string was taut in the frigid air. Theodore averted his gaze and whispered to Wen Xu, "It is over." He set down his glass with unruffled grace and returned to the common room. "Follow closely," he commanded, his tone brooking no dissent. The sudden upheaval abruptly interrupted the ballroom's melodious splendor, momentarily freezing the undercurrents stirred by Wen Xu. Yet, beneath this forced cessation, the seeds sown by Theodore through Wen Xu's beauty, Harry's violent possessiveness, Draco's bitter resentment, and Cedric's compassionate concern had not vanished. Rather, they lay dormant like roots beneath the frost, drawing nourishment and awaiting the moment to break free from the ice. The unknown shadows at the edge of the forbidden forest loomed like a boulder cast into the lake of fate, sending ripples that would ensnare everyone in their wake. The second half of the first year's term was officially ushered in, marked by the enchanting conclusion of the Christmas ball and the sudden, bloody haze that accompanied it, heralding a more enigmatic and unpredictable chapter. Chapter 40, Theodore's Machinations and Calculations. Observing the fleeting vulnerability in Wen Xu's eyes, a barely perceptible possessiveness stirred within Theodore's heart. He longed to claim this beauty as his own, to conceal it in an unseen sanctuary for his solitary admiration. Yet, surpassing this desire was a more profound, instinctual will, to protect him, to enable him, to let him flourish, to celebrate his beauty, to gift him wigs and jewelry. To invite him as a dance partner was not merely to exploit his allure as a pawn. Theodore understood all too well the preciousness of Wen Xu's ambiguous gender and transcendent beauty, and he keenly sensed the deep-seated recognition and yearning within Wen Xu for this uniqueness, a longing perhaps even he had not fully grasped. To allow him to blossom in the grandest of occasions, in the most perfect demeanor, was Theodore's silent tribute. This beauty belonged to no one, not even to Theodore himself. It belonged to Wen Xu, deserving of being seen by all, even if that radiance might attract envy. Theodore was acutely aware of Wen Xu's inherent sensitivity and insecurity born from experience. The scheme he had woven, ostensibly to incite others' emotions through Wen Xu's beauty, was, at its core, an intricate protective net. He redirected Harry's attention through jealousy, transformed Draco's resentment into clumsy probing, and maintained a distance for Cedric's compassion. All these potent emotions aimed at Wen Xu were, in Theodore's eyes, variables to be observed, predicted, and utilized. He assessed the potential threats each posed to Wen Xu with calm deliberation, preemptively strategizing to guide or mitigate possible harm. He did not require Wen Xu to be aware of these machinations. He merely needed him to exist safely within his reach. He merely seeks to balance the various factions, relishing the sight of Wen Xu being adored and desired. This cherished sentiment, held dear by many, would fortify Wen Xu's position at Hogwarts, making those who covet him wary of their concealed ambitions. However, Theodore would never permit any faction to dominate and disrupt this precarious equilibrium. Harry's twisted possessiveness must be curtailed and utilized. Draco's juvenile proclamations of ownership need to be thwarted, and Cedric's gentle approach requires an imperceptible barrier to be erected. He resembles a composed gardener, pruning the overly vigorous or malformed branches that could harm the delicate blooms, maintaining a subtle balance beneath the garden's surface prosperity. He revels in this sense of control, taking pleasure in the fact that, amidst the multitude of gazes, Wen Xu reveals to him alone a semblance of dependence and closeness. Even if born of circumstance, he showcases and flaunts Wen Xu's beauty, yet forbids excessive proximity from others. Of course, Theodore is firmly convinced of his uniqueness in contrast to others. He perceives Wen Xu's fade, comprehending the ambition and fragility that lie beneath the beautiful exterior, even acquiescing to and subtly guiding some of his schemes. He understands that Wen Xu cannot fully don the mask of gentleness and harmlessness in his presence. The fleeting glimpses of confusion, fear, and the fatigue that follows calculated maneuvers are vistas solely for him. This insight and tacit approval form a secret sense of superiority within Theodore. He requires no verbal affirmation from Wen Xu. He only needs Wen Xu to understand that, in this intricate game, he is the sole ally with whom Wen Xu can briefly lower his defenses, the only one capable of providing substantial sanctuary. This unique bond, founded on perception and calculation, satisfies Theodore's cold and proud possessiveness far more than any fervent declaration ever could. Chapter 41, The Forbidden Forest Crisis. Amidst the throng, Wen Xu's steps falter slightly. Theodore keenly observes, without turning back, subtly slowing his pace to shield against the oncoming tide with his broader shoulders. Wen Xu takes a gentle breath, steadies himself, and almost instinctively inches closer to Theodore's side. This minute gesture of reliance elicits a faint glimmer of satisfaction in the depths of Theodore's deep blue eyes. See, he knows instinctively whom to approach. Wen Xu. A voice laced with suppressed anger and anxiety pierces through the clamor. Draco Malfoy struggles to push through the crowd, his platinum hair slightly disheveled, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu beside Theodore, and the small yet glaring distance between them. Come with me. The Slytherin team is over there. He extends his hand, attempting to grasp Wen Xu's wrist, hoping to pull him away from Theodore. Theodore does not even spare Draco a glance, merely shifting slightly to block Draco's outstretched hand with his body. His movements are fluid and natural, as if merely adjusting his stance. His voice calm and unruffled, The prefect is organizing the Slytherin team, Malfoy. You ought to return to your group. He emphasizes the return, framing Draco's actions as reckless and out of place rather than a claim of ownership over Wen Xu. Draco's hand remained suspended in midair, his face flushed with frustration. He gazed at Wen Xu, who, veiled, offered a soothing glance from her golden eyes and gently shook her head. Her voice, filtered through the delicate fabric, remained steady. Draco, you should return to the common room. She provided no explanation for her decision to follow Theodore, merely stating the safest course of action. This calm refusal struck Draco with a greater sense of defeat and helplessness than any vehement opposition could have. He shot an intense glare at Theodore, gritting his teeth, and was half pushed, half dragged away by Crabbe and Goyle, who surged up behind him. Theodore scanned the chaotic crowd, his gaze precisely capturing another pair of eyes directed their way. Harry Potter stood at the edge of the Gryffindor throng, his green eyes cold as ice, fixated on Theodore and Wen Xu at his side. Harry's expression was devoid of emotion, embodying an extreme chill and a storm suppressed to its very limits. He perceived Draco's despair and noted Wen Xu's almost submissive demeanor under Theodore's protection. The dress he had sent, the gaze he believed he could secure, had now become mere instruments for Theodore not to exhibit his dominance. This realization gnawed at Harry's reason like poison. He remained still, silently etching the scene into memory with his frozen green eyes. Theodore appeared oblivious to Harry's gaze, or perhaps this was precisely the effect he desired. He slightly lowered his head and spoke to Wen Xu in a volume only they could hear. Potter is watching. His tone was flat, as though he were merely commenting on the weather. Wen Xu's body trembled almost imperceptibly, her lips tightening beneath the veil. She felt the tangible weight of that icy gaze, akin to a thorn in her back. Theodore offered no comfort. Instead, he positioned himself more firmly to shield her from that direction, guiding her onward. This silent protection bore an exceptional significance amidst the chaos and the pressure of that piercing gaze. At last, they navigated through the crowded corridor and stepped onto the relatively empty, cold stone stairs leading to the dungeon, where the surroundings momentarily quieted. The dim light from the wall sconces flickered against the damp stone walls. Theodore halted, turning to face Wen Xu. His deep blue eyes appeared even more enigmatic in the muted illumination. He extended his hand, moving with an almost ceremonial slowness, gently brushing aside a strand of silver hair that had fallen due to haste, tucking it carefully behind her ear. His fingertips inadvertently grazed Wen Xu's cool earlobe. "Well done," he murmured, his voice low and imbued with an odd, almost approving tone. "The panic has not consumed you." His gaze fell upon the pearl at her neck, radiating a soft lunar glow. It was a necklace he had personally selected. Wen Xu lifted her eyes, her golden irises meeting Theodore's through the veil. Within them lay a sense of bewilderment born from survival, a lingering fear, and a complex, subtly inquisitive reliance on the man before her. She softly inquired, "What transpired in the Forbidden Forest?" Theodore withdrew his hand, his gaze directed toward the shadowy entrance of the dungeon, as if he could penetrate the thick stone walls to glimpse the chaos of the night outside. An unknown threat lingered. The arrival of Haig bore an ominous presence. His voice, regaining its customary calmness, indicated the seriousness of the situation that Dumbledore was personally addressing. The castle would not experience tranquility in the coming days. He cast another glance at Wen Xu, his gaze imbued with an almost entrusted gravity. "Remain vigilant, Wen Xu. Stay in the common room. Do not venture out alone." He paused, adding with a subtle, almost imperceptible concern that was uniquely his own, "Your safety is paramount." This statement transcended mere advice from a strategist. It felt more like a possessive declaration. Before the delicate equilibrium he had meticulously maintained was shattered, and before the moment he deemed appropriate arrived, Wen Xu must exist unscathed within the realm of his protection. Wen Xu gazed into Theodore's unfathomable eyes, feeling the cool touch of the pearl necklace against his neck and the complex, indistinguishable meaning behind his words. The shadows of the Forbidden Forest loomed over Hogwarts, and the chess game surrounding him, in the silence preceding the storm, grew even more profound and inscrutable due to Theodore's unique possessive nature. He nodded gently, his golden eyes lowered beneath the veil, obediently responding, "I understand, Mr. Knott." Chapter 42, Slytherin Common Room. The fire in the Slytherin Common Room blazed robustly, dispelling the dank chill of the dungeon, yet failing to eradicate the weightiness and hushed whispers that permeated the air. Exaggerated and terrifying speculations about the dreadful discovery at the edge of the Forbidden Forest rapidly circulated among the students. The prefects, with stern expressions, maintained order, though their eyes betrayed a hint of unease. Wen Xu sat in the shadow of a high-backed armchair by the fireplace, still enveloped in the heavy emerald robe, as if seeking to absorb some warmth. He had removed his wig and veil, revealing his original silver hair. However, the pearl necklace, exuding a soft lunar glow, remained around his neck. Under the firelight, it radiated a gentle luster, contrasting sharply with his pale complexion and enhancing his fragile appearance. With his lashes lowered, his golden eyes fixated on the dancing flames, the long lashes casting a delicate fan-shaped shadow beneath them. He appeared as serene as a finely crafted porcelain figure, starkly out of place amid the surrounding clamor. Theodore Knott sat nearby at a desk adorned with serpentine carvings, a hefty tome spread before him. His deep blue eyes seemed focused on the pages, yet his peripheral gaze remained ever vigilant upon the slender figure by the fireplace. He appreciated the vulnerability Wen Xu exhibited in that moment. It was not an act, as the side effects of the aging reversal potion and the earlier turmoil had indeed drained Wen Xu's energy. Yet Theodore understood that this fragility, akin to the slight opening of an oyster shell, served as both bait and trap. He tacitly permitted, even encouraged, this state, for it attracted prey and fostered Wen Xu's reliance on the sanctuary he provided. He reveled in the authenticity that Wen Xu displayed within the safe confines he had constructed, a reality only visible to him. The warmth of the fire enveloped his back, yet Wen Xu's thoughts remained exceptionally clear. He perceived Theodore's intentions with piercing clarity. The possessive desire for fulfillment, the contradictory urge to place him in the spotlight while attempting to manipulate its angles, serves as a leverage for him. Theodore yearns for admiration? Splendid. He is more than willing to assume the role of the pitiable figure. Theodore perceives himself as unique? Even better, for it implies that Theodore will tolerate and even cooperate with his minor antics, as long as that sense of uniqueness remains intact. He lowered his eyelashes, concealing the fleeting glint of calculation in his golden gaze. Vulnerability is his weapon, beauty his bait, and the delicate equilibrium that Theodore meticulously maintains is the very stage upon which he stirs the tempest. Hey, Wen Xu. Draco Malfoy's voice, tinged with an almost imperceptible awkwardness, shattered the tranquility by the fireplace. He strode forward, his platinum hair gleaming in the firelight, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu, scanning his pale complexion and the slender neck swathed in robes. Are you all right? It was quite chaotic just now. His tone attempted to uphold the typical Malfoy arrogance, yet the inflection betrayed genuine concern. Wen Xu slowly raised his head, his golden eyes meeting Draco's, revealing a hint of lingering confusion and exhaustion, akin to a startled creature still regaining its composure. Draco, he spoke softly, his voice slightly hoarse, like a feather brushing against the heart's edge. I am fine. Just a bit cold. Unconsciously, he tightened his robes around him, a subtle gesture that laid bare his frail form. Draco's throat constricted, observing Wen Xu in this state. The frustration and resentment from their earlier encounter at the ball oddly dissipated, replaced by a more potent impulse to draw closer and protect. He approached Wen Xu's chair, awkwardly extending his hand, seemingly intending to touch his forehead for warmth, but hesitated, leaving his hand suspended in an uncomfortable limbo. Wen Xu appeared oblivious to his discomfort, tilting his head slightly, his golden eyes reflecting a mix of reliance and bewilderment as they regarded Draco's halted hand. This unconscious, questioning gaze instantaneously dismantled Draco's remaining hesitations. Resolutely, he grasped Wen Xu's wrist, encircling it with a rough yet tender concern, wishing to envelop him more securely. A sharp intake of breath escaped Wen Xu, his body jolting as if struck by an electric current. Draco was taken aback by the astonishing delicacy of the wrist he held, the skin cool and smooth, while the warmth of his palm seemed to sear into the other. He distinctly felt the pulse beneath the thin fabric quicken, a frantic rhythm that resonated through their contact. Wen Xu's golden eyes glistened with a veil of moisture, his long eyelashes quivering violently, and a faint blush swiftly colored his cheeks. He instinctively sought to retract his hand, yet the effort was so feeble it resembled the struggle of a kitten. Draco froze, the grip on the wrist unconsciously loosening slightly. Yet he did not relinquish his hold entirely. He gazed at the flushed corners of Wen Xu's eyes and cheeks, felt the accelerated pulse and subtle tremors beneath his palm, and a potent wave of mixed compassion and a certain clandestine excitement surged through him. Was he truly this sensitive? Was it merely a brush against the wrist? Why is your hand so cold? Draco's voice tightened slightly. In an effort to mask the tumult within, he deliberately raised his tone, tinged with reproach. Yet, as his fingers clasped Wen Xu's wrist, they instinctively and clumsily brushed against the icy skin, as if he sought to warm that frigid flesh with his own body heat. This gesture caused Wen Xu to shiver subtly, his golden eyes shimmering with a glimmer of reproach as they met Draco's gaze. Draco, Wen Xu's voice quivered, soft and vulnerable. The sound gripped Draco's heart fiercely, igniting a profound sense of protectiveness and possessiveness within him. He completely forgot about Theodore nearby, consumed by the desire to envelop this fragile and overly sensitive individual, to hide him away from the world's touch. How foolish. You can't even keep warm. Draco's voice rose, attempting to conceal his own bewilderment and burgeoning emotions with a fierce tone. He hastily removed his expensive silver-green wool scarf, emblazoned with the Malfoy crest, and wrapped it around Wen Xu's neck with a roughness that spoke of urgency, trying to cocoon him like a chrysalis. Are you still cold? He inquired, his slate blue eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu's flushed cheeks and glistening golden gaze, eagerly anticipating his reaction. Wen Xu felt breathless from the action. The coarse texture of the scarf grazed his sensitive neck, sending ripples of subtle tingling and shivers down his spine. He was compelled to tilt his head slightly, exposing his delicately shaped neck, while his golden eyes glimmered with moisture, resembling amber shrouded in mist. He nodded gently, his voice barely above a whisper. Much better, thank you. Draco. The dependency and acquiescence born from his enforced care perfectly satisfied Draco's desire for control, causing the hidden satisfaction within him to swell. Theodore not continued to peruse his book, seemingly oblivious to the happenings around him. Yet, his fingers hesitated imperceptibly on the pages. A fleeting, cold scrutiny flickered in his deep blue eyes. He distinctly observed the tremor that coursed through Wen Xu's body when Draco gripped his wrist, noted the blush that graced his cheeks, and the glimmer of moisture that surged in his eyes, a genuine physiological response, devoid of pretense. He also recognized how Wen Xu effortlessly stirred Draco's naive yet intense possessiveness and protectiveness through his innate sensitivity. The corners of Theodore's mouth turned down ever so slightly before settling back into neutrality. He bore no resentment towards Wen Xu for leveraging Draco. In fact, he found it rather agreeable. Draco's impulsiveness and straightforwardness served as an excellent buffer against Harry's uncontrollable wildness. Wen Xu's reaction reignited Theodore's sense of superiority. See, this genuine vulnerability and shyness, born from sensitivity, would only fleetingly and defenselessly emerge in the safe confines he had tacitly permitted. What Draco touched upon was merely the surface of a physiological reaction. It is Theodore not who possesses the profound insight to grasp everything, control the tempo, and permit the existence of this fragility. This awareness serves to soothe the cold, proud possessiveness of Theodore far more than the fleeting satisfaction that Draco experiences at this moment. When Xu feels the warmth and breath belonging to Draco, enveloped by the scarf around his neck, alongside Draco's unabashed, fiery gaze, he lowers his eyelashes, concealing the flicker of understanding that briefly passes through his golden irises. Excellent. Draco has taken the bait. The genuine reaction stemming from his sensitive constitution, combined with the carefully crafted display of shyness and helplessness, is sufficient to plant a deeper seed within Draco's heart. He slightly tilts his head, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Theodore, who appears engrossed in his book not far away. To Wen Xu's eyes, Theodore's calm profile is filled with vulnerabilities. Can he endure this? What if he were to grow even closer to someone else? Chapter 43, Assertion of Territory. At that moment, the heavy stone door of the common room swung open, ushering in a gust of chilly corridor air. Harry Potter's silhouette appeared at the threshold. His emerald eyes, like searchlights forged from ice, swept across the entire common room, then came to a precise and unwavering halt by the fireplace, fixating on Draco, who was almost leaning over Wen Xu, the latter wrapped tightly in Draco's scarf, revealing only a small portion of his flushed face and the overly intimate distance between them. Wen Xu, seemingly startled by the commotion at the door, turned slightly, his golden eyes reflecting a lingering confusion and trace of moisture as they met Harry's gaze. That expression was innocent and fragile. As if utterly bewildered by the tempest of fury raging in Harry's eyes, he instinctively shrank closer to Draco, seeking refuge in his presence. This subtle gesture ignited the final spark in a powder keg. Harry's hand slammed onto his wand, the knuckles cracking ominously under the pressure, his emerald pupils narrowing. Draco immediately sensed Harry's hostility, and his slate blue eyes defiantly returned the glare, brimming with provocation and an air of triumphant territoriality. Theodore finally closed the book in his hands with a soft thud. Rising slowly, his deep blue eyes calmly surveyed the nearly uncontrollable Harry at the door, along with the tense standoff between Draco and the increasingly pitiful Wen Xu caught in the middle. At the eye of the storm, Wen Xu felt the tension in Draco's taut body and the almost palpable menace emanating from Harry, a flicker of near pleasure dancing in his golden eyes as they briefly lowered. Theodore stepped forward, advancing towards a climax of a game he had tacitly approved and long anticipated. The atmosphere in the common room seemed to solidify into impenetrable ice. Harry's hand pressed against his wand, veins bulging, as his emerald pupils contracted to dangerous pinpricks, the fury swirling within him threatening to ignite into tangible flames. Draco stood defiantly in front of Wen Xu, his slate blue eyes shooting forth a provocative fire, the Malfoy scarf still tightly wrapped around Wen Xu. Wen Xu found himself ensnared in the midst of a tempest, his golden eyes shimmering with unshed tears, his complexion as pale as parchment, and his body quivering slightly, akin to a delicate flower stem poised to snap in the midst of a raging storm. Harry's concern and heartache surged within him. Malfoy, Harry's voice emerged, low and hoarse. Like a chilling wind from the depths of hell, remove your filthy hands from him. Why should I, Potter? Draco scoffed, deliberately inching closer to Wen Xu, nearly concealing him entirely behind his own form. This is Slytherin territory. You are the one who should leave. He felt Wen Xu's trembling intensify behind him, the dual surge of protectiveness and twisted satisfaction swelling within. Theodore Knott's steady footsteps resonated like precise drum beats, shattering the tense standoff teetering on the brink of eruption. He did not regard the two antagonists but instead fixed his deep blue gaze upon Wen Xu, imbued with an undeniable command. Wen Xu, come here. His voice, though soft, carried an unusual penetrating quality and an icy authority. Wen Xu, as if receiving a decree of mercy, instinctively broke free from Draco's subconscious restraint and stumbled towards Theodore. His silvery hair was disheveled, his golden eyes brimming with genuine terror, and his slender fingers clutched tightly at the sleeve of Theodore's dark green robe, their tips cold to the touch. Theodore instinctively shielded Wen Xu with his own body, effectively blocking Harry's predatory gaze. He met Harry's blazing green eyes with calm resolve, his voice unwavering. Potter, this is the Slytherin common room. Your outburst serves no purpose and will only invite unnecessary trouble. Harry's chest heaved violently as he beheld Wen Xu, clutching Theodore's sleeve like a fledgling seeking refuge, and observed Theodore's nonchalant protective stance. Jealousy and rage threatened to tear apart his sanity. The one he believed he could secure with his affection was now relying on another man's guardianship. The humiliation and desire for destruction surged within him, stronger than ever. Trouble? Harry's voice twisted into a distorted laugh, laced with an eerie chill. Not, do you truly believe you can always protect him? What do you think you are? His wand's tip began to gather a dangerous luminescence. Harry, Wen Xu's voice, laden with a pleading tremor, suddenly pierced the air. He peered from behind Theodore, his golden eyes filled with dread and supplication. Please, don't do this, he implored, his voice fragmented and soft. This display of vulnerability acted like a precise splash of icy water, briefly extinguishing the magic coalescing at the tip of Harry's wand. Harry gazed into Wen Xu's eyes, witnessing the raw fear and the fragility born from his own actions, his heart gripped tightly by a chilling hand, yet feeling utterly helpless. Theodore astutely sensed the subtle shift in Harry's demeanor. A flicker of cold realization passed through his deep blue eyes. He no longer regarded Harry. Instead, he turned his head and spoke softly to Wen Xu, who still clung to his sleeve. Return to the dormitory. Now, his tone was an unequivocal command. Wen Xu appeared utterly petrified, obediently nodding as he released Theodore's sleeve, lowering his head and hurriedly making his way towards the boys' dormitory corridor, his slender silhouette exuding an aura of lingering terror, as if he had narrowly escaped a calamity. Draco watched Wen Xu's departure, then glanced at the standoff between Harry and Theodore, his complexion shifting to a pallid hue. He felt like a complete fool. The meager semblance of protection and possession he had earlier displayed seemed utterly laughable in the face of Theodore's absolute control and Harry's menacing threat. He shot a fierce glare at Harry and cast a complex glance at Theodore, ultimately yielding to the anxious tug of Crabbe and Goyle, reluctantly retreating into the throng of Slytherins. Harry's gaze remained fixed on the vanishing figure of Wen Xu before slowly shifting back to Theodore's countenance. Within his emerald eyes, rage simmered down to reveal a deeper, more perilous chill. We shall see, not, he whispered venomously before abruptly turning, the dark fabric of his robes slicing through the air with an elegant arc as he strode decisively out of the Slytherin common room. The heavy stone door thundered shut behind him, sealing off the frigid air outside and momentarily isolating the tempest stirred by Wen Xu. Theodore stood rooted, his deep blue eyes following the direction of Harry's departure, his fingertips unconsciously toying with the fabric of the sleeve that Wen Xu had grasped moments ago, as if lingering traces of that icy touch and subtle tremor still remained. A faint, almost imperceptible smile flickered at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 44, Potions Class. As the door slammed shut, the panic-stricken, fragile expression on Wen Xu's face receded like a tide, leaving only a cold tranquility in its wake. He approached the dressing mirror, staring at the reflection of himself, eyes slightly reddened, hair disheveled, and absurdly adorned with Draco's silver-green scarf around his neck. Expressionless, he raised his hand, a hint of annoyance in his movements as he yanked off the expensive scarf and tossed it to the ground, as if discarding refuse. The earlier display of vulnerability and fear was 3 parts genuine and 7 parts performance. The effect had been remarkable. Harry was subdued, Draco's impulsiveness temporarily quelled. And Theodore, Wen Xu recalled his unwavering protective stance and that final commanding remark. Theodore relished this sense of control, basking in the dependency he exhibited post-protection. Excellent. This was precisely what he desired. He moved to the window, gazing into the impenetrable darkness toward the forbidden forest. The peculiarities of what Hagrid had brought back, along with Dumbledore's gravity, foreshadowed that the remaining time for first years would not be tranquil. Chaos would serve as the perfect cover for him to maneuver through murky waters and expedite his plans. The tension from the interrupted Christmas ball had yet to fully dissipate. Yet life at Hogwarts continued, albeit with an almost imperceptible heaviness in the air. The rumors surrounding the anomalies of the Forbidden Forest gradually gave way to the pressures of the impending final examinations. However, for certain individuals, a far greater storm brewed beneath the calm facade. The potions classroom in the dungeon remained as cold and dreary as ever, filled with the peculiar amalgamation of various potion ingredients. Professor Severus Snape glided silently between the long tables like a dark bat, his black robes swirling, his icy gaze sweeping over the bubbling potions of each student. When he paused before the table of Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, his scrutinizing stare felt almost like a freezing spell. Potter, Snape's voice slithered like a serpent. Tell me, what results from the addition of powdered daffodil root to an infusion of wormwood? His question was laced with an unmistakable challenge, a classic prelude to a deduction of Gryffindor points. Harry pressed his lips together, a storm of suppressed anger brewing within his emerald eyes. Having lived multiple lives, he undoubtedly knew the answer, yet he was acutely aware that Snape sought to humiliate him. Just as he was about to respond stiffly, his gaze was inadvertently drawn to a figure slightly ahead. Wen Xu was quietly tending to his cauldron, clad in an oversized Slytherin robe. His silver hair elegantly tied back with a simple dark green ribbon, revealing a delicately sculpted neck. His movements were precise and fluid, his slender fingers deftly wielding a silver knife to manipulate the daisy root, exuding an almost artistic grace. The potion in his cauldron shimmered a perfect, clear golden hue, precisely matching the textbook standard for a calming draft. Snape's gaze briefly flickered over Wen Xu's flawless potion. Elixir of life, Professor, Harry eventually replied, his voice dry. Yet his attention remained fixated on Wen Xu. He noticed the subtle tension in Wen Xu's shoulders as Snape approached, a barely perceptible nervousness beneath his intense focus. This vulnerability, revealed under the pressure of the professor's scrutiny, oddly captivated Harry's attention, even diluting some of his anger towards Snape. Snape let out a cold huff, clearly displeased that Harry had answered correctly, yet he chose not to pursue Harry further, redirecting his focus to Wen Xu. Mr. One, his voice deliberately elongated. Such a perfect calming draft. I presume you have mastered its essence entirely. Therefore, please enlighten us as to why it is necessary to remove the cauldron from the fire and stir clockwise 7 times before adding moonstone powder? His question was even more intricate, probing a crucial detail regarding potion stability. All eyes in the classroom instantly converged upon Wen Xu. His fingers tightened slightly around the stirring rod, a glimmer of just the right amount of tension and uncertainty flickering in his golden eyes, akin to a deer caught in the spotlight. He lowered his head slightly and answered softly yet clearly. Because the cold lunar energy contained in moonstone powder reacts violently with the sunlight essence in the base liquid of the calming draft at high temperatures, leading to instability or even explosion. Removing the heat source and stirring clockwise 7 times simulates the trajectory of lunar phases, gently guiding the cold lunar energy to achieve dynamic equilibrium with the sunlight essence. Professor. His response was not only correct, but also elucidated the underlying principles. A veritable textbook-level explanation. Snape narrowed his black eyes, scrutinizing Wen Xu as if evaluating the wisdom behind his words. Ultimately, he merely coolly remarked, at least you know something. 5 points to Slytherin. His tone was inscrutable, leaving one to ponder whether it was approval or something else entirely. He no longer harassed Wen Xu, turning to glide towards his next target, typically Neville Longbottom. Wen Xu exhaled softly, refocusing on his cauldron, as if the earlier tension had merely been an illusion. Harry observed the serene profile of Wen Xu, whose emerald eyes concealed a tumult of complex emotions. He detested Snape. Yet the vulnerable yet astute demeanor that Wen Xu exhibited under pressure struck a chord deep within him once more. Chapter 45. The conclusion of the first academic year. The rumors had not entirely subsided. One afternoon, while Wen Xu was perusing materials on ancient alchemical symbols at the periphery of the restricted section of the library, he inadvertently overheard a fragment of conversation between Madame Pants and another professor, their voices hushed. Filch had also reported hearing something in the west corridor on the 4th floor, a sound akin to claws scraping against stone. Dumbledore had fortified the barriers, yet Minerva, that creature is becoming increasingly restless. I fear for the protections surrounding the Forbidden Forest. Shu. Not here. Wen Xu's heartbeat quickened. The west corridor on the 4th floor? That was precisely where the Philosopher's Stone was secured. The disturbance brought back by Hagrid? Could it be linked to the stone? He immediately recalled the unusually aggressive giant spiders and the scars on the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest. The lingering dark aura on those wounds resonating with the faint traces of dark magic surrounding Quirrell. He meticulously noted this information, simultaneously becoming more vigilant regarding Professor Quirrell's movements. Quirrell remained stuttering, adorned with a ludicrously large scarf, yet in fleeting moments, Wen Xu caught glimpses of a chilling greed that sharply contrasted with his cowardly exterior. The final examinations transpired amidst a stifling atmosphere of apprehension. The practical exam for defense against the dark arts was particularly nerve-wracking. Quirrell had set a challenge involving a boggart morphing within a confined space. When it was Wen Xu's turn, the boggart transformed into a colossal, venomous snake, flicking its forked tongue before him. Wen Xu's complexion drained of color, his body trembled slightly, and his grip on his wand faltered. His voice trembled noticeably. The spell's glow dim. The boggart snake merely donned a comical top hat, yet it retained its menacing presence, hissing as it advanced. Quirrell stood to the side, a barely perceptible smirk playing at the corners of his mouth beneath his scarf. As Wen Xu stumbled back in a panic, a calm voice pierced through the tension. The incantation must be precise and potent. Theodore Knott had appeared at the doorway, his deep blue eyes unruffled. In an instant, the boggart snake morphed into a writhing, multicolored rubber serpent, provoking laughter among several students. Quirrell's expression darkened momentarily. Theodore did not regard Quirrell. He merely addressed the shaken Wen Xu with a measured tone. "Mind your step, Wen Xu." He then turned and departed, as though he were simply passing by. Wen Xu cast a grateful glance at Theodore, his pallor lingering, embodying the visage of someone who had just encountered sheer terror. Harry stood in the corner, his fists clenched, filled with disdain for Quirrell and an acute displeasure towards Theodore's timely display of gallantry. One fateful night after the final exams, a violent surge of magic emanated from the Forbidden Zone on the 4th floor of Hogwarts Castle. This was followed by a deafening explosion and Professor Quirrell's piercing scream of terror and agony. The students were jolted awake, and panic ensued. The professors sprang into action, swiftly sealing off the 4th floor area. The next day, the news was cautiously disseminated. Professor Quirrell had attempted to steal a significant artifact safeguarded by the school and had been subdued after a fierce struggle. He was gravely injured and transported to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries. During breakfast, Headmaster Dumbledore made a brief statement, commending several students for their bravery in protecting the school as property, his gaze briefly sweeping over Harry, Ron, and Hermione, yet he refrained from divulging specifics. The incident remained shrouded in mystery. In quiet contemplation, Theodore sat at the Slytherin table, delicately savoring his pudding. His golden eyes were cast downwards, concealing a profound understanding within. It was as he suspected. Quirrell was merely a puppet of Voldemort. The pain in Harry's scar, the death of the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest, Quirrell's bizarre behavior, everything interconnected. The crisis surrounding the Philosopher's Stone had been averted, marking the failure of Voldemort's first attempt to regain power. Thus, the first year's greatest storm concluded in a heart-stopping yet enigmatic manner. The whistle of the Hogwarts Express pierced the air at the platform. Students, laden with luggage, surged towards the train, their hearts a mix of anticipation for summer and reflections on the recent harrowing event. Theodore, carrying his modest suitcase, containing the precious de-aging potion he had successfully brewed and his thornwood wand, stood in a relatively quiet corner of the platform. His silvery hair fluttered gently in the summer breeze, and his golden eyes gazed at the ancient castle. A subtle relief washing over him as a phase of his task came to completion. Draco Malfoy, urged by his parents, approached the first-class carriage. As he passed Theodore, he hesitated momentarily, casting a complex glance with his slate-blue eyes, as if to utter something, but ultimately raised his chin in arrogance and strode away. Cedric Diggory offered Theodore a gentle nod, bidding farewell with, "Have a pleasant summer, Theodore," his gaze still laced with concern. Theodore's classmate, Theodore Knott, stood not far off, his deep blue eyes calmly observing Theodore, devoid of any farewell words, merely inclined his head slightly, signaling a silent agreement. Though the game was paused, it was far from over. Harry Potter, flanked by the Weasley family and Hermione, made his way toward the train. His emerald eyes scanned the crowd, honing in on Theodore in the corner. No longer was there the suppressed rage from the end of term, nor the frenzied jealousy following the ball. Only a chilling depth of resolve remained. He directed a subtle, icy smile toward Theodore, silently mouthing a few words. Theodore clearly discerned the message, "Wait for me," as the train embarked, exhaling plumes of white steam. It carried students towards their summer vacation, along with unspoken secrets, intricate emotions, and nascent conspiracies, all steering towards the forthcoming academic year. Wen Xu gazed at Harry through the window, his icy green eyes reflecting the chill of the pearl necklace resting against his neck, while his golden irises narrowed slightly under the sun's embrace. The summer break had commenced. He needed to seize this time to liberate himself from the constraints of his past, reclaiming the strength of his adult form. The second year, marked by encounters at the Leaky Cauldron and the looming shadow of the Slytherin chamber, awaited them all. Beneath the calm facade of the holiday, undercurrents were already gathering strength for a new tempest. Chapter 46, Riding the Current. As summer waned in London, the air grew thick and clamorous. The cobblestone streets of Diagon Alley gleamed under the throngs of people, while a towering poster for Gilderoy Lockhart's autobiography, Me, the Wizard, nearly enveloped the entire facade of the Leaky Cauldron. The ostentatious golden lettering and Lockhart's dazzling, toothy grin dazzled in the sunlight. Harry Potter felt as though he were confined within a jar filled with raucous mandrakes. The Weasley family surrounded him and Hermione with palpable excitement, while Ron animatedly gestured towards a thrilling moment from the Quidditch World Cup. Hagrid's massive form loomed like a moving hill, striving to carve a path through the crowd for them. Amidst this suffocating clamor, a cool figure emerged, slicing through the noise like moonlight-piercing clouds, instantly captivating Harry's senses. Wen Xu. He stood in the relatively tranquil classical literature section of the Leaky Cauldron, devoid of his school robe, clad in an exquisitely tailored moon-white silk shirt. The fabric was light and soft, conforming to his tall, somewhat slender frame. 2 buttons at the collar were undone, revealing a pale, delicate neck, and the familiar crescent moon pearl necklace that Harry had gifted him. The pearls glimmered softly under the warm yellow light of the bookstore, yet pierced Harry's eyes like icicles. Wen Xu had replaced Theodore's necklace with his own. What rendered Harry's blood run cold was the presence beside Wen Xu. Lucius Malfoy. His platinum hair was impeccably tied back, his gray-blue eyes exuding the usual arrogance, coupled with a barely perceptible, calculating assessment akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. In his hand, he held a blackthorn wand topped with a serpent's head, casually resting it atop a worn, indistinct diary, which was clutched tightly by a red-haired, anxious Ginny Weasley. Even more infuriating to Harry was Draco Malfoy, the Slytherin he despised most, standing smugly beside Wen Xu, his gray-blue eyes provocatively scanning Harry before landing on Wen Xu, exuding a declaration of belonging to their world. Harry's gaze fixated on the cuff of Lucius's sleeve, where an intricately designed opal cufflink shimmered with a chilling blue-green hue against the black velvet. That cufflink emitted an exceedingly faint, yet unmistakable magical resonance, a trace of tracking magic. And this magical essence was identical to that of Wen Xu. It was a gift from him. Wen Xu presented Malfoy with a gift, and the magical fluctuations from Lucius's cufflink intertwined with the pearl necklace he had gifted Wen Xu, forming a terrifying, treacherous connection in Harry's perception. "Oh, is that not our illustrious Harry Potter?" Lucius drawled, his tone laced with icy mockery. The golden serpent staff seemed to casually lift, its tip nearly brushing against the hem of Wen Xu's shirt. How fortuitous. It appeared that the savior of Hogwarts also required a touch of Professor Lockhart's, literary enlightenment? Draco emitted a derisive sneer. Wen Xu's gaze calmly swept over Harry's contorted face, twisted by anger and jealousy, finally resting upon the serpent staff encroaching upon his garment. A barely perceptible glint of understanding flickered in his golden eyes. Lucius's seemingly casual gesture was, in fact, a deliberate attempt to redirect his attention toward the pile of old books cradled by Ginny. He then offered Harry a faint, almost formulaic smile, his voice as clear as a spring yet imbued with a chilling detachment. "Good day, Mr. Potter." Mr. Potter. This address pierced Harry's heart like a poisoned dagger. The covert tests, the aggressive proximity, the self-righteous imprints of possession over the past year now appeared ludicrous under the weight of such a cold formality. Jealousy, the fury of being deceived, and a profound sense of betrayal instantaneously engulfed Harry's reason. He could almost hear the grinding of his teeth, his right hand instinctively reaching for his wand. "Harry, no." Hermione's exclamation and Ron's firm grip halted him just in time. At that moment, Lucius elegantly sidestepped, the tip of his serpent staff inadvertently pressing upon the stack of Ginny's old textbooks. Ginny stumbled, scattering the books across the floor, with the tattered diary cleverly mingling among them. A feigned apology graced Lucius's face. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry, my dear." With age, one's hands grow unsteady. Yet, his gray-blue eyes remained fixed on Wen Xu, harboring a shared chill. Draco's laughter grew even more piercing. Hagrid's enormous figure appeared just in time, like a savior shielding the volatile Harry and the furious Weasley family from the cold gazes of the Malfoys. Amid the chaos, Wen Xu's gaze traversed the gaps in the crowd, briefly locking with the deep blue eyes lurking in the shadows of the second-floor columns. Theodore not, like a silent specter, observed the unfolding farce below with a quiet intensity. A barely perceptible smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, imbued with the mockery of omniscience and the indifference of control. The pearls around Wen Xu's neck, Lucius's cufflink, Harry's fury, Draco's pride, everything lay upon his chessboard. Chapter 47, Provocation. The Hogwarts Express exhaled white smoke, transporting students back to the familiar castle. Yet, the once familiar castle now loomed under an invisible shroud of gloom. The atmosphere of the opening feast was far from the usual warmth, and the weight of unspoken gravity lingered in Dumbledore's address. Fear coiled around the castle's throat like a cold vine, tightening its grip on the eve of Halloween. The Halloween feast was abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. Mr. Filch's beloved cat, Mrs. Norris, had been petrified in a most bizarre manner. Rigidly suspended from a torch holder, her tail stood erect, her eyes wide with the terror of impending death. More chillingly, upon the damp stone wall beneath her, a message was scrawled in blood-red letters. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware. The vivid crimson script glistened in the dim firelight, exuding a strong metallic scent and an ominous aura of curse. Panic erupted among the students like a plague, with screams, cries, and shoves blending into chaos. The professors' faces turned ashen, and through Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses, his gaze pierced like that of a hawk. Standing beside the Slytherin table, Wen Xu's silvery hair fluttered slightly in the tumultuous air, his golden eyes fixated on the blood inscription, a perfect blend of fear and pallor gracing his features. As his slender fingers unconsciously tightened around the tablecloth, knuckles whitening. Yet, deep within those seemingly frightened golden eyes lay an icy calmness, even a hint of barely perceptible understanding. As if the reckoning had finally commenced. Simultaneously, voices began to whisper in Harry Potter's ears. They were not of human tongue, but a cold, slick hissing reminiscent of scales scraping against stone. Hiss, blood, fresh blood, tear apart, mark the enemy. Only he could comprehend. Parseltongue. This ability clung to him like a parasite, reminding him of his loathsome connection to Voldemort. Hermione dove into the library, frantically searching for accounts of the Chamber of Secrets and the heir of Slytherin. Meanwhile, Ron anxiously observed his sister Ginny, who had been in a daze since the start of term, her complexion ghastly pale, her eyes evasive as if burdened with a colossal secret. The potions classroom's dungeon was as cold and damp as ever, filled with the acrid scent of various bizarre ingredients mingling in the air. Professor Severus Snape glided silently between the long tables like a black bat, his dark robes swirling, his frigid gaze sweeping over each bubbling cauldron. Today's task involved the complex concoction of a calming draught. Harry, distracted by the annoying serpent whispers, hiss, corner, dark, wait, found it difficult to concentrate. When Snape ghosted by him, he remained unfocused, whether due to distraction or a misstep. Wen Xu trembled slightly while handling a seedling of the highly toxic venomous tentacula. In an instant, the spiky green plant seemed to spring to life, its long, thorny tendrils wrapping around his bare, slender wrist like a viper. A sharp, genuine cry escaped Wen Xu's lips, his face turning as pale as parchment. The venomous sap rapidly seeped into his skin, visible crimson streaks and a multitude of tiny blood spots appearing on his wrist at an alarming rate. The excruciating pain caused his body to convulse violently, and a veil of physiological mist descended upon his golden eyes, while his long lashes trembled fiercely, leaving him nearly unsteady. The underground classroom fell into an eerie silence, as even the bubbling of the cauldron seemed to fade away. Harry's heart felt as though it had been gripped tightly by a frigid hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to rush forward, but Snape's gaze, sharp and unyielding as death itself, pinned him in place, rendering him immobile. Draco's expression of malicious glee froze, a flicker of genuine panic flashing in his gray-blue eyes as his hand instinctively reached for his wand. Theodore Nott sprang into action, positioned beside the operating table. His deep blue eyes locked onto the target the moment when Sue cried out in agony, exuding a terrifying calm, devoid of any hesitation. The tip of his wand glinted coldly, the freezing charm. The precise incantation instantly encased the wildly thrashing vine in ice. Without waiting for the frost to fully spread, his right hand shot out with lightning speed, revealing a gleaming silver dagger, its hilt adorned with the intricate Nott family crest. With a swift motion, he severed the toxic vine that coiled around Wen Xu's wrist, executing the action with unparalleled speed, accuracy, and decisiveness. Disregarding Snape's suddenly darkened countenance and the astonished gazes of his classmates, he stepped forward, gripping Wen Xu's injured, trembling wrist with an undeniable force that left no room for escape. With his other hand, he deftly retrieved a vial of emerald green antidote from the inner pocket of his robe, uncorked it without hesitation, and resolutely poured it into Wen Xu's mouth, which was slightly agape from the pain. Breathe. Slowly. Theodore's voice resonated with a low, steady command that brooked no opposition. His fingers pressed firmly on several critical acupuncture points on Wen Xu's wrist, striving to slow the spread of the venom and alleviate the agonizing pain. Simultaneously, his right hand securely supported Wen Xu's wavering body, almost cradling him in his embrace. Wen Xu was compelled to lean against Theodore's solid chest, his rapid and painful breaths brushing warmly against Theodore's neck. He could distinctly sense the subtle tremors of Wen Xu's body and the frantic pulse in his wrist. A dual reaction to the potent toxin and overwhelming fright, undeniably real and far from faint. His deep blue gaze fell upon Wen Xu's furrowed brow, dampened by tears. The golden lashes quivering like butterfly wings, and the pale lips, devoid of color, pressed tightly together. A potent blend of possessiveness, protectiveness, and a profound satisfaction in safeguarding what he deemed his own enveloped his icy heart like a warm current. Before the watchful eyes of their peers, he successfully enveloped Wen Xu once more under his protective wing, establishing himself as the sole figure of reliance, the only one permitted to draw near. Ignoring Snape's chilling glare and the frozen atmosphere of the classroom, he half-supported, half-encircled Wen Xu, making his way directly toward the cellar door. As Theodore passed by Harry, his gaze briefly swept over Harry's ashen face, clenched fists, and the fury and helplessness that seemed to erupt from his very being, alongside Draco's expression, which was a complex blend of fear, jealousy, and a hint of confusion. Theodore's eyes remained calm and unperturbed, yet they resonated with a silent proclamation. Chapter 48, The Twisted Offering. The panic within the castle was escalating. The attacks had not ceased. Another student of Muggle descent had been petrified, and the chilling sight of the cold stone statue being removed deepened the terror of all present. Blood-red warnings reappeared upon the walls. Fear enveloped Hogwarts like a dense fog. Ginny Weasley's condition was deteriorating. Her complexion was nearly translucent, dark circles shadowing her eyes, which appeared vacant and drifting, resembling a vessel from which the soul had been extracted. She clutched her tattered diary as if it were her sole salvation. In the late hours of the night, the embers of the common room fire flickered weakly. When Xu returned from the library, and in the dimly lit corridor leading to the dormitories, he encountered a disheveled Ginny. On the brink of collapse, the girl held her diary tightly, as if it were the last piece of driftwood in a tempest, her gaze unfocused, murmuring incoherently. "Miss Weasley?" When Xu paused, his voice gentle and imbued with appropriate concern. "Are you all right? You look dreadful." His golden eyes shone with purity in the subdued light, filled with worry. Ginny, like a startled rabbit, jerked her head up, and upon seeing Wen Xu, terror erupted in her eyes. It was as though she had encountered a monstrous beast. Her grip on the diary tightened, knuckles blanching, her body trembling violently. "No, don't come closer. Don't look at me," she stammered, her voice hoarse and steeped in desperation. Wen Xu did not advance, remaining where he stood, confusion and innocence etched upon his face. "I only wish to help you. Do you need to go to the hospital wing?" His kindness acted as a catalyst, sending Ginny's fear soaring to its zenith. She emitted a stifled sob, clutching her diary, staggering back towards the girls' dormitory as if pursued by malevolent spirits. Wen Xu stood rooted in place, the gentle concern that had graced his features receding like a tide, leaving only an icy calm. He could distinctly sense the malevolent aura emanating from the diary in Ginny's grasp, a resonance of greed, cunning, and coldness. That aura elicited a faint echo of the soul's power belonging to a world of punishment within him. A wretched Horcrux, Wen Xu scoffed internally, his golden eyes flickering with a ghostly glow in the darkness, drawing strength by siphoning the life force and soul of a young witch. How utterly repugnant. He turned, his silvery hair glinting briefly in the shadows. The attacks escalated once more, targeting Harry's most astute companion. Hermione Granger had been petrified in the library. When she was discovered, she stood rigidly beside a towering bookshelf, tightly clutching a torn page from powerful potions. On a piece of paper, a monstrous and grotesque serpent-like creature was hastily sketched, accompanied by a line of small, frantic handwriting that was evidently penned in a state of extreme haste and fear. The pipe, the sound, the deadly gaze, the mirror. Utilize the reflection. The crowing of a rooster is its nemesis. Serpent monster. Serpent monster. Ron's voice wavered with terror. Harry gazed at the menacing depiction and Hermione's familiar scrawl, his heart twisting in anguish. This was the creature from the Chamber of Secrets. Hermione had, with her remarkable intellect, left them a crucial clue at the last moment. Yet, as Harry and Ron seethed with rage and sorrow for Hermione's plight, that cold, slithering voice of Parseltongue echoed once more in Harry's mind. This time not as a vague whisper, but as a command crystal clear, resonating in his ears. Hiss, come, Potter, to the deepest depths. Hiss, the grudge. The chamber of Slytherin, to settle. Hiss, bring forth, the sacrifice, the silver-haired, sacrifice. A sacrifice. A chill coursed through Harry's veins. It felt as if his blood had turned to ice. Was Voldemort's target Ginny? Those frigid serpent eyes were fixated on Ginny. An overwhelming dread seized Harry's heart, far more suffocating than the chamber itself. Soon after, that fear was supplanted by a more ferocious, twisted desire and fury, something that belonged to him. No one could take it away, not even Voldemort. Voldemort ought to meet his end soon. Harry thought coldly, his mind racing through the identities of his enemies. It seemed that plans needed to be set in motion. If he could not even fulfill his own purpose, then all those years would have been in vain. Chapter 49, Scheming. Following the clues left by Hermione, Harry and Ron focused their efforts on the abandoned girls' restroom on the second floor of the castle. There resided Moaning Myrtle, a ghost who wept incessantly due to the ridicule of her classmates. Myrtle's intermittent, bitter lamentations confirmed their suspicions. She had died right there, having seen a pair of enormous yellow eyes before her demise. Guided by Myrtle's ethereal presence, they discovered the pivotal water basin. On the edge of the basin, an unassuming brass tap was adorned with a small, coiling serpent. Taking a deep breath, Harry suppressed the tumultuous waves of anxiety brought on by the word sacrifice. focusing intently on the serpent carving, and uttered in a chilling, hissing tone, "Open." The moment his words fell, the basin erupted with a resounding roar. The entire restroom trembled. The basin spiraled downwards as if alive, revealing a bottomless chasm exuding a damp, eerie atmosphere. The inner walls of the pipe were slick and unfathomable, resembling an entrance to the underworld. Harry gazed into the abyss, contemplating Hermione's petrification, Ginny's disappearance, and the chilling command regarding the silver-haired sacrifice, his heart racing. Gripping his wand tightly, he prepared to leap in recklessly. "Potter, stop!" A cold, furious voice rang out from the doorway. Harry spun around abruptly. His wand instantly aimed at the entrance. Theodore Nott stood there, his expression unusually grim, with cold fury flickering in his deep blue eyes. In one hand, he grasped the arm of a pale-faced, terrified Wen Xu. "Your foolishness will endanger us all." Theodore's voice shattered the silence like breaking ice as he strode forward, his sharp gaze sweeping over the bottomless abyss ahead, where Ginny Weasley was ensnared, along with that creature. "Do you think that mere bravado will suffice?" His gaze abruptly shifted to Wen Xu, whom he had half-forced to accompany him. His tone imbued with an undeniable command, yet betraying a thread of taut anxiety. "Stay close to me. Do not stray even a step. Your safety is paramount. Understand?" Wen Xu's golden eyes flickered uncertainly in the dim, dilapidated restroom, akin to a frightened glass figurine. He cast a glance at the ominous dark entrance, then lowered his gaze to Theodore's hand, which gripped his arm with such intensity that it trembled slightly. Was Theodore thrusting him into this perilous vortex to protect him? Or was he merely a bait to lure out the heir? Or perhaps, he would not allow Harry Potter to claim the glory of rescuing Wen Xu for himself? Beneath this facade of protection lay a profound possessiveness or a cold calculation. Regardless, he hoped this endeavor would grant him further opportunities to draw upon the power of the world's consciousness. Wen Xu continued to feign fear, pondering the true depth of Theodore's intentions. Harry observed Theodore's tight grip on Wen Xu's hand, watching Wen Xu's expression of terror under Theodore's protection, the fury within him nearly bursting forth. Yet, this was not the moment for discord. He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions, his emerald eyes fixed resolutely on the entrance. "Ginny is inside. We must descend." Theodore snorted dismissively, refusing to meet Harry's gaze, instead tightening his hold on Wen Xu's arm. Embodying both protector and captor as he led the way into the dark abyss. "Follow closely behind me. Ron Weasley, if you wish to live. Keep an eye on the rear." His voice regained its customary chill, yet bore the resoluteness of one stepping onto a battlefield, leading his treasure into the heart of Slytherin's long-buried secrets. Chapter 50. The tables turned. The cold, slick tunnel, reeking of ancient filth and serpentine odors, swallowed the four like the gullet of a great beast. Ron held Harry's wand aloft, its tip flickering weakly in the endless darkness, barely illuminating the slippery stones beneath their feet, coated in an unidentifiable slime. Fawkes perched on Harry's shoulder, his golden feathers the sole warm beacon in this abyss of despair. Theodore Nott led the way, akin to a vanguard. One hand gripped Wen Xu's icy wrist with an unyielding force, as if to embed his very essence into his own. The other hand held the wand steady, its luminous charm shining several times brighter and more steadily than Ron's, his sharp blue eyes scanning every corner and shadow ahead, assessing potential traps and the lurking presence of the basilisk. His body was taut, like a bowstring poised to unleash its power, each breath steady and restrained, guarding Wen Xu within a deliberate distance, erecting an impenetrable barrier with his very being. Wen Xu was dragged along, passively traversing the nauseating conduit. The pain and confinement gripping his wrist were acutely vivid. Theodore's palm radiated warmth that seeped through the skin into his blood, creating a stark contrast to the dank chill of the pipe. He could distinctly hear Theodore's steady, forceful heartbeat, feel the subtle tremor of his muscles, heightened by vigilance, and the undeniable will to protect that radiated from his erect spine. This dominant shelter, imbued with an absolute desire for control, stirred a cold mockery within Wen Xu. Yet strangely, it also conjured a fleeting illusion of safety amidst despair. His golden eyes flickered with complex light in the darkness, obediently following, like a meticulously guided marionette, while his mind raced to calculate the gains and losses of every step. Harry trailed closely behind, his emerald gaze burning like a ghostly flame, fixated on the hand that Theodore gripped Wen Xu with. That glaring scene, symbolizing absolute possession, corroded his nerves like venom. He could almost hear the voice of jealousy gnawing at his sanity. What tormented him further was that Wen Xu did not resist. He even slightly bowed his head, silvery strands cascading down to obscure his profile, presenting an almost dependent vulnerability under Theodore's protection. Harry's fists clenched tightly, nails digging deeply into his palms, the pain failing to quell the tempest of fury within. He had to rescue Ginny, but more importantly, he had to reclaim Wen Xu from Theodore Nott. Wen Xu belonged to him, only him. Ron brought up the rear, his face pale, the hand that wielded his wand trembling slightly. The glow illuminated the immense fear and concern for his sister etched on his face. He listened to the oppressive breaths ahead, felt the almost tangible cold fury emanating from Harry, and sensed Theodore's suffocating aura of protection, perceiving the tunnel as a shortcut to hell. Time passed, though how long he could not tell, until suddenly the path opened up. The light from the Lumos spell spread forth, illuminating a vast subterranean chamber that was breathtakingly intimidating. Towering stone pillars supported a dome adorned with massive serpentine reliefs, and the icy air seemed to have crystallized over millennia. At the far end, a colossal stone sculpture of Slytherin loomed over the intruders, its gaping mouth leading into a deeper abyss of darkness. And in the center of the frigid stone chamber, upon a stone altar, lay the small, lifeless form of Ginny Weasley. "Ginny!" Ron cried out in despair, ready to rush forward. "Stop!" Theodore barked sharply, his wand thrusting towards the ground. An invisible ripple spread out, yet it detected no other signs of life. His gaze was hawkish, vigilantly scanning the shadows cast by each stone pillar and the gaping maw of the Slytherin statue. The basilisk could emerge from there at any moment. At that moment, a strikingly handsome, yet almost otherworldly young apparition slowly coalesced from the air beside Ginny. Tom Riddle, adorned with his signature, duplicitous yet charming smile, hovered in the air. His gaze swept over the four with keen interest, ultimately fixing upon Wen Xu, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed and appraisal, as if admiring a rare treasure. "Welcome, Harry Potter." And to our unexpected guest, Riddle's voice flowed like silk, yet laced with a chilling coldness. His gaze drifted over Theodore, who gripped Wen Xu's hand tightly, a smirk of amusement curling at the corners of his mouth. "It appears my offering is quite popular?" The word offering ignited the powder keg of tension. "Stay away from him." Harry and Theodore erupted in unison, their voices a furious crescendo. Harry's wand instantly aimed at Riddle, the tip radiating a perilous crimson glow. Theodore violently yanked Wen Xu behind him, his wand precisely targeting the core of Riddle's apparition, his deep blue eyes mirroring a frozen abyss, brimming with murderous intent. The fuse named Wen Xu was ignited at that moment. Riddle's smile turned abruptly cold and cruel. How touching, but alas. He elegantly raised his hand, as if conducting a symphony. "Come forth, my servant. Let these unwelcome guests experience the true power of Slytherin." A hissing sound echoed, the chilling rasp of scales scraping from the gaping maw of the Slytherin statue. Following that, two gargantuan eyes, as bright as yellow lanterns, illuminated the darkness. Cold, emotionless serpent eyes, imbued with the essence of death, locked onto their prey below, the basilisk. An overwhelming dread enveloped everyone in an instant. "Don't look into its eyes," Harry screamed, abruptly shutting his eyes and rolling to the side, relying on memory and instinct. Fawkes let out a clear, melodious cry, soaring towards the basilisk. Attempting to peck at its eyes, Ron, paralyzed by the horrific sight, instinctively hurled a rusty tap lock towards the basilisk. "Take this, you hideous beast." The lock clanged against the basilisk's impenetrable scales, producing a resounding thud. Though it inflicted no damage, it successfully captured the creature's attention. Theodore displayed remarkable composure and combat acumen. One hand still firmly gripping Wen Xu's wrist, he shielded him behind, his body dodging the basilisk's sweeping tail with incredible agility and foresight. Simultaneously, his wand danced as if alive. Protego Maxima, a massive ironclad shield materialized, barely blocking the corrosive venom spewing from the basilisk. Reducto. Harry's precise incantation struck the basilisk's stout body as it attempted to coil around them. Though it did not shatter its scales, it successfully repelled the creature. Incendio. Wen Xu drew his wand, striving to hasten an end to the chaotic battlefield, conjuring a searing wall of fire between himself and the basilisk, temporarily obscuring their vision. The movements of Theodore flowed effortlessly, his calculations precise. Each dodge and incantation simultaneously safeguarded the vulnerable Wen Xu behind him while restraining the serpent creature. His deep blue eyes, sharp as an eagle's, calmly searched for weaknesses in the diary's location amidst the flames and serpentine shadows. Wen Xu, pressed closely against his back, could distinctly sense the tension in Theodore's muscles with every exertion, the rhythm of his body as he evaded danger, and the steady yet powerful heartbeat that persisted even in the throes of fierce combat. This formidable protective force, displayed on the precipice of death, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure and an unusual allure. Wen Xu raised an eyebrow subtly, contemplating that perhaps thrusting Theodore into the spotlight might prove more advantageous than Harry. After all, he was fond of calculating strategies, and he would likely be more useful in the forthcoming plans than Harry. Meanwhile, Harry seized the moment of distraction created by Fawkes and the serpent's attention being diverted by Ron and Theodore. He rolled between the stone columns, evading the fatal gaze while searching for the diary and Ginny's location. There it was. The diary lay on the stony ground, not far from Ginny. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The serpent seemed utterly enraged by Theodore's precise defenses and counterattacks. It let out a deafening roar, shaking its massive head violently. A thick, foul-smelling venom shot forth like a high-pressure water jet, maneuvering at an exceptionally acute angle, bypassing the firewall Theodore had conjured and hurtling directly toward Harry, who was concealed behind the columns. The angle was too sharp, the speed too rapid. Harry had no time to evade entirely. "Harry!" Ron screamed in terror. In that critical moment, when Xu, tightly shielded by Theodore, stumbled over a loose stone, he let out a short gasp, his body uncontrollably pitching forward, his shoulder colliding forcefully with Theodore's left elbow, which was straining to maintain the protective charm. Ow! Theodore was caught off guard. A surge of intense pain shot through his left arm, causing a momentary disruption in the gathered magical energy. The once impenetrable shield of iron magic, his pride and joy, faltered, revealing a nearly imperceptible fissure due to this unexpected impact from the one he was protecting. The lethal venom, like a snake finding its way through a crack, swiftly penetrated the gap. Target, Wen Xu. Wen Xu. No. Harry's eyes widened in horror. He watched as Wen Xu stumbled into Theodore, witnessed the deadly venom breach the defense and strike toward Wen Xu. A year's worth of pent-up fear, rage, twisted affection, and the ultimate panic of losing Wen Xu erupted like a volcano ignited in that moment. An indescribable torrent of furious magical energy exploded from within him. This power was not directed at the serpent, but bore the will to annihilate everything, crashing down upon the worn diary on the ground. Simultaneously, like a lion fiercely provoked in defense of its mate, he hurled himself with all his might toward Wen Xu, who had been inadvertently exposed at the edge of the serpent's line of sight. Boom! Harry's torrent of magic struck the diary with tremendous force. In almost the same instant, Fox emitted a mournful cry. A single crystalline tear, akin to a shooting star, fell and landed precisely on the diary. Oh! Tom Riddle's handsome specter contorted and transformed in an instant, emitting a wail so piercing it was scarcely human. Billowing black smoke erupted, and the diary appeared to be consumed by an invisible flame, rapidly charring, curling, and reducing to ashes. Riddle's apparition dissipated entirely amidst desperate howls. Meanwhile, Harry collided with Wen Xu like a cannonball. The two tumbled heavily onto the cold, hard stone floor. With his entire body, Harry acted as the most steadfast shield, fiercely protecting Wen Xu beneath him. His back lay completely exposed to the basilisk, and the immense force of the impact elicited a muffled groan from him. The serpent, driven into a frenzy by the demise of its master, writhed in agony, crashing into several stone pillars before ultimately collapsing with a thunderous crash amidst Fox's continuous cries and the ensuing chaos. Lifeless, dust swirled, and debris fell. A profound silence enveloped the stone chamber, which had just witnessed a life and death struggle. Theodore not stood frozen, his left arm still tingling with pain from the impact, his deep blue eyes fixated on the two overlapping figures on the ground. Harry Potter, like a dragon guarding its treasure, shielded Wen Xu with his body, while Wen Xu, pinned beneath him, revealed only a small portion of his pale face and a few disheveled strands of silver hair. A bone-chilling cold coursed through Theodore's veins, freezing his very blood. The protective circle he had meticulously constructed, his pride in control, was utterly shattered by Harry Potter's wild, reckless, and completely irrational actions. Wen Xu's seemingly unintentional stumble and fall were executed with a precision that was nothing short of infuriating. Theodore's fingertips dug deeply into his palm, nearly piercing the skin. He gazed at Harry, who lay atop Wen Xu, observing Wen Xu's slightly trembling body, as an unprecedented storm brewed within his deep blue eyes. Anger, the cold sting of betrayal, and a hint of panic he was reluctant to acknowledge. He had lost absolute control over the situation. While his most cherished treasure was being possessed in the most primal manner by another, Wen Xu stealthily patted Harry's back in a gesture of comfort. Indeed, compared to the venomous serpent, the little lion was far more endearing. At least in the current predicament, it was Harry who offered him the greatest strength. One could say that Harry, as the protagonist, commanded the world's awareness, allowing him to draw more power to integrate into this realm. Yet, it was still insufficient. Chapter 51, The Dust Settles. The dust settled. Ginny had been rescued, though she lay weak and unconscious. Ron wept openly as he cradled his sister. The massive corpse of the basilisk loomed like a small mountain within the stone chamber. Fox perched upon Harry's shoulder, gently grooming his tousled black hair with his golden beak. Harry struggled to rise from atop Wen Xu, pain radiating from his back and arms, but what alarmed him more was the stillness of Wen Xu beneath him. He looked down to meet Wen Xu's slowly opening golden eyes. Those eyes resembled a lake after rain, clear to the bottom, carrying a hint of bewilderment from having survived a calamity, and a barely perceptible curiosity. "Are you all right?" Harry's voice was hoarse, tinged with an unrecognized tension and a lingering ferocity. His hand instinctively rested on Wen Xu's neck, feeling the subtle pulse beneath the cool skin. Wen Xu gently shook his head, his voice soft. I am fine, thank you, Harry. This time, he was no longer the cold Mr. Potter. The name Harry flowed like a warm current, instantly alleviating all of Harry's pain and fatigue, even allowing him to overlook Theodore's almost paralyzing icy gaze. His emerald eyes brightened, clumsily attempting to assist Wen Xu in rising. The infirmary was permeated with the unique scent of antiseptics mingled with herbs. Harry lay on the bed by the window, his back and arms bound in bandages, lost in slumber from the exhaustion of magical outbursts and battle. Even in unconsciousness, his brow remained furrowed, as if he could not find peace in dreams. Wen Xu stood quietly at his bedside. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his silver hair and delicate profile, as if cloaked in a gentle radiance. The moon halo pearl necklace around his neck shimmered softly in the light. He gazed down at Harry's restless sleeping face, observing the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. Slowly, he leaned down, his movements as gentle as a feather's descent. The cool, soft petals of his lips, reminiscent of melting first snow, lightly pressed against the scar that marred Harry's furrowed brow. It was a kiss, cold and devoid of warmth. Sleep well, Harry. Wen Xu's voice was a whisper, imbued with an almost enchanting tenderness, weaving its way into Harry's dreams. Your love, fierce, reckless, and unyielding, is truly a power to be reckoned with. He clearly saw, even in the depths of unconsciousness. Harry's eyelashes trembled slightly at his icy touch and the unconscious tilt of his head towards him, filled with dependence. A cold, satisfied smile curved Wen Xu's lips. Harry's love was both a shackle and a blade. He had successfully transformed this twisted emotion into a potent weapon within his grasp. Outside, in the heavy shadows untouched by moonlight, Theodore Knott stood like a silent statue against the cold stone wall. His deep blue eyes pierced through the glass of the infirmary, capturing the chilling scene within. Moonlight illuminated half of his face, its lines sharp as a chiseled edge, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness. Much like the tumultuous emotions swirling within him, he did not storm in with anger, nor did he utter a sound. He merely stood quietly, his deep blue gaze resembling a still pond encased in millennia of ice, all emotions locked beneath a facade of calm. Only the tightly clenched fist, knuckles whitening from excessive force, betrayed the turmoil raging within. The chamber had closed, the basilisk was vanquished, and one of the Horcruxes had turned to ash. Yet the war surrounding Wen Xu, after being baptized in blood, serpentine shadows, and chilling kisses, had not come to an end. Rather, it had torn away all facades of warmth, plunging into a more raw and perilous chapter. Theodore Knott gazed at the ethereal silhouette of Wen Xu illuminated by the moonlight streaming through the window, and within him, a cold and resolute vow was silently forged. He would not relent. Whether Wen Xu was as fragile as glass or as lethal as a poisoned blade, he would, in his own manner, reclaim control over the chessboard. The curtain fell on their second year beneath the cold light of pearls and the frozen stairs. While the secret of the soul artifact had unveiled a ghastly corner to Wen Xu, the strategist from another world. Chapter 52. Inciting Conflict. The stormy aftermath of the chamber incident had yet to settle completely, yet Hogwarts would inevitably return to its daily rhythm. The castle's atmosphere of dread slowly receded like a retreating tide, replaced by the tension of final reviews and the anticipation of the approaching summer holidays. However, in the Slytherin common room, perpetually tinged with a hint of damp chill, the undercurrents surrounding Wen Xu had never ceased their restless surge. As evening descended, the flames in the fireplace blazed fiercely, dispelling the chill of the dungeon, casting dancing shadows upon the deep green tapestries and the silver serpent decorations. Wen Xu sat alone in a large, comfortable emerald velvet armchair beside the hearth. He had changed out of his school robes, now clad in a soft cream-colored turtleneck cashmere sweater, which accentuated his porcelain complexion, while his silver-white hair was loosely braided and fell gracefully against his chest. In his hands, he cradled a hefty tome entitled The Study of Ancient Magical Texts, his lowered lashes focused intently on the pages. The warm golden light from the fire gently sculpted the soft contours of his exquisite profile, rendering him as serene as a painting from the Middle Ages. On his left wrist, several pristine white bandages were wrapped, remnants of the chamber incident, now serving as a silent focal point. Theodore Knott sat at a slightly farther position across from him, a complex astrological chart spread out before him alongside sheets of parchment filled with calculations. His deep brown hair glimmered softly in the firelight, and though his deep blue eyes appeared to be intently fixed on the star map, his peripheral gaze, akin to an invisible thread, remained entwined around Wen Xu, particularly drawn to the glaring white bandage encircling his wrist. The air was thick with the crackling sounds of burning firewood, the rustling of parchment pages, and an unspoken, taut tension. Theodore set down his quill and elegantly reached for the silver teapot on the small table beside him, pouring steaming cups of rich red tea for both himself and Wen Xu. The ruby-hued infusion, poured into delicate bone china cups, exuded a fragrant aroma of bergamot. He lifted his cup, gently dispersing the steam, and his deep blue gaze finally met Wen Xu's wrist with precision. Does it still hurt? Theodore's voice was low and steady, akin to the declaration of an objective fact, betraying little emotion, yet his eyes held an undeniable scrutiny. Wen Xu's fingertips paused imperceptibly on the pages of his book. He slowly lifted his gaze, his golden eyes meeting Theodore's with a flicker of confused interruption, which swiftly transformed into a placid calm. Much better, Theodore. Madame Pomfrey's potion is quite effective. He slightly moved his bandaged wrist, the motion deliberate and languid, as if to demonstrate that he was unharmed. Theodore did not avert his gaze. He set down his teacup, the fine porcelain making a crisp sound against the tray. Rising to his feet, his tall figure elongated in the firelight, emanating an invisible sense of pressure as he approached Wen Xu with measured steps. Wen Xu remained still, quietly observing him draw nearer, his golden eyes devoid of emotion, akin to the tranquil surface of a lake. He could sense the scent of Theodore, a blend of cool pine and faint parchment. Drawing ever closer, Theodore halted beside Wen Xu's armchair, leaning slightly forward. He did not inquire, but directly extended his hand towards Wen Xu's bandaged wrist. His fingers were long and strong, exuding an undeniable authority. For a fleeting moment, Wen Xu's body tensed imperceptibly, his fingertips instinctively curling. Yet he did not withdraw. He merely tilted his head slightly, his long eyelashes casting shadows over the complex glimmer that flickered in his eyes. He allowed Theodore to gently lift his bandaged wrist in an almost clinical manner, imbued with a chilling professionalism. Through the thin bandage, Theodore's fingertips discerned the delicate outline of Wen Xu's wrist and the faint pulse beneath his skin. His touch was gentle, as if fearing to shatter something fragile. Yet the intensity of his scrutiny bore a weighty pressure. He meticulously assessed the tightness of the bandage, searching for signs of seepage, his deep blue eyes resembling the most precise of scanners. Madame Pomfrey had stated that the venom had been promptly neutralized, sparing the deeper tissues and nerves. Theodore's voice resonated near Wen Xu's ear, warm breath brushing against his lobe, yet recovery demanded rest and the avoidance of strain. He pressed gently at the edge of the bandage, inquiring, "How does this feel?" Wen Xu sensed Theodore's cool fingertip through the bandage, a distinct sensation that brought a slight itch. He inhaled softly, his voice tinged with an almost imperceptible rasp. "There's a bit of tension, but it no longer hurts." Theodore's deep blue gaze fixated on the side of Wen Xu's lowered face, observing the subtle tightening of his neck as he drew closer. He could feel the rigidity of Wen Xu's body and the silent acquiescence therein. This vulnerability and dependence, revealed under his control, greatly satisfied Theodore's cold and proud possessiveness. He maintained his position, not relinquishing Wen Xu's wrist immediately. Instead, with his fingertip, he began to rub slowly over the bandage, as if assessing the situation. This gesture was overly intimate and assertive. Wen Xu's breath seemed to stall for a moment, his golden eyelashes fluttering like startled butterfly wings. Instinctively, he wished to retract his hand, but Theodore's grip held firm, neither too gentle nor too harsh. "Do not move." Theodore's voice was deep, laced with a commanding tone, yet curiously infused with a subtle undertone of reassurance. The bandage needed to remain smooth. He provided what appeared to be a reasonable explanation, but both were acutely aware that it was merely a pretext. At that moment, the heavy stone door of the public lounge swung open, ushering in a refreshing draft from the corridor. Draco Malfoy's platinum blonde head peeked in, his slate blue eyes instinctively scanning the direction of the fireplace, in search of the familiar figure of Wen Xu. There he was. He beheld Theodore not leaning in an almost intimate manner beside Wen Xu's armchair, one hand firmly clasping Wen Xu's bandaged wrist. Wen Xu tilted his head slightly, silver strands cascading down to obscure part of his face, rendering his expression inscrutable. Yet, the subtle rigidity of his spine and the droop of his eyelashes painted a picture of coercion and confinement in Draco's eyes. A surge of mixed emotions, anger, jealousy, and indignation, rushed to Draco's forehead. Not again. He was always so insufferable, with his frigid, condescending demeanor, claiming Wen Xu as if it were his right. Not. Draco's voice brimmed with pent-up fury as he strode in, his expensive dragonhide boots thudding heavily against the plush carpet. "What are you doing to Wen Xu? Let him go?" Theodore slowly straightened up, his deep blue eyes calmly turning to Draco, devoid of any tumult, as though he were merely observing an intruder. He did not immediately release Wen Xu's wrist. Rather, he tightened his grip in a manner that seemed almost declarative. Checking his injuries, Theodore replied with an unruffled tone, as if stating the most mundane of facts. "Malfoy, your concern is always so loud." There was a hint of barely perceptible mockery in his voice. Draco's face flushed crimson, his slate blue eyes nearly ablaze. "Does checking injuries require such proximity? Must you hold his hand?" "I see you are." His words were interrupted by Wen Xu's gentle voice. "Draco," Wen Xu spoke softly, weariness lacing his tone as he finally lifted his gaze to Draco, his golden eyes imbued with reassurance yet tinged with a touch of resignation. Theodore is merely confirming the condition of the bandages. He means no harm. He shifted his wrist slightly, indicating that he was fine. Only then did Theodore reluctantly release his grasp, gracefully adjusting his meticulously tailored cuff. His deep blue gaze swept over the faint red marks left on Wen Xu's wrist before returning to Draco, his expression icy and laden with warning. Draco's eyes fell upon the glaring white bandages encircling Wen Xu's wrist, then to Wen Xu's somewhat pale complexion and the hint of fatigue in his eyes. The fervor of his anger deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving behind only a bittersweet dissatisfaction and a sense of pent-up frustration. He hastened to Wen Xu's side. Retrieving a delicate crystal vial from his pristine dragonhide bag, filled with a verdant, fragrant ointment that radiated a cool aroma. Here, Draco thrust the vial into Wen Xu's uninjured right hand, his tone still bearing the hallmark awkwardness of a Malfoy. This is the Malfoy family's specially formulated snake venom scar cream. Its efficacy surpasses Madame Pomfrey's trifles by 100-fold. It will prevent unsightly scars. His gray-blue eyes fixated on Wen Xu, imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible blend of anticipation and tension. Wen Xu gazed at the cold crystal vial in his hand before lifting his gaze to Draco, who feigned a fierce demeanor despite his evident concern. A faint smile, reminiscent of melting snow, gradually blossomed in Draco's golden irises, and he spoke softly, "Thank you, Draco. I shall make use of it." This gentle smile and the utterance of Draco's name pierced through the gloom like sunlight breaking through clouds, instantly illuminating Draco's somber mood. He straightened his posture, and the proud glimmer reignited in his gray-blue eyes as he cast a provocative glance at Theodore. Theodore, expressionless, observed the scene with deep blue eyes akin to an icy lake surface. He lifted his own cup of long cold red tea, taking a sip. The frigid liquid slid down his throat, leaving a distinct bitterness in its wake. The carefully curated moment of examination, meant solely for him and Wen Xu, was thoroughly disrupted by Draco's brash intrusion. The flickering firelight in the hearth continued to dance, casting reflections upon the intricate and delicate atmosphere enveloping the three in the lounge. Wen Xu lowered his head, his fingertips unconsciously stroking the icy crystal vial, his golden eyes cast downwards, concealing a fleeting glimmer of cold satisfaction. The ointment bestowed by Draco, the lingering pressure from Theodore, and the unspoken tension between the two transformed, under Wen Xu's silent guidance, into nourishment for the myriad possibilities on his chessboard. Chapter 53, Blaze Zabini. In the early autumn of Hogwarts, sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the ancient oak long table in the library, where the air was thick with the scent of parchment and the dust of old tomes. Wen Xu occupied a seat by the window, his silver hair radiating a soft halo in the sunlight, his fingertips delicately brushing over a hefty tome on ancient protective spells, his expression focused and serene. His very presence resembled a captivating masterpiece, drawing the gazes of passing students, some filled with admiration, others with infatuation. His exemplary academic performance, impeccable manners, and a unique aura that blended fragility with intellect earned him a stellar reputation across all four houses, attracting numerous admirers while simultaneously inciting envy from the shadows. Among these envious souls was a first-year Slytherin named Avery Carlo, hailing from a notoriously infamous branch of a pure-blood family, inheriting their arrogance and unscrupulousness. In his twisted perception, Wen Xu's transcendent beauty, unbounded by gender, became a rare treasure to be possessed. Lacking the calm strategic mind of Theodore and the clumsy approach of Draco, he resorted to the most despicable of tactics, a love potion. The opportunity arose on a Friday afternoon when Professor Slughorn hosted a small tea gathering for his favorite students, naturally including Wen Xu. The refreshments were plentiful, and the atmosphere was lighthearted. Seizing the moment, as Wen Xu engaged in a discussion about ancient runes with a Ravenclaw senior, Avery stealthily dripped a few drops of a colorless, odorless liquid, shimmering with a pearlescent glow, into Wen Xu's half-finished cup of mead. He stepped back nervously, his heart racing, imagining how Wen Xu's beautiful golden eyes would brim with obsession after consuming the potion. Wen Xu was not entirely oblivious. One of the side effects of the anti-aging potion was an unusual sensitivity to magical fluctuations. As Avery's finger neared his cup, a faint yet nauseating ripple of magic, infused with coercion and distortion, brushed against Wen Xu's nerves like a cold spider's silk. A fleeting chill flashed across his golden eyes. Yet his face remained adorned with a gentle smile, as if completely unaware of the impending poison. He refrained from touching the wine, instead using the opportunity of conversing with his senior to subtly push the cup further away. However, Avery, frustrated by the disruption of his scheme, feigned an accidental jostle of the table. The cup tipped, and the amber honey wine threatened to spill onto Wen Xu's moon-white shirt sleeve. "Careful!" A voice, laced with a languid magnetism, rang out. A hand shot forward like lightning, securely catching the tipped cup and averting Wen Xu's impending embarrassment. It was Blaze Zabini. Blaze, with his dark skin and eyes that seemed perpetually glimmering with mirth, was renowned in Slytherin and throughout the school as a charming playboy. He was never without female companions, and his demeanor was both elegant and witty, effortlessly navigating social interactions. At that moment, he steadied the cup, his fingertips inadvertently brushing the rim, tainting them with the lingering essence of the love potion. Unaware of the implications, he flashed a charming smile at Wen Xu. Carlo, being clumsy is not the Slytherin way. His tone was casual, yet it bore an almost imperceptible warning. Wen Xu looked up at Blaise, gratitude and a hint of trepidation glimmering in his golden eyes. Thank you, Mr. Zabini. His voice trembled slightly, as though genuinely startled by the recent mishap. Avery's complexion shifted to a ghastly hue, and under Blaise's seemingly casual yet oppressive gaze, he awkwardly mumbled an apology and slinked away. Blaise's attention fell on Wen Xu's still frightened face and the fragile, pale wrist that had nearly been sullied. He was not entirely unfamiliar with the scent of the love potion, combining Avery's unusual anxiety with the faint, aberrant magical fluctuations in Wen Xu's cup. He instantly grasped what had transpired. A wave of intense disgust surged within him. Though he reveled in the pleasures of life, he had his own non-negotiable boundaries. Coercion and manipulation, especially towards someone as pure as Wen Xu, were among his greatest abominations. There's no need for formality, Wen Xu. Blaise's voice dropped a few octaves, infused with an uncommon seriousness. He took the contaminated honey wine and, with a natural motion, poured it into a nearby pot of flourishing devil's snare. The plant writhed violently, seemingly disapproving of the taste. He then retrieved a clean cup of pumpkin juice from the server's tray and offered it to Wen Xu. Drink this, it's safer. His gaze was open and sincere, devoid of ulterior motives, merely conveying a silent promise of protection and respect. Wen Xu took the cup, his fingertips briefly brushing against Blaise's. His golden eyes locked onto Blaise's always smiling peach blossom eyes, which at this moment held only pure concern and a hint of residual anger. This reliability and respect, transcending Blaise's playboy persona in a time of crisis, sparked an unusual feeling within Wen Xu, albeit fleeting. A bolder plan swiftly took shape in his mind. Chapter 54. The Hero Saves the Beauty. Later, Wen Xu contemplated Blaise's retreating figure, reflecting on the fact that Blaise had assisted him, and he expressed his gratitude. Since that day of heroism, Wen Xu's demeanor towards Blaise underwent a subtle yet significant transformation. He began to unintentionally encounter Blaise in the corridors. His golden eyes would light up with a shy yet joyful glimmer upon meeting him, only to quickly cast down as if unable to bear direct eye contact. He would actively seek out challenging questions regarding the history of magic or potion making to ask Blaise, despite his own superior knowledge. After Blaise's explanations, sometimes even incorrect, he would display a look of epiphany and admiration, sincerely exclaiming, "So that's how it is. Mr. Zabini, you know so much." In the common lounge, he would choose seats close to Blaise while reading. As Blaise engaged in lively conversation with others, Wen Xu's gaze would uncontrollably drift towards him, filled with a tender focus, as if the world contained only that one person. When Blaise noticed his gaze and returned it, Wen Xu would swiftly avert his eyes like a startled fawn, a faint blush rising to his cheeks, unconsciously gripping the pages of his book tighter. He even began to mimic some of Blaise's small habits, such as the way he lightly tapped his fingertips on the table while deep in thought. Wen Xu would unconsciously do the same on the edges of his book pages. All these changes were keenly observed by Theodore Nod, whose deep blue eyes seemed to perceive everything. One evening, Wen Xu happened to be at the top of the astronomy tower, a place frequently visited by Theodore, seeking solace. Theodore silently approached him, his gaze falling upon Wen Xu's profile, which was turned towards the starry sky, yet evidently distracted. "You are thinking of Zabini." Theodore's voice was calm and unwavering, more a statement than a question. Wen Xu's body subtly trembled, as if his hidden thoughts had been laid bare. He did not deny it. Instead, he withdrew his gaze from the stars, looking down at his fingertips, his voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know, Mr. Nod. That day he saved me. He was so close, so steady in holding the cup. His gaze was different." He paused, seemingly struggling to articulate his feelings. A blend of confusion and excitement evident. "Before that, I merely regarded him as an ordinary classmate. But since that day, whenever I see him, my heart races, and I find myself wanting to be near him. This feeling is unfamiliar and quite disconcerting." He lifted his golden eyes to Theodore, filled with genuine confusion and helplessness. "Mr. Nod, is this liking someone? Or is it merely because I was so frightened that day?" He skillfully enveloped the implications of the bridge effect in sheer bewilderment, casting it perfectly upon Theodore. Theodore's deep blue eyes gazed intently at Wen Xu, resembling a profound, frigid pool. He could distinctly perceive the emotional fluctuations in Wen Xu's eyes, stirred by Blaise. The venomous snake of jealousy silently gnawed at his heart. He understood Blaise, outwardly charming, yet possessing unassailable principles and boundaries. The vulnerability and pure infatuation exhibited by Wen Xu at that moment resembled an unrefined piece of jade, resting in the hands of someone like Blaze, who appeared harmless yet was deeply attuned to human nature. Theodore felt an unprecedented sense of loss of control. Fear and gratitude can sometimes blur one's perception. Wen Xu. Theodore's voice was deep and steady, carrying a calm authority as he asserted that Blaze had merely done what any morally upright person would do. He deliberately emphasized basic morality, attempting to downplay Blaze's heroic aura. Such intense emotions arising from unexpected events may not truly signify genuine affection. You require time, a moment of calm observation, rather than being led astray by fleeting feelings. He paused, withdrawing an ancient parchment bound with a dark green ribbon from his sleeve, titled The Principles of Stable Nodes in Ancient Magical Arrays. Professor Binns had mentioned your keen interest in ancient magic. Perhaps focusing on knowledge itself will allow your tumultuous thoughts to settle. He unceremoniously pressed the parchment into Wen Xu's hands, his fingertips brushing against Wen Xu's cool fingers, sending a slight electric sensation through him. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to inquire. Chapter 55. The Rejection of the Heartfelt Script. Wen Xu's heartfelt script did not only unfold in front of Theodore. With Draco Malfoy, he opted for a more direct and candid approach. After a potions class, Draco was sulking, irked by Snape's favoritism towards Gryffindor as he packed his belongings. After much hesitation, Wen Xu mustered the courage to approach him. Draco, may I speak with you? Wen Xu's voice carried a barely perceptible tension, his fingers nervously twisting the strap of his bag. Draco's gray-blue eyes fixed on him. What is it? Although Crabbe and Goyle were still waiting outside, his movements and packing visibly slowed. Wen Xu led him to a relatively quiet corner, inhaling deeply as if making a significant decision, his golden eyes reflecting unease and confusion. I think I might have developed a bit of a crush on Blaze. What? Draco's voice shot up. Akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his gray-blue eyes wide with disbelief. Blaze Zabini. That peacock. Wen Xu. Has a troll stomped on your brain? His chest heaved violently, a surge of intense bitterness and anger rising to his head. Theodore was one thing, but now even that flirtatious Zabini was ahead of him. Wen Xu was taken aback by his intense reaction, instinctively shrinking his neck, his eyes slightly reddening. His voice imbued with a sense of grievance and helplessness. I don't know. It was just that day when he helped me, and afterward. Seeing him makes my heart race. Draco, I've never liked anyone before. Is this feeling good or bad? What should I do? He articulated his fluttering emotions in a naive and chaotic manner, akin to a child utterly unfamiliar with matters of the heart, casting the burden of choice onto the other. Draco observed the flushed contours of Wen Xu's eyes and his utterly dependent demeanor, feeling his anger deflate like a punctured balloon, leaving only a poignant bitterness and a gnawing sense of being excluded. He irritably raked his platinum hair, his tone still harsh, yet lacking its previous sharpness, now tinged with a kind of frustration born from unmet expectations. What to do? Stay away from him. Who is Blaze Zabini? He changes his partners faster than he changes his ties. He treats you well? Who knows if it's just a fleeting whim, or if he has ulterior motives. His icy blue eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu, betraying a hint of urgency he was unaware of. You are so naive, and so. He faltered, seemingly unable to find suitable words to encapsulate Wen Xu's allure, ultimately resorting to an exasperated summary. In any case, you must not seek him out. Do you hear me? Stay away from him. He is utterly unworthy of your friendship. The phrase unworthy of you rolled around in his throat, but never escaped his lips, transforming instead into a more tempestuous declaration. If you dare to date him, I will tell my father. I'll have him write to Dumbledore. This rambling, laden with possessiveness yet juvenile absurdity, perfectly unveiled Draco's inner turmoil and panic. He could only resort to this blusterous tactic, attempting to reclaim Wen Xu within his own domain, shielding him from Blaze's influence. Wen Xu flawlessly embodied a youth, caught in the throes of the suspension bridge effect, awakening to feelings, yet utterly bewildered. He oscillated between Theodore's therapeutic academic counsel and Draco's domineering prohibitions, yet still couldn't help but pursue Blaze's figure with shy, adoring glances. However, Blaze Zabini was not as indifferent as he appeared. He astutely perceived the shift in Wen Xu's demeanor. Initially, he assumed this closeness stemmed from gratitude, but soon, the increasingly evident and nearly pure admiration in Wen Xu's eyes unsettled him. He was all too familiar with that gaze. Many girls, momentarily captivated by his charm, often wore such expressions at first. Yet, in Wen Xu's eyes, there was a lack of calculation and desire, replaced instead by a disquieting, almost drowning purity of tenderness. This made Blaze's situation all the more complicated. He played the field but never toyed with sincere hearts, especially not with someone as innocent and sensitive as Wen Xu. One day in the library, fate had it that Wen Xu found himself seated directly across from him. When Wen Xu gently pushed a book about the mysterious creatures of the Mediterranean, a title that Bress had casually mentioned, towards him with an expectant and bashful smile. Bress set down the feather quill he had been holding. The mirth in his peach blossom eyes faded, replaced by a rare seriousness and inquiry. Leaning slightly forward, he lowered his voice to ensure that only the two of them could hear. Wen Xu, his tone soft yet laced with an imperceptible warning, gratitude is one thing, but do not mistake it for something else. What happened that day is something any person of conscience would have done. His gaze bore into Wen Xu's golden eyes, as if attempting to penetrate the tender haze that surrounded them. Bress Zabini may be infamous, yet I have never needed, nor do I care to employ, any peculiar means to win the favor of others, especially yours. He emphasized yours, his eyes open and direct. The flush on Wen Xu's face instantly faded, leaving him somewhat pallid, and a flicker of hurt and confusion crossed his golden eyes, as if his deepest secrets had been laid bare. He lowered his head, his long silver lashes trembling, his voice barely above a whisper. I did not. I merely. He seemed to lose his ability to defend himself, enveloped in a sense of being misunderstood. Bress, observing Wen Xu's fragile demeanor, felt a pang of compassion, yet he understood the necessity of delineating boundaries. He softened his tone, though his stance remained resolute. You are remarkable, Wen Xu. You deserve a better and purer affection, rather than a mere illusion born of a singular incident. Do not waste your time and feelings on me. With that, he picked up the book, refraining from glancing at Wen Xu again as he rose from his seat, departing with a somewhat resolute silhouette. Wen Xu remained seated, his head bowed, his shoulders slightly slumped, as if burdened by immense disappointment. However, beneath the veil of his lowered lashes, a glimmer of cold, almost pleasurable light flickered in his golden gaze. Bress's vigilance and rejection did not disrupt his plans. Rather, they propelled the situation into a more intricate and intriguing direction. Theodore's guardianship grew more urgent, Draco's jealousy surged, and Bress himself found himself further ensnared in the emotional tempest where he was but a pawn. On the chessboard, undercurrents surged, each piece maneuvered silently by Wen Xu towards the trajectory he had set. This farce ignited by an aphrodisiac was evolving into a meticulous game that tested the depths of human heart and desire. Chapter 56. What is love? Theodore Nate's academic diversion therapy was nothing short of meticulous. He continuously recommended obscure and profound ancient magical scrolls, lost alchemical notes, and even rare magical diagrams cherished by the Nate family to Wen Xu. The summit of the astronomical tower, the library's most secluded corners, and even the hearthside of the Slytherin common room became venues for him to guide Wen Xu in refining his thoughts. His deep blue eyes resembled those of the most patient mentor, elucidating every complex rune and explaining the intricacies of each magical circuit, attempting to drown the minor ripple known as Bress Zabini in the vast ocean of knowledge. Wen Xu's cooperation was nothing short of impeccable. He cradled the ancient scrolls, his golden gaze intently following Theodore's elucidation, at times furrowing his brow in contemplation, and at other moments experiencing epiphanies, posing questions that struck at the very heart of the matter, revealing a remarkable acuity. It seemed as though he was truly immersed in the mysteries of magic, momentarily forgetting the tumultuous thoughts that plagued his mind. However, Theodore astutely perceived that when the figure of Blaise Zabini entered his line of sight, a subtle fissure would appear in Wen Xu's mask of perfect concentration. His gaze would uncontrollably drift, even if only for a fleeting moment, his fingertips curling slightly as he turned the pages. Moreover, as he listened to Theodore's discourse, a whisper of a soft glow, imperceptible even to himself, would flit across the depths of his serene golden eyes, a light that only emerged when he looked towards Blaise. This inescapable favoritism, akin to a delicate thorn, had embedded itself deeply into Theodore's cold and proud heart. He could tolerate the multiple covetous eyes on Wen Xu's position on the chessboard, endure Draco's childish possessiveness, and even withstand Harry's distorted obsession, but he would not permit any deviation in Wen Xu's affections. Blaise Zabini, that seemingly innocuous charmer, by what right? A sense of unprecedented loss of control seized Theodore. He needed a new variable, one that could disrupt Wen Xu's peculiar attention towards Blaise. His gaze pierced through the chill of the Slytherin dungeons, landing upon Cedric Diggory at the Hufflepuff table, gentle, upright, and evidently holding a significant position in Wen Xu's heart. Theodore's subtle leak of information was executed with remarkable finesse. He did not directly recount the entirety of the incident involving the love potion and Wen Xu's burgeoning feelings, but rather, after a joint history of magic class, he casually expressed concern about Wen Xu's state to the heir, suggesting he seemed troubled by some immature feelings, hoping he would soon gain clarity and return to the right path, while vaguely alluding to Blaise's name. The fragments of information rippled through Hufflepuff like pebbles tossed into a pond, ultimately reaching the ears of the concerned Cedric. Cedric's emerald eyes instantly filled with worry. Wen Xu had developed feelings for Blaise Zabini, that notorious heartthrob? Was something transpiring that he was unaware of? Unable to remain still, Cedric was deeply aware of Wen Xu's purity and was even more apprehensive about his potential hurt. An opportunity arose on a tranquil afternoon. Sunlight slanted between the towering shelves of the library, dust dancing in the beams. Wen Xu was on tiptoe, attempting to return a hefty tome, the compendium of medieval magical creatures, to a high shelf. Just as his fingertips brushed the spine of the book, a hurried Ravenclaw student inadvertently bumped into the shelf beside him. With a clatter, several heavy volumes tumbled from the shelf above him, poised to crash down. "Watch out!" A gentle yet urgent voice called out. Cedric Diggory, akin to a nimble cheetah, darted forward with remarkable speed, swiftly wrapping one arm around Wen Xu's shoulder to shield him, while his other hand expertly grasped the tome that was about to collide with Wen Xu's head. Amidst the chaos, Wen Xu instinctively reached out to steady himself by grasping Cedric's arm. In an effort to protect him, Cedric's other hand remained firmly around Wen Xu's shoulder. Their bodies were in close proximity, allowing Wen Xu to catch the fresh scent of sunshine and grass emanating from Cedric. More crucially, Wen Xu's fingers, resting on Cedric's arm, inadvertently overlapped with Cedric's fingers, which were extended to seize the book, briefly touching the coarse leather cover of the tome. The warmth of Cedric's calloused fingertips sent a subtle jolt akin to a faint electric current through Wen Xu's body, causing him to tremble imperceptibly. Like the wings of a startled butterfly, he abruptly lifted his gaze, his golden eyes colliding with Cedric's emerald ones, brimming with concern and a hint of trepidation. "Mere inches away, Senior?" Wen Xu's voice quivered slightly, tinged with residual shock, his cheeks flushed with a natural warmth, his golden eyes reflecting genuine surprise and a barely discernible delight. "How fortuitous, thank you." Cedric, too, felt his heart race from this unexpected intimacy, his ears warming slightly. He quickly released his hold on Wen Xu's shoulder, securing the tome with care and stepping back half a pace, his face adorned with a gentle expression of apology and concern. "Are you all right, Wen Xu? Did I startle you? Those books are placed too high." His tone remained steady, yet his gaze involuntarily lingered on Wen Xu's flushed cheeks and those clear, bottomless golden eyes. "I'm fine, thanks to your timely intervention," Wen Xu replied, shaking his head as he accepted the book Cedric offered, their fingertips brushing against each other once more, sending a subtle tingle through him. Clutching the book, he appeared somewhat flustered. "I was just about to return it." "Allow me to assist you," Cedric said naturally, taking the few volumes from Wen Xu's hands and effortlessly returning them to the upper shelves. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a warm glow upon his upright figure, exuding a sense of reliability and warmth. Once the shelves were organized, a subtle atmosphere of silence and awkwardness enveloped them. Wen Xu, cradling his books, seemed poised to leave but hesitated. Observing his quiet demeanor laced with a hint of reliance, Cedric recalled the rumors he had heard, a wave of concern and responsibility washing over him once more. Wen Xu," Cedric cleared his throat, his voice gentle and imbued with brotherly care. "If you're not in a hurry to depart, I happen to be reviewing some materials on ancient runic protective charms. Perhaps we could discuss them together? I recall you have quite an interest in ancient scripts." He pointed toward a nearby empty table bathed in sunlight, presenting a perfect excuse. Wen Xu's golden eyes brightened, reflecting a glimmer of joy at being acknowledged and a touch of shyness. "Really? How delightful. I have recently been engrossed in related literature, encountering numerous perplexities." He cradled the book as if it were a newfound companion, obediently trailing Cedric towards the sunlit table. For an entire afternoon, the two immersed themselves in the enigmatic secrets of ancient runes. Cedric, with his vast knowledge, elucidated with clarity and patience, devoid of any airs of superiority. Meanwhile, Wen Xu showcased his intellectual prowess, posing questions that often ignited deeper contemplation. The sun radiated warmth, the scent of books enveloped the air, and the atmosphere was harmonious and comfortable. It was not until the evening bell tolled that they gathered their books, preparing to depart. As they walked down the corridor leading to the auditorium, the setting sun stretched their shadows long. Cedric carefully weighed his words, ultimately steering the conversation towards the topic that troubled him deeply. Wen Xu, his voice was soft, laced with cautious inquiry. "How have you been lately? I mean, in all aspects." He scrutinized Wen Xu's expression. Wen Xu's footsteps faltered slightly, his fingers gripping the book unconsciously tighter. With his head bowed, silver strands of hair fell, partially obscuring his profile, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible melancholy. "I'm all right. It's just that sometimes I feel a bit unsettled." Cedric's heart tightened. He halted, turning to face Wen Xu, his emerald eyes brimming with genuine concern. "Is it because of Blaise Zabini?" His question was direct, yet devoid of judgment, merely infused with worry. Wen Xu abruptly lifted his head, his golden eyes wide with surprise and a hint of fluster, his cheeks flushing instantly. "Senior, how did you?" "Don't be anxious," Cedric quickly reassured him, his tone becoming even gentler. "I mean no harm. I merely heard some remarks and grew a bit worried for you." Observing the authentic turmoil and helplessness reflected in Wen Xu's eyes, his suspicions solidified. "Wen Xu, emotions are a beautiful phenomenon, but at times, we can be misled by intense feelings, such as gratitude or a sense of dependence born from a particular moment. These sensations are genuine, yet they may not constitute true love. He guided him gently. Akin to a brother leading a lost sibling, true affection should be founded upon enduring understanding, mutual respect, and shared values. It ought to be warm and stable, rather than invoking feelings of confusion and uncertainty. He paused, noting Wen Xu's contemplative expression, and continued, Blaise has his own way of life. I do not imply he is a bad person. Rather, his world may not entirely align with someone as pure as you. It is paramount to protect yourself and discern your heart. This is more important than anything. Do not rush to conclusions or make decisions based on fleeting emotions that you might later regret. In the twilight's glow, Cedric's words flowed like a warm current, imbued with the characteristic sincerity and care of Hufflepuff, gently cascading into Wen Xu's ears. Wen Xu lowered his head, his long eyelashes casting a fan-shaped shadow beneath his eyes, as if thoughtfully pondering Cedric's counsel. After a considerable time, he gently raised his head, although a hint of confusion lingered in his golden eyes. The previous turmoil seemed to have settled, replaced by a sense of gratitude and relief. Thank you, Cedric. Wen Xu's voice was soft, imbued with a gentle sigh of relief. You were right. I may have truly conflated certain matters. I need to reflect deeply. He offered Cedric a sincere smile, one that radiated dependence and appreciation, as pure and poignant as the first melt of winter's snow. Observing this smile, Cedric felt the weight of his worries lift significantly, returning the gesture with a warm smile of his own. That's the spirit. Whenever you feel the need to talk, I'm always here. Chapter 57. The panic of Blaise. Wen Xu began to ponder earnestly. He no longer chanced upon Blaise, nor did he pursue his shadow with shy admiration, nor sought excuses to consult him with questions. In potions class, he sat quietly at his desk, focused on his cauldron, as if the boy who once blushed at Blaise's mere smile had never existed. Initially, Blaise Zabini felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had successfully drawn a line, evading potential heartache. Wen Xu's clarity reassured him that he had made the right choice. However, this sense of ease did not endure for long. He found himself unconsciously glancing at Wen Xu's usual seat. During meals in the Great Hall, he instinctively searched for that silver-haired figure. In Care of Magical Creatures class with Slytherin and Hufflepuff, he observed Wen Xu and Cedric Diggory standing together, quietly discussing the habits of the Bowtruckle. Wen Xu's face always bore a serene and focused smile, while Cedric listened with gentle attentiveness. A subtle, almost imperceptible feeling of exclusion flickered within Blaise, something he did not delve into deeply. It was not jealousy, but rather a faint sense of being left out. What vexed him further was that Wen Xu's surroundings had not become sparse as a result. On the contrary, he found himself encircled even more closely. Draco Malfoy, as if a victorious general, arrogantly occupied the space beside Wen Xu, bringing an array of expensive and novel candies from Honeydukes, or exquisite pastries baked by his mother, Narcissa, crafted to resemble works of art. He would complain about Snape granting additional points to Gryffindor while animatedly recounting tales of the new magical fountain at Malfoy Manor that performed backflips, or some peculiar magical artifact from his father Lucius's collection, all in an effort to amuse Wen Xu. His gray-blue eyes sparkled with unmasked pride and satisfaction as if to proclaim, "See, I'm the most reliable. It's best to steer clear of those dubious characters." Meanwhile, Theodore not guarded his territory in a more silent, yet assertive manner. In the common room, he would discreetly replace Wen Xu's cool tea with warm honeyed milk. As Wen Xu read for an extended period, he would often rub his eyes, at which point he would receive a bottle of eye fatigue relief potion, handed over without a hint of expression. On their way to the library or classroom, he would instinctively position himself on the outer side, creating a barrier against the throng of people. His deep blue eyes rarely settled directly on Wen Xu, yet they seemed to be omnipresent, precisely attuned to every subtle need of hers, effortlessly fulfilling them in an undeniably natural manner. Their communication often required merely a glance or an almost imperceptible gesture, a tacit understanding that felt as if it had existed for millennia. At the opposite end of the Slytherin long table sat Blaise. His almond-shaped eyes narrowed slightly as he observed Draco animatedly showcasing a singing chocolate frog to Wen Xu, and Theodore nonchalantly pushing a piece of fruit pudding towards her. He watched as Wen Xu offered a smile that was both exasperated and indulgent towards Draco, and nodded in quiet gratitude to Theodore. Within that smile and nod lay familiarity with Draco, trust in Theodore, yet absent was the pure heart-stirring feeling that had once accompanied her glances in his direction. A profound sense of disparity washed over Blaise, akin to the cold tide silently enveloping his heart. He raised his glass of red wine and took a sip. The sweetness of the liquid was tinged with a hint of bitterness. Suddenly, he realized that the Wen Xu who once gazed at him with unwavering affection seemed to have truly drifted away, and he, it appeared, was not as indifferent as he had believed. Observing Wen Xu surrounded by Draco and Theodore, he felt for the first time the stark clarity of being isolated from a warm circle. Blaise Zabini, the notorious playboy, felt a ripple of concern arise within him, stirred by the absence of one person. This sensation was so foreign that it left him somewhat unsettled. Chapter 58. Direct Confrontation. Blaise Zabini's disappointment was akin to a small stone cast into the depths of the Slytherin lake. Before the ripples could expand, they were swallowed by deeper currents. Indeed, Wen Xu no longer pursued his shadow. Those golden eyes, once filled with innocent affection, now more frequently focused on the intriguing candies brought by Draco or intently followed the path traced by Theodore's fingers across ancient scrolls. She was closely shielded by Draco's childish possessiveness and Theodore's silent, yet formidable barrier, as if an invisible wall had been erected, blocking all external temptations, including Blaise's nascent feelings of concern, feelings he had yet to fully comprehend himself. However, this wall could not deter a reborn individual consumed by jealousy and a sense of grievance. The night enveloped Hogwarts castle like thick ink, the characteristic chill and dampness of the Slytherin dungeons permeating the silent corridors. A slender figure, cloaked in Harry's invisibility cloak, glided past the cold stone walls like a true specter. Harry Potter's heart raced within his chest, a tumult of anger, anxiety, and an almost self-destructive urgency. He skillfully navigated through the night, evading the watchful eyes of Filch and Madame Loris, his gaze fixated on the luminous point on the map that represented Wen Xu. Shimmering independently deep within the Slytherin common room, Wen Xu's private quarters, the door yielded easily to a silent, unlocking charm. Harry slipped inside, swiftly closing the door behind him and shedding the invisibility cloak. A refreshing, crisp aroma, laced with cedar and the scent of ancient parchment, enveloped him in an instant. The room, though modest in size, was adorned with an understated elegance. Dark green drapes cascaded down, and clusters of ethereal blue flames danced atop a silver serpent-shaped candlestick, casting flickering light upon a bookshelf brimming with tomes and a four-poster bed draped in silver-gray silk sheets. On a small round table by the window lay an open, substantial volume of magical texts, a quill resting beside an inkpot, as if its owner had just departed. Harry's heart tightened further. He was here, breathing the very air that Wen Xu had breathed, standing in his intimate space, waiting with bated breath. Anxiousness and indignation grew like rampant vines in the stillness of anticipation. Why was he avoiding him? Why was he so close to those hypocritical Slytherins? Malfoy? Not. And that Zabini? Did he truly believe that someone like Draco Malfoy was more deserving? A faint click of the door lock echoed in the silence. Harry whirled around, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Wen Xu entered, seemingly just returned from the library, a bag slung over his shoulder, his silvery hair shimmering like moonlight in the soft blue glow of the candles. A trace of weariness graced his features. His golden eyes cast downward as he raised a hand to unfasten the silver serpent-shaped clasp at the top of his dark green robe. Then, he noticed Harry standing in the center of the room. The motion of unfastening the clasp faltered. Wen Xu appeared as though petrified, his golden eyes widening in shock, clearly reflecting Harry's figure, filled with anger, indignation, the recklessness of trespassing, and a wounded, stubborn defiance. The air thickened with tension. In the suffocating silence, only the faint crackle of candle flames could be heard. Mr. Potter? Wen Xu's voice was soft, trembling with disbelief, breaking the oppressive quiet. He instinctively took a step back, his back pressing against the cold door, fingers gripping the strap of his bag tightly, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The usual warmth and tranquility had vanished, leaving only sheer astonishment and a hint of panic at the invasion of his territory. This panic ignited a long-suppressed powder keg within Harry. Mr. Potter? Harry's voice escalated, laced with sharp sarcasm and uncontainable fury as he advanced a step closer. Am I merely Mr. Potter in your eyes? Wen Xu. He pronounced the name, infused with a painful intensity. You are avoiding me. You are dodging me like a plague. Why? Because of that day in Diagon Alley? Because of the Malfoys? Or is it that you now deem Theodore Knott or Blaise Zabini more worthy of your time than this reckless Gryffindor? His questioning was like a rapid-fire barrage, imbued with a sense of neglect and the fury of being misunderstood. His tone, charged with emotion, came across as confrontational, even tinged with a hint of unwarranted aggression that he himself was oblivious to. Do you even know me? Harry's voice faltered, longing to express the depth of his concern, to articulate how deeply it pained him to see Wen Xu with others. Yet, what ultimately escaped his lips was scorn. Do you realize how outrageous it is to disappear without a word, mingling so intimately with others? What do you take me for? Your dog? Or merely a plaything, summoned and dismissed at your whim? The final word struck with the venom of a poisoned icicle. Wen Xu's body trembled violently, as though struck by an invisible hammer. He bit down hard on his lower lip, his cheeks, already pale with shock, drained of their last vestiges of color. Those clear, golden eyes, akin to shattered glass, quickly veiled themselves in a heavy mist of tears. His long, butterfly-like golden lashes quivered violently, unable to bear the overwhelming tide of grievance and sorrow that surged within him. A crystalline tear fell, unbidden, followed by a second, a third. The tears glided silently down his smooth, porcelain cheeks, like pearls straying from a broken string, leaving dark, round stains upon the deep green of his robe. He stood there, his white hair framing his flawless complexion, golden eyes brimming with fragmented light, while the dark green robe accentuated his slender form, making him appear as though a mere gust of wind could topple him. In that moment of silent weeping, he exuded a fragility akin to a pear blossom ravaged by a storm, embodying a breathtaking, suffocating beauty and sorrow. He stubbornly refrained from making any sound, merely biting his lip, allowing the tears to flow freely, their silent protest more heart-wrenching than any wail. All of Harry's anger, his questions, his grievances, were extinguished in an instant upon witnessing Wen Xu's tears, like a bucket of ice water doused over him, leaving only an abyss of panic and heartache. Wen Xu, no? Please don't cry, Harry's voice faltered, filled with confusion and helplessness. His earlier harsh words returned to pierce his own heart like a boomerang, causing him to gasp for breath. How could he bear it? How could he possibly allow Wen Xu to weep? Watching the tears cascade down that luminous face, observing the delicate shoulders tremble from the effort of suppressing sobs, Harry felt as though his heart were clutched in an invisible hand, twisted and torn into countless pieces. Questions, grievances, and the names Malfoy and Not were cast aside, irrelevant. All he wished for was for those tears to cease. In a moment of almost clumsy urgency, Harry lunged forward, arms outstretched, cautiously yet resolutely enveloping the trembling, weeping form in his embrace. Wen Xu's body stiffened at the initial touch, but then, as if all strength had left him, he melted softly against Harry's chest, resting his forehead upon his shoulder. Harry could distinctly sense the subtle tremors of the body in his embrace, the warmth of tears swiftly soaking through the fabric of his shirt, and the muffled sobs that finally escaped from tightly pressed lips, reminiscent of a wounded creature's whimper, striking his heart with each sound. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Wen Xu, it is my fault. Harry's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with an unprecedented tenderness and panic. He clumsily patted Wen Xu's frail back, as one would comfort a terrified child. I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have scolded you. I shouldn't have barged in. I'm a fool. I deserve this. Please, don't cry. I beg you, don't cry. Seeing you in tears shatters my heart. He stumbled through his apologies, repeating I'm sorry and don't cry, his warm breath brushing against Wen Xu's hair. He tightened his embrace, holding the person close, attempting to dissipate the cold sorrow with his own warmth. Wen Xu continued to weep silently, his body trembling slightly with each sob, the warmth of tears and delicate shudders penetrating through the thin fabric, causing Harry's heart to ache in sympathy. He had never before felt so acutely the weight of another's sorrow, so palpably pressing upon his own heart. Time flowed slowly amidst the soft sobs and Harry's awkward attempts at comfort. The blue flames of the fireplace danced quietly, casting a gentle, swaying shadow of the two embracing figures on the wall. After an indeterminate duration, the sobs gradually diminished, the taut bodies slowly relaxing, though it would occasionally shudder lightly from the aftershocks of emotion. Harry loosened his hold slightly and looked down. Wen Xu's long golden lashes were damp with tears, clinging to his lower eyelid, forming two fragile little fans. Tear tracks crisscrossed his porcelain face, with the tip of his nose and the corners of his eyes tinged with a pitiful flush. His eyes were tightly closed, breaths becoming shallow and even, as if he had succumbed to slumber. That fatigued visage resembled a small boat, finally finding a harbor, utterly exhausted, having shed all defenses, leaving only a heart-wrenching vulnerability and reliance. In that instant, Harry's heart softened profoundly, all his anxiety and bitterness washed away by this unguarded sleeping face, leaving only an overwhelming compassion and a heavy sense of responsibility to protect. He carefully lifted Wen Xu, cradling him as if he were the most fragile treasure in the world. Wen Xu merely nuzzled against him unconsciously, emitting a faint, kitten-like whimper, remaining asleep. Harry gently laid him on the bed adorned with silver-gray silk sheets, tenderly removing the exquisite dragon leather boots, unfastening the buttons of his dark green robe, and taking off the outer garment. Beneath it lay a soft, cream-colored silk shirt, accentuating his frailness. Chapter 59, Harry's Growth. Observing the remnants of tears on Wen Xu's face tugged at Harry's heart once more. He turned and entered the adjoining small washroom, dampening a clean, plush towel with warm water, returning gently to the bedside. He cautiously wiped away the tear stains on Wen Xu's face with a warm towel, carefully avoiding his tightly shut eyelashes. The warm cloth glided over the delicate, cool skin, and in his slumber, Wen Xu seemed to find comfort, slightly relaxing his furrowed brow. After completing this tender task, Harry pulled up the icy, smooth silver-gray silk quilt, ensuring it was tucked neatly under Wen Xu's chin. He sat at the edge of the bed, illuminated by the soft blue candlelight, quietly gazing at the serene yet fragile visage of the sleeping figure before him. The words Wen Xu had choked out earlier echoed clearly in Harry's mind, a haunting reminder of his sorrow. Wen Xu felt that Harry had never truly regarded him as a friend, that he was indifferent to his feelings and lacked respect for him. Harry was bewildered. When had he ever acted in such a manner? He cared for him deeply, striving to draw closer, consumed by jealousy. Yet, a sudden weight settled heavily in his heart, a chill creeping up his spine. He reflected on his past actions. After his rebirth, he had repeatedly intruded upon Wen Xu's life, driven by prophetic advantage and an overwhelming possessiveness. He had approached, protected, and claimed in his own way, yet had never genuinely inquired about Wen Xu's desires or whether he accepted his presence. He had unconsciously assumed the role of a reborn savior, convinced of his own rightness in understanding and safeguarding Wen Xu, all the while neglecting his feelings. He overlooked that Wen Xu was an independent individual with his own thoughts and boundaries, not merely an object to be labeled as belonging to Harry Potter. Wen Xu was sensitive, nuanced, and emotionally rich. His need for respect and yearning for equitable communication far exceeded Harry's own roughened soul, honed by hatred and responsibility. Harry's self-righteous attempts at protection and closeness may have, in Wen Xu's eyes, been glaring evidence of disrespect and disregard for his feelings. Harry painfully closed his eyes. He professed to care, yet had never truly learned the essence of respect. The tears of Wen Xu were not a testament to Harry's lack of love, but rather a reflection of his selfish and crude approach to love. He took a deep breath, the cold air piercing his lungs, bringing with it a sharp clarity. He observed Wen Xu's brow still slightly furrowed in sleep, the remnants of moisture on his eyelashes, and a newfound determination quietly took root within him. He could no longer continue in this manner. He needed to change. He needed to learn to genuinely respect Wen Xu, his wishes, his space, and all that constituted his individuality. Leaning down, Harry moved with utmost gentleness and pressed a kiss upon Wen Xu's smooth forehead, devoid of any desire, filled only with boundless affection and remorse. Wen Xu's skin was cool, tinged with the salty scent of tears. "I'm sorry," he whispered silently, his voice hoarse like a sigh. "I will change, Wen Xu. I swear." He rose, casting one last deep gaze at the sleeping figure, as if to etch this fragile tranquility into his heart forever. Then he donned the cloak of invisibility once more, gliding silently from the Slytherin dormitory, which was steeped in a cold fragrance, tears, and silent accusations, merging into the profound darkness of Hogwarts night. Only the slumbering figures on the beds remained, along with the lingering, subtle sadness in the air and the weighty ache of growth and determination within Harry's heart. Chapter 60, the end of the second year. The Hogwarts Express exhaled white steam, resembling a great silver serpent, quietly coiled at Hogsmeade Station. The platform was abuzz with voices. Mingled with the sounds of rolling suitcases, the hoots of owls, and the excited chatter of students anticipating the forthcoming summer. Sunlight streamed through the towering glass dome, casting dappled shadows across the bustling crowd. The shadows of the Chamber of Secrets had dissipated, yet the marks left upon the heart were indelible. Ginny Weasley, under Madame Pomfrey's meticulous care, had recovered. Her complexion remained somewhat pale, yet her eyes sparkled with renewed vitality. Albeit a flicker of lingering fear occasionally surfaced when she glanced at the crowd. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood together, having endured a shared crisis, their bond seemingly fortified. Hermione eagerly mapped out her summer reading list, while Ron gazed longingly at the chocolate frogs being sold from a trolley on the platform. The Slytherin students congregated, exuding their characteristic reserve and aloofness. Wen Xu stood near the edge of the platform, his silvery hair shimmering in the sunlight with an almost ethereal glow. He had exchanged his school robes for a tailored light blue linen shirt, which accentuated his pale complexion, his demeanor as serene as still water. His golden eyes calmly surveyed the raucous crowd, as if searching for something, or perhaps merely bidding a quiet farewell. Draco Malfoy was the first to stride over with purpose, flanked by Crabbe and Goyle, resembling two moving hills. His platinum hair was meticulously styled, and a brand new custom suitcase gleamed in the sunlight. "Wen Xu." Draco's voice rang out with its customary bravado, his gray-blue eyes fixed intently upon him. "Remember to write to me over the summer. The owls at Malfoy Manor are always at the ready." He cast a glance towards Harry and his companions a short distance away, lowering his voice with a hint of pride. "Stay away from those, lively places, but keep in touch." He reached out, seemingly intending to pat Wen Xu on the shoulder. But the gesture awkwardly faltered midway, ultimately emphasizing the need to stay connected in a tone that betrayed his possessiveness and reluctance to part. Wen Xu offered him a faint, gentle smile, nodding softly. "I will, Draco. Have a wonderful holiday." His voice was clear and soothing, akin to a mountain spring, effectively calming Draco's slight unease about their separation. Draco responded with a satisfied hum, lifting his chin as he led his entourage toward the compartments. Just a few steps away, Theodore Nott appeared silently beside Wen Xu like a specter. His short, deep brown hair glimmered softly under the sunlight, while his deep blue eyes resembled a tranquil, cold pool, betraying little emotion of parting. Theodore offered no superfluous words, merely extending a palm-sized, flat box enveloped in dark green velvet. The box felt cool to the touch, imbued with a metallic essence. When Sue accepted the box, her fingertips brushing against the velvet's softness and the box's cold hardness, her golden eyes turning towards Theodore, laden with inquiry. The analysis of ancient runes from the secret repository of the Goblin Bank. Theodore's voice was low and steady, as though articulating the most mundane of matters. Should you find leisure during the summer break, it would be worthwhile to peruse. After the term commences, the library of Knot Manor shall be accessible to you. His words were succinct, yet brimming with profound implications. Invaluable resources, and the privilege of entry to Knot Manor. It was an unspoken invitation. A proclamation. You belong to my realm. My resources are at your disposal. His gaze lingered on Wen Xu's face, imbued with an undeniable authority and control, as if her summer itinerary had already been woven into his plans. Thank you, Mr. Knot, Wen Xu replied, cradling the cool box, her fingertips unconsciously caressing the velvet surface. Her voice remained gentle, her golden gaze devoid of any noticeable tumult. I shall study it diligently. Theodore offered a nearly imperceptible nod, his eyes casually sweeping over Harry, who was approaching from a distance. A fleeting chill of indifference flickered in his deep blue eyes before he turned away, merging into the crowd of Slytherins. His silhouette tall and solitary. Blaise Zabini leaned lazily against a nearby column, hands nestled in his pockets, his dark skin appearing exceptionally vibrant in the sunlight. His almond-shaped eyes sparkled with their habitual languid charm as he observed Wen Xu. Unlike Draco, who rushed forward with urgency, or Theodore, who imparted substantial tasks, he merely watched. He observed Wen Xu ensnared by Malfoy's childish possessiveness, and noted Theodore drawing invisible boundaries under the guise of knowledge. When Wen Xu's gaze inadvertently brushed against him, a knowing smile curled at the corners of Blaise's lips. With a nonchalant grace, he turned and sauntered towards another group of jovial Slytherins, as if their brief exchange had been nothing more than a casual diversion. At last, Wen Xu's gaze met that of Harry Potter. Across the throngs of bustling heads and amidst the cacophony of voices, the green of his eyes intertwined silently with the gold of hers in the air. Harry's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, wistfulness at parting, lingering concern, and the painful reflections and resolute determination that had settled after that night. No longer did he approach with the fervent possessiveness of before. He simply stood there, gazing deeply at Wen Xu. He perceived Draco's encroachment, Theodore's gift, and Blaise's playful scrutiny. His fists clenched momentarily at his sides, then gradually relaxed. Ultimately, he offered Wen Xu a gentle nod. This slight motion, though subtle, seemed to carry a multitude of sentiments. An apology for that night, a promise of his transformation, a silent farewell, and a profound respect akin to letting go. Wen Xu gently nodded at Harry, his golden eyes calm and undisturbed, resembling the placid surface of the black lake under the sun, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Yet unfathomably deep. There were no complaints, nor any overtures of intimacy, only a distant, aloof tranquility. It was as if the tears, accusations, heartbreak, and embraces of that night were merely a fleeting breeze across the lake's surface, leaving no trace behind. The whistle of the train echoed, urging those yet to board. Wen Xu withdrew his gaze, no longer regarding anyone. Carrying only a simple bag, his silver silhouette resembled moonlight cast upon water, quietly boarding the Hogwarts Express. Vanishing at the carriage door. On the platform, the sun shone brightly. The clamor continued, yet the figure that had drawn numerous gazes had already departed. The surface of the black lake shimmered with fragmented silver light in the distance, silently witnessing this farewell, filled with unspoken sentiments. Chapter 61, Third Year. The Hogwarts Express traversed the vast autumnal hues of the Scottish Highlands, the mountains draped in a delicate veil of early frost, the lakes mirroring the leaden sky. Inside the carriage, the clamor of the new academic year felt as though filtered through frosted glass, indistinct and muted. Harry Potter sat by the window, his gaze fixed upon the fleeting landscapes, his fingertips unconsciously tracing a line of condensation on the cold glass. The silence of summer, the shadow of Sirius Black's escape, and Wen Xu's deliberate aloofness since that night in Diagon Alley all settled in the depths of his heart. He adhered to his unvoiced promise, refraining from intruding. The Slytherin with silver hair and golden eyes lingered at the periphery of his awareness like a wisp of elusive moonlight. Hermione Granger sat opposite him, a hefty tome on Transfiguration resting on her lap, though her gaze occasionally lifted from the pages, carrying a subtle detachment, as if searching for a long-absent figure. Ron was eagerly examining a chocolate frog trading card. At that moment, the light in the carriage was abruptly extinguished. Warmth froze instantly, and the cold air rushed in like a tangible entity filling his lungs. Thick white frost quickly enveloped the windows, severing their connection to the outside world. All sounds, laughter, chatter, the rustle of pages, were swallowed by a suffocating silence. A chill of despair, emanating from the depths of his soul, spread silently, freezing his very blood. Harry's body tensed abruptly. That deep-seated terror, a nightmare he had intentionally locked away in the recesses of his memory, was violently awakened. The shrill laughter of a woman, the piercing green light, and the icy despair crashed down like a massive wave. His hand, resting on the window, instantly clenched into a fist, knuckles whitening from the force. Nails digging into his palm. He gritted his teeth, his jawline taut as a blade. Forcing himself to combat the overwhelming darkness that threatened to tear apart his consciousness and the suffocating sensation of his soul being drawn away. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "Harry?" Ron's voice seemed to emerge from the depths of water, trembling with fear. Hermione suddenly stood, her face as pale as parchment, her teeth chattering. Her gaze fixed on the direction of the carriage door, that, outside. A tattered cloak silently blocked the entrance. Beneath the hood lies an infinite darkness. One that devours the light. A withered hand, flickering with an ominous gray glow, reaches out, greedily seizing the palpable terror wafting through the air. Particularly the despair emanating from Harry, as tangible as a physical entity. Just as consciousness teeters on the brink of being wholly engulfed by darkness, Ron and Hermione, paralyzed by fear, find themselves frozen in time. Suddenly, a silent yet profound silver light erupts like a voiceless tsunami from the far end of the carriage aisle. This light is not blinding. Rather, it exudes a warmth and protective intent that is pure to an extraordinary degree. It is not an attack, but a proclamation. Where the light touches, the bone-chilling cold melts away as if confronted by the blazing sun, thick frost on the windows instantly transforming into droplets that cascade down. As light floods back into the carriage, the decayed gray hand reaching for Harry recoils violently, as if seared by an invisible flame. The Dementor at the entrance contorts silently. A visceral manifestation of pain and loathing, its massive form forced back by the untainted silver radiance, scattering like filthy smoke before a fierce wind. Retreating in disarray until it vanishes at the end of the corridor. As warmth and light return, an eerie silence envelopes the carriage. The students, shaken, exchange bewildered glances. Harry gasps for breath, his chest heaving, damp hair clinging to his skin from cold sweat. He abruptly raises his head, his gaze piercing through the remnants of the silver glow like a drawn sword, precisely directed at the source of the illumination. In the center of the aisle stands a solitary figure. Silver hair flows beneath the carriage lights, glimmering with a cool sheen, several strands falling delicately across a smooth forehead. The dark green travel robe, embroidered with silver patterns, accentuates his slender form, reminiscent of a delicate pine branch after snowfall. He slightly bows his head. Golden eyes concealed beneath long lashes, revealing no discernible emotion, only a tranquil, unfathomable depth akin to a serene lake. His face bears an almost translucent pallor, reminiscent of exquisite porcelain. In his hand, he holds a wand, the tip still shimmering with faint, nearly imperceptible silver dust, slowly dissipating. It is Wen Xu. The protective charm that dispelled the darkness and brought warmth originates from him. Hermione's gasp is barely audible, her brown eyes filled with profound shock and a complex, long-buried memory forcibly resurfacing. She gazes at the figure, as if truly recognizing for the first time the old acquaintance who had quietly shared the library corner with her. His smile gentle. Harry's gaze remains fixed on Wen Xu. Wen Xu gradually lifts his head. His golden eyes calmly survey the panicked crowd in the aisle. His gaze gliding over them like a gentle breeze skimming the surface of a lake, unperturbed. For a fleeting moment, his eyes linger on Harry's sweat-drenched forehead and taut jawline. A swift motion as if merely confirming a fact. Then, Wen Xu's expression returns to its customary aloofness and gentleness. He nods slightly, his movements slow and graceful, as if merely acknowledging the resolution of a minor disturbance with courteous decorum. He no longer glanced at Harry, nor at anyone else. Turning away, his silver hair traced a cold arc through the air, his figure quietly merging into the depths of the compartment where Slytherin students congregated. Vanishing into the shadows behind the door, that slender silhouette, amidst the interplay of light and shadow in the corridor, appeared both solitary and imbued with an undeniable strength. Whispers began to circulate within the compartment. "Harry, how are you?" Ron's voice carried a note of lingering fear. Harry remained unresponsive, maintaining his gaze into the depths of the corridor, his chest rising and falling slowly, his green eyes swirling with an indescribable tumult. A chilling sense of despair was receding from his limbs, leaving behind a peculiar void, which was soon filled with something hotter and more complex. The train thundered toward the spires of Hogwarts. Harry withdrew his gaze, his fingertips gently caressing the cold surface of his wand. Love is neither impulsive nor possessive. Rather, it is a silent journey of respect and understanding. He must learn restraint. Chapter 62. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, you remain graceful. The silhouette of the castle emerged in the twilight, its lights resembling stars embedded in ancient stones. Although the shadows of the Dementors were left behind, the deep-seated chill lingered like an invisible mist in the hearts of some students. Harry Potter descended from the carriage, the crisp autumn wind tousling his unruly black hair, revealing a lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. His green eyes, calm, swept over the bustling crowd. The silver gleam from the express was like a stone cast into a deep pool, the ripples it stirred within him yet to settle. The source of that radiance. Wen Xu was surrounded by a throng of Slytherin students. Draco Malfoy walked almost inseparably by Wen Xu's side, his platinum hair strikingly bright under the castle's lights. He spoke in an exaggerated tone about how Malfoy Manor effortlessly dealt with the Ministry of Magic's unreasonable searches, yet his gray-blue eyes occasionally flicked toward Wen Xu, gauging his reactions. Between his long fingers, a uniquely designed silver brooch sparkled against Wen Xu's deep gray attire, only to be discreetly brushed aside by Wen Xu with an air of nonchalance. Draco's lips pursed in mild displeasure, but he was quickly placated by a nearly imperceptible nod from Wen Xu, and he resumed his grandiloquent discourse. Theodore Nott stood on Wen Xu's other side, maintaining a half-step distance. His presence was less ostentatious than Draco's, yet he shadowed Wen Xu with quiet intensity that was impossible to ignore. As the crowded throng surged forward, Nott's arm naturally and decisively created space for Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes fixed ahead as if it were merely casual. Yet the precision of his anticipation and unspoken understanding rendered this protection a matter of course. He did not glance at Wen Xu, but silently pressed a small, flat, round copper censer, exuding a faint herbal fragrance and pleasantly warm to the touch, into Wen Xu's cool hand. Harry's gaze lingered for a moment on Wen Xu's face. Beneath the luminescence of the castle lights, that visage retained an almost ethereal pallor, with silvery locks accentuating the exquisite features of his face. His golden eyes, cast downward, allowed long lashes to cast delicate shadows beneath them, reflecting a familiar demeanor of gentleness and detachment, as if the breathtaking brilliance aboard the train were merely an illusion of others. He listened quietly to Draco's words, occasionally responding to Theodore's movements with a subtle, knowing smile. Blaise Zabini reclined against a nearby stone pillar, his dark skin sharply defined in the interplay of light and shadow. A habitual, slightly playful smile graced his lips, and his charming eyes observed Draco's territorial declarations and Theodore's silent encroachment with keen interest. Eventually, his inquisitive gaze settled upon Wen Xu, who was encircled by the two. His eyes lingered momentarily on Wen Xu's tranquil profile before drifting, with a knowing smile, towards Harry, who was also watching from a distance. With a languid stretch, he rose and, blending with the crowd, made his way towards the Slytherin dungeon. Hermione Granger stood beside Harry, her gaze fixed upon Wen Xu, her brow furrowed in a mix of scrutiny and unresolved confusion, as if reuniting after a long absence. The stark contrast between the formidable Patronus charm on the train and the serene, gentle youth now surrounded by Slytherin nobility left her perplexed. She parted her lips, seemingly poised to speak to Harry, but ultimately exhaled a barely audible sigh instead. Harry averted his gaze, his fingertips unconsciously gliding over the smooth surface of his wand. The chilling touch of the Dementor had long been dispelled by the surge of magic within him. "Let us go." Harry's voice was calm, devoid of overt emotion. He took the lead, stepping onto the staircase that led to the castle doors, with Ron and Hermione hurriedly following. The banquet remained lavish, yet the atmosphere at the long table felt markedly different from previous years. News of the Dementors stationed at the school gates loomed like an invisible shroud. Headmaster Dumbledore's address was brief and solemn, underscoring the themes of safety and vigilance. From his position, Harry could clearly see the Slytherin table across the hall. Wen Xu sat quietly between Draco and Theodore. Draco was enthusiastically pushing a plate of evenly sliced, honey-drizzled apple pie toward Wen Xu, chattering incessantly about how it embodied the flavors of the Malfoy household, which the Hogwarts house elves could never replicate. Meanwhile, Theodore silently replaced Wen Xu's cool pumpkin juice with a steaming cup of milk, sweetened with double the honey, his movements so natural they seemed preordained. Wen Xu offered Draco a polite smile, but did not touch the pie, instead lifting the milk cup to sip delicately. His golden eyes lowered, and the long lashes flickering in the dancing candlelight resembled resting golden butterflies, obscuring the true emotions beneath. Blaise, seated at a slightly greater distance, lounged with a wine glass, his gaze intermittently drifting towards Wen Xu, a knowing smile curving his lips, tinged with an air of insight. He occasionally engaged in conversation with his neighbor, yet a portion of his attention seemed perpetually drawn to that quiet figure. Cedric Diggory, as the head of Hufflepuff, was gently reassuring the somewhat anxious younger students of his house. His gaze swept across the great hall, pausing momentarily on the silver-haired figure at the Slytherin table, his brown eyes betraying a pure concern before he moved on, continuing to fulfill his duties. Harry quietly sliced into the steak on his plate, his movements precise and steady. The perceptive gaze of the seer ensnared every subtle interaction at the long table. Draco's almost childish possessiveness, Theodore's silent yet impenetrable guardianship, Blaze's feigned nonchalance, and Cedric's warm, sincere concern formed an invisible tapestry of attention around the seemingly delicate and gentle boy. Wen Xu existed quietly at the center of this swirling vortex, akin to a star being pulled by numerous gravitational forces, enveloped in an impenetrable, gentle detachment. He accepted the goodwill surrounding him while skillfully maintaining a distance, as if participating in an unspoken performance. The silent yet powerful silver light from the train overlapped and collided in Harry's mind with the image before him, surrounded by others, gentle and compliant. Harry raised a glass of cool water to his lips, the icy liquid sliding down his throat. He set the cup down, his green eyes reflecting a profound tranquility, akin to the sea's surface before the onset of a storm. Chapter 63, Boggett. A clear day. The old classroom on the third floor of the castle was permeated with the musty scent of aged wardrobes. Professor Remus Lupin stood behind the podium, his worn robe sleeves revealing pale wrists, his voice gentle yet penetrating. "Fear," he said, his gaze sweeping across the class, lingering briefly on Harry's taut shoulders, glancing past Hermione's focused eyes, and finally resting on Wen Xu's serene profile. "What is truly dangerous is to let it fester. Today, we confront it." He pointed to the violently shaking old wardrobe at the back of the room. "Inside is a boggett. It will transform into your deepest fears. The weapon to defeat it is laughter, absurdity. With willpower, twist fear into something ridiculous." Neville Longbottom was the first to step forward, encouraged by Lupin. The wardrobe door swung open, revealing Professor Snape clad in his grandmother's old dress, brandishing a terrifying handbag and grinning menacingly as he approached. Neville's face turned pale, his wand trembling, but under Lupin's guidance, he finally shouted the incantation. Bang! Snape donned a hat adorned with vulture specimens and stumbled to the ground, eliciting uproarious laughter as Neville gaped in shock. The atmosphere lightened. Parvati transformed a pus-ridden mummy into a slippery clown, while Ron's gigantic spider donned roller skates, its 8 legs intertwined, each success dispelling the heaviness. It was Draco Malfoy's turn. He strode forward, his gray-blue eyes filled with their customary haughtiness. As the wardrobe door opened, instead of the imagined failures or despicable creatures, a figure emerged. Sprawled in a pool of blood, his platinum hair in disarray, Lucius Malfoy. The color drained from Draco's face in an instant, his arrogance evaporating, leaving only sheer terror and helplessness. His wand hung frozen in the air, his lips moving soundlessly. Just as the horrific illusion threatened to engulf Draco, a clear and crisp voice resonated from behind. Not loud yet distinctly audible. "Ridiculous, ridiculous." Wen Xu did not step forward. Instead, he remained rooted in place, the tip of his wand directed at the gruesome scene. With a sudden bang, the near-lifeless Lucius was instantly replaced. In his stead stood the very Lucius Malfoy, adorned in a lace-embellished lilac ballet dress. A tilted swan headpiece atop his head, awkwardly attempting a single-leg spin amidst a gaggle of quacking rubber ducks. The absurdity of the tableau ignited uproarious laughter, even drawing chuckles from several Slytherins. Draco turned sharply, fixing a fierce gaze upon Wen Xu, his chest heaving violently. A tumult of shock, indignation, and the complex emotions of being publicly rescued clashed within his steely blue eyes. Wen Xu calmly retracted his wand, his golden gaze sweeping over Draco's pale visage. Devoid of any triumph or mockery, instead imbued with a profound tranquility, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. Noticing Draco's intense scrutiny, he inclined his head slightly, a hint of apology gracing his features. Theodore Knott stood slightly behind Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen lake. As the laughter subsided, he naturally took a step forward, his broad shoulders effectively shielding a few curious Gryffindor students eager to approach Wen Xu. His movements were fluid and silent, his gaze not lingering on Wen Xu but coldly surveying the classroom, akin to the most silent yet solid of barriers. He picked up the tome titled Dark Forces, a guide to self-defense that Wen Xu had placed on the desk, handling it with the familiarity of breathing. Blaise Zabini leaned against the wall, his lips curved in their customary playful arc, yet when his almond-shaped eyes fell upon Wen Xu, a flicker of an unusual, focused admiration, distinct from his usual flippancy, crossed his features. He relished the dramatic shift in Draco's expressions, cast a glance at the frigid Theodore, and finally returned his gaze to Wen Xu's tranquil profile, his voice laced with a languid magnetism, devoid of his typical flamboyance. "A splendid strike, Wen Xu. Young Malfoy owes you a personal favor, though at present, he likely wishes to vanish into the earth." His words retained a teasing quality, yet the underlying focus revealed much more. Harry stood at the periphery of the crowd, his green eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu. He observed as Theodore silently yet firmly encircled him, noted the unusual focus in Blaise's gaze, and perceived the complex emotions simmering beneath Draco's shame and anger. A powerful sense of possessiveness burgeoned within him, entwining his heart like creeping vines, almost breaking through his repression of self-emotion. He inhaled deeply, his knuckles whitening from gripping his wand too tightly, his green orbs swirling with inquiry, confusion, and a sense of exclusion from Wen Xu's true world. He must learn to control himself. To avoid past mistakes, he had to approach in a manner that Wen Xu would accept. Hermione pursed her lips, her brown eyes darting between Wen Xu and Professor Lupin. Wen Xu's performance once again reminded her of the silvery light on the train. Once there was a gentle youth who shared snacks with her and quietly transcribed ancient magical annotations in a corner of the library. However, as they both acquired new friends and became engrossed in fresh pursuits, their contact gradually diminished. Professor Lupin timely closed the restless wardrobe, and applause dissipated the gloom. An outstanding beginning. He smiled, his gaze lingering on Wen Xu for a fleeting moment, imbued with approval and deeper scrutiny. Remember, laughter is the antidote to fear, and will is the reins of magic. The next lesson would introduce the enthusiastic guide, Hinky. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Draco departed in silence, his face ashen, striding quickly away, while Crabbe and Goyle clumsily followed. Theodore quietly gathered Wen Xu's books, walking alongside him, their unspoken familiarity and guardianship as natural as breathing. Blaise straightened up and offered a smile to Wen Xu, a smile that still bore his unique charm, yet within the depths of his eyes lay a restrained admiration, devoid of frivolity. As Wen Xu exited the classroom with the flow of students, his silvery hair glimmered under the dim light of the corridor. His golden eyes held a hint of nonchalance, as if the recent tumult had nothing to do with him. Harry stood rooted in place, the coldness of the stone wall seeping through his robes. The lingering chill from the boggart wardrobe seemed to penetrate his heart, intertwining with the tumultuous curiosity and restrained possessiveness within him. Chapter 64, Quidditch. The afternoon sun at Hogwarts generously illuminated the expansive Quidditch pitch, yet failed to dispel the crispness of early autumn in the air. The wind swept across the stands, carrying the rustling of leaves from the Forbidden Forest and the clamor from the training grounds. The Gryffindor team was engaged in intensive preseason training, their bright red uniforms standing out vividly against the lush green grass and the clear blue sky. Harry Potter soared on his brand new firebolt, circling high above like a hawk, his sharp green eyes scanning the entire field. However, his attention was not solely focused on the quaffle and his teammates' movements. In the shadows near the entrance of the Slytherin stand, a figure leaned quietly against the stone railing. Wen Xu's silvery hair was gently stirred by the breeze, flowing with an almost translucent sheen in the sunlight, with a few strands brushing softly against his smooth forehead. He wore a slightly oversized dark green knitted cardigan, accentuating his slender frame, as if a strong gust could whisk him away. His golden eyes observed the figures darting through the air, filled with a gentle, untainted admiration, akin to witnessing a delicate dance. Sunlight fell upon his long eyelashes, casting small fan-shaped shadows that rendered his face exquisitely fragile. His presence silently drew numerous gazes. Draco Malfoy sat a bit higher up in the stands with Crabbe and Goyle. His gray-blue eyes had been critically tracking Harry's firebolt, his lips curling into the usual mockery, seemingly poised to critique Gryffindor's clumsy performance. Yet, when his gaze inadvertently landed on that silver-white figure at the edge of the pitch, his mockery instantly froze. He rose almost immediately, striding down the steps with purpose, his destination clear. Wen Xu. His gait bore the characteristic restraint of the Malfoy lineage. Yet his pace was notably swifter than usual. What could possibly be so captivating about Harry Potter? Draco inquired, halting beside Wen Xu, his voice deliberately elevated and laced with a hint of feigned arrogance, as though his earlier haste had never transpired. His discerning gaze swept over the muddy splatters on the field, the dust thick enough to choke, merely a band of trolls brawling with brooms. That said, his peripheral vision remained fixated on Wen Xu's slightly pale profile, the gray-blue depths of his eyes betraying a barely perceptible concern. Your complexion seems rather poor. The wind here is quite strong, he added almost brusquely, his tone awkward, as if he were lamenting the weather while attempting to justify his presence. From his pocket, he produced a small box tied with a silver-green ribbon, exuding a faintly sweet aroma, and unceremoniously pressed it into Wen Xu's cool hand. Take this. The new sugar-free gingerbread from Honey Duke. It's far better than braving the wind on an empty stomach. His actions bore an undeniable insistence, though a faint blush crept to his ears. Theodore not appeared like a shadow at Wen Xu's other side, a step behind Draco, but closer. He remained silent, his deep blue eyes calm as water, glancing at the gingerbread box in Wen Xu's hand before settling on his slightly furrowed brow. Quietly, Theodore retrieved a thumb-sized crystal vial from his dragon hide bag, containing a clear, pale golden liquid. As he twisted open the cap, a refreshing herbal aroma wafted through the air. He instinctively brought the small vial to Wen Xu's lips, his movements as natural as breathing, his gaze devoid of inquiry, radiating an unassailable sense of guardianship. Blaise Zabini leaned casually against a higher stone column, his dark skin gleaming healthily under the sun. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he exuded a languid demeanor, a familiar, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. His gaze did not anchor directly on Wen Xu. Rather, it danced with interest between Draco's awkward concern, Theodore's silent dominance, and Wen Xu's gentle acceptance. When Wen Xu obediently drank the drop of potion from Theodore's hand, the crease in his brow unfurling. A faint glimmer of appreciation flickered in the depths of Blaze's almond-shaped eyes. He lightly clicked his tongue, the sound just audible enough for those below to hear. Imbued with his characteristic lazy magnetism, it seems that certain seekers are overshadowed by a few drops of revitalizing elixir and a piece of gingerbread. His teasing seemed directed at Harry, yet his gaze, warm with amusement, lingered on Wen Xu, akin to that of an art connoisseur admiring a vibrant painting. Imbued with a focused, restrained intensity, Cedric Diggory, as the Hufflepuff prefect, was leading a group of younger students past the pitch towards the greenhouse. His gentle voice elucidated the characteristics of the mandrake, yet when his gaze inadvertently caught sight of the familiar figure in the shadow of the stands. Surrounded by the diverse Slytherins encircling Wen Xu, a flicker of genuine concern flashed across his brown eyes. He observed the slightly pale complexion and slender figure of Wen Xu, instinctively pausing his steps. The younger students beside him, following his gaze, began to murmur curiously in low tones. Cedric quickly reined in his momentary distraction, offering the students a reassuring smile and gently signaling them to continue on. Yet, before departing, he cast another glance back, his demeanor still warm, but with an almost imperceptible hint of silent concern for the silver-haired youth surrounded by the crowd. High above, Harry's firebolt came to an elegant halt in midair. He had just feigned past a fierce bludger, yet his eyes involuntarily flicked back to the edge of the pitch. He took in Draco's forceful shove of gingerbread, Theodore's silent, practiced delivery of potions, Blaze's languid banter, and Cedric's gentle glance. Wen Xu stood there, cared for by various individuals in different ways, accepting their attention with gratitude shining in his golden eyes, tempered by an invisible, warm glass barrier that softened and filtered all fervor, leaving behind a serene calmness that felt almost unreachable. He noticed Wen Xu nod slightly towards Draco, a barely there smile curving his lips, saw him obediently consume Theodore's potion, his profile appearing particularly tranquil in the shadows. He even caught a glimpse of Wen Xu playfully blinking at Blaze's teasing, his long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, exuding an almost naive innocence that deepened the smile on Blaze's face. At that moment, Captain Oliver Wood's thunderous shout resounded like a clap of thunder. "Potter, what are you daydreaming about? The bludger is behind you." Harry jolted back to reality, a fierce gust of wind rushing past his head. He instinctively gripped the broomstick, the firebolt screeching as it narrowly brushed beneath the whistling bludger. The violent air currents swept his hair back, and the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead was clearly visible in the sunlight. He steadied himself, his heart racing from the recent peril. Forcing his gaze away from the pitch's edge, his green eyes refocused on the swirling space where the golden snitch might appear. However, the fleeting image from before remained indelibly etched in his mind. Wen Xu, amidst the crowd's attention, blossomed like a solitary Adumbra flower under moonlight, beautiful, gentle, drawing all nearby moths, yet exuding an unapproachable chill and aloofness. That intertwining aura of fragility and tranquility served as both an invisible barrier and a silent invitation. He gripped the cold handle of the firebolt tightly, knuckles whitening with the pressure. Control. He needed to maintain control. Approaching that beam of moonlight required not the fervor of blazing flames, but the patience of water. Taking a deep breath, Harry propelled his broom back into the heart of the training, temporarily burying the tumultuous thoughts and the silent pull of the silver figure at the pitch's edge deep within the recesses of his heart. The clamor of Quidditch once again enveloped his senses. Chapter 65, Buckbeak. The dusk at the edge of the Forbidden Forest always arrived particularly early. The towering ancient trees twisted and gnarled, filtering the sparse sunlight into fragmented golden flakes that danced upon the damp ground, thickly carpeted with decaying leaves. The cool, moist mist seeped silently from the depths of the forest, enveloping the students' ankles with a refreshing breath of earth and rotting wood. Rubeus Hagrid's massive frame loomed like a moving hill before a small group of third-year students, his robust and resonant voice resonating in the stillness with an almost naive enthusiasm. "The Hippogriff," he proclaimed proudly, striking the powerful forelimb of the magnificent creature beside him, covered in feathers as resilient as steel. Buckbeak's amber eyes scanned the crowd with an inherent haughtiness. "Do you see? How magnificent! Remember, when you approach them, the first thing to do is bow. Be sincere. Once it acknowledges you, lower your head like this to show respect before you draw near." Harry Potter stood near the front of the gathering, a subtle heaviness crossing his heart as he beheld Buckbeak, a remnant of the memories of his past life. He was well acquainted with the fate of this proud creature. However, his gaze did not linger excessively on Hagrid or Buckbeak. Instead, it traversed the bustling heads of the crowd, settling on a figure slightly beyond the periphery. Wen Xu leaned quietly against the rough trunk of an ancient oak, The twilight combined with the shadows of the trees rendered his slender form somewhat indistinct. He wore no heavy cloak, just a plain, light shirt with a slightly open collar that revealed his elegantly sculpted neck, appearing rather fragile in the cooling air. His silvery hair flowed freely, a few strands gently lifted by the breeze, shimmering with an almost ethereal glow in the fading light. He tilted his face slightly upward, his golden eyes intently fixed upon the towering buckbeak, exuding a clear, gentle curiosity as if he were meticulously studying a rare and exquisite illustrated tome. This focused expression lent his delicate profile an air of serene purity against the darkened backdrop. Draco Malfoy stood a few paces behind Wen Xu, deliberately straightening his back and lifting his chin, attempting to maintain the demeanor of a Slytherin prince. Yet, the tension in his tightly pressed lips and his slight retreat, almost stepping on the heel of his polished shoes, betrayed his frayed nerves. His gaze, as if drawn by invisible threads, involuntarily drifted from the perilous hippogriff to Wen Xu's attentive and docile silhouette. Each fleeting glance deepened the furrow between his brows, a potent mix of displeasure at Wen Xu's fascination with such a savage creature and an unarticulated anxiety that it might suddenly lash out. When it was Malfoy's turn to demonstrate, he reluctantly approached Buckbeak, forcing himself to bow curtly, his movements stiff and rapid, as if evading contagion. Buckbeak's sharp amber eyes fixed on him, emitting a discontented rumble from its throat. The creature's enormous wings flapped impatiently, stirring a whirlwind of earth and grass clippings that sent Draco's light golden hair into disarray. Malfoy, bow. Take it seriously, Hagrid shouted anxiously, his enormous hands fidgeting restlessly. Draco shrank back, terrified by the gust of wind stirred by the wings, his complexion paling. In an instant, humiliation and fear crashed through the dam of his reason, and he lifted his gaze sharply, a venomous fire igniting in his slate-blue eyes, his lips moving as if a scathing curse was about to escape. Draco, a clear and gentle voice resonated, like a drop of pure water cast into boiling oil, emerging from behind him. Though not loud, it possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality that instantly pierced through Draco's mind, engulfed by negative emotions. Wen Xu did not approach Buckbeak, but merely straightened from his lean against the tree trunk. His golden eyes gazed calmly at Draco, devoid of reproach or command, offering only a gentle and lucid reminder, akin to moonlight silently illuminating a path through chaos. He subtly inclined his head, almost imperceptibly, gesturing for Draco to bow once more. Draco collided with Wen Xu's tranquil gaze. That gentle yet undeniable reminder was like a beam of soft light, momentarily dispelling the tempest brewing in his heart. He perceived the determination in Wen Xu's eyes and felt the weight of the surrounding stares. The lingering sense of humiliation still burned within him. Yet another sharper emotion gripped him with greater force, the unwillingness to completely crumble before Wen Xu. He inhaled a breath of cold air, tinged with the scent of decaying leaves, forcibly suppressing the vile words that churned within him. Stiffly yet more deeply than before, he bent once again before Buckbeak. Although his movements remained rigid with reluctance, he at least completed the proper gesture. Buckbeak scrutinized the human who had bowed again, letting out a low rumble before slowly lowering its noble head in return. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Draco straightened up, his face still pale, resembling a coat of white paint. Yet a barely noticeable flush crept up to his ears, concealed by the twilight. He cast a hasty, almost frantic glance at Wen Xu, his expression as complex as a spilled palette of colors, shame, anger, a tinge of embarrassment at being rescued in public, and a faint, unexamined reliance on the timely guidance offered. He nearly fled back to the outskirts of the crowd, where Crabbe and Goyle clumsily surrounded him, attempting to shield his unsightly visage. Wen Xu observed Draco retreat safely, his golden eyes once again descending into a tranquil calm, long lashes casting small shadows beneath them. He gently adjusted the sleeves of his attire, which were slightly chilled by the wind, his figure appearing particularly solitary and ethereal at the forest's edge, as though that gentle reminder had merely brushed past like a fleeting breeze, leaving no trace behind. High above, a late-returning crow swept over the treetops, emitting a hoarse call. Harry had been silently watching all of this unfold. He witnessed how Wen Xu's gentle yet precise reminder instantly brought Draco back from the brink of losing control, and he observed the fleeting complexity of emotions reflected in Draco's eyes. The gentleness of Wen Xu flows like a silent stream, effortlessly smoothing the sharpest edges and even taming the haughty demeanor reminiscent of Malfoy. This strength, unrelated to spells, is equally formidable. He gazes at Wen Xu's tranquil profile, the dusk casting a soft halo around his refined features. The chill of the forbidden forest seems to bypass him, leaving behind a captivating serenity. Harry tightened his grip on the wand, feeling the cold wooden texture. Approaching this beam of moonlight perhaps requires not brute force, but rather a patient, silent immersion akin to the evening haze. Hagrid's booming explanations continued to resonate, while the silhouette by the edge of the forest was quietly etched into Harry's memory. Chapter 66. Solitude in the Kitchen. The nights at Hogwarts are not always consumed by the scent of parchment from the library or the warmth of the common room fireplace. Deep within the castle, adjacent to the bustling kitchen of house elves, lies a secluded stone chamber, privately referred to by students as the Little Kitchen. Here, the stove is fully equipped, yet devoid of the elves' clamor. Only the occasional crackling of burning wood in the fireplace and the cool moonlight seeping in from outside, infused with the mist of the Black Lake. At this moment, this tranquil stone room is filled with a unique sweetness, unlike anything in the ordinary magical world. It is neither the robust aroma of butterbeer nor the rich scent of pumpkin pie, but rather a more refined, subtle fragrance, mingling the steam of cooking rice with a whisper of floral nectar. As Cedric Diggory pushed open the heavy oak door, this was the scene that greeted him. Wen Xu stood with his back to the entrance, poised before a large oak dining table. He wore a plain linen apron, the ties loosely knotted at his slender waist, accentuating his lean figure. His silver-white hair fell freely, a few strands gently brushing against his elegantly defined shoulders as he concentrated on his task. The flickering firelight from the hearth and several hovering warm yellow orbs enveloped him in a soft glow. He slightly lowered his head, his golden eyes intently focused on the dough in his hands. Those long, delicate fingers, pale to the point of translucence, were dusted with fine white powder, kneading and shaping with a pleasing rhythm. His movements were unhurried, imbued with a tranquil gentleness, as if he were not merely preparing food, but engaging in a sacred act of artistic creation. With deft fingers, he skillfully wrapped thin, translucent dough, tinged with a delicate pink, around the filling, pinching it into the shape of a budding lotus flower. The layers of the petals were exquisitely defined, as if they were poised to unfurl in the warmth at any moment. It reminded him of that day. Cedric could not help but recall their first meeting. "Apologies for my tardiness," he said, a smile in his voice, warm and deep, breaking the stillness of the room. He removed his heavy school robe and draped it over the back of a chair, revealing a snug, cream-colored sweater that accentuated his broad shoulders and tall stature. In his brown eyes, there was an unreserved admiration, resting upon the focused profile of Wen Xu and his dexterous hands, as well as the few budding lotus flowers taking shape on the table. "It seemed I had missed the most splendid part. How beautiful this is," he exclaimed sincerely, his tone filled with wonder and tenderness. Upon hearing his voice, Wen Xu did not immediately turn around. Instead, he meticulously adjusted the last petal in his hand before gently lifting his gaze. He turned, his golden eyes shimmering like flowing honey in the warm light, crystal clear. A gentle smile naturally graced his lips, akin to a stone cast into the heart of a lake, creating ripples in Cedric's own heart. "Not too late, Cedric," he said, his voice crisp like a mountain spring, imbued with a soothing serenity. "I am merely attempting to make some simple pastries. The steps are few, but they require a touch of patience." He gestured to the ingredients on the table, a small bowl of clear honey, several dishes of natural color powders, and the sweet scent of red bean paste. "Would you care to assist? Would you like to try shaping this flower center?" Cedric eagerly stepped forward, positioning himself beside Wen Xu. The distance between them was just right, allowing them to feel the gentle warmth emanating from each other. Cedric carried the refreshing scent of sun-drenched grass, while Wen Xu exuded a unique fragrance, a blend of cool cedar and a hint of sweetness. Wen Xu handed Cedric a small piece of pale yellow dough while taking another piece for himself. "Like this, roll it into a ball, flatten it slightly, and place it in the center," he demonstrated, his fingers moving with a gentle precision. As he leaned closer to guide Cedric in how to arrange it, a strand of silver hair inadvertently slipped, almost brushing against Cedric's arm where his sleeve was rolled up. The cool touch of the hair, subtle yet palpable, caused Cedric's heart to skip a beat. He instinctively held his breath, his gaze drawn to the silver strand before returning to Wen Xu's lowered, focused, and gentle profile. The firelight danced upon his long, thick golden eyelashes, casting small, fan-shaped shadows. "Like this?" Cedric steadied himself, gently placing the shaped flower center onto the pinkish-white petal, his actions imbued with the characteristic earnestness of a Hufflepuff and a hint of barely perceptible tension. His fingers, long and strong, were particularly cautious at that moment, fearful of disrupting this fragile beauty. "Very well," Wen Xu affirmed with a warm smile, picking up a small brush and dipping it into the clear honey, delicately applying a glistening touch to the tips of the lotus petals. "A little honey will make it shine a bit more when steamed." He leaned closer, and the elegant sweetness of the scent enveloped Cedric's senses more distinctly. Wen Xu slightly tilted his head, his golden eyes intently focused on that droplet of honey, his long eyelashes nearly brushing the petal. The expression of concentration, the unguarded proximity, and the particularly soft curve of his lips in the warm light made Cedric's throat feel dry, and he tightened his grip on the dough. He forced himself to divert his gaze towards the wisps of white steam rising from the steamer, yet that silvery figure and the focused profile were indelibly etched in his mind. Wen Xu seemed oblivious to the emotional turmoil of those around him. He gently placed the last lotus flower pastry and covered the steamer with a lid, his movements fluid and delicate. Approaching a basin nearby, he methodically washed his flower-dusted fair fingers. The water flowed over his slender knuckles, droplets refracting light into tiny glimmers. Slightly tilting his body, he took a clean, soft cloth to meticulously dry his hands, each gesture imbued with a leisurely, almost graceful rhythm. When he lifted his gaze to Cedric once more, the smile lingering at the corners of his lips remained gentle and clear. "It will take a while to be ready," he said, moving to the small stove, where he picked up a slender-necked copper kettle and poured each of them a cup of freshly brewed tea. The tea leaves unfurled in the hot water, releasing an elegant fragrance. "Shall we have some tea? Let us patiently await the blooming of the flowers." He handed the teacup to Cedric, their fingertips briefly brushing against one another, a fleeting, cool contact that felt like a delicate current racing from Cedric's fingertips to his heart. Cedric steadied himself as he accepted the teacup, his fingers lingering as if still touched by that subtle chill. The warmth of the teacup nestled in his palm, soothing both his hand and the quietly fluttering heart within him. "All right." Cedric's voice came out lower than usual, tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. His brown eyes gazed deeply into Wen Xu's, their warmth akin to the moonlight cascading outside at that moment, filled with the steamy essence of the tea. He took a sip of the warm liquid. However, it could not quell the tumult stirred within him by that silvery hair, that devoted profile, and that unintentional touch. The steam swirled silently in the stone chamber, carrying with it the sweet aroma of pastries and the fragrance of tea, enveloping the unspoken warmth and subtle intimacy flowing between them, quietly fermenting. Wen Xu cradled the teacup, standing quietly by the window. Moonlight filtered through the tall window, casting a soft sheen over his silvery hair and delicate profile, as if draping him in a gossamer veil. He gazed out at the dark surface of the lake, his golden eyes reflecting the fragmented moonlight, embodying a serene tenderness, seemingly unaware of the earnest glances and the burgeoning feelings beside him. He simply awaited, waiting for the flower shaped by his own hands to bloom gently and fully under the influence of heat. Outside the stone chamber, in the shadowy corridor, a tall figure stood silently. Harry Potter's hand lingered on the cold doorknob, his green eyes peering through the slightly ajar door, clearly witnessing the scene within, a tableau wrapped in warm light, steam, and tenderness. With Wen Xu's cool silhouette by the window and Cedric's unabashedly affectionate gaze fixed upon him, a sharp pang of bitterness seized Harry's throat, more acute than the chill of a dementor. His fingers tightened around the doorknob until the knuckles turned white. Ultimately, however, he slowly, silently released his grip. He did not push the door open. Instead, he cast a lingering glance at the silver-haired figure gently bathed in moonlight before turning away, silently melding into the profound darkness of the castle, leaving behind the sweet aroma and unspoken warmth wafting from the small kitchen. The slightly ajar door seemed to separate two distinct worlds. Chapter 67, An Ominous Prophecy. At the pinnacle of the castle's towering west tower, at the end of the spiral staircase, a markedly different atmosphere pervaded. Heavy, oddly fragrant purple drapes hung low, cutting off most of the light. The air was thick with the potent scent of aged tea leaves, cheap incense, and dust, inducing a slight drowsiness. Light filtered through stained glass windows, transformed into murky shades of red and blue, casting shadows upon the swirling smoke within, creating an intentionally mysterious and nebulous ambience. Professor Trelawney sat behind a vast crystal ball, wrapped in layers of gauzy shawls, her oversized glasses magnifying her eyes, which appeared particularly dreamy. In a tone that seemed to drift from distant galaxies, she interpreted the patterns left by tea leaves at the bottom of the cup. Harry and Ron squeezed together at a small round table adorned with a fringed tablecloth. Harry's position afforded him a view of another table diagonally ahead, where Wen Xu sat quietly. The dim light seemed to favor him alone. Wen Xu slightly bowed his head, his silvery hair cascading gently, flowing with a faint luminescence in the misty-colored light. His long, fair fingers delicately held a petite, gold-edged porcelain teacup, his movements graceful as if he were plucking a flower. Unlike the other students, who anxiously scrutinized the bottom of their cups, he quietly gazed at the remaining deep brown tea, his golden eyes appearing calm and profound amidst the hazy light, long eyelashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyes. His profile both refined and focused. Occasionally, he would ever so slightly rotate the saucer, his fingertips moving with an innate rhythm, as if conducting a silent ritual. Ron leaned closer to Harry, lowering his voice in complaint, attempting to dispel the tedium of the class. "Honestly, this is even worse than Snape's potions class. Look at the bottom of my cup, this pile of dregs. Trelawney insists it resembles a crooked-necked conch shell, predicting I'll be attacked by some thorny tail. Merlin's foul socks. I just want to know how this relates to my grades. Why doesn't she predict whether I'll have fried chicken for breakfast tomorrow?" Yet Harry's gaze remained fixed on the serene silver ahead. He watched as Wen Xu elegantly set down his teacup, his fingertips gliding gently along the rim. Observing as those golden eyes occasionally lifted from the misty smoke, calmly sweeping past Professor Trelawney's exaggerated gestures. Ron's voice buzzed, as though heard through water. So, mate, do you think I should prepare a pair of thick-soled dragonhide boots? Just in case that damn tail. Harry only caught the latter half of Ron's murmur. Prepare. Boots? Instinctively, he responded absently, his eyes still on Wen Xu. No need to bring them. They won't be necessary. Ron's voice abruptly ceased. He turned sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at Harry, as if horns had suddenly sprouted from his head. What? No need to bring it? Harry, I was referring to the blast-ended scrut. An attack. I must prepare my boots for defense. What do you mean I don't need to bring it? Do you think the tail will simply vanish or that I deserve to be stung? His voice, heightened by shock and confusion, drew the attention of several students nearby, with Parvati even hissing in discontent. It was only then that Harry snapped back to reality, realizing the magnitude of his blunder. He cleared his throat awkwardly, his face slightly flushed, and quickly glanced in the direction of Wen Xu, noticing that the latter seemed unfazed by the commotion, still gazing serenely at his teacup. This brought Harry a measure of relief, and he lowered his voice to explain to Ron. I apologize, Ron. I was momentarily distracted. You mentioned the blast-ended scrut? Yes. I should prepare my boots. He was fumbling through his words, yet his thoughts were drawn like invisible threads toward the tranquil silhouette, cloaked in misty shadows. Observing Harry's distracted demeanor and glancing at Wen Xu, Ron rolled his eyes dramatically, resignedly muttering as he returned to studying his crooked-necked blast-ended scrut. At that moment, Professor Trelawney's ethereal voice suddenly rose, sharp enough to pierce through the haze, instantly capturing everyone's attention. A portent, an ominous portent. She abruptly stood from behind her crystal ball, her layers of gauzy scarves and beads swaying violently with her movement. Her magnified eyes were fixed intently on Wen Xu, or more precisely, on the gilded bone china teacup before him. The entire tower classroom fell silent. Even the kettle on the fire seemed to cease its hissing. All gazes, including Harry's now taut focus, converged upon Wen Xu. It appeared that Wen Xu sensed this sudden scrutiny. He slowly lifted his head, his golden eyes meeting Professor Trelawney's. Filled with mysterious dread, his expression devoid of panic, merely a hint of appropriate, gentle bewilderment. His pale fingers remained steady at the edge of the table. Professor Trelawney, as if in a trance, wobbled around a few desks before directly approaching Wen Xu. She leaned in, her enormous glasses nearly touching the petite teacup. Smoke swirled around her, and the colorful shadows danced upon her face. Child, her voice became unusually ethereal and hoarse, as if emanating not from her throat, but from some profound cavern. Behold this pattern, how clear, how ominous. Her skeletal fingers trembled as they pointed to the dark brown tea stains lingering at the bottom of the cup. Look here. The winding path, the entwined thorns, and this dark center, a mark shrouded in thick fog. Her breath quickened, her chest heaving violently. It points to you, young traveler. You who have stepped here but do not belong. Your path is cloaked in mist, and your very existence is a profound rift. Her voice suddenly rose, piercing the air with a jarring clarity. The answers you seek will unveil the roots of your fears. The light you yearn for shall ultimately guide you into the deepest shadows. Child, I perceive a colossal shadow creeping forth, drawn to the scent of that which does not belong to this realm within your soul. When the stars realign and the whispers of the ancient return, it shall mark the day your path home is irrevocably severed. The final word fell like a cold stone upon the stillness of the classroom. Professor Trelawney appeared to have exhausted her strength, her body swaying violently as a long, almost soulful sigh escaped her lips before she gently toppled backward, caught by the quick-witted young wizards. A profound silence enveloped the room. The students exchanged glances, rendered speechless by this sudden and pointed prophecy. Their eyes directed toward Wen Xu filled with a mixture of fear, curiosity, and a barely perceptible sense of alienation. Wen Xu remained seated, the colorful light dancing upon his silver hair, casting enchanting flecks of luminosity. He lowered his eyelids, long lashes obscuring his golden gaze, concealing the emotions within. His fingers, resting on the edge of the desk, curled slightly, grazing the rough tablecloth and leaving faint traces. In the midst of the surrounding uncertainty, his demeanor appeared remarkably serene, even exuding a hint of imperceptible fragility, as if the terrifying prophecy had merely brushed past him like a fleeting breeze. Harry's heart raced within his chest. He watched as Wen Xu slowly lifted his gaze, the calmness of his golden eyes sweeping across the bewildered faces around him, finally settling on the professor, who had been steadied and seemed to have momentarily fainted. His lips were pressed firmly together, embodying a restrained, nearly stoic tranquility. Then, he rose with exquisite slowness, his movements graceful as ever, seemingly untouched by the ordeal. He spoke not a word, merely nodding slightly to the young wizards supporting Professor Trelawney, signaling them to assist her, before quietly picking up his book. His silver figure traversed the still air and myriad complex gazes, silently, making his way towards the exit of the spiral staircase. His silhouette, amidst the ethereal light and swirling mist, appeared cold and solitary, as though shrouded in an invisible, ominous fog. The echoes of the prophecy clung to the corners of the tower classroom like frigid spider silk. Harry gazed at the silver figure vanishing at the stairway's entrance. A tumult of intense curiosity, worry, and an acute sense of isolation from that unfathomable mist swirling within his green eyes. Trelawney's prophecy, though absurd, pointed unmistakably at Wen Xu, highlighting the enigmatic quality that Harry had sensed but could not grasp, an allure as cold and captivating as moonlight. He instinctively clenched his fist, the knuckles widening. Chapter 68, Disparate Treatment. Professor Trelawney's prophecy was akin to a stone cast into the Black Lake, the ripples quickly swallowed by the din of daily life at Hogwarts, further veiling Wen Xu's already mysterious persona in an additional layer of intrigue. Yet, countless young wizards remained eager to defend and draw close to him. He remained quietly attentive in class, his silvery long hair flowing under the library's light, while his golden eyes appeared tranquil and focused amidst the steam of the potion's lesson. As if the harrowing warning had never occurred, the time for divination arrived once more. The incense in the tower classroom seemed to thicken, the swirling smoke rendering the faces of those opposite nearly indistinguishable. Professor Trelawney swayed before the crystal ball, her enormous lenses reflecting a murky glow. Harry sat in a corner, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold contours of his wand, his thoughts drifting far away. Wen Xu occupied a position slightly ahead, their silhouette flickering in the haze, akin to an ethereal painting. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney emitted an extremely piercing gasp. Her body lurched backward as if struck by an invisible force, her layers of shawls and beads swaying wildly. She clutched the edge of the table tightly, her knuckles turning white from the strain as a chilling, ghastly sound escaped her throat. The entire classroom plunged into an eerie silence. Even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Everyone froze in place, staring at her in terror. I heard it. Her voice had transformed, no longer the whimsical affectation of her usual tone, but a chilling, hoarse echo that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Imbued with a bone-chilling intensity, the Dark Lord's servant, shackled by chains, struggles and gasps in the darkness. Her body trembled violently, and behind the massive lenses, her eyes widened in a nearly explosive expression of inhuman dread. Before midnight, the frigid voice suddenly soared, slicing through the still air like a sharp blade. Before midnight, he shall break free from his bonds, rise, embark on a journey, and return to his master. The final syllable fell like a heavy hammer, and Professor Trelawney's body slackened abruptly, collapsing into the armchair with a long, pained moan, as if all her vitality had been drained. The icy stillness brought forth by the prophecy spread throughout the classroom. Students turned pale, exchanging glances as whispers surged like a tide. The Dark Lord, the servant, midnight. Yet, this heavy atmosphere did not linger long, abruptly shattered by a fierce argument erupting from the corridor. He's nothing but a madman, a wicked, furry executioner. Ron Weasley's voice was filled with such fury it threatened to shatter the ceiling. His face flushed crimson as he clutched the trembling, toeless Scabbers, his finger shaking as it pointed at the innocent-looking, ginger-legged Crookshanks, who was licking his paw at Hermione's feet. Hermione Granger's brown curls seemed on the verge of exploding as her chest heaved, her voice rising in pitch. Crookshanks just wants to play. It's Scabbers who is too timid and suspicious. He lurks all day in your pocket. Who knows if he's playing? Ron's voice cracked with anger. He nearly swallowed Scabbers whole. Look at his claws. Look at the way he looks at Scabbers. He's clearly hungry. The two faced each other like enraged little lions in the corridor, their argument drawing a crowd of onlookers. Harry, you decide. Ron abruptly turned his head, searching for reinforcements. Is Crookshanks mad? Does it intend to harm Scabbers? Harry, Crookshanks is merely a cat. It is Scabbers who is overreacting. Hermione immediately cast a look of righteous concern towards her friend. The named Harry Potter stood a short distance away by the windowsill, his back turned to the chaos. His tall figure was outlined sharply by the afternoon sunlight, and he slightly bowed his head, his entire focus concentrated on the palm of his hand. In his grasp sat a small, snow-white, round little creature, resembling a fluffy rice dumpling, perfectly content. It was no larger than Harry's thumb, its feathers astonishingly soft, gleaming with a pearlescent sheen under the sunlight. Most striking were its round, glistening eyes, resembling melted gold, pure and innocent, reflecting a naivety untouched by the world. At that moment, it gently pecked at a small handful of crushed nuts held between Harry's fingers, emitting faint, satisfied chirps. Harry's expression was one of an unprecedented focus and tenderness, a sight Ron and Hermione had seldom witnessed. Deep within his green eyes seemed to be a reservoir of warm sunlight, with all sharpness and depth melted away by the presence of this little snow-white creature. His fingertips moved with utmost gentleness, carefully controlling the portion of food, fearful of disturbing the treasure resting in his palm. When the little creature tilted its head, looking at him trustingly with its golden, round eyes, a barely perceptible yet genuine smile curved at the corners of Harry's lips, imbued with a sense of almost reverent satisfaction. Should one say it is no wonder that it is his pet? They are indeed alike. Harry, did you hear that? Ron urged anxiously, bringing Scabbers closer. Hermione's cat is a murderer. Harry seemed momentarily startled by Ron's loud voice, furrowing his brow slightly. However, his gaze remained fixated on the snowy bundle in his hand, only vaguely catching a few indistinct words. Murderer? Who? Without lifting his head, he instinctively responded, as if soothing the little bird in his palm, also as if dismissing his friend behind him. Well, not really. It's so small, how could it kill anyone? He referred to the little creature in his palm, which could hardly break the skin of his fingernail. Ron? Hermione. The anger etched on their faces was swiftly replaced by disbelief and absurdity. Ron's mouth fell open, as if he could fit a flobberworm inside, while Hermione forgot her anger entirely, her brown eyes widening in astonishment. She glanced from Harry, tenderly looking at the little bird, to the pitiful mouse in Ron's arms, missing a toe. Chapter 69. The First Encounter with the Snow Puff. Harry, Ron stammered, pointing at Crookshanks, then at Scabbers. I was talking about Crookshanks. This cat. It wants to kill my Scabbers. You say it's small? Who could it possibly kill? He was beginning to doubt whether his ears and eyes had deceived him. Only then did Harry slowly react, finally allowing his gaze to drift momentarily from the snowball in his hand, glancing at the ruffled Crookshanks and the unfortunate mouse in Ron's arms. A flicker of irritation crossed his emerald eyes, quickly replaced by an assertive conviction of engaging in something of greater significance. He cleared his throat and spoke in a tone that attempted to smooth over the moment, yet revealed his evident distraction. Crookshanks, perhaps just a bit too playful. Looking at the cat, he added, you seem rather spirited. His gaze, however, uncontrollably drifted back to the tiny, chubby creature nestled in his palm, observing it clumsily preening its pristine feathers. His expression softened instantly as he added, don't be too anxious, Ron. With that, he completely disregarded Ron's indignant expression of, me anxious? My cat nearly perished. And Hermione's silent reproach of, I told you so. He lowered his head once more, gently tapping the fluffy creature's head with his fingertip, his voice dropping to a soft whisper. Take your time eating. It's all yours. This little fluffball had been entrusted to him not long ago by Wen Xu at the library entrance. Wen Xu had just emerged from the restricted section, cradling several hefty tomes, beads of sweat clinging to a few strands of his silvery hair along his smooth forehead. He spotted Harry in the corridor, his golden eyes reflecting a gentle apology as he approached. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a soft glow around him. Harry, his voice was clear, laced with an almost imperceptible gentleness. Could you do me a favor? From his ample sleeve, he carefully presented the sleeping bundle, curled tightly like a snowball. This is Shui Rong. I found it by the Black Lake a few days ago. It's a bit frightened and reluctant to forage for itself. He gently placed the warm, soft creature into Harry's open palm, their fingers brushing ever so slightly, sending a fleeting chill through Harry's wrist. I might be a bit busy over the next few days. I'm quite overwhelmed. I remember you and Hedwig get along splendidly. Would you mind taking care of it for a few days? I would greatly appreciate it. At that moment, Harry felt as if his heart were gently scratched by the furry little paw. He gazed at the snow-white ball of fluff in his hand, watching it open its eyes, pure golden orbs remarkably similar to Wen Xu's, curiously assessing him before meeting Wen Xu's gentle, pleading visage. This was the first time Wen Xu had actively sought his assistance. Was it a sign of trust, a signal of intimacy, or merely because of Hedwig? Regardless, each possibility was enough to make Harry's heart feel as though it were immersed in the sweetest butterbeer from Honeydukes. Without hesitation, he nodded vigorously, his voice low and earnest. Of course, leave it to me. He didn't even inquire about what had rendered Wen Xu so preoccupied. It mattered not. What mattered was the little snowball with golden eyes, now peacefully slumbering in his palm. This was Wen Xu's task entrusted to him, a living link to that sliver of moonlight. He was determined to care for it with a devotion 100-fold greater than he would for his firebolt. Thus, at this moment, any harrowing prophecy from Trelawney or the impending cat-and-mouse showdown between Ron and Hermione paled in comparison to the importance of ensuring that Shui Rong, the little chubby creature in his hand, was well-fed, comfortable, and nuzzling his fingers. He meticulously combed through its fluffy feathers with the pads of his fingers, a secret satisfaction bubbling in the depths of his green eyes, tinged with a fierce possessiveness. This feeling resembled that of a mischievous puppy finally grasping its owner's most cherished toy, although it could not monopolize its owner. The mere act of temporarily safeguarding this beloved object was enough to make its tail wag like a windmill, delightfully contemplating how to extend the duration of its guardianship. As for the quarrel between Ron and Hermione, well, that large cat did appear somewhat intimidating, but Snowball was in need of water. Harry retrieved a delicately crafted, magically shrunk water dish adorned with sapphire edges from his pocket, an exquisite find from Hogsmeade, and gently placed it on the windowsill. Chapter 70, Harry's Bird Nest. On an autumn afternoon at Hogwarts, the sunlight had softened from its midday intensity to a warm, generous glow. The surface of the Black Lake transformed from the leaden gray of morning to a shimmering expanse scattered with golden scales, gently rippling in the breeze, casting a soothing light. The grass along the shore remained soft, imbued with the warmth of sunlight. Harry Potter and Wen Xu strolled leisurely along the lakeside. Beneath their feet lay thick grass, fragrant with the essence of sunshine, while the trees at the edge of the forbidden forest whispered softly in the warm wind. The air was a refreshing blend of the lake's slightly briny scent, the aroma of grass, and a hint of the crisp cedar fragrance that lingered around Wen Xu. Harry's iconic, perpetually unruly black hair served an exceptionally important role at that moment, becoming a warm and cozy nest. The little round, snow-white snowball, resembling a soft rice dumpling, nestled perfectly atop Harry's tousled hair. It seemed immensely content in this lush sanctuary, its tiny body gently rising and falling with Harry's steps, its round, golden eyes half closed in bliss, emitting soft, satisfied purrs, akin to a breathing pearl napping in the sun. Harry found himself walking with his head slightly tilted back, moving with great care to avoid disturbing the dreams of this little ancestor perched atop him. A nearly foolish, contented smile graced his face, his green eyes sparkling in the sunlight. Wen Xu walked a half-step beside him, his silvery hair illuminated by the golden light reflecting off the lake, exuding a near-translucent warm golden hue. Clad in a soft, light gray sweater, he appeared particularly slender, with the sleeves slightly rolled up, revealing a delicate, pale wrist. His hands rested casually in the pockets of his beige trousers, his demeanor relaxed and gentle. His golden eyes gazed serenely at the shimmering lake, a gentle breeze occasionally caressing his elegantly defined jawline, causing a few strands of silver hair to dance lightly. "It seems to quite enjoy your hair," Wen Xu's voice, clear and gentle, broke the tranquility by the lake. He slightly turned his head, his golden eyes shimmering with a soft smile as they regarded the fluffy white creature atop Harry's head. That smile rippled like a stone thrown into the heart of the lake, sending concentric waves through Harry's heart. Harry's heart skipped a beat, and his ears flushed with warmth as he endeavored to maintain a steady composure. His voice bore a hint of imperceptible pride and satisfaction. "Perhaps it feels that this place is warmer and imbued with a sense of security?" He cautiously extended a finger, intending to gently caress the fluffy little head of the snow creature. At that moment, the snowball atop his head seemed to awaken. It lazily stretched, its tiny wings fluttering, dislodging a few of Harry's unruly strands. Then, its pure golden eyes spun around, precisely locking onto Wen Xu beside him. With a crisp and brief chirp, brimming with unrestrained exuberance, the snow creature unhesitatingly abandoned Harry's warm and fluffy nest, transforming into a small white streak of lightning that gracefully flew towards Wen Xu, landing steadily upon his slender shoulder. Harry's outstretched finger froze in midair, his smile abruptly solidifying, and the small sense of pride within him deflated like a punctured balloon, leaving behind a hollow and bitter sensation. How ungrateful. Chapter 71. You would make a wonderful husband. Wen Xu appeared to have grown accustomed to the snow creature's affection. He slightly tilted his head, his golden eyes filled with tender indulgence. He raised his hand, and with fingers so delicately defined and pale they seemed almost translucent, he gently extended his index finger towards the snow creature. The little one immediately affectionately nuzzled its coral-colored beak against his fingertip, emitting soft, playful chirps, its round body nuzzling against Wen Xu's shoulder, exhibiting an undeniable attachment. "It seems it prefers you after all." Harry's voice was muffled, tinged with a barely perceptible grievance. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the tender scene unfolding on Wen Xu's shoulder. As Wen Xu playfully teased the snow creature, the natural warmth of his smile was more dazzling than the shimmering surface of Black Lake. Wen Xu's attention seemed entirely devoted to the little creature, oblivious to the subtle emotions in Harry's tone. While gently grooming the snow creature's fluffy feathers with his fingertips, he casually remarked, his voice imbued with a soft sincerity, "You take such good care of it, Harry. Look how spirited it is, and its plumage is so vibrant." He paused for a moment, his actions unceasing, his gaze still tenderly resting on the snow creature, speaking as naturally as one would discuss the weather. "With such patience and kindness, you will undoubtedly become a remarkable husband and father." Cough, 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 cough. Harry was suddenly taken aback, choking on his own saliva. He doubled over, coughing violently, his face aflame, the redness creeping down to his neck. Even the tips of his ears felt as if they were ignited. In his mind, it felt as though 100 golden snitches were wildly colliding, buzzing incessantly. Husband? Father? These words seared into his chaotic thoughts like a scorching brand. In an instant, a series of uncontrollable images galloped through his mind like untamed stallions. The scenes no longer depicted the sunlit meadow by Black Lake, but rather a warm and bright room, where the crackling flames of the fireplace danced merrily. A diminutive infant, adorned with silvery soft downy hair and possessing a pair of clear, pure golden eyes, is being cradled tenderly in his arms. The baby's tiny hand clutches one of his fingers tightly, offering him an endearing smile. Beside him sits Wen Xu, clad in soft loungewear, his silvery hair casually tied back, with a few stray strands cascading down his forehead. A gentle smile, unlike any Harry has ever witnessed, graces his face, radiating a relaxed and contented warmth as he gazes at him and the child in his embrace, his beautiful golden eyes shimmering with serene affection. "Harry, are you all right?" Wen Xu's concerned voice pulls him back from the tumultuous reverie that had enveloped his mind. Harry straightens abruptly, the flush on his face still prominent, his heart racing within his chest like a fervent drum. He dares not meet Wen Xu's gaze, instead lowering his head awkwardly, flailing his hands in a desperate attempt to dismiss the moment, his voice hoarse from earlier choking and overwhelming embarrassment. "And no, I'm fine. Just choked. The wind. It's a bit strong." He longs to slip into a fissure in the earth or plunge into the black lake to regain his composure. Wen Xu tilts his head slightly, his golden eyes reflecting a pure curiosity and concern, reminiscent of a fawn, innocent and unacquainted with the world. Sunlight dances upon his long eyelashes, casting delicate, fan-shaped shadows. The snow-white creature on his shoulder tilts its head inquisitively, its pure golden round eyes peering curiously at Harry, emitting a soft chirp of confusion. Wen Xu extends a finger to gently stroke the creature's tiny head, his gaze remaining sincere and tender upon Harry's flushed face. Seemingly oblivious to the tempest his innocent remark had ignited. "Are you truly all right? Your face is quite red." Wen Xu's voice remains gentle and clear, imbued with genuine concern. Harry finds himself increasingly flustered under the scrutiny of those unblemished golden eyes, which now focus intently on him. Fragments of warm familial imagery continue to flicker uncontrollably in his mind, intertwining with the breathtaking visage of Wen Xu before him, creating an overwhelming impact. He can only nod frantically, his gaze drifting toward the distant lake's surface, attempting to cool himself with thoughts of the icy water, his voice dry as he shifts the topic. "Oh really, I'm fine. The creature, it seems hungry? I brought some nuts." He fumbles in his pocket for the sapphire-embedded dish, moving clumsily like a newborn giant learning to walk. Observing his flustered state, the gentle smile at Wen Xu's lips deepens slightly, akin to a spring breeze caressing the thawing surface of a lake. He does not press further, merely nodding gently, his golden eyes still radiating tranquil kindness, as if his earlier remark about caring for the little creature was simply a heartfelt compliment uttered in passing. The gentle ripples of the black lake extend their reflections, elongating the figures of the two. The creature on Wen Xu's shoulder nuzzles contentedly, emitting soft purring sounds. Meanwhile, Harry's heartbeat remains erratic, the warmth on his face lingering long after. He cautiously stole glances at Wen Xu's tranquil profile from the corner of his eye, as his mind became entwined with the wildly proliferating fantasies and the gentle aura of the person before him, akin to a potent spirit sweetened with honey, leaving him both dazed and entranced. Chapter 72. Chirp. The gentle breeze by the black lake still seemed to retain the warmth of the sun, mingling with the remnants of the tumultuous emotions within Harry's heart. Wen Xu's seemingly careless mention of being a husband and father struck Harry like a stone cast into a serene pond, sending ripples that lingered deeply within him. As he made his way back to the castle, his steps felt somewhat unsteady, the warmth at the back of his ears not yet faded, while fragments of those uncontrollable, almost ethereal, tender images continued to flicker in his mind's eye. The snowball returned to hover above Harry's head, seemingly regaining trust in its mobile nest, contentedly preening its feathers and emitting soft chirps. Wen Xu walked beside him, his silvery hair gently stirred by the wind, his profile appearing calm and gentle in the afterglow of the setting sun. He seemed entirely unaware of the storm his offhand words had stirred within Harry, his golden eyes serenely fixed on the castle's spire, as if the conversation by the lakeside had merely been a fleeting breeze, leaving no trace. This oblivious tranquility only served to tickle Harry's heart, like the gentle claws of a kitten, both unsettling and secretly sweet. The castle's clamor soon shattered the lakeside's tranquility. The corridors thronged with students emerging from class, laughter intertwining with the sounds of clashing books and the flapping of owls. Harry had to be increasingly cautious to protect the snowball atop his head, while striving to suppress those ill-timed imaginative images deep within his heart. The rational voice of the reborn reminded him that the warm fantasies of family were mere illusions. More pressing was Trelawney's chilling prophecy, pointing towards the treacherous Peter Pettigrew. In the following days, an undercurrent of tension subtly permeated the seemingly calm atmosphere of Hogwarts. With the Quidditch season approaching, the intensity of Gryffindor's training escalated sharply. Harry soared through the skies on his firebolt, his keen green eyes scanning every inch of air for the elusive golden snitch. Yet, during training breaks, He instinctively sought out that familiar flash of silver, sometimes finding Wen Xu quietly reading in a corner with Theodore. Other times noticing Draco attempting to catch his attention with his newly acquired broomstick model, or catching sight of Blaze lazily leaning nearby, his gaze drifting in that direction. The snowball appeared to have acclimated to the excitement of the pitch, often gripping Harry's hair tightly during his rapid flights, chirping with excitement, becoming an unusual backdrop amidst Wood's booming commands. The library transformed into Hermione Granger's battlefield, the towering stacks of books around her reaching astonishing heights, parchment rolls nearly burying her. Dark circles formed under her eyes, and the chain of her time-turner peeked out from beneath her collar. Ron found himself embroiled in a deeper state of war with Crookshanks, whose performance grew increasingly masterful, feigning a pitiful demeanor as if on the verge of being terrified to death. This only intensified Ron's resentment towards Hermione's ginger cat. The palpable tension between them often permeated the Gryffindor common room, with their quarrels escalating from whether the cat desired to consume mice to who cared less about the well-being of a friend's pet. During these moments, Harry would invariably retreat to a distant corner near the fireplace, cradling Snowy, feeding him crushed nuts with distracted fingers, while half-heartedly attempting to mediate. Crookshanks looks quite lively. He might just be curious. However, his thoughts drifted elsewhere, calculating how to ensure that Pettigrew could not escape before midnight without alarming anyone. Snowy became a warm and peculiar anchor in Harry's life. Caring for this little creature with golden eyes brought him a sense of almost childlike satisfaction. He meticulously prepared the softest nest, scoured Hogsmeade for the finest shelled nuts, and even daydreamed during potions class about whether adding a drop of nutritional potion to Snowy's drinking water would be advisable, resulting in a 20-point deduction from Snape. Each time he saw Snowy affectionately nuzzling his fingers, gazing up with those pure, golden eyes, Harry would recall the gentle apology and barely perceptible trust in the look that Ron had given him when handing over the bird. This association felt like a potent elixir injected into his innermost desires. Chapter 73, The Boggart Affects the Match. One afternoon, Harry returned from the Ollery with Snowy, and upon ascending the spiral staircase leading to the dungeons, he encountered Ron and Theodore, who had just exited the potions classroom. Ron held several rolls of parchment, his silver hair shimmering faintly in the dim light of the stairwell, his face bearing a hint of post-class fatigue. Theodore walked silently beside him, his deep blue eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The moment Snowy spotted Ron, he began to leap excitedly in Harry's palm, chirping incessantly, flapping his little wings eagerly, his round golden eyes sparkling. Upon hearing the commotion, Ron looked up, and his golden eyes softened into a gentle smile upon seeing Harry and the jubilant little fluff in his palm, reminiscent of a warm current beneath the ice. "It seems Snowy has missed me." His voice was clear, laced with a teasing softness. Harry's heart inexplicably raced, and he struggled to maintain his composure, lifting his palms slightly higher. "He always gets particularly excited upon seeing you." Ron extended a finger, and Snowy promptly hopped affectionately onto it, rubbing his little head against Ron's fingertip, emitting a contented purr. Ron gently stroked Snowy's fluffy feathers with his fingertip, his touch tender and focused. Theodore stood aside, his deep blue gaze lingering for a moment on Ron's profile as he played with the bird, and then shifted away, retreating into his customary icy silence, though his body subtly edged closer to Ron. "Thank you for taking care of him, Harry," Ron remarked, lifting his gaze to Harry, his golden eyes brimming with sincere gratitude. "You've done a marvelous job." He's put on quite a bit of weight. The focused gaze and unreserved admiration enveloped Harry like the warm embrace of sunlight, causing his ears to flush with a subtle heat. He feigned composure, shaking his head slightly. "It's nothing," he is quite well behaved. At that moment, a frantic rush echoed from the depths of the corridor, accompanied by Ron's exasperated shout. "Hermione, control your cat. Scabbers has vanished again. It must have been frightened away." Hermione's voice followed closely, filled with indignation and distress. "I didn't. Crookshanks has been in the common room all along." "Ron, you just want an excuse." The quarrel rapidly approached. Wen Xu furrowed his brow slightly, a gentle sense of resigned warmth flickering in his golden eyes. He gently returned the snowball to Harry's palm, his movements tender. "It seems another conflict is about to erupt. We should take our leave." He gave a slight nod to Harry and affectionately patted the little snowball's head before quietly descending another staircase leading to the Slytherin dungeons with Theodore, their figures swiftly vanishing into the shadows. That gentle detachment acted like a switch, instantly isolating the impending clamor from the opposite end of the corridor. Harry stood still, cradling the chirping snowball in his palm as it called out towards Wen Xu's retreating figure. The warmth that had enveloped him began to mingle with a tinge of desolate exclusion. He glanced down at the little creature and let out a soft sigh. The snowball seemed to sense his despondence, nuzzling his thumb with its small head, its golden round eyes brimming with trust. The day of the Quidditch match had finally arrived. Gryffindor faced Hufflepuff. The sky was a heavy, oppressive iron gray, the biting cold wind slicing against his face like a knife. The stands were filled with students wrapped in thick scarves and hats, banners fluttering in the gusts, their cheers carried by the wind in intermittent bursts. Harry mounted the firebolt. Suspended high above, the frigid air filled his lungs, sharpening his senses. With the clarity of a resurrected soul, he scanned the field for the elusive golden snitch, while remaining vigilant for any anomalies in the sky. Trelawney's prophecy and Sirius's warnings echoed like alarm bells in his mind. He spotted Ron and Hermione on the stands, waving their lion banner and cheering excitedly, the two temporarily at truce, as well as a glimmer of silver amidst the cool hues of the Slytherin section, where Wen Xu sat quietly, wrapped in a thick emerald scarf. Strands of his silver hair peeked out from the edge of the scarf, still striking against the dreary backdrop. He seemed indifferent to the match itself, his golden eyes calmly observing the field, akin to one appreciating the tranquility before a storm. The match proceeded with intense fervor. Both teams locked in a tight score. The bludgers howled, and the quaffle clashed violently against the players amidst Wood's roaring commands. Harry's focus was razor-sharp, the firebolt beneath him alive with energy. Suddenly, an all-too-familiar, bone-chilling cold swept over the entire field without warning. It felt as if an invisible giant hand had instantly snatched away all light and warmth. The sky darkened further, and the gale bore a haunting wail that sent shivers down the spine. The cheers from the stands abruptly transformed into terrified screams. Harry abruptly lifted his gaze. Before him loomed three tall figures draped in tattered cloaks, exuding an overwhelming aura of despair, akin to phantoms emerging from the very fissures of hell, silently gliding towards the center of the Quidditch pitch from the Forbidden Forest. Dementors, not merely one. They had audaciously disregarded Hogwarts' protective barriers and invaded the Quidditch arena. A chilling wave of despair engulfed Harry, more intense than the previous encounter on the train. The shrill laughter of women, the blinding green light. The darkest nightmares intertwined with a bone-chilling cold seized his heart. He felt as though all the blood within him was freezing, his hands gripping the broomstick rigidly. Unable to move, teetering on the brink of despair's abyss, the firebolt spiraled out of control, beginning its perilous descent. Harry! The anguished cries of Ron and Hermione pierced the air. The stands descended into chaos. Frightened students jostled against one another, desperately attempting to flee. Draco Malfoy's face was ashen, his slate-blue eyes fixated on the plummeting Harry, before he abruptly turned to the side, where Wen Xu had risen to his feet unbeknownst to anyone. His slender figure appeared strikingly out of place amidst the panicking crowd. The dark green scarf billowed in the fierce wind, and his silvery hair danced wildly in the icy despair. His golden eyes, usually tranquil, now locked intently onto the falling Harry. Just as Harry was about to succumb entirely to the frigid darkness, the firebolt descending ever closer to the ground. A magnificent and silent silver light erupted from the stands, akin to the dawn breaking through leaden clouds. This radiance was more concentrated and vast than that on the train. It bore a compassionate yet resolute protective will, sweeping across the entire field like a tangible torrent of light. Where the light touched, the bone-chilling cold melted away as swiftly as snow under the sun, and the shroud of despair was forcefully dispelled. The three Dementors lunging towards the pitch emitted silent, agonizing contortions of pain and loathing. Their tattered cloaks, in the silver light, resembled burning scraps of paper, violently cast aside by that pure and formidable force. Tumbling helplessly back into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, the silver light lasted but a fleeting moment before extinguishing like a burnt-out star. Harry was abruptly yanked back from the abyss of despair. His consciousness sharpened instantly. Almost instinctively, he yanked the broomstick, and the firebolt let out a piercing shriek mere feet from the ground, narrowly skimming the grass and sending up a flurry of clippings. Trembling and breathless, he hovered in midair, cold sweat saturating the back of his Quidditch uniform. He quickly looked up toward the stands where the silver light had erupted. Wen Xu stood there, his silvery hair and dark green scarf whipped by the wind. One hand gripped the railing of the stands for support, while the other, holding his wand, hung limply by his side, trembling slightly. His complexion turned ashen as the silver light dissipated, devoid of color, as if all his strength had been drained by that singular surge of power. In his golden eyes lingered remnants of unshed trepidation, while his long eyelashes trembled violently. His frail body swayed precariously in the wind, as if on the brink of collapse, exuding a vulnerability that was heartbreakingly palpable. Theodore not rushed to his side, using his own body to support him, his deep blue eyes ablaze with icy fury and profound concern, fixed intently on the direction from which the Dementor had vanished. A profound silence enveloped the entire Quidditch pitch. Everyone was stunned by the sudden turn of events and the earth-shattering silver light. Fearful gazes shifted from the fallen Dementor to the silver-haired boy with golden eyes, who appeared astonishingly frail at that moment. Harry hovered in the air, separated by the howling cold wind and the chaotic crowd, exchanging a distant glance with Wen Xu. He perceived the lingering fear in Wen Xu's eyes. The Quidditch match had long since lost its significance. Beneath the iron-gray sky of Hogwarts, only the fragile yet radiant silver figure on the stands remained, deeply etched into the memory of every witness, akin to the most fervent brand, forever inscribed upon Harry Potter's heart, destined to be tumultuous after his rebirth. Chapter 74, Blaze's Overtures. The terror of the Quidditch match reverberated through the castle like a boulder cast into the Black Lake, creating ripples that lingered on. After a brief respite in the hospital wing, where Madame Pomfrey diagnosed him with magical exhaustion and acute mental strain, Wen Xu declined further observation and returned to the quiet confines of the Slytherin dungeon. That earth-shattering blow had dispelled the Dementor, but had also sapped the last vestiges of strength from his already frail physique. His pale complexion took several days to regain a semblance of its former luster. The gentle detachment remained, though occasionally, in solitude. A trace of barely perceptible fatigue would flicker across his golden eyes. In the deep night, Hogwarts Castle shed the clamor of the day, leaving only the whisper of the wind through the stone walls and the soft snores of the portraits. Wrapped in a thick, dark blue velvet cloak, Wen Xu ascended alone to the highest astronomy tower. The cool night breeze enveloped him instantly, carrying the unique crispness of the heights, dispersing the heavy scents of herbs and stone from the dungeon. He sought this solitude, this vast expanse of starlit sky, to calm the surging waves of anxiety and dread that had troubled him for days. The immense dome opened wide, unveiling the dark blue velvet canopy before his eyes. The Milky Way flowed like a silken ribbon, and brilliant diamonds were scattered haphazardly, shimmering with cold, eternal light. A resplendent full moon hung in the center of the canopy, its luminous cascade quietly flowing over the ancient stone balustrades, and Wen Xu's silver hair, casting a hazy, almost sacred glow around him, leaning against the cold stone railing. His golden eyes gazed up at the vast sea of stars, his expression focused and tranquil, as his long eyelashes cast soft shadows beneath his eyes, while the contours of his profile appeared cool and gentle in the moonlight. "Do you require a celestial cartographer?" A languid, magnetic voice broke the absolute silence atop the tower. Upon hearing the voice, Wen Xu did not turn around. A trace of gentle surprise flickered in his golden eyes. Brezabini leaned against the archway leading to the tower's summit, his dark complexion glimmering softly in the moonlight. He wore no academic robe, just a tailored deep burgundy velvet shirt, its collar casually undone, exuding an inherent elegance that suggested a nonchalant attitude towards everything. Yet at this moment, his usually playful peach blossom eyes appeared particularly profound under the cool lunar glow, reflecting the celestial river and the solitary silver shadow beside the stone rail. "Mr. Zabini," Wen Xu's voice was clear and crisp, tinged with a hint of the night breeze's chill, yet devoid of any rejection. "Out to stargaze at such a late hour? The moonlight is splendid, far more captivating than listening to Goyle snore in the cellar." Brez approached with silent grace, akin to an elegant black panther, and halted beside Wen Xu, maintaining a perfectly measured distance, neither too intimate nor overly distant. Imitating Wen Xu's posture, he rested his elbow on the cold stone rail. But his gaze did not immediately ascend to the stars. Instead, it lingered on the finely chiseled profile illuminated by the moonlight. The silver hair cascaded like lunar beams, while his golden eyes held the vastness of the cosmos, focused and serene. In the moonlight, Wen Xu shed some of his usual aloofness. The inherent gentleness and tranquility within him seemed magnified, radiating a breathtaking, untainted beauty. Brez's voice lowered slightly, bearing a rare, tempered warmth devoid of frivolity. "I hear someone has just spent a few days in the infirmary and couldn't wait to rush out into the cool air. Someone ought to keep an eye on you, lest Madame Pomfrey be compelled to roam the castle with her potions once more." His words, laced with a hint of his signature teasing, flowed naturally with genuine concern, much like the moonlight itself. The corners of Wen Xu's lips curled into a faint smile, akin to the subtle ripples created by a stone cast into a lake. "It's just a bit stifling," he replied softly, finally withdrawing his golden gaze from the vast starry sea to meet Brez's, his expression gentle and clear. "Thank you for your concern." "Concern?" Brez raised an eyebrow, the usual enigmatic smile resurfacing in his peach blossom eyes, yet beneath that amusement lay a depth of sincerity. "I merely think that a valiant guardian capable of repelling 3 Dementors with a protective charm should not fall ill from a mere draft. That would be Hogwarts' greatest loss." He paused, his gaze returning to Wen Xu, his eyes so intent it seemed as though he wished to etch this moment into his memory. That strike was exquisite, and quite astonishing. He ultimately chose the word astonishing, stripping away all frivolous embellishments to express his awe candidly. Wen Xu lowered his eyelids slightly, the long lashes casting deeper shadows beneath his eyes. He adjusted the collar of his cloak, an instinctive gesture that hinted at a near-fragile self-protection. It was, after all, instinctual. His voice was soft, dissipating in the night breeze, imbued with a barely perceptible fatigue. Brez's gaze lingered for a moment on his delicately clasped fingers, their slender joints appearing almost translucent in the moonlight. He averted his eyes, directing them toward the starry expanse, as though that brief moment of scrutiny had been unintentional. Be it instinct or strength, his voice returned to its usual languid tone, yet it resonated with a deeper, softer timbre than before. To stand before everyone else at that moment was indeed remarkable. Not everyone possesses such courage, or rather, such a tender instinct that disregards all else. He gestured towards the expanse of the sky, where a band of densely clustered stars traversed the heavens. Look, that is the Milky Way. The Muggles say it is the chasm that separates the cowherd and the weaver girl. His tone carried a hint of peculiar remoteness. Sometimes it seems that between individuals, there exists a similar celestial river. It appears close, with starlight shimmering in mutual reflection, yet in reality, it is profoundly unattainable. His gaze subtly swept over Wen Xu's serene profile, a flicker of complex emotion shimmering in his peach blossom eyes, only to be quickly concealed beneath a languorous smile. However, to occasionally stand beneath the same starry sky, gazing at the same moon, seems rather delightful, doesn't it? Wen Xu followed his, looking towards the resplendent galaxy, his golden eyes reflecting the flowing starlight, embodying a serene gentleness. The night breeze tousled his silver hair, strands delicately brushing against his smooth forehead and elegantly sculpted chin. He did not respond to Bress's musings about the distance of the galaxy, instead quietly reveling in this rare, unspoken tranquility. Under the moonlight, the pure serenity and warmth radiating from him acted like an invisible force, drawing those around him closer, yet they feared disturbing this exquisite beauty. Bress fell silent, standing quietly beside Wen Xu, both gazing up at the timeless starry sky. Atop the tower, only the voice of the wind, the light of the stars and moon, and the unvoiced understanding and peace flowing between them remained. He shed all pretenses of cynicism. The contours of his profile appeared particularly profound in the moonlight. Occasionally, his peach blossom eyes would shift from the celestial expanse to the focused, gentle profile of Wen Xu, his gaze no longer curious or playful, but imbued with a pure, almost reverent tenderness. He had encountered countless men and women, some fervently passionate, others shrewdly calculating. Yet none had ever evoked in him the sensation that Wen Xu did upon their first meeting, his gentleness akin to moonlight. When Wen Xu ceased to seek him out, he realized that in daily life, Wen Xu's tranquility resembled a deep pool. Upon serious observation, he discovered that Wen Xu's purity was akin to freshly fallen snow, capable of emanating a brilliance that could pierce through darkness when resolute. This unique beauty, like an uncut gem radiating inherent brilliance, captivated him, prompting for the first time in his life a withdrawal of all predatory thoughts, leaving only the desire to quietly safeguard this rare tranquility and vulnerability. Time seemed to slip away until a thin cloud drifted by, temporarily veiling the full moon's brilliance, dimming the light atop the tower momentarily. The wind picked up. Wen Xu gently spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible nasal tone, his slender form appearing particularly frail in the abruptly darkened light. Blaze responded with a nod, effortlessly shedding his thick, dark green velvet cloak, clearly prepared for the occasion. Without hesitation, he draped it over Wen Xu's shoulders with an undeniable yet remarkably gentle force, wrapping him tighter in the original cloak. As his fingers adjusted the collar, they fleetingly brushed against Wen Xu's cool neck, evoking a barely perceptible shiver throughout Wen Xu's body. He raised his gaze, his golden eyes reflecting a hint of pure astonishment under the moonlight that pierced through the clouds, directed at Blaze. Blaze had stepped back slightly, his peach blossom eyes once again filled with an enigmatic smile, yet beneath that smile lay a sincere seriousness. You must be aware of your condition, Wen Xu. I certainly do not wish to be pursued by Madame Pomfrey wielding a cauldron tomorrow. He gestured towards the spiral staircase leading down from the tower, asking, shall we descend now, or would you prefer to linger a while longer? I have brought some freshly baked gingerbread men made by my house elves. They are said to ward off the chill. Wen Xu felt the warmth emanating from the heavy cloak, imbued with Blaze's body heat and a faint hint of cedar. He glanced at the small paper bag, tied with silver green ribbon, that had appeared in Blaze's hand. Under the moonlight, Blaze's smile retained its unique charm, yet the tender focus concealed within his gaze was as evident as the moonlight that streamed forth at that moment. He tightened the collar of the cloak, allowing a soft and genuine smile to blossom in his golden eyes, akin to a warm spring emerging from beneath the ice. Chapter 75, Werewolf. The brief moment of heartfelt connection under the moonlight atop the astronomical tower sent ripples through Blaze's heart, yet before the waves could settle, the daily routine of Hogwarts surged forth, bringing with it a new chill. For several consecutive days, the podium for defense against the dark arts remained empty. News of Professor Remus Lupin's illness circulated quietly among the students, igniting a flicker of anxious speculation. When Professor Severus Snape, cloaked in the chill of the dungeons and burdened with the hefty tome Dark Forces, a guide to self-protection, entered the defense against the dark arts classroom with an impassive expression, The atmosphere grew palpably tense. Lupin, Snape's voice slithered through the air like a cold serpent across stone, dripping with unabashed sarcasm, as if he had been unfortunate enough to suffer from some recurring, debilitating ailment. His dark eyes swept across the classroom, pausing momentarily on Harry, his gaze sharp as a poisoned silver dagger. During his absence, I shall take over his duties. Put away those useless trinkets and turn to page 394. The heavy thud of the book crashing onto the podium resonated like a death knell, enveloping the classroom in stifling silence. Harry pressed his lips tightly together. The memories of a past life revealing the truth of Lupin's ailment, a flicker of complexity passing through his green depths. He instinctively cast a glance towards the Slytherin side, where Wen Xu was quietly turning the pages of his book, his silvery hair cascading gracefully, with a few strands falling softly. His golden eyes were lowered, long eyelashes casting gentle shadows beneath, his profile exuding a serene focus. Only that somewhat slender figure remained tranquil amidst the cold, austere atmosphere brought forth by Snape, akin to a still painting. Harry compelled himself to redirect his gaze, his fingertips pressing firmly against his palm beneath the table. Control. He must maintain control. He could not, as before, recklessly draw near. Snape refrained from elucidating the content of the pages. He paced to the front of the classroom, his dark robes swirling ominously like foreboding storm clouds. Pale fingers struck the surface of the desk, the sound slicing through the air with chilling precision. Today, we shall discuss a creature that is both sinister and perilous, the werewolf. The utterance of this term fell like a frigid incantation, causing the temperature in the classroom to plummet. With a voice that was devoid of inflection, yet piercingly intense, Snape commenced a detailed exposition on the characteristics of werewolves, the agonies of transformation, and their fatal vulnerability to silver. He monotonously emphasized the wretched, filthy, and uncontrollable nature of their bestial essence, each adjective striking like a cold stone. His gaze swept over the students, illuminating their pallid faces, which betrayed their fear. When his eyes inadvertently brushed past Wen Xu's direction, the attentive and docile profile appeared to momentarily halt his relentless scrutiny before he coldly averted his gaze, lingering not a moment longer. Snape's demeanor towards Wen Xu was merely that of a professional treating a gifted student in potions. It was detached, devoid of malice, and absent of special regard. Yet, Harry Potter seemed to be rather close to him, hence the identification of werewolves was of utmost importance. Snape's voice suddenly escalated, cautioning against those reclusive, pallid individuals who often fell ill around the full moon. They frequently concealed danger. His serpentine gaze, laden with insinuation, swept across the classroom, though the target was evidently not Wen Xu, but rather alluding to Lupin. Draco Malfoy's gray-blue eyes flickered with a sharp displeasure. He abruptly turned, his gaze imbued with a possessive protectiveness and dissatisfaction, glaring directly at his godfather upon the podium. As Snape's gaze traversed the classroom once more, Draco instinctively straightened his back, his gray-blue eyes brimming with resentment towards the professor's veiled remarks, as if he himself had been affronted. He even slightly shifted his position, attempting to shield Wen Xu from the possibly accusatory gaze that bore down upon him. Crabbe and Goyle looked on in confusion at their leader. Wen Xu remained quietly seated in his place, his head slightly bowed, golden eyes intently focused on the open textbook, long eyelashes fluttering like the delicate wings of a butterfly. When Snape uttered words such as pale, reclusive, and ill, his slender fingers, deftly gripping the quill, hesitated imperceptibly, leaving a tiny ink blot upon the parchment. He did not lift his gaze. Rather, his fair, luminous profile in the dim light appeared to be shrouded in a fragile glow. He gently pressed his lips together, the color faint, reminiscent of cherry blossom petals, before lowering his head once more to continue writing notes with a gentle grace, as if afraid of disturbing something delicate. The slightly taut, delicate line of her shoulders, combined with the barely perceptible hint of disturbance in her lowered eyelids, emanated an air of innocent fragility. This delicate focus, reminiscent of a solitary Adumbra blooming under the moonlight, silently captured the attention of many in the classroom. Several Ravenclaw girls exchanged worried glances, while hushed discussions arose from the Hufflepuff side, revolving around the notion that Wen Xu appeared unwell, that Professor Snape's words were indeed frightening, and how serious he seemed, with his exquisitely penned notes. At that moment, Hermione Granger raised her hand, her voice tinged with indignation and a fervent commitment to knowledge. Professor Snape, the textbook clearly states on page 395 that werewolves in a non-full moon state are indistinguishable from ordinary humans. They cannot control their transformations, and this is not their intention. Furthermore, the Wolfbane potion, Miss Granger. Snape's voice sliced through the air like an icicle, abruptly interrupting her. He spun around, his dark eyes fixated on Hermione, brimming with cold fury. I presume that my classroom does not require your unwarranted, self-righteous additions? Or do you possess an inexplicable sympathy for the werewolf species that exceeds the textbook? 10 points from Gryffindor for contradicting the professor. and another 10 for attempting to exonerate dark creatures. Hermione's face flushed crimson, her brown eyes brimming with tears of humiliation. Wen Xu's fingers tightened subtly around his quill, the pressure causing them to pale slightly. He lifted his gaze, his golden eyes directed towards Hermione, radiating a gentle concern. A soft breath escaped him, that subtle motion imbued with a poignant fragility, eliciting a more pronounced sense of worry among the students who had been observing him closely. Snape turned away from Hermione, coldly assigning homework. To deepen your understanding, I require an essay detailing how to identify and eliminate werewolves. Requirements: no less than 2 rolls of parchment. Focusing on the effectiveness of silver weaponry and elucidating why the complete eradication of such creatures is a necessary purification for the Wizarding Society. Due next Monday. This cruelly extreme assignment cast a heavy pall over the air, leaving many students, including some Slytherins, frowning. Wen Xu's shoulders twitched almost imperceptibly, reminiscent of a flower branch buffeted by a cold wind. He lowered his head, his long eyelashes concealing any emotion, and continued to write on the parchment. The sound of his quill gliding across the paper soft and concentrated. His patient endurance and quiet acceptance, coupled with his naturally endearing demeanor, stirred greater ripples in the hearts of many students who held affection for him, akin to a stone cast into water. However, Wen Xu himself held no objections, as this assignment posed no significant challenge for him. Theodore Nott, seated just behind and to the side of Wen Xu, fixed his icy blue gaze on Snape at the podium. His hands resting under the desk where the tip of his wand glimmered momentarily with a chilling light. As Snape concluded his assignment for the essay, Theodore subtly adjusted his posture, leaning closer to Wen Xu, creating a silent yet formidable barrier. The bell for the end of class rang. Draco almost immediately rose, his movements tinged with impatience. Without sparing a glance at Snape, he approached Wen Xu's desk, his voice, though still carrying a hint of the Malfoy inflection, deliberately softened. Hey, let us go? His pale blue eyes swiftly scanned Wen Xu's somewhat pallid face and the delicate, vulnerable sweep of his long lashes, his brow slightly furrowing with an almost awkward concern. He seems to be getting worse, Draco thought to himself. At the sound of his voice, Wen Xu obediently lifted his head, offering Draco a faint smile, tinged with weariness yet still gentle and compliant, akin to the soft light after a rain. He replied softly, his golden eyes reflecting an unguarded gentleness and trust. He carefully gathered his books and parchment, handling them as if they were fragile treasures, then quietly stood up, with Draco naturally falling into step beside him. Harry watched as Wen Xu was escorted away by Draco, observing the docile yet fragile expression on his face, his heart feeling as if it were being clawed by a kitten, both aching and sore. A powerful longing surged within him. He yearned to stride forth, to push past Draco, to nuzzle against Wen Xu's arm like a loyal puppy, resting his head on his shoulder, complaining in a hushed tone that only they could hear. He even wished to lick away the non-existent moisture on Wen Xu's face, born of grievances. However, the rationality of the reborn held this impulse tightly in check. He clenched his fist, his nails digging deep into his palm, bringing forth a sharp pain. No, he could not repeat the past. He had vowed to change, to respect his space. This overwhelming possessiveness and desire for closeness must be imprisoned within the cage of restraint. He could only watch helplessly as Wen Xu departed, his green eyes swirling with suppressed anxiety, profound affection, and the distress of a puppy yearning to be close, yet forcibly restrained. He took a deep breath, forcibly averted his gaze, and alongside a still trembling Hermione and an indignant Ron, silently exited the classroom. Chapter 76, The Marauder's Map. Fred and George Weasley, like 2 joyful crimson whirlwinds, intercepted the hurried Harry in the secluded corridor leading from Gryffindor Tower to the library. Both wore identical, mischievous grins that sparkled with the light of mischief. Hey Harry, look what treasure we've discovered, Fred whispered conspiratorially, while George expertly scanned their surroundings. Fred produced a seemingly blank, severely worn piece of parchment from his robes, thrusting it into Harry's hands without preamble. Keep it safe, brother. Fred winked. This is our secret to success. George chimed in, pride radiating from his smile. However, as of now, we've found some new inspiration, so we won't be needing it just yet. Tap it with your wand and say, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Fred leaned closer to Harry, his voice laced with an exhilarating allure. Then you shall witness all the secret passages of Hogwarts, and every tiny dot moving within the castle, each marked with a name. In real time, Harry's heart raced, for the memories of the resurrected surged forth. The Marauder's Map. He grasped the seemingly ordinary piece of parchment tightly, the rough texture pricking his fingertips, while a fervent light ignited in his green eyes. This was a fortuitous gift indeed. He had been troubled about how to monitor the movements of Peter Pettigrew without alarming him. Thank you. Harry's voice trembled with suppressed excitement. No need for thanks. The twins chimed in unison, patting Harry's shoulder as if they had completed a grand handover. And then, like a gust of wind, they dashed away, leaving behind the echoes of their triumphant, mischievous laughter in the corridor. That evening, the fire in the common room crackled as Ron and Hermione continued their hushed debate over Crookshanks and Scabbers. Harry nestled into the darkest corner of the armchair by the hearth, shrouded in shadows, concealing himself behind a hefty textbook on the history of magic. He held his breath, lightly tapping the tip of his wand against the Marauder's map, whispering in an almost inaudible voice, "I solemnly swear I am up to no good." In an instant, the delicate ink lines sprang to life, emanating from the point where his wand touched, swiftly expanding to delineate the intricate layout of every floor, corridor, and even the hidden passages of Hogwarts. Countless ink dots moved across the map, clearly labeled with names: Argus Filch, Madame Pomfrey, Peeves, and there, in a corner of the Gryffindor boys' dormitory on the 8th floor, beside a stationery, was a clear label: Peter Pettigrew. In the ensuing days, Harry became enchanted. Seizing every spare moment to study the Marauder's map, he traced the movements of Peter Pettigrew, who spent most of his time contentedly nestled in Gryffindor Tower, nearly overlapping with Ron Weasley's. However, in the stillness of the night, that tiny dot would occasionally veer away from Ron's trajectory, momentarily appearing in obscure corners, near the trophy room, outside the abandoned girls' bathroom, and even in a deserted corridor close to the entrance of the Slytherin dungeons. Each anomalous movement rang like an alarm bell in Harry's mind. What was Peter investigating? What was he searching for? Or was he, perhaps, conveying a message? Such intense focus, however, ultimately attracted trouble. One late night, while Harry was engrossed in the map, studying Peter's latest peculiar trajectory in a secluded corridor beneath the moonlight, a chilling voice pierced the silence like a ghostly apparition. "Mr. Potter, out past curfew, holding a suspicious piece of parchment, planning some new rule-breaking adventure?" Harry spun around, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Severus Snape materialized from the shadows of the wall, his tall figure blocking the path, his black robes billowing in the moonlight, his pale face devoid of any expression, save for those dark eyes, cold as the depths of a well, scrutinizing him and the Marauder's map, which displayed a multitude of names and passages. As Harry's mind raced, he sought an excuse. Snape's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, instantly locking onto the parchment that emanated a faint magical aura. "What is that?" His voice was low and menacing, carrying an undeniable weight of authority. As a pale hand reached forth, instinctively, Harry attempted to conceal the map behind him, but Snape's movements were swifter. Cold fingers, akin to iron pincers, effortlessly extracted the crucial parchment from Harry's rigid grip. "It seems the legacy of the Weasley brothers has fallen into your hands," Snape remarked, his tone laced with a chilling understanding and profound disdain. Without casting another glance at Harry, he carelessly rolled up the map and stowed it within the inner pocket of his dark robe. Confiscated for wandering the corridors during curfew and possessing highly suspicious items. "Gryffindor loses 50 points, he pronounced coldly, then vanished like a moving shadow into the depths of the corridor, leaving Harry standing there, heart heavy as ashes, fists clenched, knuckles whitening with anger and frustration. Chapter 77. Have you heard of the privilege of a father's favor? The blow of losing the map left Harry irritable for several days. What further gnawed at him like a damp cloth was the sight he caught that very evening while en route to the library, across the courtyard's arcade. He spotted Wen Xu and Theodore Knott. They stood beneath a tall beech tree, its leaves beginning to redden. Wen Xu slightly tilted his head, seemingly listening to Theodore whispering something, too distant to hear clearly. His silvery hair danced gently in the cool evening breeze, and his golden eyes appeared calm and focused in the twilight. His slender form was enveloped in a voluminous robe, revealing only the elegant line of his jaw and a small section of his pale neck. Theodore Knott stood close by, his deep blue eyes cast downwards, fixed on Wen Xu's profile, his demeanor exuding a protective intensity, particularly striking against the deepening dusk. The lingering rays of the setting sun bathed the two in a soft golden glow, creating a scene imbued with tranquility and understanding, almost impenetrable to outsiders. An overwhelming pang of jealousy surged within Harry, intermingled with a sense of helpless frustration. He nearly dashed over like a dog deprived of its bone, concocting various excuses to whisk Wen Xu away. Forcing himself to look away, he trudged towards the library. Yet the image of Theodore gazing at Wen Xu lingered in his mind like a persistent thorn, rendering him restless. When he returned to the common room later that night, he spotted a delicate basket lined with thick velvet, radiating a warm magical glow by the fireplace, where Snowball curled up inside, a fluffy ball of fur, sleeping soundly. Her little belly rising and falling with each breath, two adorable white brows resting above her closed, pure golden eyes. A thought struck him like lightning, dispelling the shadows of jealousy clouding his heart. He carefully, almost holding his breath, cradled the peacefully slumbering Snowball in his hands. The little creature let out a discontented chirp, rubbing its eyes with tiny paws, and slowly opened its clear, pure golden eyes, gazing vacantly at Harry. Hey, little Snowball. Harry's voice was low and gentle, imbued with a coaxing undertone, his green eyes shimmering with the glimmer of a successful scheme. Would you like to go see Wen Xu? He gently tapped the small head of Snowball. The creature tilted its head, seemingly reacting to the name. Yes, Wen Xu. A smile deepened on Harry's face, tinged with a hint of mischievous pride. He must be missing you. Shall we go find him? He provided no opportunity for protest from the little one, though Snowball seemed to have no intention of objecting, carefully placing it atop his tousled hair, feeling its warm, fluffy body settle comfortably among his strands. Come on, I'll take you to see your mother, Harry murmured softly, bubbling with a secret excitement as he strode purposefully out of Gryffindor Tower, heading directly towards the Slytherin dungeon. He paid no heed to the lateness of the hour. After all, he had the perfect excuse. Snowball missed him. All right, it was he who missed Wen Xu, and thus sought to address a twinge of jealousy. Restraint is crucial for a reborn soul, yet occasionally employing a bit of cunning. To reclaim one's precious treasure from another, shouldn't be deemed excessive, should it? With the warm little Snowball perched atop his head, Harry walked briskly, his green eyes shimmering in the dim light of the corridor. Chapter 78, Harry's masterful pretense of nonchalance. The corridor near the entrance to the Slytherin dungeon always felt a touch cooler than elsewhere, the air perpetually infused with the damp aroma of stone and a faint scent of potions. In the evening, the torches flickering on the walls cast ethereal blue flames, elongating and shortening shadows. Harry, with his signature tousled hair now adorned by a white fur ball, turned the corner with a light step. He immediately spotted two figures standing beneath the beech tree beside the massive serpent-shaped stone sculpture. As twilight deepened and the corridor dimmed, Wen Xu's silver hair still glimmered like a source of light, flowing with a gentle radiance. He tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes fixed intently on Theodore Nott, seemingly listening earnestly. Theodore stood closer than usual, his deep blue eyes lowered, quietly speaking to Wen Xu, their interaction enveloped in an atmosphere of calm focus, even carrying an intangible exclusivity. Harry's steps faltered imperceptibly, a flicker of jealousy, which had just been subdued by Snowball, resurfacing. Yet he straightened his spine immediately, donning an innocent and eager radiant smile, his green eyes sparkling in the dim light as he purposefully approached. Wen Xu, Harry's voice, laced with just the right amount of surprise and a hint of breathlessness, instantly shattered the tranquil ambience between the two. Both Wen Xu and Theodore turned simultaneously at the sound. As Wen Xu's golden eyes fell upon Harry, particularly upon the excited little snow-white ball of fluff chirping enthusiastically above his head, a gentle and sincere smile blossomed across his face, akin to a warm spring emerging from beneath the ice. Harry? Snowball? His voice was crisp, imbued with a hint of natural affection. In stark contrast, Theodore Nott's deep blue eyes froze at the sight of Harry, as if a lake had suddenly succumbed to winter's grasp. His expression remained unchanged, perpetually indifferent, yet the air around him thickened with a palpable tension. He did not avert his gaze. Rather, the intensity of his stare upon Wen Xu deepened, exuding an unspoken pressure. It's quite the ruckus. Harry approached the two, entirely disregarding Theodore's icy presence. His green eyes were solely focused on Wen Xu, wearing a look of affectionate exasperation towards the little creature. He lowered his head slightly, allowing Wen Xu to view the Snowball perched atop it. It won't stop chirping, scratching at my hair with its little paws, and it seems eager to fly to your usual spot in the library. I suspect it's been missing you, causing quite the commotion, and nothing I do can pacify it. His tone was laced with playful complaints about Snowball's capriciousness, yet his eyes sparkled with pride and delight. In perfect synchrony, Snowball chirped even louder, its round, fluffy body bouncing excitedly amidst Harry's tousled hair, its bright golden eyes fixated on Wen Xu, wings fluttering eagerly, as if to say, "Come and hold me." Wen Xu's heart melted in an instant. Naturally, he extended his hand, palm upwards, his voice as gentle as a whisper. "Come here, Snowball." Without hesitation, the little creature transformed into a flash of white, accurately leaping into Wen Xu's palm, nuzzling affectionately against his fair, slender fingers, emitting a satisfied purr as if it had found a long-lost haven. Harry observed this tender scene, and the flicker of jealousy within him was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Success. Wen Xu's attention had been captivated. His bright green eyes sparkled as he watched Wen Xu gently coaxing Snowball, noticing the soft, indulgent smile gracing his lips. Feeling that brief bout of jealousy was indeed worth it. "It seems it truly missed you." Harry's voice softened further, tinged with a hint of pride. "I have no control over it." Wen Xu gently caressed Snowball's fluffy feathers, and, upon hearing Harry's words, lifted his gaze. His golden eyes sparkled with gratitude and warmth as they met Harry's, unreservedly appreciative. "Thank you, Harry. You've taken such good care of it." That focused gaze and heartfelt compliment enveloped Harry like the warmth of the sun, causing his ears to flush and his heart to flutter with an exuberance akin to a wagging puppy's tail. "Oh, it's nothing," Harry replied, feigning composure. striving to suppress the upward curve of his lips. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Theodore, who resembled a statue of ice, before he naturally suggested, "It seems like it hasn't had enough fun yet. Would you like to take it for a walk by the Black Lake? A little breeze might do it good. It looks quite lively in your hands." His green eyes glimmered with eager anticipation, determined to whisk Wen Xu away. Chapter 79. Theodore's plea. Wen Xu glanced down at the small paw of the spirited snowball, playfully tugging at his fingers, and then at Harry, whose eyes sparkled with a puppy-like anticipation. A flicker of gentle helplessness passed through his golden irises. He truly found it hard to refuse the snowball, or rather, to deny the moment when it seemed as if invisible dog ears were wagging above Harry's head. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Theodore Knott, who had remained silent like a mere backdrop, made the slightest of movements. His action was so swift it felt like an illusion, elegant and restrained. He did not utter a word, nor did he raise his gaze to meet Wen Xu's eyes. Instead, with a natural grace, as if merely brushing against a fallen leaf, he delicately pinched a small piece of fabric at the cuff of Wen Xu's dark green robe with his long, bony fingers. The pressure was so light that it was almost imperceptible, yet the warmth of his fingertips seeped through the thin material, carrying an undeniable presence. His fingers did not fully close, they merely hovered, conveying an ineffable plea to linger as they grasped that tiny bit of cloth. This gesture was so subtle that it was nearly undetectable in the dim light. However, Wen Xu keenly sensed the faint pull at the cuff. His foot, poised to step forward, halted, and he turned his head slightly to regard Theodore, confusion evident in his golden eyes. Theodore remained with his gaze lowered, his deep blue eyes cast downwards, fixated on the small wrinkle of fabric caught between them. The contours of his profile, illuminated by the bluish glow of a torch, appeared stark, his thin lips pressed tightly together, revealing no expression, yet exuding an overwhelming, oppressive silence akin to the murmurs of dark currents in the deep sea. Urging him to stay, not a word was spoken, yet the gentle grip on the cuff, the taut line of his lips hidden beneath lowered eyelids, silently conveyed a singular message: do not leave. In that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Harry's smile instantly faltered, his green eyes, as if doused in icy water, extinguished their brightness, leaving only a cold vigilance and a hint of provoked ire. He glared at Theodore's intrusive fingers clutching Wen Xu's cuff, as well as at Wen Xu's face, which wore a look of confusion intertwined with softness, igniting a surge of frustration within him. Wen Xu's gaze flitted between Theodore's silent, yet pleading fingertips and Harry's suddenly rigid expression, marked by evident disappointment and jealousy. A touch of understanding mixed with helpless tenderness flickered in his golden eyes. He sighed gently, the sound as light as a feather's caress. He did not immediately withdraw from Theodore's grasp. Instead, with his free hand, he soothingly patted Harry's arm, the motion tender like that of comforting a petulant child. "Harry," Wen Xu's voice remained warm and clear, imbued with a calming magic. "The snowball seems a bit overly excited today. If we take it out into the breeze now, I fear it might catch a chill." He glanced down at the little creature pecking at his fingertips and continued with a gentle expression. "Why don't you take it back to Gryffindor Tower first? Let it rest properly. Tomorrow, after the potion class in the afternoon, I shall fetch him, shall I?" He lifted his gaze, his golden eyes meeting Harry's, filled with a sincere negotiation and a subtle hint of reassurance, as if to say, "I understand your feelings. But let us leave it as it is for today, shall we?" Harry felt as though his heart was gripped by an invisible hand, a mix of bitterness and acidity. He beheld the gentle yet unyielding gaze of Wen Xu, observed Theodore's stubborn fingers lightly tugging at Wen Xu's sleeve, and then glanced at the heartless, spoiled little snowball nestled in Wen Xu's palm. A profound sense of grievance and disappointment overwhelmed him. He resembled a small dog temporarily set aside by its master, still clutching its toy, eyes filled with resentment and accusation, yet too timid to truly defy Wen Xu's wishes. He opened his mouth, intending to voice something, but ultimately only emitted a muffled sound, barely discernible and heavy with nasal tone. Wen Xu seemed to sense his despondency, the gentle smile at the corners of his lips deepening slightly. He voluntarily extended the little snowball towards Harry, his movements tender. "Come, little snowball. It's time to return to Harry for a sleep. We shall play again tomorrow." The snowball appeared to comprehend the notion of sleep, letting out a disgruntled chirp, yet obediently leaped back into Harry's outstretched palm, curling up and gazing at Wen Xu with golden, beseeching eyes. As Harry accepted the snowball, his fingertips still felt the lingering chill from Wen Xu's palm. He looked at Wen Xu's still gentle visage, then glanced at Theodore, whose hand had finally loosened, though still clenched into a fist at his side, feeling an overwhelming tightness in his chest. He cast one last profound look at Wen Xu, his expression a complex tapestry of grievances, jealousy, reluctance, and a forcibly suppressed possessiveness, then silently turned, cradling the now drooping little snowball, and strode away from the corridor. His retreat marked by a sense of chaotic escape and deep-seated resentment. Only after the sound of Harry's footsteps faded at the corridor's end did Theodore's tightly clenched fist gradually relax. His deep blue eyes met Wen Xu's, reflecting an unfathomable tranquility, as if the silent plea from earlier had never transpired. Wen Xu gently smoothed out the slight wrinkles in his sleeve caused by Theodore's grip, his actions soft and natural. He lifted his gaze to Theodore, his golden eyes reminiscent of a serene lake in the dim light, devoid of reproach, radiating a gentle clarity. He did not inquire about the meaning behind the earlier gesture, instead softly suggested, "Shall we return as well?" Theodore imperceptibly nodded, a flicker of subtle satisfaction, akin to a fragile crack upon an icy surface, passing through the depths of his deep blue eyes. He walked in silence beside Wen Xu, his towering form once again serving as a silent yet formidable shield in the dim corridor. The chilling atmosphere of the dungeon enveloped them once more, while the brief yet intense contest surrounding the silver-haired youth, akin to stones cast into a deep pool, would eventually dissipate into tranquility. Chapter 80. Agitation. Harry nearly dashed back to the Gryffindor Tower, his steps swift and breezy, leaving behind the complaints of the fat lady's portrait. The warm hearth of the common room and the cacophony of laughter rushed towards him, yet it felt as though separated by a heavy pane of glass. Failing to dispel the chill and bitterness that lingered in his heart, he stormed into the boys' dormitory, slamming the door behind him to shut out the world. The room was empty. Ron was likely still engaged in a game of wizard's chess in the common room. Harry leaned against the cold door, breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently, his green eyes swirling with resentment, grievance, and a dark, possessive yearning that threatened to break free from its confines. The snow bunting in his palm seemed startled by his hasty movements and taut emotions, emitting a nervous chirp, its small body trembling slightly. Harry suddenly lowered his gaze to the innocent, fluffy creature in his hand. Its pure golden eyes looked up at him timidly, filled with utter dependence and a hint of fear. These eyes evoked warmth, yet were entirely distinct. A surge of intense frustration and self-loathing seized him. What was he doing? Venting his emotions on a little being that knew nothing? Just because Temperance had chosen not to accompany him? He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply, attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions raging within him. The rationality of a reborn individual clamored for restraint and respect, yet the beast named jealousy within his chest roared ferociously, tearing at his nerves. Theodore not, that taciturn fellow. What right did he have? What gave him the audacity to retain Temperance in such a manner? That gentle tug at the sleeve, the silent plea beneath lowered lashes, precise, subtle, yet imbued with an undeniable possessiveness. It was more stifling than Draco's boasts, more exasperating than Blaze's flirtations, and even Cedric's tenderness. It was a wordless declaration, an intimacy built on long-standing understanding and mutual recognition. No words were necessary. With a slight gesture, Temperance comprehended, even acquiesced. Harry abruptly opened his eyes, his green depths ablaze with icy fire. He approached his four-poster bed and, with nearly rough gestures, tucked the snow bunting back into its plush, warm, custom nest. The little creature chirped plaintively twice, burrowing deeper into the soft bedding, revealing only two white brows and a pair of timid golden eyes. Harry did not look at it. He paced restlessly in the cramped dormitory like a caged beast. Theodore's indifferent, expressionless face, the tranquil, focused gaze Temperance had cast upon him, and that infernal, gentle tug at the sleeve. These images played like a silent film on repeat in his mind, each iteration slicing through him like a dull blade. He walked to the window. The night over Hogwarts was profound, the black lake shimmering with a dark glow in the distance. The cold night breeze brushed against his flushed face, but did nothing to quell the searing pain within his heart. Restraint, respect, Harry murmured these two words softly, as if reciting a bitter incantation. He believed he had managed well enough, using the snow bunting as an excuse, behaving like a pet owner at his wit's end rather than a possessive madman. He had even suppressed the urge to confront Theodore. Yet what was the outcome? The outcome was that he resembled a banished jester, awkwardly fleeing the scene with his wilted little snowball. Meanwhile, Theodore, that wretched knot, managed to leave a lingering warmth without uttering a single word. A sharp pain pierced through Harry's anger, leaving a profound sense of helplessness in its wake. He realized that the unspoken, almost instinctual rapport between Theodore and the warmth was a barrier that no amount of cunning or prophetic foresight could easily dismantle. It was a trust and habit forged over time. He irritably raked his already disheveled black hair, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. The frustration of having his Marauder's map confiscated, the anxiety over Peter's whereabouts, and the worry about Sirius's fate were all presently drowned in a tide of jealousy and self-loathing. He needed the map. He must reclaim the map. Only by mastering Peter's movements could he regain control of the situation and prove his worth, demonstrating that he could protect the warmth better than Theodore not. This thought ignited a flicker of rationality, almost extinguished by jealousy, like a lighthouse in the dark. Harry abruptly turned away from the cold night outside the window. He approached his bedside and retrieved the blank. Ordinary parchment that had been confiscated by Snape and subsequently tampered with. He had previously made a backup using a duplication spell, although it had lost its magic. It was better than nothing. He gazed at the blank surface, his green eyes ablaze with a simmering fire of defiance and an almost obsessive determination. Theodore not. Tonight's victory is but ephemeral. He clenched his teeth and silently proclaimed to the air. The advantage of a reborn soul extends far beyond mere foresight. What he had lost, he would reclaim twofold, whether it be the map or his position beside the warmth. He looked down at the snowball nestled in its nest, its breathing becoming steady. That small, pure white warmth was the most fragile thread connecting him to the warmth. Harry extended a finger and gently touched the soft head of the snowball, his gaze a complex tapestry of emotions. There was guilt for exploiting this innocent life, longing for the warmth, and an unwavering obsession. The cold moonlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the boy's tightly pressed lips and the unfathomable depths of his eyes, a dark forest intertwined with jealousy, ambition, and the chilling will of a reborn soul. Chapter 81. Resolve. The snowball emitted a faint, satisfied purr under Harry's gentle touch, its small head instinctively nudging his cool fingertip, completely surrendering itself to this warm darkness. This pure dependence pricked at Harry's tumultuous sea of anger like a tiny needle, releasing a glimmer of light named guilt. He had manipulated this innocent little life, using its attachment as a pretense to approach the warmth, only to vent his frustrations upon it due to the failure of his plans. The pride and dark side of a reborn soul nearly drowned him in self-indulgent rage. But the snowball's unreserved trust, along with those golden eyes reminiscent of the warmth but more pure, felt like a splash of cold lake water, awakening him from his moment of madness. I am sorry, little one. Harry's voice was low and hoarse, imbued with a weariness born of self-disgust. With utmost care, he meticulously groomed the fluffy neck feathers of Snowball, feeling remorseful. Snowball seemed to sense his apology. Or perhaps it was simply the comfort of being preened that elicited a more pronounced purr, as its small body relaxed completely, sinking deeper into the warmth of the plush cushion. Observing this unpretentious and instinctively affectionate creature, Harry felt the bitterness within him gradually dissipate, replaced by a profound and chilling resolve. Jealousy and envy were poisons that corroded his judgment. What he required was action, strength, the true ability to seize control and safeguard his treasures, rather than succumbing to the impotent rage he displayed tonight. Theodore not. Harry mulled over the name, his green eyes glinting coldly in the moonlight. That silent Slytherin had secured his victory this evening through a long-standing rapport built on tacit trust with Wen Xu. Such a silent bond was indeed formidable. Yet, this did not signify that Harry would retreat. The rebirth he experienced endowed him not merely with memories, but with a will forged through countless failures and struggles. He released his fingers from Snowball's soft feathers, redirecting his gaze to the blank, magicless parchment in his hand. Unconsciously, his fingertips grazed the smooth surface, as if seeking to extract some form of strength from it. A cold smile graced Harry's lips. He was well aware of the peril involved in infiltrating Snape's office and the severe consequences that could ensue. However, compared to the helplessness of losing control, the sting of watching someone else silently occupy Wen Xu's side, what was this risk? He had faced death, endured experiences far more terrifying than detention, point deductions, or even expulsion. A bold and meticulous plan began to swiftly take shape in his mind. He needed an opportunity, a moment when Snape would undoubtedly be absent from his office. The potions professor's movements were not without trace. He required observation. He required patience. Furthermore, Harry's gaze drifted to the thick tome on the bedside table, advanced potion making. Perhaps a bit of additional assistance was in order. He recalled some rather dubious yet immensely practical concoctions, a few of which he had fortuitously learned in his past life amidst chaos. Just then, the dormitory door burst open, accompanied by Ron's boisterous voice. Harry, what are you hiding here for? Fred and George got their hands on a new batch of Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, and nearly blew the common room table to smithereens. Percy's face turned ashen. Ha ha ha. Ron's laughter abruptly ceased as he caught sight of Harry standing by the window, the moonlight casting a sharp outline of his taut profile. Harry quickly shoved the blank parchment back under his pillow, instantly adopting a somewhat fatigued, yet normal expression. It's nothing, just a bit tired, he replied, turning around with a forced smile. Snowball was quite a handful earlier. I finally managed to get it to sleep. Ron scrutinized the sweetly slumbering white fluff ball in its nest, its little belly rising and falling, then glanced back at Harry's evidently unnatural complexion. Are you sure? You look as if you just had a brawl with that nest of Slytherin vipers. Just thinking about the map. Harry spoke ambiguously, cleverly leveraging Ron's concerns. Feeling bitter about Snape's confiscation, this was not entirely untruthful. That. Ron was indeed distracted, his face displaying indignation. What an old bat. Fred and George claimed they were powerless too. Snape had certainly locked it up tight, perhaps even cast a malevolent curse. Forget it, Harry, we shall discuss it later. Harry interrupted him, unwilling to delve deeper into the topic. He needed to digest the evening's setback and the brewing plans alone. I'll turn in first. He approached his bed, shedding his outer robe with deliberate calmness, yet the flickering darkness within his eyes remained unquenched. Ron scratched his red hair, sensing something peculiar about Harry that night, though he could not pinpoint what was amiss. He muttered a few disparaging remarks about Snape before climbing into his own bed. Chapter 82. Midnight Invitation. The dormitory fell silent, save for Ron's soon-to-be audible snores and the soft breaths of the sleeping. Harry lay on the four-poster bed, his eyes wide open, gazing at the deep crimson canopy above. Outside, a long, mournful call of a night creature echoed from the direction of the forbidden forest. Distant and haunting, the vivid imagery of Theodore's deep blue eyes, akin to a frozen lake, and the gentle confusion reflected in the golden gaze of Wen Xu, along with the delicate fingers lightly grasping the dark green cuff, remained clear in his mind. Yet this time, the tumult within Harry was no longer the uncontrollable tide of jealousy. That bitterness and anger were supplanted by something colder and harder. A primal instinct for dominance awakened within a reborn spirit. He would no longer charge forth like a reckless pup, clutching a self-important bone, only to be silently thwarted by a more adept hunter. He would learn, he would bide his time, and he would exploit every advantage available. Was Theodore's rapport an advantage? Then he would find a way to disrupt that connection. Was the map locked away? He would devise a method to pry open Snape's lock. Harry's fingertips gently brushed against his lightning-shaped scar in the darkness, eliciting a familiar, icy sting. This pain served as a reminder of all he had lost and tempered his resolve in the present moment. He closed his eyes, envisioning not the blinding scene of the dungeon corridor, but the intricate passages of Hogwarts, the heavy oak door of Snape's office, the shifting little ink dots on the Marauder's map representing Peter, and Wen Xu's gentle smile illuminated by the moonlight. Harry's green eyes slowly opened in the dark, glimmering with the brilliance of forged stars. The azure torches of the dungeon corridor elongated and shortened shadows, as the lingering air of Harry's unresolved frustration and Theodore's profound stillness gradually fell behind them with each step. The unique scent of the Slytherin common room, a blend of fresh aquatic plants and the coolness of ancient stone walls, washed over him, as the fireplace crackled with eerie green flames, illuminating a few students engaged in hushed conversations or buried in their books. Theodore silently trailed alongside Wen Xu, maintaining a respectful distance, akin to a loyal shadow. It was only when Wen Xu approached the spiral staircase leading to the dormitory that he paused at its entrance. His deep blue eyes, illuminated by the faint green glow, appeared even more enigmatic. Without uttering a word, he inclined his head ever so slightly, his gaze lingering on Wen Xu's face for a brief moment, as if seeking confirmation of something, before he turned and walked towards the opposite end of the boys' dormitory. His departure was as quiet as his previous attempt to retain, yet imbued with an undeniable sense of boundary. Wen Xu ascended the cold stone steps alone, his silvery hair flowing behind him, shimmering with a subtle sheen. His customary calm demeanor remained intact, yet within the depths of his molten gold eyes, a fleeting hint of resignation danced, reminiscent of rippling water. He was not oblivious to the silent tension that had lingered in the corridor moments earlier, when Harry, adorned with snow-white fluff, arrived. His strikingly bright green eyes sparkled with delight and pride, akin to a dog eager to flaunt a bone before its master, exuding an almost primal possessiveness. Theodore's instinctual, deep-sea silence in his attempt to retain was palpable, and Wen Xu could distinctly feel the subtle tug of the message conveyed beneath that unmistakable grip. Wen Xu gently pushed open the door to his dormitory. The room was softly illuminated, adorned with the silver and green elements of Slytherin, and the air was imbued with the faint scent of cedar and cool spring, his preferred incense. He settled at the desk by the window, refraining from immediately lighting the candles, allowing the dim light from the depths of the Black Lake to illuminate his exquisitely refined profile like flowing mercury. He extended his fingers, unconsciously stroking the cuff of his robe, the very spot where Theodore had gently grasped it moments ago. The fabric lay smooth, seemingly devoid of any mark. Yet, his fingertips remained tinged with the cool, resolute pressure that Theodore's touch had imparted. And then there was Harry. Wen Xu's fingers hesitated momentarily. The expression in Harry's eyes as he departed, a mixture of grievance, disappointment, and suppressed jealousy, resembled a rain-soaked puppy desperately wagging its tail, yet confined outside. That image was indelibly etched in his mind. He sighed softly, the sound resonating distinctly in the stillness of the room. The gentle warmth of resignation deepened in his golden gaze. At that moment, a small paper crane, inscribed with silver ink, silently slipped through the crack beneath the door, fluttering its wings lightly as it landed gracefully on his open potion textbook. When she was momentarily taken aback, the paper crane was exquisitely folded, emanating a faint magical aura, clearly the handiwork of a Slytherin. He extended his fingertip and gently tapped the crane's head. In an instant, the paper crane unfolded, revealing familiar, ornate handwriting that danced before his eyes. Dear Wen Xu, the long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. Perhaps the starlight from the astronomy tower is more captivating than the stones of the dungeon? A cup of hot red wine, I assure you, merely for warmth, awaits someone who can appreciate its rich aroma. I look forward to your breaking the silence. It is Dramione. A flicker of understanding passed through Wen Xu's golden eyes, soon replaced by the familiar, gentle resignation. After their heart-to-heart at the astronomical tower, Bress seemed to have tempered much of his superficial frivolity, yet this invitation, imbued with an artistic flair, remained his earnest expression of affection. Shall we go? Wen Xu's gaze fell upon the flowing, murky waters of the lake outside the window. Harry's unwilling gaze, Theodore's silent fingertips, and Bress's poetic invitation all seemed to remind him of how precious and easily shattered his current tranquility was. He was not oblivious to the emotional currents swirling around him. Harry's fervent straightforwardness bore the fervor of rebirth. Theodore's silent guardianship conveyed an oceanic possessiveness. Draco's proud defense carried the weight of family legacy. Bress's earnestness was tinged with a focused tenderness, while Cedric's warmth exuded a reliable maturity. Each was distinct, each imbued with strength, and he, like a feather at the vortex's center, was gently tugged by the varying currents. Though he had willingly entered this realm, he still needed to maintain a semblance of decorum. Ultimately, Wen Xu's lips curved into a faint smile, delicate enough to dim the moonlight. In that smile lay a gentle understanding of all, coupled with a serene detachment. He did not immediately respond to Bress's paper crane. Instead, he carefully folded it and placed it in a corner of his desk. Rising, he approached the window, his silvery hair flowing like moonlight in the dim glow. He required a moment of solitude to untangle his tumultuous emotions. However, perhaps the starlight at the astronomical tower was indeed broader than the thoughts confined in a cellar. Moreover, he did not wish to disappoint Bress's earnest anticipation, which followed his tempered frivolity. Wen Xu turned, picked up the thin cloak draped over the chair, his movements graceful and silent. He did not glance back at the paper crane, merely pushing open the dormitory door with an innate, tranquil purity, merging into the dim shadows of the common room. As he passed, a few Slytherin students, engrossed in hushed discussions about potion essays, instinctively ceased their chatter, their gazes drawn to the silver figure until he vanished at the entrance to the upper corridor. That involuntary allure, the desire to approach yet hesitate to intrude, permeated the atmosphere once more. Wen Xu remained oblivious to this. He walked quietly through the castle's silent corridors, moonlight streaming through the high windows, casting a hazy silver sheen upon him. His golden eyes, tranquil as ever in the night, seemed capable of embracing all projected emotions, yet were clear enough to reflect no possessive desire. The unintentional allure of a captivating figure often ensnares the heart far more effectively than meticulously crafted traps. The silent competition and guardianship that unfolded around him had not subsided with his departure. Instead, it quietly spread towards the higher starry skies, following his light-footed steps. Chapter 83, Bravely Entering Professor Snape's Office. Atop the astronomical tower, the night breeze carries the crispness of early autumn, caressing the silvery tresses of Wen Xu, reminiscent of flowing moonlight. Dramione leans against the cool stone parapet, his dark eyes, under the vast expanse of stars, shed their usual frivolity, revealing only a tender focus. In the delicate crystal goblet he holds, a mere hint of rich, fruity aroma mingled with the essence of cinnamon resides, serving more as a symbol of ambience than a substantial drink. Here, beneath the celestial glow, Bress's voice resonates deeper than usual, imbued with a deliberately restrained magnetism that invariably evokes thoughts of your eyes, Wen Xu. They are not the cold glimmer of light, but rather a tranquil, warm golden hue that embraces all. He turns his head, his gaze unabashedly resting upon Wen Xu's serene profile, that intensity reflecting the earnestness he reveals to her after their heartfelt discourse atop the tower. Wen Xu cradles a similarly warm goblet, her fingertips brushing against the coolness of the crystal. Her golden eyes gaze into the distant undulations of the forbidden forest, and beyond, the faint lights of Hogsmeade, offering Bress only a gentle and polite smile in response to his admiration. Thank you, Bress. The view here is indeed splendid. Her reply is sincere yet veiled by an invisible barrier, gently keeping Bress's tentative advances at a safe distance. She savors the tranquility of the night sky, yet her thoughts swirl like the night winds spiraling below the tower, restless and unyielding. Harry's despondency, Theodore's silence, and the unmistakable affection sparkling in Bress's eyes all ripple through her heart's depths, stirring gentle waves. She is not indifferent. Rather, these surging emotions are akin to precious treasures requiring careful handling, rather than calls easily answered. Her desire to glean the essence of the world through them complicates her intentions, rendering her approach anything but pure. Some wounds are inevitable. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit, secluded corridor beneath Gryffindor Tower, Harry holds his breath, his heart racing within his chest, nearly shattering his ribs. Like a gecko, he presses against the cold, rough stone wall, his gaze fixated on the shadowy area ahead, where the heavy oak door of Snape's office looms. Utilizing his familiarity with the layout of Filch's office, gained from countless nocturnal escapades in a previous life, and a rather obscure confusion charm that briefly disrupts magical detection in specific areas, he waits with bated breath. At last, he seizes the moment when Snape is unexpectedly summoned by Dumbledore. The intricate protective enchantments on the office door emit a dim purple glow, akin to a venomous serpent poised to strike. Harry's green eyes gleam with a desperate resolve in the darkness. He is indifferent to detention, to point deductions, even to the risk of expulsion. The Marauder's map is his only hope for a comeback. Theodore's silent victory that night stings like a poisoned barb in his heart. Peter lurks like a parasite in the castle's shadows, and Sirius bears the weight of unjust accusations, all pressing down upon him like a heavy millstone. He must reclaim the map. He took a deep breath, recalling the fragmented words regarding the map's password properties obtained from the twins, and combining that with his past understanding of spells. He raised his wand, summoning all his willpower and magical energy, and silently uttered a complex and convoluted counter-curse that merged a powerful unlocking charm with mental interference. Directed at the door, the tip of his wand erupted with blinding white light, which instantaneously collided with the door. The clash of purple and white light was fierce and tumultuous, emitting a sound that was painfully grating to the teeth. Harry felt his magical energy being violently siphoned away, and darkness began to cloud his vision. The seconds stretched on like centuries in the tense standoff. At last, a nearly inaudible click of a mechanism echoed. The heart-stopping purple light on the door receded like a tide, leaving only a faint green glow at the lock, signifying that the physical lock had been disengaged. Success! A wave of immense joy and exhaustion swept over Harry. He disregarded the cold sweat on his forehead and forcefully pushed open the heavy door, slipping inside like a shadow and quickly closing it behind him. The rich scent of potions and a chilling atmosphere enveloped him. He ignored the jars filled with dreadful organs and made a beeline for Snape's enormous, ebony desk, cluttered with parchment and quills. His gaze swept across the desk like a hawk. No, the drawers. He swiftly opened each drawer, his movements both rapid and gentle. Finally, in the bottommost drawer, which had additional protections, he felt the familiar, oddly textured blank parchment. The moment his fingertips brushed against the map, an indescribable surge of excitement and empowerment coursed through him. He quickly tucked the map into his robe, as if it were a searing brand, yet he cherished it immensely. There was no time for a thorough examination. He immediately turned and, as silently as he had entered, slipped out of the office, casting a simple locking charm once more, and then fled the perilous area at the utmost speed. Chapter 84. The Truth from Years Ago. At the Astronomy Tower, Blaise was attempting to bridge the distance with a sonnet about star paths and destiny. Wen Xu listened quietly, his golden eyes reflecting the starlight, occasionally nodding politely. Just as Blaise recited the most crucial line, a sharp cry rang out. A flash of snow-white lightning, accompanied by a familiar and urgent call, suddenly surged up the spiral staircase of the tower. It was Snowball. Its small body trembled slightly from the rapid flight, and its golden round eyes were filled with unprecedented panic and urgency, completely ignoring Blaise's presence as it barreled straight into Wen Xu's embrace like a small cannonball. Snowball? Wen Xu was taken aback as he caught it, immediately sensing the little creature's abnormal tension and trembling. Its tiny claws clutched tightly to his front, its small beak pecking frantically at his fingers, emitting sharp and fearful chirps, while its little head desperately turned towards a direction below the castle, the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Near the Whomping Willow, Wen Xu's golden eyes hardened in an instant. Snowball had never behaved so unusually. It was an exceptionally sentient magical creature, and such behavior could only indicate that something had happened to Harry. Blaise was interrupted in his poetic reverie, his brow slightly furrowed. However, upon observing the sudden seriousness in Wen Xu's expression and the unusual behavior of the little bird, he realized that something was amiss. What was happening? Wen Xu remained silent, soothingly stroking the feathers of the trembling Shui Rong, feeling its rapid heartbeat beneath his fingertips. He raised his gaze towards the direction indicated by Shui Rong, and for the first time, a clear ripple of concern crossed the depths of his tranquil golden eyes. My apologies, Blaise. Wen Xu's voice remained clear yet bore an undeniable urgency. I must investigate. Cradling the still quivering Shui Rong, he scarcely took a moment to arrange his wind-tossed silver hair before swiftly turning towards the spiral staircase of the tower. Leaving Blaise standing beneath the starry sky, holding the nearly untouched cup of warm red wine, his expression a complex mix as he watched Wen Xu's rapidly disappearing figure. Meanwhile, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, near the agitated Whomping Willow, Harry, Ron, and Hermione huddled together in the narrow, dust-laden, spiderweb shrieking shack, shaken to their cores. The cold floor was harsh against their skin, and the air was thick with the musty scent of mildew and the presence of beasts. They had just endured a nightmarish chase. With the recently reclaimed Marauders map, Harry had clearly seen the small dot representing Peter Pettigrew stealthily slinking towards the Whomping Willow and vanishing beneath its branches. He immediately called out to Ron and Hermione, who were still bickering over Crookshanks and Scabbers. Scabbers is going to commit suicide under the Whomping Willow? I must save him, Ron had shouted in desperation. Guided by the map, they discovered the secret to immobilizing the Whomping Willow and slipped into the hidden passage beneath its roots. Then, within that haunted shack, they encountered Sirius Black, transformed into a gigantic black dog, emaciated yet fiercely formidable. The massive dog blocked the soul exit. Baring its gleaming white fangs and emitting a threatening growl from its throat, its sunken eye sockets ablaze with madness and hatred, fixated on the terrified, squeaking, struggling fat rat. Scabbers, cradled in Ron's arms. Fear constricted their throats. Hermione's wand trembled. Ron's face turned pale as he clutched his rat, while Harry felt a surge of worry. He needed to calm his godfather. Stop, you weapon! Harry shouted with all his might, his wand aimed at the black dog. A red light shot forth, but the dog moved with ghostly speed, easily evading the spell and instead advancing menacingly, its growl growing more horrifying. Despair began to creep in, just at that critical moment. Stop, Padfoot! A weary yet undeniably familiar voice resonated at the doorway. The light from a wand illuminated the figure of Professor Remus Lupin, clad in a tattered robe. His face pale and his expression complex. He raised his wand, his gaze swiftly scanning the terrified students before finally settling on the frenzied black dog. His voice carried a weight of finality and sorrow as he declared, "Enough, Big Paw. Release them, and that rat as well." His eyes, sharp as a blade, pierced through to the trembling, death-feigning rat in Ron's grasp. "For we have finally found you. Haven Tiwi, Wormtail." In the shed, an oppressive silence reigned, broken only by the desperate, faint squeaks of Scabbers, reminiscent of a funeral knell. Harry summoned every ounce of strength to suppress his trembling, for he understood that the truth, long sealed for 12 years and stained with blood, was about to be unveiled by Professor Lupin within this haunted shed. His godfather, Sirius Black, with eyes filled with anguish and injustice, fixed his penetrating gaze upon the rat that had masqueraded for 12 long years. The storm's epicenter had finally shifted to the long-awaited reckoning. Chapter 85, True Family. Professor Lupin's words fell like cold stones into still waters, sending forth suffocating ripples. Ron's arms, cradling Scabbers, froze, his complexion draining of color, leaving only disbelief and terror. "Old a rat? Professor Lupin, what are you saying? This is Scabbers, my rat." The plump rodent in his grasp trembled even more violently, emitting desperate squeaks akin to a creature on the brink of death. Its tiny black eyes filled with sheer terror as it frantically sought refuge within the folds of Ron's clothing. Hermione gasped sharply. Her wand remained pointed at the black dog, yet her gaze sharpened, turning toward the rat she had long despised. Her astute mind raced, rapidly linking Lupin's words, Harry's warning, Scabbers' unusual longevity, and Crookshank's inexplicable hostility. "Wormtail, Peter Pettigrew?" Her voice trembled with shock. The massive black dog, Sirius Black, emitted a sound blending agony and ecstasy from his throat, halting his attempts to attack. His sunken eyes riveted on the plump rat, as if wishing to rend it apart with his gaze. "Indeed, Ron," Lupin's voice was weary and heavy, imbued with a melancholy that signaled the end of uncertainty. He stepped forward, the light from his wand illuminating the swirling dust in the shed and the faces filled with horror. "What you hold is no ordinary rat. It is an animagus, a coward. Wormtail Peter Pettigrew, who, in a bid for survival, betrayed friends, sold out James and Lily Potter, and framed another friend, subjecting him to 12 years of hell in Azkaban." "No, it cannot be," Ron screamed in disbelief, instinctively tightening his grip on Scabbers. Yet at that moment, the rat, which had been trembling in his arms, suddenly surged with astonishing strength. It broke free from Ron's grasp, propelling itself like a filthy gray ball of flesh towards the narrow gap at Lupin's feet. "Stop it!" Harry shouted, his wand instinctively lifting. Lupin's response was swifter. Petrificus totalis. A beam of blue light struck the fleeing gray figure with precision. A piercing, distorted scream echoed as the plump rat stiffened midair, crashing heavily onto the dust-laden floor. It ceased to tremble, shedding its fa-ade of pity. The tiny black eyes now reflected only raw terror and malice, stripped bare of pretense. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. Under the horrified gaze of all present, the rigid, plump rat began to swell, contorting and transforming. The gray fur faded away, revealing pale, sagging skin, while the short limbs elongated into emaciated, skeletal arms and legs. The long tail vanished, replaced by a diminutive man with a bald head and sparse, mouse-gray hair, whose face bore an indelible expression of obsequiousness and terror. Peter. He donned ragged clothing, maintaining a disheveled posture as if petrified in shock, his small, darting eyes filled with a desperate and frenzied will to survive. Ron gazed at the man on the ground, once his beloved pet, as waves of nausea churned in his stomach, his complexion shifting from pale to green, nearly retching. Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. Harry's breathing grew labored, his green eyes aflame with rage, fixated on the traitor who had brought about his parents' demise. 12 years of hatred found its most tangible target in that moment. Remus, Peter's voice trembled, thin and quavering, tinged with a whimper, as he attempted to turn his only movable eye towards Lupin. My old friend, hear me out. It was Black. He forced me. He used the Cruciatus curse. He threatened to kill my mother. You know me, Remus. I'm not that brave, not like you. He babbled incoherently, clinging desperately to the last shred of hope. Enough, Wormtail. Sirius Black let out a roar that echoed like a wounded beast. His towering figure lunged forward, and under the glow of his wand, his gaunt form began to twist and swell, the black fur shedding to reveal a pale, gaunt visage, marked by stubble and sharp angles. Within his deep-set eyes burned pain, hatred, and a flicker of madness that finally glimpsed hope. He transformed back into human shape, though tattered and skeletal. The defiant outline and the indomitable fire in his eyes hinted at the spirited Gryffindor of yesteryear. He staggered, yet propelled by reckless determination. He charged at the traitor on the ground. You killed James. Killed Lily. You ruined my life. You filthy, despicable traitor. His voice cracked and shattered, imbued with 12 years of injustice and an all-consuming loathing. Lupin swiftly intervened, positioning himself between the nearly unhinged Sirius and Peter. Calm down, Padfoot. Killing him now is pointless. We must hand him over to the Dementors, to the Ministry of Magic. Let him face judgment and reveal the truth before the world. Lupin's tone carried undeniable authority, while he sorrowfully glanced at Harry. Harry, he is innocent. Sirius Black is your godfather. He has been wronged. The one who betrayed your parents is this. He loathly pointed his wand at the rigid form of Peter, a cowardly scoundrel. Godfather, Harry murmured, repeating the word as memories flooded back. Throughout his many lifetimes, only his godfather's unwavering affection had remained constant, burning, sincere, and selfless. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, pooling in the dust-laden confines of the shrieking shack. Chapter 86, A Mirage of Illusions. Sirius's gaze pierced over Remus's shoulder, akin to a drowning man grasping a piece of driftwood, fixated, greedily locked onto Harry's face. Those eyes, deeply set in their weary sockets, which once blazed with a frenzied thirst for vengeance and a bone-deep hatred, now glistened with tears, revealing a long-buried, almost despairing love and sorrow that had been dormant for 12 years. Harry, James, his cracked lips moved, fragmented syllables caught in his throat, while scalding tears surged forth, carving two distinct paths down his weathered, grimy cheeks. He struggled, attempting to break free from Remus's hold, yearning to bridge even the slightest distance to touch the face that bore a striking resemblance to his departed friend. In that moment, where grief and ecstasy intertwined, nearly solidifying the very air, a voice as clear as a mountain spring and tranquil as an ancient pool under a quiet moon, with an uncanny penetrating quality, suddenly shattered the thick silence of the shack. Following this voice, a pure, warming light, reminiscent of the first snow reflecting the morning sun, burst forth. This radiance was not blinding. Rather, it possessed a cleansing power that soothed the soul, instantly dispelling the pervasive chill, decay, and suffocating despair that lingered within the room. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, a being gracefully took form. It was not a mighty stag, but rather a white fox, its entire being suffused with a moonlit glow. Its slender body moved with elegance and agility, the bushy tip of its tail appearing to shimmer with stardust. Swaying rhythmically with each step, beneath its silvery coat, a halo seemed to flow, pure and untouched by dust. Its golden eyes were serene and clear, imbued with the wisdom and compassion to comprehend all, casting a glance that could quell the fiercest of tempers. Silently, it entered this chaotic realm, its paws touching the decayed floorboards, whereupon the filth appeared to be invisibly purified, rippling outward in warm, vibrant waves. At the source of the light, a silhouette stood against the crumbling doorframe. A figure remained still, with silver hair cascading like a flowing river of moonlight within the guardian's radiant aura. Gently stirred by the breeze, the hem of his dark green robe bore the dew of nocturnal travels, yet it did not diminish his exquisite elegance. His subtly rising chest revealed signs of haste, and his pale cheeks flushed with a faint rosy hue. However, those molten gold eyes remained as calm as the eternal stars, clearly reflecting the scene within the shack that sent shivers through the soul. Peter, frozen like a stone statue. Remus, agitated. Sirius, tears streaming down his face. And the still shocked Ron and Hermione, alongside Harry, who gazed at him with an extraordinarily complex expression. The warm gaze drifted like a gentle breeze over the others, finally resting peacefully upon Harry. Confirming his safety, The barely perceptible hint of worry in his depths dissipated like morning mist, returning to its usual gentleness and serenity. The tip of his wand, radiating a brilliant silver light, gradually retracted, fading into nothingness. I apologize for the disturbance. His voice, clear as a spring, flowed softly, breaking the frozen silence that had settled after the impact of an overwhelming truth. Snowdrop has been quite anxious, worried about you, Harry. He softly elucidated, his gaze drifting to Harry's tousled hair, where a diminutive, snow-white fluffball had unknowingly settled, its delicate claws nervously clutching at Harry's strands, its round, golden eyes fixated unwaveringly upon Wen Xu. The guardian spirit, a white fox, gracefully returned to Wen Xu's side, slightly bowing its elegant head, its softly glowing nose gently brushing against his fair hand, an affectionate and endearing gesture. In an instant, it transformed into a myriad of fragmented silver stars, akin to fireflies dancing under the moonlight, silently dissipating into the air, leaving behind a serene and soothing ambience. Wen Xu's arrival, accompanied by the formidable protective spell that could sweep away chaos, acted like an anchor cast into the heart of a tumultuous whirlpool. Amidst the blood-stained ruins, he, with the snowflake, resembled a deity descended from the moon palace, becoming the calmest yet most captivating presence within the eye of the storm. Whether it was the overwhelming joy and sorrow of the wronged, or the tumultuous horror of the betrayed, all were gently drawn back to a semblance of rationality under the caress of that pure, untainted silver glow. However, this fleeting and precious tranquility was ultimately an ephemeral illusion. Chapter 87. The Appearance of Snape. Just as the last wisp of silver light from the white fox was on the verge of vanishing into the void, a cold, slick voice, steeped in malice and self-satisfaction, slithered forth from the thick shadows at the doorway. Akin to a serpent gliding over withered leaves. What a lamentable reunion after such a long absence, Remus. And you, Black. The figure of Severus Snape slowly emerged from the darkness, his greasy black hair clinging to his pallid cheekbones, the sharp curve of his hooked nose accentuating a twisted, frigid smile, a triumphant demeanor of a hunter finally ensnaring its prey. His wand, as steady as a rock, was precisely aimed at the isolated and vulnerable Lupin and the gaunt form of Sirius Black, his dark robes billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. His gaze sharp as ice-tipped daggers. Tonight's capture far exceeds my expectations, he intoned, his voice low and slippery, imbued with a cruel satisfaction of finally grasping the throat of his quarry, a werewolf, a repeat offender, a traitor clawing his way out of a grave. Not to mention a group of ignorant youngsters who dared to flout school rules and trespass into forbidden realms. He deliberately elongated his words, each syllable dropping like a cold stone into stagnant waters, conjuring the image of the Dementors of Azkaban finding great delight in this bountiful offering. His words fell like icy blades. The last vestige of color drained from Lupin's face, his body trembling uncontrollably. The most harrowing secret he had guarded for a lifetime was ruthlessly and humiliatingly exposed before all, at the hands of the person he despised most in this chaotic and fragile moment. A tide of despair instantly engulfed him, freezing him in place. Snape's frigid words injected venom into the air, plunging the atmosphere within the shack to a frigid low. Lupin stood pallid, his body swaying, his lips pressed into a thin, white line. In Sirius's eyes, tears were replaced by fury as he struggled and rasped out, "Slug, you gutter rat. The truth lies before us." Truth? Snape let out a derisive snort, his wand unwavering. "All I see are a group of lawbreakers and a madman who needs to be returned to Azkaban." He cast a disdainful glance at the rigid form of Peter on the ground, regarding him as merely another piece of evidence awaiting judgment. "Now, everyone, lower your wands and follow me." Harry's emerald eyes anxiously darted between Remus, Lupin, and Sirius, acutely aware that Professor Lupin's secret had now become a sword hanging precariously above them. "Professor Snape," he attempted to interject, "Sirius is innocent. It's Peter who is the traitor." "Potter," Snape interrupted sharply, his voice cracking like a whip. "Your list of infractions has grown long enough to circle Hogwarts. Speak another word, and I shall gladly allow you to experience the charms of Azkaban ahead of schedule. Now, be silent and follow." Ron and Hermione's faces turned ashen. Hermione looked worriedly at Lupin, while Ron fixated on Peter, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Remus stood quietly to the side, his golden eyes sweeping over the scene without argument, smoothly returning his wand to his sleeve with natural grace. Snowy stirred uneasily on his shoulder. The situation was dire. Under the looming threat of Snape's wand, they had no choice but to comply. Lupin levitated the still petrified Peter, whose small face was frozen in terror. Sirius was bound by Snape's binding spell, stumbling forward, yet his deep-set eyes remained fixed on Harry, brimming with pain and defiance. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Remus found themselves caught in the middle. Chapter 88. Peter has fled. The group exited the shrieking shack in silence, stepping into the cold, damp night at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The whomping willow had returned to its frenzied state, its branches thrashing in the night breeze, adding to the ominous atmosphere. The pale moonlight filtered through the sparse clouds, barely illuminating the muddy path beneath their feet. The distant lights of Hogwarts Castle seemed unreachable. Snape led the group, vigilant at the front, his black cloak billowing in the wind. Occasionally, he prodded the floating Peter with his wand, as if to ensure the integrity of this evidence. The atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive, filled only with the sound of heavy footsteps and Peter's occasional, suppressed whimpers. Remus, Sirius's hoarse voice broke the silence, laden with guilt and sorrow. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to involve you." Lupin did not turn around. He merely shook his head wearily. "It is meaningless to speak of it now, Padfoot. I only hope." His words trailed off, but the depth of his concern hung palpably in the air. Harry's heart tightened. He gazed at Lupin's increasingly pale and weary profile under the moonlight, then turned to his bound godfather, whose gaunt form belied the fierce intensity of his gaze directed at Harry. A surge of helplessness and anger welled within him. The truth was so close, yet so far away. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. The body of Peter, controlled by the levitation spell, suddenly convulsed violently, as if trying to break free from the spell's grip. The intensity of the spasm was nearly enough to shatter the enchantment. "What?" Lupin gasped, startled, immediately channeling more magic in an attempt to stabilize the situation. But it was already too late. Peter's diminutive figure swelled and distorted beneath the moonlight, resembling an inflated balloon. His sparse gray hair grew wildly, enveloping his skin, while his limbs twisted and shortened, and his face elongated into a sharp visage. He was desperately attempting to break free from the petrifying curse, striving to revert to his mouse form. This required immense willpower and magical energy. Evidently, a final struggle born from his despair. He wished to flee. "Stop him!" Harry shouted sharply, instantly drawing his wand. Yet, Snape was swifter, reacting with remarkable speed. He directed his wand towards the contorting Peter, Petrificus Totalis. A beam of blue light shot forth. However, just as the blue light was about to strike its target, a piercing, agonized howl, utterly inhuman, erupted from Lupin. The sound was imbued with primal ferocity and heart-wrenching anguish. The onlookers gasped and turned. There stood Professor Lupin, hunched over in torment, clutching his head tightly with both hands. Beneath his exposed skin, veins bulged grotesquely, as if alive, while his bones emitted a sickening crackle, as though they were being forcibly stretched and contorted. His eyes transformed into murky yellow under the moonlight, pupils narrowing into slits. And the gentle expression on his face was supplanted by a savage, beastly visage. Pain twisted his features, and the moonlight acted as a catalyst, mercilessly exacerbating the lethal curse within him. The full moon, unobscured by any veil. He had just managed to suppress it in the shadows of the shed and woods. But now, exposed to the open light, the wolf within him could no longer be contained. "No, Remus." Sirius's eyes widened in horror, struggling to rush forward, yet bound by a binding curse. "Professor Lupin!" Hermione screamed. Snape's petrifying spell veered off course due to Lupin's transformation, narrowly missing the metamorphosing Peter and striking a nearby tree trunk. A sharp, piercing squeak echoed. In that chaotic moment, the fully transformed, plump rat, Scabbers, plummeted from midair. Upon hitting the ground, it instantly morphed into a gray streak, darting into the dense thicket of stinging nettles, disappearing without a trace. Peter had escaped. Ron shouted in shock and fury. "Damn it!" Snape cursed, his wand immediately turning towards the agonizingly transforming Lupin, his gaze cold and watchful. "Back!" Everyone stepped back. At this moment, Lupin's transformation was nearly complete. His back arched, muscles straining against his robes, gray-black fur covering his face, fangs protruding beyond his lips, and a low, threatening growl emanated from his throat. His eyes, now fully beastly, brimmed with chaos, pain, and primal bloodlust, sweeping across the terrified faces of his companions, ultimately locking on Sirius. Closest to him, bound and immobile, the werewolf unleashed a deafening roar, his hind legs propelling him forward with a rush of wind, lunging at the helpless Sirius. Massive claws glimmered ominously, aimed directly at his throat. No. Harry's heart was in turmoil, his wand instinctively raised, his mind a blank slate. He had no time to contemplate which spell to cast. In that moment of dire peril, a pure, gentle, yet powerful silvery light ignited once more. "Call the Guardian." A voice, crisp and unwavering, resonated through the air. The magnificent, elegant moonlit white fox Patronus materialized instantaneously, darting across the night sky like a shooting star, swiftly positioning itself before the werewolf charging towards Sirius. It did not attack. Instead, it unfurled its fluffy, cloud-like tail, emanating a warm and potent protective radiance, serving as an invisible barrier. The werewolf, Lupin, collided violently with the silvery barrier, the immense force causing the shimmering surface to ripple, momentarily flickering the image of the white fox, yet it remained steadfast. Its golden eyes gazed calmly upon the crazed and tormented werewolf, producing a low, soothing call. As the pure light endeavored to penetrate and soothe the werewolf's turbulent mind. Blocked, the werewolf let out a furious roar, its claws frantically raking at the barrier, striving to shred the obstruction. Yet, the light of the white fox guardian proved unyielding, resolutely shielding Sirius from harm. Seizing this precious moment of respite, Snape directed his wand without hesitation at the werewolf hindered by the fox, stupefied. A crimson beam struck accurately at the creature's side. The werewolf's massive body stiffened abruptly. Emitting a reluctant whimper, the savage bloodlust in its eyes replaced by an enforced lethargy. It staggered, crashing to the ground amidst a cloud of dust. The transformation process was forcibly interrupted. It lay there, restored to human form, but tattered, drenched in sweat and dirt, unconscious. The crisis was temporarily averted. The light of the white fox guardian gradually receded, and Wen Xu's complexion paled slightly, clearly fatigued from casting the formidable guardian charm continuously. He breathed gently, his golden eyes surveying the unconscious Lupin and the shaken Sirius, then glancing towards the darkness where Peter had vanished, his brow furrowed in concern. Snape swiftly approached, binding the unconscious Lupin securely with several powerful binding spells before turning his dark gaze towards the direction of Peter's disappearance, casting a glance at the others, and finally fixing his complex gaze upon Wen Xu. His tone was cool, revealing neither commendation nor anything else. Your Patronus charm is quite proficient. After a pause, his voice turned colder. However, the troubles of this night are far from over. A traitor has escaped, and a werewolf is out of control. Everyone, return to the castle at once. Dumbledore must be informed of all this. With a flick of his wand, Lupin floated into the air. He offered no further glance to anyone, leading the way towards the castle, pushing forward with Sirius bound and Lupin in tow. Under the moonlight, his silhouette appeared particularly somber. Harry gazed toward the direction in which Peter had vanished, then glanced at the unconscious Lupin and the bound Sirius being led away. Finally, his eyes fell upon Wen Xu, whose complexion was pale, yet whose gaze remained composed. A profound sense of heaviness settled in Harry's heart, filled with frustration and uncertainty about the future. The truth seemed tantalizingly close, yet it slipped away into the abyss of the unknown amidst the howls of the full moon and the treachery of the rat. Snowball gently pecked at Wen Xu's earlobe, emitting a worried chirp. Chapter 89. What? Not even the birds are spared. Snape led the unconscious Lupin and the restrained Sirius, as if escorting notorious criminals, at the forefront. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Wen Xu followed silently behind, the atmosphere thick with tension. The fact that Peter had escaped amidst the chaos weighed heavily on everyone's hearts, particularly for Harry and Sirius. Upon returning to the castle, they were taken directly to the headmaster's office. Curiously, the stairway's stone gargoyle did not impede their passage, as Dumbledore had evidently been anticipating their arrival. The office was brightly lit, and the blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles scanned the disheveled group with a sharp, yet tranquil gaze. Snape, in his characteristic cold tone laced with personal bias, swiftly recounted the events. Harry's unauthorized actions, the attack by Black, the revelation of Lupin's werewolf identity, and Peter's opportunistic escape, placing particular emphasis on the student's recklessness and his own timely intervention in halting the werewolf's rampage. When he mentioned Wen Xu's Patronus charm, his tone bore an almost imperceptible hint of reluctant acknowledgement. Dumbledore listened intently, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk. Once Snape concluded, he turned to Harry. Harry, do you have any additions? Harry immediately became animated, his words tumbling out in a rapid stream as he laid bare the truth. The Marauder's map, Peter's true identity, Lupin's innocence, Sirius's wrongful accusation, and Lupin's explanation in the shrieking shack. Hermione and Ron fervently nodded in affirmation. Wen Xu stood quietly, refraining from interjecting, merely inclining his head in acknowledgement when Dumbledore's gaze passed over him. Dumbledore then turned his attention to Sirius, his expression gentle. Sirius, my dear boy, you have endured much over these years. This statement caused tears that Sirius had been holding back to spill forth once more. He choked on his words, only able to nod emphatically. Ultimately, Dumbledore rendered his verdict. Sirius Black was innocent, and the Ministry of Magic would retract all charges, though Peter's escape complicated matters. Dumbledore clearly had his means. The issue surrounding Professor Lupin's identity required careful handling, yet Dumbledore promised to do his utmost to protect him. As for the students, despite their reckless behavior, it was deemed understandable, balancing their merits and faults, to which Snape scoffed, his countenance dark. Snape was instructed to leave first to address matters of castle security, evidently, as the headmaster needed to handle certain matters privately. As the heavy oak door closed behind Snape, the tense atmosphere in the office relaxed considerably. The binding spell on Sirius was silently undone by Dumbledore, stretching his stiff wrists. The first thing Sirius did was stumble towards Harry and embrace him tightly. Harry, my child, James, Lily, he wept uncontrollably, 12 years of grievances, anguish, longing, and the ecstatic joy of reunion erupted in this moment. Harry embraced this gaunt yet profoundly warm man tightly, tears soaking the tattered clothing of Sirius. Ron and Hermione stood nearby, their eyes glistening with emotion. Wen Xu quietly stepped back, allowing space for this pair of godfather and son who had endured so much. The snow-white creature, seemingly affected by the atmosphere, fluttered from Wen Xu's shoulder to land upon Harry's disheveled black hair, tilting its little head to observe the two tightly entwined figures. After a while, Sirius gradually regained his composure, releasing Harry and wiping his face with his grimy sleeve, revealing a smile that, though weary, was radiant beyond measure, finally reflecting the light of survival and resilience. He tousled Harry's hair vigorously. "Good lad. Just like your father. What courage." His gaze swept across the office, landing on Wen Xu, who stood by the window, exuding an aura of tranquility, alongside the snow-white creature that had just returned, tidying its feathers with its little beak. Instantly captivated, Sirius's attention was drawn to the bird. "Hey!" Sirius exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered a fascinating new toy. Despite the remnants of tears on his face, a broad smile broke forth, as if the weight of his earlier sorrow had been cast aside. He stealthily approached Harry, albeit unsteadily due to his weakness and excitement, his focus directed at the fluffy little snowball atop Harry's head. "What is this adorable creature?" he whispered, infused with childlike curiosity and a mischievous thrill, cautiously extending his finger to poke the fluffy rear of the snow-white bird. "Cheep." The sudden intrusion startled the little creature, causing its fur to bristle like a frightened dandelion. It flapped its tiny wings and indignantly turned its head, glaring with its round, pure golden eyes at the disheveled, dirty giant before it. Chapter 90, Before Dawn. Haha. Such a quick reaction. Sirius chuckled at the bird's response, disregarding his own gaunt appearance, laughing joyfully like a spirited boy, attempting once more to touch its little head. "Don't be afraid, little one. I am Harry's godfather, a good person." The snow-white creature nimbly evaded his grasp, flapping its wings to fly away from Harry's head. Yet it did not venture far, choosing instead to perch on a nearby shelf adorned with silver instruments, still vigilant and puffed up in indignation, its little chest rising and falling. "Sirius!" Harry exclaimed, a mixture of exasperation and amusement flooding him as he observed his godfather's unreliable demeanor. The earlier somber atmosphere dissipated entirely. "That snowball. It's Wen Xu's bird, just temporarily staying with me. Don't frighten it." "Wen Xu's?" Only then did Sirius divert his gaze from the ruffled bird, focusing on the silver-haired youth by the window, grinning broadly to reveal his white teeth, which stood out starkly against his dirty face. "Hey kid, your bird is quite amusing. May I play with it?" He was utterly oblivious to how easily his words could be misconstrued. A gentle sense of helplessness flickered in Wen Xu's golden eyes as he stepped forward, extending his hand towards the little snow bunting perched on the shelf. Without hesitation, the small creature flew into his palm, affectionately nuzzling its tiny head against his fingers, as if it had found a safe haven, and even let out a disgruntled chirp in the direction of Sirius. "This is Snow Bunting, Mr. Black." Wen Xu's voice was clear and calm. It seemed to be a bit shy. He tenderly stroked the little bird resting in his hand. Sirius observed the Snow Bunting's obedient demeanor in Wen Xu's grasp, and then recalled how it had regarded him with apprehension moments ago. Realization dawned upon him. "Oh, it thinks I am dirty." Far from being annoyed, he erupted into hearty laughter, his mirth resonating with a sense of relief. "Just wait, little one. Once I take a bath, shave, and don a new robe, I promise I will look handsome enough to have you flutter over." Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, watched this scene unfold, his blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles twinkling with gentle amusement. Sirius's delightfully out of place, yet refreshingly genuine antics with the bird swept through the office like a refreshing breeze, dispersing the last remnants of gloom. Ron and Hermione couldn't help but chuckle, and even Harry felt a warm surge in his heart as he beheld his godfather's playful return to form. Snow Bunting tilted its head slightly in Wen Xu's palm, appearing to lower its guard towards the peculiar giant. However, this moment of levity was brief. Dumbledore cleared his throat gently, redirecting everyone's attention. "All right, children, and you too, Sirius. Although the truth has become clear, Peter's escape means our troubles are far from over. We still have some cleanup work to do." He glanced out the window at the sky gradually lightening. "Time, I fear, does not favor us. Buckbeak's execution is set for this very morning, and while Sirius has been exonerated, the Ministry's official pardon has yet to be issued, rendering his current status precarious. A new storm approaches quietly with the dawn." Chapter 91, The Rescue of Buckbeak. Dumbledore's words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the brief respite brought on by Sirius's playful interaction with Snow Bunting. Buckbeak. The execution loomed ominously. Harry's heart tightened painfully as he anxiously looked towards Hermione. Her face was similarly pale, yet her gaze was remarkably resolute. Her fingers instinctively brushed against her neck, where, hidden beneath her collar, The gold chain of the time-turner was subtly warming. Professor, Hermione's voice trembled ever so slightly, yet remained crystal clear. Perhaps there is still a way. Dumbledore's wise blue eyes regarded her, as if he had already comprehended everything. He nodded gently, refraining from further inquiry, merely gesturing with his gaze towards the enormous grandfather clock in the corner of the office, its hands mercilessly ticking towards the final moments before the execution. Time is the harshest of judges, Miss Granger. Yet sometimes, it may grant a reprieve, offering the bravest a chance. He spoke meaningfully, his gaze sweeping over Harry and Hermione. Go. Remember, what you see and hear must not interfere with your own fate. A single thread of destiny, when pulled, can affect the entire tapestry. No further words were necessary. Harry and Hermione exchanged a glance, resolute determination reflected in each other's eyes. When she stood quietly by, his golden eyes shifting between Dumbledore's words and Hermione's actions, seemingly understanding something, yet he merely nodded slightly, saying nothing more. The atmosphere felt charged, and the snow-white creature sensed the tension, curling quietly in Wen Xu's palm. We must go, Harry whispered, and the trio dashed out of the headmaster's office, leaving behind Sirius's worried calls and Wen Xu's calm gaze. The corridor was deserted, their hurried footsteps echoing off the cold stone walls. Hermione swiftly unfastened the time-turner, the exquisite golden hourglass shimmering with a mysterious glow in the dim light. Hold on to me, Ron. Harry, grip tight. Hermione's voice was laced with an unprecedented tension and excitement. Harry clutched Hermione's arm firmly, his eyes fixated on the spinning hourglass. Taking a deep breath, Hermione forcefully turned the time-turner. 3, 2, 1. The world warped instantaneously. Harry felt as if his very insides were grasped by an invisible hand, only to be violently flung away. The surroundings, the frigid stone walls, the hanging portraits, even the faint light filtering through the high windows, were swirling chaotically like paint thrown into a vortex, stretching and distorting. Colors and sounds merged into a torrent of chaos, completely engulfing him. Time lost its meaning. Perhaps it was a fleeting moment, or perhaps a century. The nauseating dizziness abruptly ceased. His feet landed back on solid ground. Yet Harry's vision was still awash with golden stars, his stomach churning violently. He leaned against the cold wall, gasping for breath. Quick, Harry! Hermione's voice broke through, equally breathless yet filled with urgency. We don't have much time. We must rescue Buckbeak before the executioner reaches Hagrid's hut. Harry shook his head, forcing himself to regain focus. The scene before him was both familiar and strange. It was the edge of the site from a few hours prior. The angle of the sunlight and the contours of the forbidden forest had shifted. There it was. Hagrid's hut stood solitary not far away, and beside the hut, in the pumpkin patch, the massive, beautiful yet slightly anxious figure was none other than Buckbeak. The executioner, McNair, and his team had yet to arrive. Quick! Harry and Hermione darted forward like arrows released from a bow, lowering their bodies and using the hedges and bushes as cover to swiftly approach the hut. Their hearts raced in their chests, each breath carrying a rusty tension. They moved quickly yet cautiously. Hermione silently used the levitation charm to remove the heavy chains from Buckbeak's feet. Buckbeak seemed to recognize these two humans from their previous encounter in class. A flicker of confusion passed through its enormous golden eyes, yet it offered no resistance. It obediently followed them, led into the deeper, more concealed thicket behind the hut. As they had just concealed Buckbeak and cast a few simple confusion and protection spells, heavy footsteps and harsh shouts echoed from a distance. The execution squad had arrived. Harry and Hermione held their breath, hiding behind the dense thicket, watching as McNair stormed into the pumpkin patch with a group of menacing wizards, cursing and swearing, only to discover that the hippogriff, which should have been tethered there, had vanished into thin air. Frantically, they searched in vain, their curses piercing the morning air. We did it, Hermione whispered silently, her eyes glistening with tears of joy. Harry felt an immense wave of elation and relief wash over him. They had saved Buckbeak. However, before the joy could fully take root, an unanticipated chill, deep and profound, swept over them. Harry, Hermione's voice was suddenly filled with sheer terror, her teeth chattering. Do you feel that? Harry certainly did. It was a cold more piercing than the deepest waters of the Forbidden Lake. A despair that seemed capable of siphoning away all joy and hope. The sunlight around them appeared to dim, and the air grew thick and heavy. He abruptly lifted his gaze towards the distant black lake, where a vast shadow, resembling a rotting shroud, silently spread from above the lake's surface like a tide of death. Surging toward the castle, the sheer number far exceeded that of their previous encounter on the Express. Chapter 92, The Confinement of the Plot. Dementors, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of them. In an instant, Harry recalled the scenes he had experienced in his previous life. He could not forcibly alter the so-called pivotal narrative. This was wisdom gained from countless rebirths. At this moment, he had to follow the course of his original story. Hermione, I must go? Harry's voice rang with unwavering determination. But Harry, Hermione protested anxiously, Desperate to intervene, the rule screamed in her mind. It doesn't matter anymore. Harry interrupted her, his gaze burning like emerald flames. I must go. You stay here and look after Buckbeak. As he approached the lake's edge, the bone-chilling cold intensified, nearly freezing his thoughts. Suddenly, an unprecedented, powerful warmth surged from the deepest recesses of his heart, instantly filling his limbs and being. He raised his wand high, summoning every ounce of strength. Driven by a profound love for life and a will to protect, and directed it towards the engulfing darkness, uttering the incantation that could bring hope, Expecto Patronum. A brilliant, silvery light erupted from the tip of Harry's wand, akin to a stellar explosion. The radiance was so intense, so pure, that it instantly tore through the heavy darkness brought by the Dementors. Within that light, a colossal stag, strong and majestic, leapt forth, radiating a moonlit glow. It possessed robust limbs, an elegant neck, and magnificent antlers that branched out like a crown, each prong shimmering with pure magical brilliance. Its gaze was gentle yet resolute, embodying an ancient and powerful spirit of guardianship. The guardian stag emitted a clear and prolonged call, its hooves barely touching the ground, akin to an arrow released from its bow, transforming into an unstoppable torrent of silver, charging towards the throngs of Dementors that swooped down in their hundreds. Wherever the argent light reached, darkness melted away like snow under the sun. The Dementors let out silent, terrified screams, their tattered black robes disintegrating under the pure radiance of the Guardian. A powerful shockwave radiated from the stag, akin to a divine purifying light. The black tide of Dementors, comprised of 100 wretched forms, crumbled instantaneously before the might of this formidable corporeal protector, as if they had encountered their nemesis. In a frenzied panic, they fled, yelping like lost dogs, retreating into the cold mists hovering above the black lake, no longer daring to approach even slightly. On the hillside, Harry stood with his wand held high, his chest heaving, sweat dampening his brow. After confirming their safety, the silver guardian stag dissipated into twinkling stardust, vanishing into the cool morning air. Harry lowered his wand, a weary yet profoundly relieved smile gracing his lips. He turned and strode towards the concealed direction of Hermione, Ron, and Buckbeak. Time had finally been wrested from the clutches of death, granting them a sliver of hope. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione breathlessly returned to the present a few hours later, Buckbeak was quietly nestled in the thicket, preening his shimmering feathers with his beak. Upon their return, he greeted them with a soft, gentle call. Hermione immediately rushed forward to embrace his massive neck, her voice choked with emotion. It's all right, my dear, it's all right. Harry leaned against a tree, his chest still heaving as the exhilaration of summoning such a powerful guardian intertwined with the fatigue of magical exhaustion. Yet, as he lifted his gaze towards the castle, witnessing the sky so brilliantly blue and devoid of any lingering shadows of Dementors, an immense, indescribable warmth surged through him. With Buckbeak, now free, they quietly returned to the castle. The morning sun had bathed the towers and courtyards of Hogwarts in light, dispelling the chill and terror of the night. Students began to appear in pairs in the corridors, buzzing with talk of the disturbances in the Forbidden Forest and the peculiar movements of Dementors, yet none knew the heart-stopping truth. Chapter 93. A rare moment of warmth when Harry and Hermione re-entered the headmaster's office. The atmosphere had shifted dramatically. Sirius Black had groomed himself, donning a somewhat ill-fitting yet clean and tidy deep blue robe, which Dumbledore had procured from an unknown source. His unruly black hair had been roughly tamed, and his beard was shaven, revealing a handsome face still marked by signs of weariness. At that moment, he stood with his back to the door, bending over the fireplace mantel, engaging in persistent diplomatic efforts with a particularly fluffy and pristine fox who had just been preened. Hey, little fellow, look over here. Look over here. Sirius lowered his voice, adopting a tone akin to that of a caregiver soothing a child. In his hand, he held a diminutive piece of lemon sherbet candy that had been shrunk by a spell, cautiously waving it before the snow owl, its sweetness and fragrance far surpassing that of birdseed. Would you care to taste it? The snow owl perched atop the mantelpiece, gazing down upon the peculiar figure that had, merely hours prior, playfully poked its rear. It tilted its head, its golden eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible curiosity. With a delicate paw, it tapped the ledge, producing a soft clicking sound, seemingly engaged in an internal struggle. Yes, indeed. Come over. Sirius, sensing an opening, beamed with an even broader grin, a touch of foolishness evident, as he brought the candy closer, nearly touching the owl's small beak. Just at that critical moment, the snow owl sprang into action. Instead of pecking at the candy, it swiftly extended its paw, striking the piece from Sirius's grasp with astonishing speed. The tiny lemon sherbet rolled across the carpet. Hey! Sirius was momentarily stunned, staring at his empty hand, then glancing at the snow owl's haughty expression, as if to say, do you really think you can win me over? It even puffed out its fluffy little chest with pride, rendering him both amused and exasperated. A soft laugh escaped from the doorway, revealing Hermione, who had failed to suppress her mirth. Sirius abruptly turned to see Harry and Hermione, his eyes lighting up with remarkable brightness. Harry. He instantly cast aside the embarrassment of his failed attempt to charm the bird and strode over, enveloping Harry in a hearty embrace. So vigorous that Harry nearly gasped for breath. Well done, my boy. I knew you could do it. I saw it all. That stag. Absolutely magnificent. Even more so than your father back in the day. His excitement rendered him nearly incoherent, as he patted Harry's back enthusiastically. Though Harry coughed from the force of the hug, warmth spread through him as he returned the embrace of his vivacious godfather. It's good to see you well, Sirius. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, observing this heartwarming scene with a benevolent smile. Wen Xu quietly stood by the window, his golden gaze resting on the embracing duo, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The snow owl, upon seeing its master, immediately abandoned its standoff with Sirius, flapping its wings and returning to Wen Xu's shoulder. Affectionately nuzzling his cheek, Sirius released Harry, his gaze naturally drifting toward Wen Xu and that ungrateful little ball of fluff perched upon his shoulder. He stroked his chin, seemingly undeterred. But this time he adopted a different approach. Clearing his throat, he endeavored to present what he believed to be his most charming and dependable smile. Taking 2 steps in the direction of Wen Xu and the snow owl. Ahem, Wen Xu, right? He aimed to make his voice sound gentle and harmless. Your little bird, possesses quite the personality. He winked at the snow owl, adding, but that's quite all right. I believe we shall become good friends in due time. One we. Little snowball? The snow owl peered out from Wen Xu's shoulder, clearly and resoundingly responding to Sirius with a cheerful hoot. With a soft sound, he swiftly retracted his head behind the silvery white strands of his hair, revealing only 2 delicate white eyebrows, embodying an air of indifference. Sirius Black erupted in laughter, unable to contain himself, while even Hermione stifled her giggles, her shoulders shaking. Harry, observing the amusing predicament of his godfather, couldn't help but chuckle. The twinkle of joy sparkled in Dumbledore's eyes behind his glasses. With a resigned gesture, Sirius shrugged towards Wen Xu. Well, it appears the charm of the Black family is ineffective in the presence of this little one. It only recognizes you. His tone was devoid of genuine disappointment, instead laced with a light-hearted jest. Wen Xu gently caressed the feisty snowball on his shoulder, the laughter in his golden eyes deepening, akin to melting warm gold. He looked up at Harry, his gaze softening. The Patronus charm is remarkably powerful, Harry. His voice rang clear, imbued with sincere commendation. You performed excellently. Under the focused gaze and praise from Wen Xu, Harry felt a warmth creeping to his ears. Just moments ago, he had faced hundreds of Dementors without flinching. Yet now his heart raced at the simplicity of those few words. Embarrassed, he scratched his messy black hair, his bright green eyes reflecting Wen Xu's. It's, all right. Thanks to Professor Lupin's excellent teaching, and... He paused, his gaze falling on the fluffy white creature on Wen Xu's shoulder, his voice softening involuntarily. You also provided me with a new perspective. This was not an exaggeration on Harry's part. The energy fluctuation of Wen Xu's fully formed Patronus was indeed distinct, offering him fresh insights. The two shared a moment of eye contact across a few steps. Sunlight streamed through the tall windows, dancing upon Wen Xu's silvery hair and flowing in his golden eyes. Harry's tousled black hair appeared even more unruly under the light, his green eyes mirroring the figure before him, filled with the unguarded sincerity and subtle nervousness characteristic of youth. The snowball seemed to sense the delicate atmosphere between them, peeking from behind Wen Xu's hair to glance at Harry, then back at its master. With a gentle chirp, it fluttered its small wings and gracefully took flight, landing on the back of Harry's hand, which he had slightly clenched in nervousness. Chapter 94. In truth, the snowball is loved by all. The little creature's warm, fluffy body pressed against his skin, sending a delightful tickle through him. Harry's body stiffened momentarily, but soon a wave of immense joy and warmth surged within him. With utmost care, almost holding his breath, he delicately touched the soft feathers atop the snowball's head with the fingertips of his other hand. The snowball did not shy away. Instead, it nudged its small head against his fingertip, emitting a satisfied purr. Watching this scene unfold, Wen Xu observed Harry's cautious yet bright demeanor as he playfully engaged with the snowball. The unclouded radiance of Harry's smile, illuminated by the creature's affection, brought forth a gentle warmth in Wen Xu's golden eyes, reminiscent of ripples spreading across a tranquil lake, stirred by a stone cast into its heart. He remained silent, merely standing there, enveloped in a serene and gentle aura that seemed to suffuse this small space with an extraordinary tranquility and beauty. Sirius, observing the unspoken, sweetly innocent atmosphere between the two boys and a bird, glanced at his protégé's foolish yet profoundly cherished demeanor, and could not help but stroke his chin, a knowing and mischievous smile gracing his face. He wisely refrained from interrupting, instead quietly signaling Ron and Hermione, who were watching from the sidelines, to keep silent. Then, he crossed his arms and leaned against the fireplace, taking pleasure in a scene that delighted him more than any comedy could. The trials had been endured, the grievances set aside. The morning sun poured warmly into the room, dispelling all shadows. Though challenges may yet lie ahead, in this moment, there were beloved family members returned. Comrades standing shoulder to shoulder, a proud yet warm little bird, and the tender, burgeoning feelings nurtured in the sunlight and glances exchanged. All of these were sufficient to rekindle the brightness and hope within a soul weathered by life's storms. The final days of the academic year swiftly passed in a lightness born of survival and the looming specter of farewell. Under Dumbledore's mediation and the Ministry of Magic's final decree, made under undeniable evidence and public pressure, Sirius was officially restored to freedom and honor. The ominous Black family residence at number 12, Grimmauld Place awaited the return of its only recognized master. He wrote to Harry almost daily, using various bizarre and biting envelopes, filled with concern for Harry's well-being and affectionate greetings to the Dursleys, all expressed in a distinctly Black manner. Much of his correspondence was devoted to detailing the meticulous arrangements he was making for Harry's room, accompanied by exaggerated shopping lists, every line brimming with a clumsy yet sincere desire to make amends and lingering regret over not having won over the little bird, whom he lamented had turned its beak up at the premium Peruvian firebird food he had chosen, which was dusted with gold. In one letter, Sirius, with hasty handwriting, indignantly complained, "When you bring it here for the summer, I shall show it what true enthusiasm looks like." Harry, reading the letter, imagined his godfather's exasperated expression at the bird food and could not help but laugh, warmth flooding his heart. The period of final examinations arrived as expected. The castle was infused with the mingled scents of parchment, ink, energizing potions, and anxiety. Harry, Ron, and Hermione immersed themselves in their studies, while even the usually carefree Sirius had curbed his jesting in his letters, reminding Harry to rest well, though the next line inquired about the little bird's appetite. Meanwhile, the ever-present presence in the library continued to be the serene figure of Luna, her silvery hair flowing between the pages, her focused profile becoming a sight many students furtively admired. Occasionally, when they crossed paths in the corridors, his golden eyes would briefly meet Harry's green ones, accompanied by a gentle nod and a shy smile. The little bird flitted between their shoulders, serving as a small messenger, bringing with it a momentary, silent understanding and a hint of sweetness. From a distance, Draco would always huff in disdain, raising his chin higher. Yet the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in his gray-blue eyes was hard to conceal. Theodore not remained ever-present, silently offering reference books or potions whenever needed, his deep blue eyes occasionally glancing over at Harry with an imperceptible scrutiny. Chapter 95, A Sudden Departure. At last, the final bell, signaling the end of the History of Magic examination, resonated through the air. The students poured out of the examination hall like birds released from their cages, the corridor filled with jubilant shouts of relief and dreams of the impending holiday. Harry, rubbing his throbbing temples, exited the exam room, engaging in discussion with Ron and Hermione about the last essay question concerning the Goblin Rebellion. "I swear, Professor Bin's questions get more obscure each year," Ron lamented. But as they turned the corner towards the Great Hall, he unexpectedly spotted Nott. He was not alone. Standing before him was Professor Snape. Snape's countenance appeared graver than usual, his thin lips pressed tightly together as he handed Nott a slender box wrapped in black silk, emanating a faint chill. Nott inclined his head slightly, accepting the box with a demeanor that was both respectful and aloof. His luggage, an unusually lightweight black suitcase, rested at his feet. What tightened Harry's chest was the absence of the usual presence of Snowy, who was not perched on Nott's shoulder but rather confined within a small, exquisitely crafted birdcage encrusted with icy blue magical crystals. The cage was held in Nott's hand, and Snowy appeared somewhat agitated within, clutching the perch with her tiny claws, her golden eyes peering through the bars in Harry's direction. "Exercise utmost caution," Snape's cold, smooth voice echoed, infused with an unusual gravity. Nott nodded slightly, his voice clear and calm. "As you command, Professor." "Thank you." He spoke little further, grasping his luggage and the birdcage, and turned to face Harry and the others not far away. The atmosphere instantly thickened. "Nott, what's this?" Hermione exclaimed, astonished by the sight of his luggage and the birdcage. Nott's gaze swept across the trio before finally resting on Harry. His golden eyes remained serene, yet there seemed to be a hint of an emotion that Harry could not quite decipher. "I have urgent matters to attend to and must depart immediately." Nott's voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in each ear. "The end-of-term examinations have been reported to the headmaster. I apologize for missing the end-of-term feast." "Leaving now? So soon?" Ron's eyes widened in disbelief. Since the incident at the Shrieking Shack, his relationship with Nott had considerably softened. "Indeed," Nott replied gently, his gaze shifting back to Harry, particularly to his shoulder, where it lay empty. He lifted the birdcage, his tender eyes fixed on Snowy. "I have taken her with me. Thank you for taking care of her during this time." Harry felt as though his heart had been suddenly squeezed by an unseen hand. an overwhelming sense of loss washing over him. He looked at the little creature inside the cage, chirping eagerly at him, flapping her tiny wings against the bars. Then back at Nada's face. His throat felt constricted. He wanted to ask what the urgent matter was, how serious it was, when he would return, and if he would see Snowy again during the summer. Countless questions swirled on the tip of his tongue, but ultimately, they coalesced into a single, dry utterance. No need to thank me. She is well. He dared not meet Wen Xu's gaze, fearing that the emotions within his eyes would betray too much. It seemed as though Wen Xu wished to speak, his golden irises lingering on Harry's face for a fleeting moment, a tumult of complex feelings swirling within them. Yet, ultimately, he merely nodded slightly and uttered, farewell. With that, he did not linger, grasping his luggage and the cage containing the snowball, turning towards the castle's exit, his silvery locks tracing a cool arc behind him. Inside the cage, the snowball chirped anxiously, its small head incessantly twisting in Harry's direction. Wait, Wen Xu. Draco Malfoy's voice approached, laced with evident surprise and a hint of barely concealed panic as he hurried down the corridor. He, too, had just completed his examination, and upon witnessing Wen Xu's intent to depart, his gray-blue eyes brimmed with bewilderment. Where are you going? At this hour? Are you really skipping the farewell dinner? His tone retained its habitual arrogance, yet the inflection betrayed a sliver of frustration. Wen Xu paused momentarily, casting a gentle glance at Draco. There are matters at home, Draco. I apologize. Draco stood frozen, watching Wen Xu's indifferent silhouette fade away, his complexion oscillating between red and white. Finally, he stomped his foot in frustration, muttering a curse under his breath before storming off, not even sparing a glance at Harry and the others. Cedric Diggory, observing the commotion from a distance within the crowd, wore a visibly concerned expression, his brow furrowed as he followed Wen Xu's departing figure with his gaze. He seemed torn, contemplating whether to approach and inquire, but ultimately hesitated, the quiet worry and care etched clearly in his eyes. Theodore Nott had appeared from the shadows of the corridor, his deep blue eyes resembling a frozen lake, silently watching the direction in which Wen Xu departed. He did not advance nor utter a word, simply leaning against the cold stone wall with his arms crossed. His face bore no signs of surprise, as if he had anticipated these events. Yet the taut line of his lips and the deepening gravity of his demeanor revealed that he was not entirely indifferent. He possessed knowledge of certain truths, yet chose to remain silent. What a pity! A voice tinged with clear regret broke the silence near Harry. Sirius had approached, seemingly to fetch Harry for lunch. His hands tucked into his pockets, he gazed towards the castle's grand doors where Wen Xu had vanished, clicking his tongue as his attention settled on the exquisite cage in Wen Xu's grasp. I was hoping to bond with that little snowball over the summer. Its temperament suits me far better than creatures. He remained oblivious to the sudden despondency that enveloped his godson's countenance. Harry stared at the empty castle doorway, an unusual void resting upon his shoulders, as if the lingering chirps of the snowball still echoed in his ears, leaving his heart feeling hollow. Wen Xu's departure was so abrupt that he had left no words behind. The fleeting tenderness and regret that flickered in those tranquil golden eyes pierced his heart like a tiny thorn. What urgent matter could necessitate such an immediate departure? One that even required leaving the snowball behind. The relaxed ambience of the academic year's conclusion was subtly overshadowed by an ineffable sense of loss and suspense. Following the premature departure of, the snow-white blanket was taken away, along with the serene and gentle aura of its owner, vanishing into the summer sunlight of Hogwarts. Harry tightly clutched the letter from Sirius, which rambled on about the luxurious bird palace for the snow-white blanket, and for the first time, the impending summer vacation seemed less enticing. Chapter 96, The Family. The air at summer's end was infused with the sense of fresh grass, rich earth, campfire smoke, and the cacophony of myriad languages intertwined. Thousands of tents, varying in shape and color, sprouted like mushrooms after rain, blanketing the undulating hills and stretching toward the distant edge of the vast arena, cloaked in magic. The flags of Ireland and Bulgaria fluttered in the gentle breeze, while the voices of vendors, the songs of fans, the flapping of owls' wings, and the excited shrieks of children melded into a joyous sea of sound. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and the Weasley family, accompanied by the exuberant Sirius, navigated through the crowded campsite, searching for the reserved spot designated for them by Mr. Weasley's friend, Amos Diggory, and his exceptional son, Cedric. By Merlin's beard, there are too many people, Ron exclaimed, eagerly scanning the surroundings and nearly being knocked over by a fan brandishing a gigantic Bulgarian lion plush. Look over there. Someone has set up a mini version of Gringotts. I hope Mr. Diggory hasn't reserved us a spot too far back, Hermione remarked with concern, glancing at the towering outline of the stadium in the distance, rumored to offer the best views from the upper-tier boxes. Don't worry, Hermione, Charlie assured her with a smile, patting her shoulder. Amos is always reliable. Besides, Cedric will make sure it's all arranged. At that moment, a relatively tranquil area emerged ahead in the crowd. Several luxurious tents adorned with deep green and silver family crests were tastefully scattered, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding revelry. Thick carpets lay before the tents, and even uniformed attendants stood quietly at attention. Wow, Fred whistled. Look at this spectacle. Which ancient family has transported their entire estate here? It doesn't look like a style native to England. George squinted, scrutinizing the distinctive crest. Before their musings could continue, one of the largest tent flaps was elegantly lifted by a bony hand clad in a white glove. The figure that emerged caused Harry and his companions to halt in their tracks. He was still adorned in a well-tailored, dark green robe, the fabric glimmering subtly in the sunlight. His silver-white hair was simply secured with a jade hairpin, a few strands cascading gracefully along his temples, accentuating the exquisite contours of his profile. His golden eyes were calm as water, imbued with their usual gentleness, yet at this moment, there was an air of composure that felt distinctly out of place amidst the surrounding revelry. He was slightly inclined, seemingly engaged in a soft conversation with someone inside the tent, a modest smile gracing his lips. What rendered hearts to flutter most was the sight of a snow-white, fluffy little creature, a snow puff, perched steadily upon the back of his raised hand. The little one appeared sprightly, its golden round eyes curiously surveying the bustling world beyond. Following closely behind Wen Xu was a tall, austere young man, clad in a sharply tailored black butler's uniform, impeccably neat. His silver-gray hair was meticulously groomed, and his ice-blue eyes resembled a cold pool, scanning the surroundings with a keen vigilance. His imposing stature exuded an undeniable presence. Yet every movement was executed with precision and restraint, akin to the most sophisticated of instruments. At that moment, he slightly bent forward, quietly confirming something with Wen Xu, his demeanor exuding respect and loyalty. He was Wen Xu's butler, Gu Cheng. Wen Xu. Ron's jaw nearly dropped, his eyes wide with astonishment. The snack bag in his hand forgotten and nearly snatched away by the quick-witted Fred. Hermione, too, expressed a flicker of surprise, though her expression was predominantly one of understanding. She whispered to Harry, "Indeed, I mentioned his upbringing and eloquence." Harry felt an affirmation of his suspicions, a complex sensation blossoming in his chest as his gaze remained fixed on Wen Xu, particularly on the snow puff resting on his hand. Wen Xu. Draco Malfoy's voice resonated with a familiar tone, laced with an imperceptible air of superiority. He, along with Blaise Zabini and Theodore Nott, emerged from a nearby tent, evidently residing in the same vicinity. Draco approached briskly, his gray-blue eyes sparkling with a hint of boastfulness. "Have you settled in well? My father mentioned he reserved spots for you and your brother." Upon hearing his name, Wen Xu turned, his smile becoming more genuine, infused with the ease of friendship. "Draco, Blaise, Theodore, I appreciate Mr. Malfoy's consideration. My brother's schedule is rather tight, but if time allows later, we shall certainly pay a visit." His gaze drifted to Harry and the others not far away, his golden eyes lingering on Harry's face for a brief moment, offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. His demeanor impeccable. Theodore not merely returned a silent nod, his deep blue eyes traversing over Wen Xu and Gu Cheng, revealing no discernible emotion. Blaise, however, wore his signature playful smile, his gaze flitting between Wen Xu, the snow puff, and Harry, ultimately settling on Gu Cheng with a hint of curiosity. "Wen Xu," Cedric Diggory's gentle voice called out as he approached with his father, Amos. Cedric wore a sincere smile, his gaze warm. "I was just wondering when I might encounter you. My father mentioned that the arrangements for the Wen family are splendid." His eyes lingered on Wen Xu a moment longer, revealing unabashed admiration and a subtle hint of affection. "Senior Cedric, Mr. Diggory," Wen Xu replied courteously, his smile warm. "I trust the arrangements are satisfactory. I wish the Hufflepuff Seeker an enjoyable match today." He skillfully sidestepped mentioning his family's specific arrangements, merely indicating they were adequate, which only deepened Cedric's smile. "Merlin," Ron has finally regained his voice, tugging at Harry's sleeve with a hushed tone that barely conceals his astonishment. "Who is he, truly? How does Malfoy know him so well? And Diggory, which Diggory? I have never heard of this family before." "Ron," Hermione let out a resigned sigh and quietly explained, clearly referring to a deeply rooted and powerful Eastern family that likely operates with discretion. "Just look at Malfoy and Diggory's demeanor. Even Lucius Malfoy extends an invitation to his elder brother." Wow. At some point, Fred and George had joined them, their identical eyes sparkling with curiosity as they scrutinized Wen Xu and the formidable Gu hung behind him, alongside the pompous little creature, Snowball. "How cool." Fred whistled. "Is this the legendary Lord Snowball?" George grinned mischievously at the creature, indeed living up to its reputation. "Would you be interested in endorsing our new product, the marvelous feather hair removal cream? I assure you, it will leave your feathers even more sleek and radiant." Snowball seemed to understand the mention of the cream, instantly fluffing up its feathers and squawking indignantly at the twins, displaying an air of proud disdain that sent the twins into fits of laughter. "Serious," arms crossed. observed the scene with great interest, particularly noting Wen Xu's effortless demeanor as he engaged in light-hearted banter with the pureblood families without losing his composure, and the nonchalant little creature that continued to ignore him. He nudged Harry with his elbow, lowering his voice with a teasing smile. "Kid, you have a keen eye. This fellow, Wen Xu, has a background even deeper than I imagined." However, he shifted his gaze to Gu Hong. The butler beside him possesses a sharp gaze, akin to a knife. Quite intriguing. Harry, however, was too preoccupied to heed his godfather's jests. His attention was almost magnetically drawn to Wen Xu, who navigated through a crowd of notable individuals with effortless grace and ease. Beneath the serene and gentle demeanor lay an unfathomable depth of background and power, which evoked a strange sense of distance in Harry, yet more prominently, a profound joy at their reunion. At that moment, Snowball seemed to finally notice Harry amidst the crowd. Its golden eyes brightened instantly, fluttering its tiny wings excitedly, chirping loudly in a flurry, even attempting to leap from Wen Xu's hand. Wen Xu lowered his gaze slightly at the fidgeting little creature, then raised his eyes to meet Harry's eager gaze from a distance. A flicker of understanding and a gentle smile passing through his golden eyes. He gently lifted his hand. Receiving the signal, Snowball transformed into a white streak, deftly navigating through the throng, landing on Harry's shoulder, which bore a hint of stiffness from surprise and delight. It affectionately nuzzled its little head against Harry's cheek, emitting satisfied purrs, as if expressing the longing felt during their separation. In that instant, Harry's heart was flooded with warmth, obliterating the earlier sense of distance. He cautiously extended a finger to gently stroke Snowball's fluffy feathers, his face lighting up with a genuinely radiant smile. Wen Xu observed this scene, and a deeper smile graced his lips. He did not immediately call back Snowball, but rather whispered a few words to Gu Cheng beside him. Gu Cheng's ice-blue eyes quickly scanned Harry and Snowball, and he subtly nodded. Then, under the gaze of the crowd, Wen Xu gracefully stepped forward, making his way towards Harry. His silvery long hair shimmered under the summer sun, while his tranquil golden eyes reflected Harry's astonished face. It appeared that as Wen Xu came to a halt before Harry, his voice remained clear, yet now carried a genuine warmth. "Snowball misses you dearly." The cacophony of the Quidditch World Cup seemed to fade in that moment, leaving only the exuberant little white bird perched upon the boy's shoulder and the golden and emerald eyes that, amidst the sea of people, finally met once more with clarity. In the joyous atmosphere of the festival, a subtle thrill of reunion and a more intriguing mystery of identity quietly spread as Wen Xu approached. Meanwhile, within the arena, the resounding horn signaling the imminent start of the match reverberated through the earth. Chapter 97, The Quidditch World Cup. The deafening roar of cheers nearly threatened to lift the roof off the Quidditch World Cup stadium. A colossal shamrock formed by Irish leprechauns spiraled above the arena, showering down a rain of glistening gold coins, eliciting howls and frenzied attempts to catch them from the audience. The ocean of green and gold was in a frenzy. They won. Ireland has triumphed. Ron, flushed with excitement, waved his arms wildly alongside his twin brothers, Fred and George, nearly losing his voice from cheering. Mr. Weasley and Amos Diggory embraced each other tightly. Hermione, too, was filled with elation, jumping in place and applauding, her face radiant with joy. However, the focus of the arena was not solely on the victors. The Bulgarian seeker, Victor Krum, was slowly descending to the center of the field, his handsome yet brooding face betraying no emotion. He raised his right hand high, revealing a small, struggling golden snitch glimmering under the lights within his tightly clenched fist. Krum had captured the snitch, yet Ireland led by 160 points. They had won. The commentator, Bagman, announced through the amplification charm, his voice resounding with incredulous excitement, declaring it an epic match. The Irish team showcased unparalleled teamwork, while Krum, the young seeker, demonstrated astonishing skill and decisiveness in capturing the snitch despite the overwhelming disadvantage. This did not alter the outcome of the match, but it was undoubtedly one of the most spectacular catches of his career. The stands erupted with a complex chorus of emotions, a fervent cheer for Ireland's victory mingled with respectful applause for Krum, who, though defeated, held his head high. The Bulgarian fans, though disheartened, rose to their feet, applauding their hero. Harry, seated in the reserved section for the Weasley family, was equally stirred by this breathtaking match. Krum's final feint followed by the nearly impossible angle at which he captured the snitch replayed endlessly in his mind. It was simply astounding, yet amidst the deafening clamor, Harry's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the opposite side of the arena, where an exquisite upper box adorned with deep green and silver ivy crests provided a magnificent view. Even from a considerable distance and amidst the throng, he felt as though he could discern that silver-haired figure seated quietly, their serene golden eyes fixated on the field, presenting a striking contrast to the surrounding fervor. The thunderous cheers and golden rain gradually subsided, the ecstasy of victory supplanted by a deeper, more enduring weariness and contentment. As night deepened, The indigo sky was speckled with sparse stars. The campfire rekindled, filling the air with the aroma of roasted meats, the sweet scent of butterbeer, and a medley of songs and laughter in various tongues. The green flag of Ireland was omnipresent, while Bulgaria's red appeared somewhat muted. Nevertheless, Crum's admirers huddled together, quietly discussing his astonishing catch. Harry, Ron, and Hermione, accompanied by the Weasley family and Sirius, made their way back to the camp. Their steps uneven as excitement still coursed through their veins, though their legs felt as heavy as lead. Ron continued to recount the most exhilarating moments of the match, particularly Moran's seemingly impossible through-the-legs pass. Hermione rubbed her eyes, occasionally stifling a yawn. Bill and Charlie debated Ireland's Seeker Lynch's last-minute blunder, while Sirius animatedly shared his unique perspective on Crum's flight path with Arthur Weasley and Amos Diggory. Harry lagged slightly behind, his thoughts not entirely consumed by the recently concluded epic match. His gaze unconsciously swept across the jubilant crowd, skimming over the opulent tinted areas adorned with deep green and silver crests. It appeared quieter there, yet still brightly lit, with waitstaff gliding silently. I wonder, what is he doing now? Is he enjoying a late-night feast with Draco and Blaze in some tent, or has he already retired? Is Vervain nestled comfortably at his side? When he witnessed Crumb seize the golden snitch from that splendid box, did a flicker of awe pass through those tranquil golden eyes? Countless fleeting thoughts darted through his mind like the elusive snitch. Hey, Harry, snap out of it. Ron nudged him with his elbow, gesturing ahead. Look over there. Something seems off. Following Ron's, Harry turned his attention towards the edge of their tent area, near the forest, where the atmosphere appeared peculiar. Several bonfires blazed with unusual intensity, their flames reaching ominously high, casting flickering shadows of figures. Chapter 98, Chaos. Besides the scent of roasted meat, there lingered a hint of charred odor. Faint, inebriated shouts and laughter drifted through the air, though the laughter bore a twisted and malevolent undertone. Perhaps it was merely drunken revelry gone awry? Hermione furrowed her brow, her drowsiness dissipating as instinctively she became alert. The noise seemed to originate from a region not belonging to their camp. Shall we take a look? Fred and George instantly perked up, their fatigue vanishing as curiosity, tinged with a hint of mischief, glimmered in their eyes. Don't stir up trouble, children, Arthur Weasley admonished, his tone grave. Such large gatherings often attracted a few inebriated individuals. Let us return to our tent area and secure the doors. No sooner had he spoken than a piercing scream, devoid of jest, shattered the night. This was soon followed by more terrified cries and the sharp sound of shattering glass. No, stop. A woman's voice cried out. Ha ha, burn it all. A man's drunken, malicious laughter echoed ominously. The chaos ahead escalated in an instant. Those ominous bonfires suddenly flared, their flames seeming to possess a life of their own as they licked the nearest makeshift tents belonging to muggles. The fabric curled swiftly in the intense heat, blackening and igniting. Thick smoke billowed upward. Merlin. Both Mr. Weasley and Amos Diggory gasped in shock, their faces paling. The disorder erupted like droplets of water splashing into hot oil. The crowd, once immersed in joy, was now utterly thrown into turmoil. Frantic screams, children's cries, furious curses, and the raucous laughter of the inebriated intermingled. People fled like headless flies, shoving one another in a desperate scramble. Some attempted to extinguish the flames, only to be knocked down by the panicked throng, while others gleefully joined the mayhem, deliberately toppling tents and igniting belongings. Death Eaters. It's the Death Eaters. A terrified voice shrieked amidst the crowd. The word struck Harry's chaotic mind like a cold bolt of lightning. Death Eaters, followers of Voldemort. His blood seemed to freeze instantly as his emerald eyes fixed intently on the epicenter of the chaos. By the flickering firelight, Harry discerned chilling scenes. Several figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured by ludicrous masks, were brandishing wands, brazenly setting tents ablaze and tossing them into the air. They emitted frenzied, drunken laughter as they cast dark curses toward the fleeing crowd, deriving pleasure from the plight of muggle-born wizards. One figure, particularly tall and brutish, aimed his wand at a crying little girl on the ground, spewing vile curses as though intending to ignite her along with her family's tent. Harry's brow furrowed deeply as he instinctively moved forward. Harry, don't go. Hermione and Ron simultaneously gripped him tightly. Sirius also stepped in front of Harry, his imposing figure blocking his line of sight, cold fury blazing in his gray eyes. Yet he clutched Harry's shoulder firmly, growling, "Don't be reckless. There are too many of them, and they're mad." Harry steadied himself, yet his gaze remained fixed on the assailant threatening the little girl. Deep down, he understood that despite his countless lifetimes and ample experience, this body lacked sufficient magical power. The wizard's mastery over his magical powers and the reservoir of his abilities burgeon with age. He is currently unable to fully unleash his prowess, and acting recklessly would only serve to hinder his efforts. At that moment, A shadow as swift as a spectre pierced the heart of the chaos. It was Gu Cheng. Clad in his impeccably tailored black butler uniform, he moved with an astonishing velocity amidst the flickering flames and tumultuous figures, almost leaving afterimages in his wake. He paid no heed to the arsonists who cackled maniacally around him, his focus unwaveringly set on the towering masked assailant poised to inflict harm upon a young girl. Remarkably, Gu Cheng did not draw his wand. Instead, as he approached at breakneck speed, his gloved right hand struck with the precision of a striking serpent, seizing the assailant's wrist, which gripped the wand. A sickening crack resonated through the air, accompanied by a piercing scream, as the wand was wrenched from the assailant's grasp. In a seamless motion, Gu Cheng delivered a swift blow to the side of the assailant's neck, toppling the large figure to the ground like a discarded sack. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Without a moment's pause, Gu Cheng scooped up the stunned girl, moving as swiftly as the wind. And within a few deft leaps, he extricated her from the epicenter of chaos, delivering her to a nearby woman, who appeared to be her mother, frozen in shock. His ice-blue eyes scanned the surroundings with sharp acuity, seemingly in search of something, before he once again vanished into the tumultuous shadows. Harry, momentarily stunned by Gu Cheng's thunderous intervention, forgot to struggle. Following Gu Cheng's gaze, he spotted Wen Xu standing on a relatively safe elevation amidst the chaos. The silver strands of Wen Xu's hair glimmered like cold moonlight against the backdrop of flames and smoke. His golden eyes remained calm. Yet beneath that tranquility lay a weighty frost. Surrounding him were Draco, Blaise, and Theodore. Draco's complexion had paled, his gray-blue eyes betraying shock and revulsion, yet instinctively. He positioned himself slightly ahead of Wen Xu. Blaise's usual playful smirk had vanished, replaced by a chilling vigilance. His wand was partially drawn from his sleeve. His body angled protectively towards Wen Xu. Theodore Knott stood silently half a step behind Wen Xu, his deep blue eyes scanning the surroundings like the depths of an icy pool, effectively neutralizing any threats from behind. Gu Cheng's figure returned like a loyal shadow, steadfastly guarding Wen Xu from behind. This small group formed an unusual, defensively empowered oasis of calm amid the chaos. Wen Xu's gaze seemed to pierce through the throng, momentarily locking eyes with Harry. In that fleeting glance, there was no panic, only a profound, insightful gravity, tinged with a barely perceptible worry. Then, he averted his gaze, murmuring something to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng nodded, shielding him as they began to move toward a safer location, with Draco, Blaise, and Theodore immediately following suit. Chapter 99. The wand has been stolen. We must leave this place. Back to the tents, quickly. Arthur Weasley shouted anxiously, his voice barely piercing through the turmoil. He strained to push the children forward, with Bill and Charlie flanking Ginny and Hermione, while Sirius half-dragged, half-cradled a struggling Harry and Ron, all desperately battling against the panicked throng as they squeezed toward the direction of the Weasley family tent. Shoving, screaming, thick smoke, flames. The ominous glow of dark curses occasionally streaked across the night sky. Harry felt as though his ribs might be crushed, his ears filled with a cacophony of despair and madness. Just as they were nearing the vicinity of their tent, a massive surge of people suddenly rushed forth, violently separating Harry, Ron, and Hermione from Mr. Weasley and the others. Dad, Harry, Hermione. The cries were instantly drowned out. This way. Ron, with keen eyes, spotted a slightly less crowded corner piled with large wooden crates and pulled Harry and Hermione to hide there. The three leaned against the cold crates, gasping for breath, their hearts racing as if they would leap from their chests. The surrounding chaos still resembled a hellish scene, flames illuminating the terrified, contorted faces of the crowd. My foot. Hermione suddenly gasped in pain, seemingly having twisted her ankle during the earlier tumult. Ron quickly crouched down to examine it. Meanwhile, Harry cautiously peered out, surveying the chaos in search of Mr. Weasley and the others. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a slender figure stealthily slipping past the other side of the crates where they were hiding, darting toward the darker edge of the forest. The figure was clad in a tattered, ill-fitting wizard's robe, moving with remarkable agility, like a startled rat. Harry's heart raced. That silhouette, the one that had fled during the commotion at the Screaming Shack. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. It was Peter, Harry exclaimed, instinctively wanting to pursue him. This was the crucial witness to clear his godfather's name. What? Where? Ron immediately looked up. Don't go, Harry. Hermione, enduring the pain, clutched Harry's robe tightly. It's too dangerous. The outside is filled with madmen. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Peter's figure had already vanished into the darkness at the forest's edge. A surge of intense frustration and anger flooded Harry's heart. He slammed a fist against the nearby crate. Just then, a piercing shriek, sharp enough to rend the soul, suddenly sliced through the chaotic night sky. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and all those struggling, fleeing, and committing malevolence instinctively looked up. A blinding, sickly green light, like a poisoned arrow shot from the depths of hell, surged forth from the forest's edge, precisely where Peter had disappeared, shooting straight into the profound night sky. The green light erupted at its zenith, instantly forming a colossal, terrifying image composed of luminous green phosphorescence, grotesquely suspended against the pitch-black backdrop of night. A gigantic skull, from which a sinuous, writhing serpent emerged. The hollow sockets of the skull seemed to gaze down upon the camp below, engulfed in chaos and terror, while the forked tongue of the serpent exuded a chilling, malevolent aura of death. The dark mark, Voldemort's mark. An oppressive silence fell upon the camp like a shroud. All screams, curses, manic laughter, and cries were abruptly silenced under the weight of this dreadful symbol. Only the crackling of flames and the heavy, terrified breaths of the onlookers remained. Harry felt as though the very blood in his veins had frozen. He stood frozen in place, his emerald eyes fixed on the ominous green glow of the skull and serpent mark in the sky. A bone-chilling dread coursing through him from his feet to the tips of his fingers. He recognized the direction from which the mark had risen, the very direction where he had just witnessed Peter vanish. What plunged him further into despair was the instinctive, trembling reach into the pocket of his robe. It was empty. His wand was gone. A wave of despair washed over Harry. Damn it. No wonder he felt as though he had forgotten something. Chapter 100, Misunderstanding. The silence descended like a frigid tide, drowning the entire camp in its depths. The grotesque, emerald skull and serpent loomed in the night sky, its hollow eye sockets seemingly consuming all sound and hope. Flames continued to burn, thick smoke still billowing, yet the crowd appeared as if petrified by a collective spell, reduced to heavy, stifled breaths and eyes frozen in fear. Harry remained rooted to the spot, his green eyes locked onto the sinister mark, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, each beat laced with bone-chilling dread and overwhelming panic. Memories of the reborn surged within him like icy waves. He understood the implications of this mark. It was a frame-up. It was young Barty Crouch who had cast it with his wand, the prelude to Voldemort's return. And his own wand had vanished without a trace. Harry, your wand. Hermione's trembling voice echoed in his ears, laced with incredulous terror. She clearly grasped the gravity of the situation. Ron's complexion was paler than the moon above, his lips quivering. Merlin's stinking socks. They will think it was. Not me. Harry shouted hoarsely, his voice raw with fury and fear. It was Peter. He stole my wand. I saw him. He ran towards the forest. He pointed fiercely in the direction where the dark mark had risen, his fingertips quaking. A sense of frustration and acute danger nearly overwhelmed him. The foresight that came with rebirth had turned into a heavy shackle. He knew the truth, yet felt powerless to avert it, potentially becoming a scapegoat. Just then, a rapid, heavy footfall shattered the silence, accompanied by the blinding light from the tips of wands. A group of wizards clad in deep purple uniforms trimmed with gold surged forth like phantoms from the chaotic shadows. Wands aimed directly at the wooden crates where Harry and his friends hid. Don't move. Drop your wands. A cold, haughty voice commanded. Leading them was a man with a gray-white mustache, his face stern and cruel. Barty Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. Behind him stood Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, his round face a mask of terror and feigned calm, accompanied by several tense aurors, including Kingsley Shacklebolt. Their wands, poised like the fangs of a venomous serpent, were uniformly directed at Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Mr. Crouch, Minister Fudge, it wasn't us. Hermione cried out immediately, her voice tinged with desperation. Harry's wand has been stolen. We just saw Pettigrew. He took it and ran towards the forest. Pettigrew? Fudge exclaimed in disbelief, his jowls quivering, eyes wide with incredulity. That dead man. Nonsense. Azkaban has never. His words were abruptly cut off by Crouch's harsh interjection. Silence. Crouch commanded, his sharp, hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Harry, as if scrutinizing a piece of evidence. Harry Potter, raise your hands. Explain. Why has the dark mark appeared here? Why did it emanate from your direction? Where is your wand? His voice crackled like a whip, slicing through the stifling air. The surrounding aurors edged closer, their vigilance palpable. Harry felt a suffocating despair wash over him. The prophecies of the resurrected were of no use at this moment. Pettigrew had fled, his wand was lost, and all evidence seemed to point towards him. He could almost envision the sensational headline in the Daily Prophet the following day. Instinctively, he clenched his fists, knuckles whitening from the strain, while fury and indignation blazed in his emerald eyes. Yet he found himself unable to defend his innocence. At that critical juncture, when the atmosphere was taut with tension, a clear, calm voice, like a cool spring coursing over heated stones, pierced through the hostile standoff. Director Crouch, Minister Fudge, please remain calm. All gazes, including the tips of the cold wands, were irresistibly drawn to this voice. Chapter 101, The Rescue. Emerging gracefully from a relatively secure vantage point, Wen Xu approached, flanked by Gu Heng's silent yet steadfast protection. Draco, Blaise, and Theodore followed closely behind, their faces marked with seriousness and vigilance, yet clearly oriented around Wen Xu. Wen Xu's steps were steady, but upon closer inspection, his exquisitely refined visage appeared paler than usual in the flickering firelight, tinged with a subtle weariness, as if maintaining that composure had drained considerable energy. Strands of his silvery hair fell loosely across his forehead, adding to an air of fragile delicacy. Yet, his golden eyes remained tranquil, like an unfathomable cold pool, unwavering as they met those of the highest officials of the Ministry of Magic, exuding no hint of retreat. The demeanor befitting an ancient Eastern lineage stood out starkly against the chaotic backdrop, radiating an intangible pressure, contrasting sharply with his usual amiable disposition in private. The stern and acerbic visage of Barty Crouch momentarily flashed with a flicker of interrupted ire and impatience. However, upon his gaze sweeping over the distinctive deep green and silver emblem, entwined with vines and a radiant moon upon the robes of Wen Xu, his pupils imperceptibly constricted. Fudge evidently recognized the significance of this emblem, as the terror and feigned composure on his face were supplanted by a mixture of astonishment, suspicion, and caution. He instinctively uttered a hasty whisper. Wen Xu disregarded Fudge's subtle movements, his calm gaze traversing the wands directed at Harry, ultimately resting upon Crouch's countenance. His voice, though not elevated, resonated clearly in every ear. Before any irrefutable evidence presents itself to mobilize against a well-known hero's descendant, one who has valiantly confronted the Dark Lord, solely based on a missing wand and conjecture, seems far from the justice expected of the Ministry of Magic. His tone was placid, even imbued with a hint of warmth. Yet the weight of his words furrowed Crouch's brow. Gu Hong stood steadfastly half a step behind Wen Xu, resembling the most loyal of rocks. His icy blue eyes sharply scanned every ministry official and auror, particularly the hands gripping their wands. His towering frame emanated an intangible pressure, as though anyone daring to act rashly would instantly face the wrath of a lethal weapon. Draco stood nearby, his steel blue eyes reflecting the typical Malfoy arrogance and dissatisfaction. Coldly deriding, "It was chaos here moments ago. Who knows if a fleeing thug made off with the wand?" Though his tone retained a hint of petulance, his alignment with Wen Xu's stance was unmistakably clear. Blaise remained silent, donning once more a nonchalant smile, his gaze flitting between the ministry officials and Harry, bearing a hint of amusement. Yet his position subtly blocked another potential threat to Wen Xu. Theodore Knott, however, remained quiet, his deep blue eyes resembling the profoundest of icy depths, quietly observing everything while his body remained taut, poised on the brink of eruption. Wen Xu's gaze shifted to Harry, his golden eyes harboring an imperceptible concern and reassurance. He refrained from further remarks directed at the ministry officials, merely nodding slightly at Harry, as if to convey, "Remain calm." Crouch's complexion fluctuated, while Fudge appeared increasingly hesitant and uneasy. The emergence of Wen Xu and the power represented by that emblem evidently disrupted their original plans. The atmosphere descended into a palpable stalemate. Amidst this brief, tense silence, a sudden, sharp pain akin to a searing brand pressed against Harry's lightning-shaped scar erupted without warning. "Ah!" Harry cried out, instinctively clutching his forehead, as his vision was abruptly engulfed in a crimson haze. The agony was achingly familiar, profoundly penetrating. It was Voldemort. His fury surged like tangible flames, searing through Harry's very soul. "Harry!" Hermione and Ron exclaimed in alarm, rushing to support him. Wen Xu's golden eyes suddenly narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of cold, sharp light passing through the depths of his gaze. It seemed as though he had sensed some intangible, profoundly dark presence. He instinctively leaned forward slightly, as if to draw closer to Harry, but immediately restrained himself. Yet, the tranquil expression in his eyes revealed an increasingly evident concern. Gu Hong stepped forward, nearly pressing against Wen Xu, his ice-blue eyes fixed intently on Harry, as if assessing whether the source of his anguish posed a threat. Above in the night sky, the sinister green mark of the skull and serpent loomed ominously, silently mocking the chaos, distrust, and the insidious shadows that were quietly growing below. Chapter 102, Setting Off Again. The dark mark quietly dissipated in the deepest darkness before dawn, akin to a suffocating nightmare, leaving behind a scene of devastation and a chilling sense of foreboding. The ministry officials ultimately failed to take Harry away. Wen Xu's deeply rooted family crest and his composed demeanor acted as an invisible barrier, compounded by the pressure of Draco Malfoy's identity, which compelled Barty Crouch and Cornelius Fudge to temporarily suppress their intentions of forcibly detaining him. They departed with a multitude of suspicions and unresolved enigmas, alongside the house elf Winky, bound by a full body-bind curse, who clutched Harry's holly wand tightly in her hand, hastily concluding the tumultuous affair. Later, Hermione read with indignation in the Daily Prophet that Mr. Crouch had coldly dismissed Winky, citing her severe dereliction of duty and possession of dangerous items. The newspaper vaguely suggested that the camp's turmoil was linked to certain unstable factors, while remaining ambiguous about the origins of the dark mark and the circumstances surrounding Harry's wand's disappearance. as the Hogwarts Express billowed white steam and slowly departed from Platform 9 at King's Cross Station. The revelry and chaos of the Quidditch World Cup seemed to be truly left behind. The monotonous and hypnotic rhythm of the wheels rolling over the tracks filled the carriage with an air of excitement for the new term, the sweet scent of chocolate frogs, and whispers about the World Cup final and the horrors of the camp night. Wen Xu sat alone in a compartment by the window. He had exchanged his ostentatious attire, emblematic of status, for the Slytherin robes of silver and green. The dark green fabric accentuated his silvery hair, lending him an ethereal chill, and softened the striking contours of his face. Tilting his head slightly, his golden eyes quietly observed the fleeting pastoral scenery outside, long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath his eyes. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping him in a gentle halo of warm, pale gold. The composed demeanor he had exhibited as a representative of a noble family at the Quidditch World Cup seemed entirely retracted. In this moment, he appeared serene, tender, and even imbued with a fragile vulnerability, akin to a precious orchid nurtured in a greenhouse, having recently weathered a storm and now resting quietly. His pale fingers unconsciously stroked the soft feathers of the napping snowy owl perched on his lap. The little creature curled into a fluffy white ball, emitting faint purring sounds, evidently content to be back beside its master. The scene is as serene and beautiful as a classical oil painting. However, this tranquility is destined to be fleeting. The door to the compartment is gently pulled ajar, revealing Bress Zabini's handsome face adorned with his signature languid and playful smile, casually leaning against the doorframe. His deep brown eyes resemble the richest honey wine, intently focused on the tranquil silhouette of Wen Xu, unabashedly exhibiting admiration tinged with a hint of barely perceptible possessiveness. Such a nostalgic view. His voice carries a magnetic quality. Every time I see you sitting by the window, time seems to slow down. Wen Xu. He does not enter. He merely observes, his posture relaxed yet filled with unspoken invitation. At the sound of his voice, Wen Xu slowly turns his head. The golden hues of his eyes meet Bress's gaze, devoid of surprise, only radiating a gentle calmness, akin to a lake shimmering under moonlight. The corners of his lips curve slightly, forming an almost imperceptible arc that quickens Bress's heartbeat. The journey is long. One must appreciate the scenery. His voice remains clear, but the tone softens, like a feather brushing against the heart. Bress's smile deepens, and just as he prepares to speak again, another figure rushes in like a gust of wind. Move aside, Zabini. Draco Malfoy's gray-blue eyes reflect a hint of impatience as he unceremoniously pushes past Bress, taking a seat directly opposite Wen Xu, exuding the typical Malfoy entitlement. Wen Xu, have you read my father's letter? Regarding the Christmas holiday. His gray-blue eyes gleam with familiarity and a subtle, barely detectable anticipation as he leans slightly forward, attempting to capture Wen Xu's full attention. He glances at the snowball resting on Wen Xu's lap, recalling the scene from the World Cup where the little creature lunged at Harry, feeling a flicker of annoyance. Yet, at this moment, Wen Xu's serene beauty allows him to momentarily overlook his displeasure. Wen Xu's gaze shifts to Draco, his gentle calm unchanged, though a faint trace of barely discernible resignation seems to ripple through the depths of his golden eyes, akin to a gentle breeze disturbing the surface of a lake. Draco. His voice remains soft. I appreciate Mr. Malfoy's kindness. However, the holiday arrangements require discussion with my elder brother. He skillfully evades a direct answer, his tone infused with just the right amount of apology and detachment. Bress, standing at the door, emits a knowing chuckle, clearly seeing through Draco's subtle disappointment at being gently rebuffed. At that moment, the light at the entrance of the compartment is once again obscured by a silent figure. Theodore Knott stands there, his deep blue eyes calm and unruffled, gently placing a delicate, warm crystal cup on the small table beside Wen Xu. The cup contains the Eastern floral tea, imbued with a faint herbal fragrance that Wen Xu particularly enjoys, its temperature evidently just right. He speaks not a word, subtly preventing Bress, who attempts to squeeze in again, from entering too closely. Wen Xu's gaze lingers on the steam rising from the crystal cup before he lifts his eyes to Theodore. In his golden eyes, a genuine smile emerged, reminiscent of pebbles cast upon a tranquil lake, gentle and pure, reaching the depths of his being. He offered no words of gratitude, merely inclined his head slightly towards Theodore, an unspoken understanding enveloping them. This subtle interaction conveyed a tacit bond between the two, surpassing the significance of any spoken word. Draco observed this scene, a flicker of displeasure crossing his gray-blue eyes. Yet before he could voice his thoughts, the door of the compartment swung open with a resounding clatter. Hey, look who it is. Fred Weasley's boisterous voice echoed as he cheerfully poked his head inside, followed closely by his equally mischievous twin, George. Their gazes flitted over Wen Xu, Snowball, and the group of Slytherins at the doorway, ultimately settling upon the pristine white creature resting on Wen Xu's lap. Your Grace, Snowball. George exaggeratedly bowed. It seems your elegance has only grown during this summer apart. The Eastern lands truly nurture splendid beings. We have prepared a new assortment of Weasley Wizard Wheezes trial products just for you, Fred exclaimed, magically producing a flamboyantly packaged box adorned with a cartoonish, fluffy feathered bird. Worry-free fluff, just a sprinkle, and feathers will puff up tenfold, banishing all your troubles. As a gesture for our esteemed customer, a complimentary trial. He was about to unveil the box when, pop, Snowball erupted from Wen Xu's lap, resembling an irate white dandelion with its tousled feathers, emitting a sharp warning towards Fred and George, its tiny wings flapping with such fervor that they left a blur in the air, clearly wary of the twins' intentions. Wen Xu quickly reached out, his fingers gently pressing against Snowball's ruffled plumage, softly murmuring, "It's all right, no need to fear." He lifted his gaze to the twins. A blend of exasperation and tolerance gracing his features, his golden eyes sparkling under the sunlight, his smile immaculate and pure, exuding an unconscious allure that momentarily stunned Fred and George. Alas, it seemed Snowball would not be graced with the Weasley brothers' kindness for the time being. Oh, what a pity. George feigned a wounded expression, clutching his chest, but his eyes remained bright and fixated on Wen Xu. All right, Fred shrugged, stowing away the box. His gaze roaming over Wen Xu's exquisitely refined face, before cheerfully suggesting, however, Wen Xu, on our next trip to Hogsmeade, we have a delightful new batch of exotic candies. Would you care to sample them? I assure you, they won't frighten your little bird. Since their last encounter, Wen Xu had become an investor in the Weasley twins' prank business, leading to a growing familiarity among them, though Snowball maintained a distinct disdain for the duo, ranking them as the top two on its list of most annoying humans, ousting the former champion, Sirius. The compartment was imbued with a peculiar atmosphere, Blaze's languid curiosity, Draco's eagerness and discontent, Theodore's silent guardianship, and the twins' playful banter all circled around the serene figure seated by the window, the silver-haired youth radiating a soft glow. Wen Xu navigated through it all with grace, his smile gentle, his gaze tranquil, and the occasional hint of exasperation or soothing reassurance deftly stirring the emotions of everyone present. He resembled an elegant butterfly, wings gently fluttering, stirring a vortex known as the battlefield upon the tranquil surface of the water. Positioned at the vortex's center, he appeared blissfully unaware, quietly tending to the snow-white little creature nestled on his lap, which had finally settled but remained watchfully vigilant with its piercing gaze. In the grand hall of Hogwarts, illuminated by thousands of floating candles, a resplendent golden glow enveloped the space. The 4 house tables were laden with gleaming golden platters and goblets. The ceiling, adorned with a star-studded indigo night sky, remained unchanged from previous years. However, an unusual excitement and anticipation permeated the air. Students whispered among themselves, occasionally glancing at the vacant seats on the staff table and the tightly shut grand doors. Professor Dumbledore stood before the podium, his silvery beard and crescent-shaped glasses shimmering in the candlelight. Just as he was about to announce the commencement of the feast, a peculiar, ethereal melody, seemingly originating from afar, began to waft through the hall. The song grew increasingly fervent and distinct, imbued with a celestial beauty. Soon after, a massive, resonating roar approached, causing the ancient stone walls of the castle to tremble subtly, reminiscent of a colossal engine's growl. "What is that sound?" Ron queried, craning his neck with curiosity. "Sounds like a dragon?" Harry furrowed his brow, a flicker of recognition ignited by the memories of the resurrected. Dumbledore's face broke into an understanding smile. "Ah, it appears our guests have chosen a rather dramatic entrance." Before he could finish, the grand oak doors of the hall were gently pushed open by an unseen force. A powerful gust of cool night air rushed in, extinguishing some of the candles near the entrance and tousling the students' hair and robes. Everyone held their breath, straining to gaze outside. In the darkness of the castle's front lawn, a colossal object was slowly descending. It was a gigantic, pale blue carriage, as large as a small house. Instead of horses, it was drawn by 12 magnificent winged steeds, resplendent in silver and shimmering with a pearlescent sheen. Each creature was as massive as an elephant, their strong muscles rippling under the moonlight, and their enormous wings generating formidable gusts of wind. When the carriage wheels touched the ground, a deep thud resonated, vibrating the very floor of the hall. As the carriage door swung open, a woman, taller even than Hagrid and draped in an exquisite black silk robe, gracefully descended. Her hair was styled into a sleek updo, and around her neck hung a lavish opal necklace. She was none other than Madame Olympe Maxime, the headmistress of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. Following her was a procession of students clad in delicate pale blue silk robes. They appeared tall and striking, bearing the weariness of their long journey. Yet their expressions were predominantly filled with curiosity and a hint of superiority as they surveyed the grandeur of Hogwarts Hall, their eyes alight with wonder. Madame Maxime approached the teacher's dais with an elegant and grand stride. Dumbledore descended the steps to greet her. "Dear Madame Maxime," Dumbledore said warmly, welcome to Hogwarts. In response, Madame Maxime extended an exquisitely adorned hand, adorned with numerous opal rings, her deep and resonant voice resonating. Yet, her gaze did not rest upon Dumbledore. Instead, it roamed among the students of Hogwarts, as if in search of something. A clear and gentle voice, imbued with the rhythmic cadence characteristic of Eastern courtesy, resonated from the Slytherin table. Madame Maxime, after such a long journey, the splendor of Beau's batons is indeed captivating. All eyes were instantly drawn to the speaker. It was then that, having risen gracefully, stood tall. His silvery hair shimmered softly in the candlelight, and the green and silver robes of Slytherin accentuated his tall and slender figure. A warm and composed smile graced his face, his golden eyes clear and sincere. He bowed slightly, his movements fluid and graceful, imbued with an ancient elegance. Then, with utmost naturalness and familiarity, he took the hand that Madame Maxime had extended, leaning down to bestow a gentle yet respectful kiss upon the back of her ring-adorned fingers. His actions were smooth, elegant, and impeccable, radiating a noble demeanor inherited from a lineage steeped in tradition, as though such gestures had long been ingrained within him. Madame Maxime appeared neither surprised nor displeased, but rather charmed. She regarded with a smile that was distinctly feminine and thoroughly satisfied the young master of the family. Her voice softened considerably. Your etiquette is always so delightful. Please convey my regards to Mr. My brother often speaks of your grace. Responded with a smile, his demeanor humble yet undeniably dignified. Dumbledore stood nearby, his blue eyes twinkling with wisdom and keen interest behind his crescent-shaped spectacles, as though he were witnessing a splendid drama unfold before him. The students of Beau's batons were seated at the Ravenclaw table. Their curious gazes largely fell upon, filled with both inquiry and admiration. Chapter 105. Krum. Just as everyone buzzed with excitement over the grand entrance of Beau's batons, Ant's gallant hand-kissing, an unexpected disturbance arose from the direction of the Black Lake. A deep, mournful sound, reminiscent of a great beast's lament, echoed from the depths of the lake. Suddenly, the waters at the center began to churn violently, swirling with fervor. A massive whirlpool rapidly formed, its rotation intensifying and deepening. In an instant, a long, dark mass erupted through the surface of the water. Following it came the rigging of a sail. An oddly shaped ship began to rise slowly from the heart of the whirlpool. It resembled a vast, decaying ghost ship, its hull shrouded in darkness, as if crafted from charred wood, its sides encrusted with shells and moss. The vessel was devoid of light, save for an eerie, greenish glow emanating from its windows. The sails, tattered and torn, flapped ominously in the night breeze, emitting an unsettling wail. The grand vessel emerged entirely from the water, stirring colossal waves as it glided silently towards the shore. The gangplank was lowered, and a procession of individuals descended. At the forefront stood a man cloaked in a shimmering silver fur mantle. He was tall and slender, with hair and beard that were a striking gray-white, adorned with a pointed goatee. His eyes, sharp as those of a hawk, bore a serious expression that rendered him formidable. He was Igor Karkaroff, the headmaster of Durmstrang. Following him were students clad in heavy crimson fur cloaks, tall and robust, moving with steady, powerful strides, their faces reflecting an almost haughty seriousness. They resembled a silent battalion, exuding an air of coldness. Yet, as this group entered the brightly lit hall, nearly all gazes were instantly captured by a figure next to Karkaroff. He walked at the forefront of the Durmstrang students, even more conspicuous than Karkaroff himself. Exceptionally tall and muscular, with broad shoulders, his tousled black hair fell over his forehead, partially obscuring his brows. His nose was prominent, lending him a somewhat cumbersome appearance, and his thick eyebrows were habitually furrowed, giving him a perpetually sullen, even clumsy demeanor. He walked with a slight hunch, as if burdened by an invisible weight. Yet, none could overlook him, for he was Viktor Krum, the top seeker for the Bulgarian national team, a star who, despite defeat, shone brightly at the World Cup. The hall erupted in excitement, especially the Quidditch fans from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff, who were nearly on the verge of leaping from their seats. Ron's face flushed crimson, his excitement rendering him speechless. "K. Krum. It's Krum. Merlin. He actually came to Hogwarts." However, Krum himself appeared oblivious to the fervor surrounding him. His deep-set, somewhat gloomy black eyes scanned the hall with sharp precision upon his entrance, as if in search of something. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a silver-haired boy at the Slytherin table, who had just seated himself, gently caressing a small, snow-white bird perched on his knee. Krum's brow seemed to furrow even more tightly. Beneath his clumsy, sullen expression, his eyes gleamed with the sharpness of one who had discovered the golden snitch. That gaze was filled with scrutiny, investigation, and an indescribable focus. Blaise Zabini, sitting almost directly opposite Wen Xu, immediately caught Krum's overtly direct gaze fixated upon Wen Xu. The playful smile on his face vanished in an instant, his deep brown eyes narrowing. his posture subtly straightening as he resembled a lethargic cheetah sensing an encroachment on its territory, emanating a silent alertness and warning. Draco also noted Krumm's attention, a flicker of displeasure and hostility passing through his gray-blue eyes, as if his cherished possession were being coveted, though Theodore made no overt movements. His previously relaxed posture subtly adjusted, his deep blue eyes like the coldest ice, coldly meeting Krumm's scrutinizing gaze, forming an invisible barrier. Wen Xu, however, seemed blissfully unaware of the complex and intense scrutiny directed at him from multiple angles. He continued to lower his head slightly, his fingertips tenderly caressing the soft down of the snow creature. The candlelight danced upon his drooping eyelashes, casting gentle shadows on his exquisitely refined profile. This fragile and pure beauty seemed out of place amidst the tense and fervent atmosphere brought on by the arrival of Durmstrang, yet it shone with an extraordinary brilliance. Chapter 106. The Bet. The students from Durmstrang were seated at the Slytherin long table. Krumm's position was directly across from Wen Xu, separated by several long benches. As his massive frame settled down, the wooden bench creaked under the weight. He remained furrowed in thought, his gloomy and clumsy face devoid of expression, yet his deep-set, hawk-like black eyes were fixated on Wen Xu, exhibiting an almost rude and unabashed curiosity. Such an overt gaze immediately stirred subtle ripples among the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy's gray-blue eyes ignited with palpable hostility and displeasure. He straightened his back, adopting an intentionally elevated tone imbued with Malfoy arrogance, loudly discussing the lack of basic etiquette displayed by some students from other schools to Crabbe and Goyle, while his eyes provocatively flicked toward Krumm. Blaise Zabini's playful smile vanished, replaced by a cold scrutiny. His dark brown eyes narrowed slightly, like a serpent locking onto its prey, and he leaned forward, exuding a silent pressure, as if Krumm's gaze posed an immediate threat that required elimination. He subtly pushed the silver goblet in front of him toward Wen Xu, establishing a delicate and symbolic barrier. Theodore neither glanced at Krumm nor at anyone else. He silently picked up a crystal bowl filled with fresh berries and naturally placed it on the small table before Wen Xu, positioning it precisely to obscure part of Krumm's direct line of sight. Then he reclined back in his chair, his deep blue eyes cast downward, as if he had merely completed a trivial task, yet his silent demeanor resembled a formidable ice wall. Meanwhile, the central figure, Wen Xu, shielded by these three Slytherins in their distinct ways, appeared entirely detached. He slightly lowered his head, his golden eyes focused intently on the now calm snow creature resting on his lap. With his long, fair fingers, he gently groomed the fluffy, soft feathers of the creature. It emitted a contented purr, nuzzling its small head against his palm. The candlelight flickered on his lowered eyelashes, casting a soft glow upon his exquisite profile. That tranquility, focus, and even a hint of fragile beauty stood in stark contrast to the coarse and frigid atmosphere brought by the Durmstrang students at the opposite end of the table. He resembled a solitary orchid blooming in a secluded valley, blissfully unaware of the external turmoil and the searing gaze directed at him. Krumm's brow furrowed even deeper, as his hand, hidden beneath a heavy fur cloak, unconsciously rubbed the letter made of exquisitely crafted Eastern silk nestled in his pocket. The letter arrived 3 days prior to the Quidditch World Cup final, delivered directly to the Bulgarian team's training camp by a silent figure, clad in black attire, an Eastern man whom Krumm had yet to recognize as Gu Hong. The elegant and profound handwriting bore the essence of the East, characterized by an exquisite politeness, yet each word cut like a blade. Dear Mr. Victor Krumm, it has come to my attention that your prowess on the broom is unparalleled, renowned across the globe, inspiring great admiration. However, in the game of life, as in chess, the outcome remains uncertain. I, an unworthy individual, wish to wager 2,000 galleons against you in the Quidditch World Cup final. Should you emerge victorious, the 2,000 galleons shall be yours, delivered with utmost respect. Should you falter, I kindly request that you hand the 2,000 galleons to the messenger after the match. This wager bears no judgment. It merely acknowledges the immutable laws of fate, where excessive strength invites humiliation. Awaiting your response, Wen Xu. 2,000 galleons. For many, it represented an astronomical figure, yet the tone was so assured, so tranquil, almost as if foretelling a tragic fate where the mighty are brought low. Krumm felt a surge of absurdity mixed with a simmering anger at the perceived slight. How could Victor Krumm, the star-seeker of Bulgaria, possibly lose? Moreover, to be belittled in such a manner by a youth from the East, whom he had never heard of, was infuriating. He nearly tore the letter to shreds. Nevertheless, he acquiesced. Yet, the outcome of the final, like a chilling curse, unfurled precisely as foretold in the letter. He caught the golden snitch, executing the most remarkable capture of his career, yet lost the match. The overwhelming sense of frustration and bitterness gnawed at his heart like a venomous serpent amidst the cacophony of triumphant cheers. What lingered most painfully in his mind, however, was the messenger's ghostly appearance post-match, standing silently before him, extending a gloved hand, awaiting the payment of the 2,000 galleons he owed. Crumb paid the debt. He was not one to shirk his obligations. Yet that sum and that letter became two venomous barbs, deeply embedded in his proud heart. He was fervently curious to know what allowed this youth, Wen Xu, to possess such unwavering confidence. Was he prophetic? Or had he discerned some weakness that eluded Crumb's own perception? This intense curiosity, coupled with a sense of being laid bare, overshadowed even his fury at the cursed loss. Hence, when Kakarov announced that Durmstrang would be attending Hogwarts, Crumb readily acquiesced, eager to witness this enigmatic Wen Xu in person. Chapter 107, The Web of Destiny. At this moment, the one who had penned the chilling prophecy sat directly across from him. Did he appear so fragile? So beautiful? So serene? He was in stark contrast to Crumb's imagined image of an arrogant, calculating gambler. The tenderness with which he arranged the feathers of a small bird, along with his seemingly ethereal purity, evoked a profound sense of dissonance and an even deeper curiosity within Crumb. Dinner unfolded amidst an atmosphere tinged with the uncanny. The students of Beaux Batons engaged in graceful conversation, while the majority of Durmstrang's students remained silent, focused on their meals. In contrast, the Hogwarts students animatedly discussed the visitors from the two schools, particularly Crumb. At the Slytherin table, Draco made several attempts to attract Wen Xu's attention with exaggerated tones, discussing the collections of Malfoy Manor or sharing gossip heard about Beaux Batons. However, Wen Xu would occasionally glance up, offering a gentle smile before lowering his gaze once more, his fingers lingering amidst the soft, velvety feathers. Blaise adopted a more subtle approach. He lifted a glass of red wine, gently swirling it, while his gaze remained intermittently fixed on Wen Xu. Occasionally, he would utter a quiet jest regarding the taste of Durmstrang's uniforms or a sardonic comment about Karkaroff's goat-like beard, seeking to elicit a genuine reaction from Wen Xu. Wen Xu would meet his gaze for a fleeting moment, a hint of resigned amusement reflected in his golden eyes, akin to observing a mischievous child. Yet he chose not to elaborate further. Theodore, in silence, discreetly pushed food that he thought Wen Xu might enjoy closer to him, ensuring it was within easy reach. Crumb continued to eat in silence, yet his piercing gaze rarely strayed from Wen Xu. His brooding expression and unwavering stare rendered the atmosphere around them somewhat stifling. As dinner neared its conclusion and Dumbledore began to outline the rules and registration process for the Triwizard Tournament, Crumb seemed to reach a decision. He abruptly pushed his plate aside with a clatter that drew the attention of several nearby Slytherins and stood up, ignoring the astonished glances from others. He strode purposefully towards Wen Xu. Draco instantly sprang to his feet, blocking Crumb's path like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his gray-blue eyes brimming with warning. What do you intend to do, Crumb? This isn't the Quidditch pitch. Blaise set down his wine glass, his smile vanishing entirely. His expression now icy. While Theodore remained seated, his body tensed, deep blue eyes tracking Crumb's every movement. Wen Xu finally lifted his head. His golden eyes met Crumb's determined approach, his expression devoid of panic, only a hint of appropriate, inquisitive bewilderment. The snow owl seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere, raising its small head and letting out a wary hoot. Crumb disregarded Draco's obstruction and Blaise's animosity, his deep-set black eyes fixed intently on Wen Xu. In a low, direct tone, infused with a heavy Bulgarian accent and somewhat awkward English, he asked, "You, Wen Xu, that letter, the World Cup, why?" He omitted all pleasantries, diving straight to the heart of the matter. Each word emerged as if squeezed from between clenched teeth, laden with suppressed confusion and intense dissatisfaction. "Why bet on my loss?" "So certain." An immediate hush fell over the entire Slytherin table. Every ear perked up, and even students at the adjacent Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables turned curious glances their way. Draco and Blaise stood frozen, evidently unaware of the letter and wager that had transpired. Under the gaze of countless eyes, Wen Xu slowly rose to his feet. His silvery hair cascaded like flowing candlelight, while the Slytherin robes accentuated his tall and elegant frame. In the face of Crumb's formidable questioning and his almost tangible look of doubt, Wen Xu maintained an air of serene warmth, his golden eyes clear and profound, as if they could reflect the deepest corners of the human heart. He did not respond immediately, instead gently gathering the snowdrop nestled on his knee in his palm, his fingertips soothingly stroking its small head. Only then did he lift his gaze to meet Crumb's intense stare. A subtle smile graced his lips, forming a delicate yet significant arc, and his voice rang out clear as mountain springs, imbued with an extraordinary clarity. "For Mr. Crumb, no matter how sharp the spear may be, it cannot pierce the web woven by fate itself." He paused slightly, his golden eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light under the candle's glow, his gaze inadvertently sweeping across the grand jeweled goblet resting quietly before the teaching staff, the goblet of fire. Perhaps within those flickering flames lay the answers. His reply descended like a riddle steeped in mystery, softly yet profoundly, akin to a boulder cast into a tranquil lake. stirring a greater whirlpool of curiosity and confusion within Crumb's brooding gaze and the attentive ears surrounding them. The wager of 2,000 galleons, along with Wen Xu's unwavering certainty, intertwined at this moment with the impending flames of the Triwizard Tournament, as the revelry of the banquet gradually settled. Akin to the residue of red wine at the bottom of a glass, the goblet of fire was solemnly placed upon the stone pedestal at the entrance of the hall, its blue and white flames burning silently, exuding an ancient and alluring magic that captivated many with desire, awe, or curiosity. Dumbledore announced the age line and registration deadline, igniting another wave of excited discussions in the hall. Yet, compared to the initial fervor, there was now a tinge of caution tempered by the constraints of rules. Wen Xu did not linger long in the hall. As most students fervently debated the Goblet of Fire and the Triwizard Tournament, he quietly rose. The dark green Slytherin robes flowed with his light steps, tracing a smooth and serene arc in the flickering candlelight. The snowdrop obediently perched on his raised wrist, resembling a delicate white pom-pom brooch, its pure golden eyes reflecting the dancing candle flames. He did not head towards the Slytherin dungeon, but instead passed through the side door of the gradually quieting hall, stepping into the tranquil corridors of Hogwarts at night. The castle's night was starkly different from the day. The daytime clamor was absorbed by the ancient stone walls, leaving only the moonlight to flow silently. The cold silver radiance streamed through the tall arched windows, spreading across the cold, smooth stone floor like a tranquil, flowing river of stars. The evening breeze, carrying the damp scent of grass and earth from the courtyard, along with the distinctive chill of the distant Black Lake, softly swept through the colonnades, stirring the few strands of silver hair that fell by Wen Xu's cheek. He walked slowly, his footsteps barely making a sound upon the stone slabs, as if fearful of disturbing the tranquility that had settled for millennia. The moonlight favored him, casting a silvery glow upon his flowing white hair, enveloping him in a shimmering, almost ethereal halo. The exquisite contours of his profile softened in the hazy light, reminiscent of the finest Eastern porcelain, delicate and lustrous, exuding a fragility untouched by the dust of the world. The deep green of his academic robe deepened into a richer hue under the moonlight, accentuating his slender, elongated figure. As if a mere gust of wind could scatter him into the boundless moonlit night, the snow-white creature nestled quietly within the inner curve of his wrist. Its small head tilted slightly, golden eyes half closed, emitting the faintest purr of contentment. His fingertips unconsciously brushed over the softest tuft of fur atop its head, the motion gentle and filled with affection. The long corridor was empty, occupied solely by the moonlight and his shallow breaths. He resembled a classical painting come to life within a medieval castle, serene and graceful, imbued with a timeless tranquility. The noble bearing displayed in the hall, during his exchange with Madame Maxim, had now receded completely, distilled into an elegance that lay deep within his essence. No longer the center of attention pursued by eager gazes, he had returned to his truest self, gentle, tranquil, embodying a purity that seemed destined to be cherished, naive to the world's complexities. Akin to a rare flower unfurling quietly beneath the moonlight, elegantly exquisite and distinct from the mundane. However, this solitude did not endure for long. From the shadowed corner of the corridor came the sound of deliberately softened footsteps and the stifled urgency of hurried breaths. His steps hesitated slightly. Without turning, he tenderly tapped the back of the snow-white creature to prevent it from looking up, startled by the intrusion. He maintained his calm pace and pressed forward. At the corner, a figure stumbled forth awkwardly, nearly colliding with him. It was Harry Potter. He had evidently sprinted after him, his emerald eyes shining brightly in the moonlight, yet betraying a subtle hint of panic and embarrassment. His hair appeared even more disheveled than usual, the lightning scar on his forehead flickering in and out of visibility under the moon's gaze. Upon seeing Wen Xu before him, Harry abruptly halted, his chest rising and falling as he momentarily grappled with how to speak. Harry? Wen Xu paused, slightly turning. The moonlight illuminated his turned face, his golden eyes resembling amber submerged in crystal-clear spring water, pure and lucid, radiating unreserved warmth and concern as they quietly regarded Harry. Wen Xu. Harry's voice came out somewhat hoarse. He inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his breath from running. The cunning of a reborn individual allowed him to quickly adjust his demeanor. The initial flicker of panic in his green eyes was swiftly replaced by an exaggerated expression of innocent chagrin, reminiscent of a boy reluctant to admit his wrongdoings. I found myself in the auditorium just moments ago. He raked his fingers through his already tousled dark hair, his gaze descending upon the quiet little creature nestled on Wen Xu's wrist, before swiftly returning to her gentle golden eyes. I apologize for pursuing you so hastily. I hope I did not frighten you, he remarked, naturally inching forward a step to bridge the distance between them. Bathed in moonlight, he could distinctly perceive Wen Xu's elongated eyelashes and her delicate, almost translucent skin. This proximity, devoid of any defenses, exuded a beauty that stirred within Harry a genuine sense of possessiveness and affection, akin to creeping vines quietly flourishing. Yet, he maintained exquisite control, allowing only a hint of concern to flicker in his eyes. "No," Wen Xu replied softly, shaking her head. Her silvery hair cascaded over her shoulders, glistening like flowing water in the moonlight. A gentle, obedient smile graced her lips, her voice akin to moonlight caressing the strings of a harp, tender and almost ethereal. "I was merely taken aback." She paused, her gaze settling on Harry's slightly disheveled hair, carrying a subtle trace of indulgence. "You seem to be in quite a rush. Is there something amiss?" Her gentle demeanor and concern brushed lightly against Harry's heart, akin to feathers teasing his soul. His emerald eyes widened slightly, revealing a glimmer of vulnerability reminiscent of a forsaken puppy, a look he had practiced before the mirror numerous times, exclusively for Wen Xu. He lowered his voice. "I saw Crumb behaving rather fiercely just now. I was afraid." He did not finish his thought, merely conveying his worry through his gaze, as if he were genuinely a youth concerned for a friend's safety. Wen Xu's golden eyes sparkled with genuine delight, akin to ripples spreading across a lake where a stone has been cast, so tender it seemed on the verge of overflowing. "Do not fret, Harry," she spoke softly, her tone imbued with a soothing gentleness. "Mr. Crumb merely harbors some questions. He is a true master of Quidditch and would not act impolitely." She paused, her golden eyes shimmering in the moonlight, seemingly capable of calming all unease. "But you, running so hastily, must be wary of catching cold." Her natural concern and affectionate address flowed over Harry like a warm current, effortlessly dissipating the feigned grievance he had constructed. The little creature, Snowball, appeared to sense Wen Xu's gentle demeanor towards Harry. It lifted its small head, chirping curiously, and even tentatively shifted its tiny paws, seemingly eager to leap from Wen Xu's wrist to Harry's side. A fleeting smile of triumph flickered in Harry's eyes, swift as an illusion. He promptly extended his finger, cautiously approaching Snowball, his voice tinged with an artfully softened surprise. "Do you remember me?" His fingertip halted just before making contact with Snowball, hovering in anticipation, his gaze questioning Wen Xu, silently asking for permission. Observing Harry's cautious yet expectant demeanor, a deeper smile graced Wen Xu's lips. She remained silent, her golden eyes filled with indulgence. With her silent approval, Harry's finger gently descended, tenderly brushing against the softest tuft of fur atop Snowball's head. The little creature contentedly squinted its eyes, emitting a faint purring sound, nuzzling against Harry's fingertip. The tender interaction, set against the tranquil backdrop of the moonlit corridor, unfolded like a silent canvas. As Harry felt the soft, furry texture beneath his fingertips and gazed upon the gentle, smiling profile of Wen Xu, his heart, hardened by rebirth and darkened by intricate schemes, softened involuntarily, giving rise to a flicker of genuine tranquility. His emerald eyes, deeply fixed upon Wen Xu, swirled with a tumult of complex emotions, possessiveness, protectiveness, and an undeniable affection, all cleverly concealed beneath a veneer of sincere concern. "Wen Xu," Harry's voice fell softly, imbued with an intimacy akin to a whisper, as his gaze inadvertently drifted to the distant flicker of the goblet of fire, its blue and white flames dancing at the corridor's end. "What did you mean earlier in the hall regarding that cup? Is the web of fate intertwined with the flames?" He deftly steered the conversation towards the goblet, his green eyes sparkling with curiosity and a perfectly measured confusion, as if merely captivated by Wen Xu's enigmatic words and seeking an answer. This thirst for knowledge artfully masked the truth of his own awareness as a reborn soul. Wen Xu's gaze followed Harry's inquiry to the leaping blue and white light at the corridor's terminus. His golden eyes, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared deeper, the purity of his gentleness settling into an ineffable stillness. He offered no reply, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the soft feathers of the snowdrop, as if contemplating or sensing some intangible pull. The moonlight flowed like water, quietly coursing between them. Harry patiently awaited a response, his gaze fixed intently on Wen Xu's tranquil profile, his focus akin to that of an admirer beholding the rarest of treasures. Wen Xu tilted his head slightly, silver hair cascading with the moon's radiance, enveloped in a soft, nearly sacred halo. The corridor beneath the moonlight seemed to have been pressed on pause, with only the goblet's flickering blue and white flames silently beckoning at the periphery of their vision. Wen Xu, with his head slightly raised, let his long, silvery hair flow in the shimmering light, his calm gaze directed toward the unknown horizon, his fingertips unconsciously resting on the soft plumage of the snowdrop. That moment of silence rippled through Harry's heart like a stone cast into a deep pool, creating waves of anticipation. He held his breath, his emerald eyes locked onto Wen Xu's profile, the moonlight tracing soft contours upon his delicate skin. Desperate, he yearned to glean from those serene golden eyes a hint regarding the goblet, a revelation about fate. Yet, Wen Xu merely withdrew his gaze gently, his golden eyes returning to Harry's face, still reflecting a tender tranquility, like a placid lake beneath the moon's glow. the web of fate, shrouded in mystery. His voice remained clear, yet imbued with a peculiar soothing power, akin to a feather brushing against one's heart, quietly calming the tumultuous anxiety within Harry. The flames burned, illuminating not necessarily the path ahead, but perhaps revealing the trajectory already destined to unfold. His words fell like a riddle, softly descending with an Eastern subtlety that refrained from offering explicit answers, yet resonated within the heart more deeply than any straightforward explanation. The few words, the trajectory already destined, seemed to carry a weight of fate, gently striking the heart of the reborn Harry. He paused slightly, observing the lingering confusion and a barely perceptible tension in Harry's eyes. A gentle and compliant arc gracing his lips. "It is late, Harry," he spoke softly, imbued with a natural concern. "You should rest. The answers will reveal themselves in time." With that, he made no further delay, giving a slight nod to Harry before cradling the snowball, turning to walk along the tranquil corridor illuminated by moonlight. Heading towards the Slytherin common room. The silver tips of his hair swayed gently with his steps, the dark green robe blending into deeper shadows beneath the moonlight. His slender, delicate silhouette appeared particularly solitary in the vast corridor, yet exuded an unassailable serenity and beauty. Harry remained rooted in place, watching the silver figure merge with the moonlight until it vanished, his fingertips lingering with the soft touch of the snowball, while the cool essence of warmth, reminiscent of cedar and cold moonlight, enveloped his senses. The soothing words and tender concern from Wen Xu wrapped around him like a warm current, causing his once hardened heart to shed some of its defenses. Yet, the phrase "the trajectory already destined" pierced his memory like a cold needle, silently intertwining with the flickering blue and white flames of the goblet of fire. Within the depths of his emerald eyes, a profound darkness, understood only by those who had been reborn, flickered momentarily. In the days that followed, the air in Hogwarts seemed to be scorched by an invisible flame, imbued with a fervent mix of excitement, anticipation, jealousy, and ambition. The goblet of fire became the unequivocal center of the castle. Each day, students of age 17, under the raucous encouragement of their peers, nervously or eagerly cast their names into the cup, which blazed with blue and white flames. Each parchment consumed by the flames elicited gasps and discussions, varying in intensity. Fred and George's aging potion scheme undoubtedly ended in failure, their comical appearance, sporting white beards due to the age-line rebound, became the source of laughter in the Great Hall for several days. Angelina Johnson, Alicia Spinnet, and other Gryffindor Quidditch stars, along with Cedric Diggory, who, surrounded by a throng of Hufflepuff students, cast his name into the goblet with a gentle, confident smile, received the most enthusiastic applause. All successfully entered. Fleur Delacour, the Beauxbatons student with silver hair and Vila heritage, gracefully tossed her name written on a slip of parchment into the flames under the gazes of numerous admirers, as if completing a sacred ritual. The students of Durmstrang were predominantly silent and serious. Ultimately, Victor Krum stepped forward with measured strides under Karkaroff's expectant gaze. His furrowed brow and somber expression did not impede his decisive actions. As the parchment was consumed by the flames, his deep-set black eyes instinctively scanned the Slytherin table, seemingly searching for a silver-haired figure, though Wen Xu was not present at that moment. Wen Xu remained aloof from the fervor of the sign-up craze, akin to a tranquil beam of moonlight quietly traversing the castle. In Charms class, Professor Flitwick praised his precise and silent levitation charm, while in defense against the dark arts. Moody's magical eye lingered on him longer than usual, scrutinizing him intently. In the potions dungeon, the elixirs he brewed consistently exhibited a textbook-perfect hue and consistency, leaving even Professor Snape's critical gaze unable to discern any flaws, prompting only a customary, indifferent nod. He seldom appeared near the goblet of fire, and on the rare occasions he passed by the entrance of the Great Hall, he would merely cast a distant glance at the flickering blue and white flames, his golden eyes reflecting a serene depth, as if observing a script he had long since memorized. Finally, the feast on the eve of Halloween arrived. The Great Hall was resplendently adorned, with floating pumpkin lanterns casting a warm orange glow, and the air was thick with the sweet aromas of roasted pumpkin and candy. However, compared to the delectable food, everyone's attention was fixed upon the quietly burning goblet of fire. The long tables were laden with food, yet the students largely ate without savoring the flavors, their gazes frequently darting toward the front of the hall. As Dumbledore rose, a hush fell over the hall, so profound that even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. He approached the goblet of fire, the blue and white flames illuminating his silvery hair. "All right." Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly throughout the hall. "The goblet of fire is about to make its choice. The name selected shall become the champion of our school." The flames in the goblet surged dramatically, transforming from blue-white to a dazzling crimson. Sparks crackled. The first singed parchment was ejected. Dumbledore deftly caught it. "The champion of Durmstrang," he announced in a booming voice, "is Victor Krum." The Durmstrang table erupted in thunderous applause, with stomping and the sound of fists pounding on tables. Crumb, his expression impassive, stood up, still furrowing his brow, and solemnly walked toward the door behind the staff table that led to the adjacent room. As he passed, his gaze once again sharply swept across the Slytherin table, momentarily resting on Wen Xu's tranquil profile, his expression complex and inscrutable. Wen Xu merely lifted his eyes slightly, offering Crumb a faint, polite nod. The flames turned red once more, ejecting a second parchment. The champion of Beaux Batons, Dumbledore announced, is Fleur Delacour. The students of Beaux Batons erupted in excited shrieks, with many of the boys gazing adoringly at Fleur as she gracefully rose, gliding toward the adjacent room like a swan. The third parchment was expelled by the flames. The valiant warrior of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory, was heralded by Dumbledore's voice, imbued with warmth. The Hufflepuff table erupted in jubilant fervor, the cheers resounding deafeningly, nearly threatening to lift the very roof. Students embraced one another in ecstatic celebration, leaping with uncontainable joy. Cedric, his face aglow with surprise and pride, rose and made his way to the staff table amidst the thunderous applause. As he passed the Ravenclaw table, his gaze tenderly settled upon the quietly seated Luna, and he bestowed upon her a particularly radiant smile, brimming with gratitude and delight. Luna reciprocated with a gentle yet sincere smile, her golden eyes shimmering with pure congratulations. Warm and soft as moonlight, Cedric's smile deepened, suffused with a sense of blessed fulfillment, as he stepped into the adjacent room. A tremendous cheer reverberated throughout the hall. Dumbledore, his face alight with joy, prepared to conclude the ceremony. However, the flames within the goblet of fire did not extinguish. They surged once more, flaring to an unprecedented, blinding crimson. Like a dying beast, it emitted its final, brilliant light. The fourth parchment, ablaze with fiery sparks, was violently ejected, spiraling towards Dumbledore. An instantaneous hush fell over the hall, a silence so profound that it was palpable. All smiles and cheers were frozen upon faces, while countless astonished gazes converged upon the descending parchment. Dumbledore instinctively grasped it. Peering down, his blue eyes, magnified by his crescent-shaped spectacles, widened in disbelief, the gentle smile vanishing, replaced by sheer astonishment. It seemed as if the parchment had scalded him, his fingers trembling slightly. The hall was so silent one could hear a pin drop, save for the crackling remnants of the goblet's flames. Dumbledore lifted his head, his voice no longer booming but rather hoarse, as if choked. He clearly enunciated the name, Harry Potter. Chapter 111, The Unexpected. Silence. Absolute silence. As if time had crystallized in that moment. Harry sat frozen at the Gryffindor table, his emerald eyes filled with the utmost shock and bewilderment. Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice rang out again, unwaveringly authoritative. Please step forward. A multitude of icy stares pierced Harry like arrows, filled with astonishment, suspicion, anger, jealousy, and incredulity, intertwining in a tumultuous tide that threatened to engulf him. Ron's expression soured considerably, his gaze complex as he looked at Harry. His lips moved, yet no words escaped. Hermione covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with concern and confusion. Harry rose mechanically, acutely aware of the scrutinizing gazes from the staff, Professor McGonagall's shock and worry, Snape's piercing glare, cloaked in undisguised derision and malice. Moody's magical eye whirling wildly, fixated upon him. Karkaroff's furious roar, "This is impossible. Cheating. Hogwarts has 2 champions, and Madame Maxime's cold." Skeptical voice echoing as if from a distant realm. He moved like a marionette, step by step, through the suffocating silence and the multitude of piercing gazes, toward the door that led to an unknown fate. Each step felt akin to treading upon a blade of ice. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, on the verge of being engulfed by the overwhelming sense of isolation, he instinctively turned back, desperately searching through the chaotic crowd. He glanced past faces marked by shock and anger, over Draco's envious and incredulous steel blue eyes at the Slytherin table, through Blaze's scrutinizing smile, and over Theodore's silent but piercing gaze. His eyes finally settled on a corner where Wen Xu sat quietly. The moonlight seemed to pierce through the hall's dome, casting its glow solely upon him. His silver hair shimmered with a cool luminescence as he tilted his head slightly, his golden eyes calmly and unwaveringly fixed on Harry. In those eyes, there was no surprise, no doubt, no anger, only an unfathomable tranquility, reminiscent of an ancient well, coupled with an indescribable understanding. He said nothing, merely gazing at Harry in silence. That stillness, amidst the tumultuous clamor of doubt and chaos surrounding them, felt strikingly out of place yet, in a strange way, provided Harry, isolated and forlorn, with a faint, almost imperceptible support. Harry took one last look into those serene golden orbs, inhaled deeply, filled with tumultuous waves of emotion and an indescribable chill, and turned to step through the door illuminated by blue and white flames that led to an unknown destiny. The door closed heavily behind him, severing the noise of the hall, as well as Wen Xu's tranquil gaze. The profound meaning nestled within that gaze burned like a lingering spark from the goblet of fire, etching a searing enigma in Harry's heart. The door shut with a weighty thud, isolating him from the explosive doubts and uproar within the hall. In the adjacent small room, the atmosphere was as oppressive as a block of solid lead. Cedric's surprised smile had long vanished, replaced by confusion and a hint of offended displeasure. Fleur Delacour crossed her arms, her silver hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, her ice-blue eyes filled with mock fury. Victor Crumb furrowed his brow, his deep-set dark eyes fixated on Harry, as if intent on piercing him through, swirling with indignation and a deeper scrutiny. Was there a connection between this unexpectedly chosen boy and the Eastern youth who had foretold his destiny in the letter? Dumbledore's expression had never appeared so grave. As Madame Maxime's icy inquiries clashed violently with Karkaroff's sharp outburst, "Conspiracy. This is Hogwarts' shameless cheating." Moody's magical eye spun wildly, emitting faint clicking sounds. As blue light swept over Harry, laden with unabashed suspicion, Professor Snape lingered in the shadows, the habitual cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. As though he were enjoying a farce, yet his eyes betrayed an undeniable concern and anger, perhaps in his heart. This was a noble deed performed by a boy who had narrowly escaped death for the sake of gaining attention. Chapter 112. The Cunning Little Dog's Limited Return. Harry hung his head, his emerald eyes fixated on the worn tips of his shoes, his shoulders slightly slumped, his body trembling uncontrollably. He bit his lower lip, his face pale to the point of transparency, while disheveled strands of hair fell across his forehead, obscuring the lightning-shaped scar. He appeared fragile, helpless, and utterly terrified, like a pitiful creature mercilessly crushed by the relentless wheels of fate. Each subtle quiver, each labored breath, conveyed the profound vulnerability of a youth confronting immense injustice and isolation. "I didn't." He lifted his head, his voice faint and hoarse, heavy with the tremor of impending tears. A layer of helplessness swiftly glazing over his green eyes as he glanced at Dumbledore, only to quickly lower them again, as if unable to withstand the weight of those questioning gazes. "I don't know. How could I?" The bewilderment and grievance he displayed were so vivid that even the most hardened hearts would be moved. He perfectly portrayed an innocent boy ensnared in a grand conspiracy. However, beneath the veil of his lowered lashes, in the depths of that misty emerald, a fleeting glimmer of cold, sharp light flickered. The cunning of a reborn soul operated like the most intricate of gears, silently turning beneath a fragile facade. He required this vulnerability, this posture of being wronged, especially in the presence of a certain individual. The chaotic interrogation eventually subsided temporarily under Dumbledore's firm declaration. Harry was permitted to return to Gryffindor Tower, yet along the way, those ever-present gazes, skeptical, disdainful, envious, pricked at his back like icy needles. Ron's silence and estrangement felt like a dull knife slowly cutting into him. He quietly ascended the spiral staircase, retreating into the cold dormitory, isolating himself from the clamor of the outside world. As the moonlight shifted outside and the castle plunged into deeper silence, Harry made his move. He shed his conspicuous robe, donning a dark hooded cloak devoid of any house insignia, resembling a ghost adept at concealment, silently slipping out of Gryffindor Tower. The Marauder's map unfurled silently in his pocket, guiding him to avoid the patrol routes of Filch and Madame Pomfrey. Steering clear of all potential encounters as he deftly navigated the shadows of the castle, his objective clear, the Slytherin dungeon. In the Slytherin common room, emerald flames danced in the fireplace, casting bizarre reflections upon the deep green sofas and the silver serpent engravings. At this hour, most students had yet to return, leaving only a few lower-year students curled in corners with their books. Tempest had not returned to the dormitory. He sat alone beside a vast arched window. Outside lay the tranquil depths of the Black Lake, where the massive tentacles of an octopus occasionally brushed against the glass, casting slowly shifting shadows. The cold moonlight filtered through the water, casting rippling reflections within the common room. He had changed out of his robe, now wearing a soft silver-gray silk robe that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, its wide sleeves and overlapping lapels accentuating his slender waist. His silver hair fell loosely around him, a few strands cascading over his chest, illuminated by the gentle glow of moonlight and water reflections. He knelt upon a spacious, deep green velvet armchair, his bare feet resting on the floor, while a snow-white creature curled comfortably upon his joined knees, enveloped in a peaceful slumber. With his head slightly bowed, his fingertips gently groomed the fluffy feathers of the creature's back, each stroke deliberate and imbued with tenderness. The tranquil contours of his profile, caught in the interplay of light and shadow, appeared increasingly delicate and ethereal. His long lashes cast a veil over the emotions hidden within his eyes, radiating an aura of serene, almost sacred tranquility. Suddenly, a seam silently opened in the stone wall at the entrance of the lounge. A figure cloaked in dark fabric slipped in, merging seamlessly with the night. The gentle motions of the one tending to the feathers did not falter. He did not lift his gaze, but his touch became even more tender. It was as if he had anticipated this arrival. Harry lowered his hood, revealing a face that appeared particularly pale and fragile under the moonlight. The vibrant green of his eyes was devoid of the defiance often seen in front of others, now only reflecting an overwhelming sense of grievance and a hint of cautious dependence. He resembled a lost puppy, seeking shelter from a storm. As he trudged heavily towards the figure glowing softly by the window, he hesitated to speak, pausing before the armchair, his head bowed slightly, fingers unconsciously twisting the edge of his cloak, his shoulders trembling ever so slightly. At last, the other raised his gaze. Under the moon's glow, his golden eyes shimmered like warm jade immersed in crystal-clear spring water, exuding a tranquility capable of embracing all tempests. He gazed silently at the slender, helpless boy before him, devoid of surprise or inquiry, only offering a gentle, unspoken acceptance. "Harry," he called softly, his voice more soothing than the moonlight, imbued with an extraordinary comforting power that brushed against Harry's taut nerves. This utterance seemed to unlock a hidden switch within Harry, causing the tears he had held back to surge forth, swirling in his vibrant green eyes. He stepped forward abruptly, his voice thick with emotion and stifled sobs, laden with the weight of being misunderstood by the world. I truly didn't know why this is happening." His words came forth in a fragmented, urgent manner, each syllable steeped in helplessness. At that moment of confession, he appeared to be struck by an overwhelming sorrow, his body swaying unsteadily, as if on the verge of collapse. Instinctively, he reached out, not to grasp the nearby chair for support, but rather, driven by a primal need for solace, he leaned forward gently, surrendering himself into the embrace of the other with a perfectly measured force that did not seem harsh, but rather, felt entirely natural. His arms, seemingly frantic, encircled the slender waist of the other, resting his chin in the crook of the neck, warm breath brushing against the delicate skin. His movements, a blend of urgency and the quest for comfort, were masterfully controlled, akin to a large dog, startled, yet finally finding its master, relinquishing all its weight and grievances. The dark cloak slipped away, revealing shoulders that trembled slightly. The other's body seemed to stiffen momentarily, before relaxing into the embrace. He did not push away the sudden, tight embrace. He could feel the slight tremor of the boy's body in his arms, the warm moisture at the nape of his neck, and the suppressed, fragmented sounds of sobbing. All of this conveyed a profound sense of pain and helplessness. He let out a gentle sigh, devoid of reproach, filled instead with boundless compassion and tenderness. He lowered his hand, which had been tending to the snowdrift, disturbed, chirped in displeasure and leaped to the back of the chair, watching curiously, and with an almost divine gentleness, he naturally wrapped his arms around Harry. One hand rested on Harry's broad, yet slightly trembling back, softly patting him in a slow, soothing rhythm, as one would comfort a frightened child, while the other hand wove through his tousled black hair, the fingertips exuding a reassuring warmth, gently kneading the tautness of his neck. "I know," Wen Xu's voice, crisp yet softer than the gentlest silk, whispered in his ear, imbued with a warmth capable of soothing the soul. "I know you won't." His fingertips seemed to possess magic. Each tender caress appeared to dispel the chill deep within Harry's heart. That submissive, wholly accepting demeanor, coupled with the softly whispered comfort, filled the quiet lounge, permeating the air with an intoxicating tenderness. Harry buried his face deeper into Wen Xu's neck, which carried the cool fragrance of the moon, greedily absorbing this unique warmth and tranquility. From an angle unseen by Wen Xu, the moisture of grievance and helplessness in his emerald eyes swiftly faded, replaced by a profound sense of satisfaction and intense possessiveness. He tightened his embrace, holding the slender, soft body that radiated a deadly allure even closer, his nose filled with the refreshing scent of the other, relishing the solace brought by that gentle acceptance and touch. Moonlight filtered through the rippling waters of the Black Lake, casting shifting and ambiguous shadows upon the tightly entwined figures, silently freezing this genuine reliance wrapped in calculation. Chapter 113, I do not wish to leave. Wen Xu's arms were akin to a tranquil, warm harbor, firmly enveloping Harry, the cunning little dog adrift in a storm. Those soft caresses acted like the most effective calming charm, smoothing out the tremors he had deliberately conjured. The warm pressure of Wen Xu's fingertips at his nape made Harry feel so comfortable that he nearly gasped aloud. In the shadow of Wen Xu's neck, where he could not be seen, there was no trace of grievance left in his emerald eyes. Only a rich, honey-like satisfaction remained. Yet he understood well that the performance must be maintained, and the sweetness must be savored gradually. Not only did Harry not loosen his embrace, but he tightened it even more, burying his face deeper into Wen Xu's neck, greedily inhaling that unique scent mingled with cedar and the cold moon, as if it were the only antidote in the world. His voice emerged muffled from the side of Wen Xu's neck, laden with a thick nasal tone and a hint of barely perceptible affection. "Wen Xu, I feel so cold and so tired." As he spoke, He naturally tightened the arm that encircled Wen Xu's waist, leaving barely a sliver of space between them. Through the soft and smooth silver-gray silk robe enveloping Wen Xu, Harry could distinctly perceive the delicate outline of his slender waist and the warmth radiating from his body. This sensation ignited a fervent possessiveness within him, akin to a wild vine thriving unchecked. Wen Xu did not push him away. The gentle hand that caressed Harry's back maintained a soothing rhythm, while the other hand continued to knead the nape of his neck. He merely lowered his head slightly, allowing strands of his silvery hair to cascade onto Harry's forehead, bringing a cool, ticklish sensation. With golden eyes downcast, he gazed at the disheveled black hair of the young man cradled in his arms, his expression tranquil and encompassing, imbued with a near-indulgent tenderness. "It's all right, Harry," he murmured, his voice flowing like moonlight, tenderly brushing against Harry's ear, assuring him of safety in this moment. This silent indulgence served as the sweetest encouragement. Harry felt as though he were drawing strength from it, yet simultaneously ensnared by overwhelming anxiety. He gently lifted his face from the hollow of Wen Xu's neck, though his body instinctively slid further down in the embrace. His profile softly pressed against Wen Xu's flat, warm abdomen. Through the thin silk robe, the warmth was palpable. Harry sensed Wen Xu's slight intake of breath in response to his movement, the taut muscles of his abdomen momentarily tightening before gradually relaxing as Harry's cheek made contact. This intimate, almost boundary-crossing touch quickened Harry's heartbeat, his blood surging through his veins. Yet his expression remained one of innocent fragility. He tilted his face upward, gazing at Wen Xu from below. The moonlight danced upon the surface of the black lake, casting gentle, flickering shadows upon Wen Xu's exquisite visage. With his head slightly bowed, his golden eyes resembled warm jade immersed in a clear spring, quietly reflecting Harry's gaze. In that moment, Harry's emerald eyes brimmed with unshed tears, glistening like rain-soaked emeralds, clear and full of pure helplessness and dependence. Fresh droplets clung to his lashes, trembling slightly with each blink, combined with his pale, fragile face and tousled black hair, creating an astonishingly poignant effect. Wen Xu, Harry's voice was thick with emotion, reminiscent of a forsaken puppy's pitiful whimper. He affectionately nuzzled his cheek against Wen Xu's flat, warm abdomen, his actions imbued with a careful plea for affection and complete trust. I do not wish to return." His emerald gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Wen Xu, reflecting the latter's image as if Wen Xu were the sole anchor in his entire world. "Gryffindor Tower, it feels so distant," he continued softly, his tone tinged with a sense of grievance. "At this late hour, Filch and Mrs. Norris must be patrolling. If caught..." He paused deliberately, his long lashes casting a fragile shadow beneath his eyes. "They must all think I am a fraud, a cheater. Even Ron has ignored me." With each word, his voice grew softer, his shoulders trembling slightly in unison, as if truly wounded by the world's malice, feeling utterly lost. The dampness, akin to emerald eyes drenched in starlight. The tender movements of affection, the hesitant and almost choked requests, all these elements coalesce into the image of a wounded, shelter-seeking young creature, striking precisely at the soft spot of Wen Xu's gentle and forgiving nature. Wen Xu gazed down at the frail, helpless puppy nestled in his arms. From Harry's upward gaze, those verdant eyes appeared even clearer and more innocent, reminiscent of the purest forest lake. A fleeting, ineffable ripple passed through the depths of Wen Xu's golden eyes. As swift as an illusion, his hand, which rested soothingly on Harry's nape, unconsciously curled at the fingertips, sensing the warmth and somewhat rapid pulse of the boy's skin. The delicate touch, conveyed through the thin silk, brought an undeniable intimacy and a subtle ambiguity as his cheek brushed against Harry's abdomen. He fell silent for a moment. The emerald flames in the fireplace crackled softly in the stillness of the lounge, while outside, a colossal tentacle of an octopus glided silently by. Ultimately, Wen Xu exhaled gently, almost inaudibly. There was no reproach in that sigh, only an acceptance tinged with a quiet resignation. He transitioned from patting Harry's back to tenderly ruffling his tousled black hair, his fingertips radiating a comforting warmth. "It is late," he spoke, his voice still clear but now softer, imbued with a soothing magic, like a feather brushing against the heart. "It's not safe outside." He paused slightly, as if weighing his words. The golden depths of his eyes, illuminated by the moonlight and the shimmer of water, appeared exceptionally profound and gentle as he observed the faint flicker of hope in Harry's verdant gaze. His voice dropped even lower, laced with an intoxicating indulgence. "Slytherin has fewer people. My dormitory is temporarily empty." This declaration served as a decree, instantly igniting a hidden spark of triumph deep within Harry's eyes. Yet, he quickly suppressed that brightness, and a wave of gratitude and moisture swept over his emerald irises, as if he had received an immense favor. He pressed his cheek more firmly against Wen Xu's soft abdomen, his voice thick with nasality and complete dependence. "Wen Xu, you are truly kind." The posture of dependence suggested that Wen Xu was his only warmth and salvation in this cold world. Wen Xu chose not to speak further. He simply held him quietly, allowing this astutely calculating puppy to relinquish all his weight and vulnerability into his embrace, accepting this calculated affection with the utmost grace. The moonlight cast their entwined silhouettes upon the frigid stone wall. Harry's affectionate gestures nestled against Wen Xu's waist, blending with his upward gaze filled with innocence, creating a tableau of silent hunting within a gentle trap. And the prey willingly succumbed to this cage, named for its tenderness. Chapter 114, Sharing the Same Bed. Wen Xu's dormitory lay deep within the Slytherin dungeons, more spacious and tranquil than the typical student accommodations. The room was adorned with simplicity, yet exuded an exquisite Eastern elegance. A spacious four-poster bed draped in deep green velvet, a black ebony desk inlaid with mother-of-pearl, and the air was infused with a subtle, cold fragrance reminiscent of a snow-laden pine forest. Moonlight streamed through the magic window embedded in the stone wall, casting flickering reflections of water that painted the room in a hazy silver-blue hue. Wen Xu said little, merely retrieving a brand-new set of silvery gray silk pajamas, gleaming with a pearlescent sheen, from the wardrobe and offering them to Harry, the fabric cool and smooth to the touch. He gestured towards the washroom, crafted entirely from obsidian. Connecting to the bedroom, his voice maintaining its customary softness. Go wash up. This familiar ease suggested that Harry's presence was an utterly commonplace occurrence. Cradling the soft pajamas imbued with the fragrance of the cold moon, Harry entered the washroom. The warm water cascaded over his body. Yet it could not extinguish the triumphant excitement and burgeoning possessiveness stirring within him. He gazed at his reflection, where the layers of pretense had melted away, revealing deep, shadowy emerald eyes filled with fervent desire, his lips curling into a determined smile. Clad in Wen Xu's pajamas, slightly oversized, the silk's chilling touch clung to his skin, seemingly retaining the unique cool scent of its previous owner, igniting a simmering thrill within him. As he emerged from the washroom, Wen Xu lay on the inner side of the bed. In the dim light, his silver-white hair resembled satin woven from moonlight, cascading over the deep green velvet pillow, while his slender waist was softly outlined beneath the thin quilt. With his back turned to Harry, his breathing was steady and long, suggesting he had already succumbed to slumber. Snowball curled up in a delicate wicker nest at the foot of the bed, also enjoying a peaceful sleep. Harry's heartbeat resonated like a drum in the stillness of the night. He tread lightly, akin to the most cautious of hunters, silently lifting the thin quilt on the opposite side and settling down. The mattress beneath him was soft and resilient, imbued with that unique, soothing yet tantalizing scent of Wen Xu. Turning onto his side, Harry's gaze greedily traced the contours of the figure so near to him, that serene and defenseless posture presenting an irresistible temptation. In the darkness, his emerald eyes shone with remarkable intensity. He held his breath, inching closer to the source of warmth emanating the enchanting fragrance, his arm tentatively reaching out, as if handling a fragile treasure, gently resting on Wen Xu's slender waist. Through the 2 layers of delicate silk, he could feel Wen Xu's warm body temperature and the supple curve of his waist. This sensation ignited a spark within Harry, sending his blood racing. His muscles tensed, a powerful sense of fulfillment and an overwhelming desire for possession clashed within his chest. Unable to restrain himself, he drew his arms tighter around the fragrant, soft form, yet he dared not exert too much pressure. A few strands of Wen Xu's soft hair brushed against his nose, carrying a cool scent that nearly intoxicated him. Just as Harry was greedily savoring the warmth in his embrace, his heart racing with wild fantasies of intimacy, the person in his arms stirred. Wen Xu did not awaken or resist as Harry had anticipated. Instead, he effortlessly turned in Harry's embrace, assuming a face-to-face position with a sleepy languor. Harry froze in an instant, his arm still encircled Wen Xu's waist, his entire being petrified as if under a spell. The moonlight streamed through the water window, illuminating Wen Xu's face, which was so close. His golden eyes were open, clear and tranquil, with a hint of lingering sleepiness, like stars submerged in a cold pool, reflecting Harry's face, an expression marred by an aggressive longing and a tinge of caught-off-guard embarrassment. Harry's heart raced as if it might burst from his chest. Confusion surged in his emerald eyes, and his cheeks burned with heat. He opened his mouth to explain, to apologize, yet his throat constricted, rendering him mute. Just as Harry braced for questioning or rejection, Wen Xu gently tilted his face upward. In the moonlight, his exquisitely handsome features were astonishingly close, his warm breath brushing lightly against Harry's lips. Then, in a moment of utter blankness where Harry could not react, Wen Xu's cool, impossibly soft lips naturally pressed against the corner of Harry's mouth, as ephemeral as a feather's caress. The sensation was fleeting, akin to an illusion, yet it carried the unique, crisp fragrance of cold moon and ghostly orchids, enveloping all of Harry's senses instantaneously, as though struck by the most potent petrification and electric spells simultaneously. Behave. Wen Xu's voice emerged, slightly hoarse from sleep, yet still clear and calm, like water flowing over jade stones. There was no reproach, no shyness, merely a nonchalant acceptance. As if that fleeting kiss was merely a small tactic to quiet a disobedient puppy. Upon finishing his words, he did not glance at Harry again. Instead, he naturally adjusted his position with a satisfied languor, resting his cheek against Harry's neck, his forehead against Harry's chin, as though it were the most comfortable pillow in the world. His long eyelashes slowly descended, his breathing quickly returning to a steady, gentle rhythm, as he truly drifted back into slumber. Chapter 115, Sharing a Bed. Harry was utterly petrified. He stood frozen, feeling as if all his blood had surged to his head, only to rush back down in the next moment. The spot where Wen Xu's soft lips had brushed against him felt as if seared by a branding iron, leaving a cool sensation and an enduring fragrance that created an exquisite, bone-deep itch spreading throughout his limbs. A tidal wave of shock, elation, disbelief, and a dizzying sense of being overwhelmed swept over Harry. The intricate schemes and deep calculations he had devised since his rebirth were utterly shattered by this nonchalant kiss. His emerald eyes widened in the darkness, his heart thundered within his chest, a deafening roar that nearly threatened to burst forth. Wen Xu's warm body nestled against him, his cheek resting against Harry's neck, breathing evenly and sleeping unguarded, as if that captivating kiss had never transpired. The profound trust and dependence reflected in that commanding tone became the most lethal temptation. Harry dared not move an inch. He remained rigid in his embrace, his arms wrapped around the slender waist of Wen Xu, feeling the silky texture of the robe beneath his palms and the warmth of the body it enveloped. The gentle rhythm of Wen Xu's breath caressed his neck, bringing with it a slight, warm tickle. Each passing moment transformed into a sweet torment. He yearned to lower his head to ascertain whether Wen Xu was truly asleep, to hold him more tightly, to once again touch those soft lips, not merely grazing them, but fully embracing the intoxicating allure they possessed. Countless wild thoughts clashed within his mind. The blood coursing through his veins surged like boiling magma. Yet, the gentle reliance at his neck, the steady breath, acted as invisible shackles, binding all his restless desires. The phrase "be proper" hung over him like a spell, rendering him incapable of crossing even the slightest boundary. He could only lie rigidly, savoring the delicate softness of the being in his arms, reminiscing about the fleeting yet unforgettable tenderness and fragrance at the corners of his lips. Excitement, trepidation, incredulous ecstasy, and a hint of reluctant defeat entwined with a deeper infatuation, all wildly fermenting within his heart. The darkness amplified every sensation, the cool fragrance of Wen Xu, the warmth of his breath, the silkiness of the fabric, the slenderness of his waist, each vividly transmitted, tormenting his taut nerves. Time languidly flowed in this ambiguous agony. Harry lay with eyes wide open, his emerald gaze shining astonishingly in the darkness, tumultuous waves surging within. He listened to Wen Xu's steady breathing, felt his gentle embrace, his body as stiff as stone, while his heart raced like a wild stallion, galloping wildly within his chest, every beat distinctly audible, crashing against his eardrums and his wavering sanity. This intoxicating thrill and sweet torment persisted until the outside world shifted from deep blue to gray-white, until the extreme mental elation was finally dragged down by physical exhaustion. It was only then that Harry, amidst the soothing sound of Wen Xu's breath and the lingering cool fragrance of the moon, succumbed to a bizarre dreamscape, filled with chaotic thoughts and the lingering warmth of a kiss at the corner of his lips, both unwilling yet immensely satisfied. Meanwhile, Wen Xu remained quietly nestled against him, sleeping contentedly, as if he had merely captured a restless puppy and successfully tamed it within the softness of his embrace. Chapter 116, Twisted Braid. The morning light was faint, casting shifting shadows through the water windows deep within the Black Lake, illuminating the Slytherin dormitory with a hazy blue glow. Harry struggled to awaken from his vivid dreams. His consciousness not yet fully returned, yet his body had already sensed the warmth in his arms. Wen Xu continued to rest peacefully against him, his profile nestled against Harry's neck, breathing softly and evenly in a rhythm that brought solace. His silver hair flowed like moonlight, sprawling across the deep green velvet pillow, with a few strands gently entwined around Harry's arm. The serene visage in slumber appeared even more delicate and beautiful in the morning light. Long eyelashes cast shadows beneath the eyes, resembling small fans, while the lips bore a natural soft pink hue, slightly pursed, exuding an unguarded purity. Harry instantly held his breath, his body stiffening as if turned to stone. The breathtaking kiss from the previous night, along with the prolonged torment of his racing heart, surged back into his mind, as if the lingering cool softness of their contact and the crisp fragrance still remained on his lips. Euphoria, fluttering emotions, and an indescribable sense of fulfillment washed over him like a warm tide, cascading through his limbs. His emerald eyes sparkled astonishingly in the dim light, brimming with intense feelings, possessiveness, cherishment, and a touch of caution, fearing to disturb the fragile beauty cradled in his arms. He dared not move, not even to curl his fingertips, terrified that the slightest sound would shatter this tranquility. The warm, gentle breath of Wen Xu caressed his skin, carrying a slight, ticklish warmth. The warmth and slender touch transmitted through the silk robe were vividly imprinted in his senses. He greedily basked in this intimacy, his heart overflowing with sweetness. And in a hidden corner of his soul, the corners of his lips could not help but rise in a satisfied, slightly proud arc. He lay there quietly, allowing time to flow in the morning light, his gaze almost greedily tracing the serene profile of Wen Xu, as if wishing to etch this moment into eternity. After an indeterminate time, the lashes of the person in his arms fluttered slightly. Wen Xu slowly opened his eyes, his golden irises shimmering in the hazy morning light like freshly melted warm jade, imbued with a hint of sleep-induced languor, clearly reflecting Harry's face, which was now so close. Their eyes met. Harry's heart skipped a beat, his emerald gaze momentarily flashing with a hint of panic, as if caught unawares, but was quickly masked by a facade of composure, though a blush crept uncontrollably to his ears. Wen Xu seemed neither surprised nor embarrassed. He naturally let out a soft sound, somewhat hoarse from just waking, akin to a languid cat. Then, he shifted slightly, pulling away from Harry's embrace to sit up. His silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall, flowing over his shoulders and chest, glistening softly in the morning light. "Good morning." His voice remained clear, yet bore a softness tinged with the remnants of sleep, like feathers brushing against Harry's heartstrings. "Good morning, Wen Xu." Harry quickly followed suit, his voice tinged with an unnatural dryness, yet his gaze involuntarily followed Wen Xu's moving figure. The two entered the washroom, one after the other. Wen Xu moved with a natural grace, unhurried. He picked up the ivory comb resting on the obsidian washstand, preparing to untangle his waist-length silver hair. However, Harry, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, stepped forward with a sudden urgency, blending eagerness with a clumsy yet cautious plea, positioning himself between Wen Xu and the mirror. "Wen Xu." Harry's voice held a barely perceptible tension and entreaty, his bright green eyes gazing at him like a large dog yearning for approval. "Let me help you, please." He extended his hand, his fingertips carrying a tentative intent, delicately brushing against a stray strand of Wen Xu's hair, the gesture as gentle as if he were caressing a rare treasure. Wen Xu's hand, which held a comb, paused momentarily. He raised his gaze, his golden eyes calmly observing Harry, a tranquil depth within them, seemingly imbued with a penetrating insight that discerned all. Harry felt a flicker of self-consciousness under his scrutiny, his fingers instinctively curling, yet the anticipation and tender reverence in his eyes were profoundly sincere. The silence lingered for but a fleeting moment. Wen Xu asked nothing. He simply extended the ivory comb to Harry, the gesture so natural as if it were a matter of course, imbued with a silent indulgence. In an instant, Harry's heart brimmed with overwhelming joy. He cautiously accepted the comb, warmed by Wen Xu's touch, standing behind him, inhaling deeply to steady himself, and began to untangle the flowing silver hair, reminiscent of moonlight cascading. The strands were cool and smooth to the touch, akin to the finest silk, carrying the unique, ethereal fragrance of Wen Xu. Harry held his breath, his movements astonishingly gentle. Fearful of breaking a single hair, he meticulously gathered all the long locks, feeling the weighty, moonlit texture slipping through his fingers. Typically, Wen Xu would simply tie his hair with a modest red ribbon adorned with a petite golden bell or a dark green silk band, loosely securing a low ponytail at the nape of his neck, exuding an elegant simplicity. Yet, Harry was evidently unsatisfied with such simplicity. Recalling a hairstyle he had glimpsed in an Eastern art book, he clumsily yet earnestly embarked on his creative endeavor. He divided the long hair into 3 strands, his fingers trembling slightly with nervousness, yet his actions bore an almost reverent focus. He wove carefully, each intertwining almost exquisitely gentle. A few wispy strands were deliberately left to cascade at Wen Xu's pale cheeks, adding an extra touch of grace and beauty. Time flowed quietly. Harry was utterly engrossed, beads of sweat forming at his temples. At last, a delicate side braid emerged under his hands, beginning just behind Wen Xu's left ear and loosely trailing down to his shoulder, secured at the end with a simple, unadorned black hair tie he always carried. The remaining hair fell gracefully over his right shoulder and down his back. Harry stepped back, holding his breath in reverent anticipation as he beheld Wen Xu in the mirror. Morning light filtered through the water window, casting a gentle glow. The youth in the reflection, with his silver side braid resting obediently on his shoulder and a few stray hairs brushing against his cheeks, possessed not a hint of femininity. Rather, it accentuated his exquisitely refined features, blending an unprecedented warmth and gentleness into his serene demeanor, akin to a graceful figure emerging from an ancient painting. Amidst the androgynous beauty, the youthful clarity of his profile remained distinctly discernible. The golden eyes, bathed in morning light, resembled amber submerged in a clear spring, serene and lucid, the subtly upturned corners hinting at an unconscious allure. A breathtaking beauty. Harry found himself almost forgetting to breathe, his emerald gaze consumed by a fervent admiration and awe. His Adam's apple rolled slightly, his voice tinged with a hint of dryness and raspiness. Is it beautiful? He resembled a child awaiting judgment, both anxious and hopeful. Wen Xu quietly regarded his reflection in the mirror, then turned to observe Harry standing behind him, his face a mask of tension and anticipation, a fleeting glimmer of surprise. As delicate as a dragonfly's touch upon water, flitted through his golden eyes, swiftly settling into a serene calm. He refrained from giving a direct answer, merely allowing the corners of his mouth to curve into a gentle arc, a smile akin to the first bloom of a rare flower, pure and tender. Offering a silent affirmation. Let us go, he said, turning away, his voice as clear as a bell, yet softer than the morning light. It is time for breakfast. Chapter 117, Morning. The dawn light filtered through the depths of the Black Lake, casting a wavering, mottled gray-blue shadow within the Slytherin dormitory. After Harry had meticulously styled his hair, adorned with a strikingly exquisite side braid, Wen Xu entered the great hall alone for breakfast. As he stepped through the doorway, the air seemed to still for a moment. Eyes filled with awe, scrutiny, and envy converged upon him, particularly drawn to the gentle grace of his previously unseen braid. He walked with poise and tranquility, his silvery hair shimmering in the morning glow, a blend of coolness and grace that magnetically attracted every gaze. He approached his customary seat at the Slytherin long table. However, before he could reach it, a silent figure had preemptively pulled out the chair beside him. It was Theodore Nott. His deep blue eyes remained calm and untroubled, akin to the depths of an icy pond, devoid of words. Yet his actions silently proclaimed a certain claim. He did not look at Wen Xu or anyone else, as if this were nothing more than an ordinary gesture. Yet, his very presence acted as an invisible barrier, shielding Wen Xu from prying eyes. Wen Xu's steps did not falter. He naturally took a seat in the chair that had been drawn out for him. Theodore promptly settled beside him, his movements fluid and unforced, yet precisely claiming the position closest to Wen Xu, like a silent shadow. The contest for Theodore's favor had commenced. Unlike Harry's overt attentiveness and affection, Theodore's approach was subtle, authoritative, exuding an undeniable sense of control. He silently picked up his utensils, his deep blue eyes functioning as the most precise of scanners, constantly monitoring Wen Xu's slightest movements. When Wen Xu's gaze seemed poised to drift towards the butter dish, Theodore's hand moved swiftly, silently pushing the silver dish of butter to a more accessible position beside Wen Xu, his actions as swift as a well-trained butler, yet imbued with a sense of ownership. As Wen Xu set down his silver cup filled with pumpkin juice, its rim slightly damp, a neatly folded napkin, imbued with the crisp scent of pine, appeared quietly at his side. His movements were swift, silent, and precise, devoid of any superfluous eye contact or verbal explanations. Yet he always seemed to be present precisely when Wen Xu needed him. He required no verbal cue or gesture from Wen Xu, as if every subtle need of hers had been intuitively perceived and meticulously arranged by him in advance. This silent service, as natural as breathing, exuded an undeniable and restrained authority, bearing more weight than any overt display of attentiveness, resembling a wordless proclamation that this position was under his guardianship. Draco Malfoy sat nearby, observing Theodore's almost inseparable demeanor and his eerily precise anticipatory movements, his gray-blue eyes nearly ablaze with fury. His hand, clutching the dinner knife, was taut with tension. He attempted several times to deliver a cutting remark or a provocation, yet when Theodore's cold, silent gaze swept towards him, as if capable of freezing all, Draco instinctively averted his eyes, feeling an intangible pressure. He could find no pretext for confrontation. Theodore uttered not a word, but remained quietly engaged in trivial tasks. Yet the aura he emanated rendered Draco hesitant to act out. The playful smile on Blaise Zabini's face also faded, his deep brown eyes flickering between Theodore and Wen Xu, marked by a cold scrutiny and displeasure at being overshadowed. He considered several times making a barbed comment, but upon witnessing Wen Xu's complete acceptance of Theodore's silent gestures, even displaying a semblance of calm familiarity, he begrudgingly sealed his lips, his fingers unconsciously tracing the rim of his cup, his gaze growing more profound. Wen Xu appeared accustomed to Theodore's silent and assertive display of affection, even displaying a tacit acquiescence. He quietly savored his breakfast, his golden eyes tranquil as water. When Theodore once more deftly presented a small dish of pickled plums, a favored delicacy of Wen Xu's, she slightly turned her head and offered him a faint, delicate smile. This smile was fleeting, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, yet it distinctly registered in the depths of Theodore's deep blue eyes. Theodore's expression remained impassive, but his hand resting on his knee subtly tightened, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction, akin to fine cracks on an icy surface, passing through the depths of his azure gaze. This wordless understanding, coupled with Wen Xu's indulgent smile, wielded a more potent impact than any spoken language. Draco, in a fit of anger, nearly crushed the cup in his grasp. Blaise raised his pumpkin juice, taking a large sip to mask his agitation, his gaze growing even more profound. At that moment, a tall figure, bearing a repressive, tempestuous aura, halted beside the Slytherin long table, inadvertently obscuring the light before Wen Xu.